Chapter 1, 708 FNM, 30 BBY, Month 3. Princess of Mandalore. Chapter 1. 708 FNM, 30 BBY. Month 3. Tanya cries. Mandalore, Royal Palaces. Damn that being X and his machinations, damn his lazy writing ability, and damn his pompous lies. I thought that after a long, somewhat happy, second life I was through with being X's bullshit, and when I finally died it would be over. Instead, when my eyes closed for the last time, I had found them opening again, as an infant. Granted there were differences, last time I had remembered my first life as easily as yesterday. Or at least I think I did. Now, patches are missing, large patches from my first life, some small ones from my second life. Couldn't even remember my name from my first life, which was concerning. I could remember my name from my second life though, which was good because apparently, it followed me here, just with a different surname. My new name is Tanya Cries, born in 698 FNM, an acronym that means, the foundation for New Mandalore, the planet I found myself born on. This was new. Instead of being born at the turn of the century on Earth, I had been born on a planet that was part of a massive interplanetary republic. What was not new was being orphaned again, though I was not doomed to the existence of fighting for scraps. Apparently, my father and mother had been members of Clan Cry's major political house. They had enough influence that they practically ran this planet. Though they had died near the tail end of the Clan Wars period that I had avoided, hopefully it is more evidence that being X is not nearly as godlike as he claimed. The family as a whole had survived victorious. As a result, my older brother and I had been taken in by our aunt, the Duchess of Mandalore, Satin Cries. Satin for her part was pleasant enough. From what I had been allowed to see in her 10 years of this life, she seemed to be a good leader, wanting to improve the lives of her subjects, and her forces had been strong enough to defeat the other clans in the war. Although considering the last rebel group had only been put down last year, I would say her anti-military policies were admirable but hardly comprehensive. She depended on the loyal clans to put down the disloyal ones outside the city of Sundari a bit too much. Inside the climate-controlled city, she expected the police force and royal guard to keep the peace. I could understand why there was no official military. It may have taken a bit to learn common, but I was no slouch when it came to researching, and Sundari libraries were a public utility. 20 years back near the end of the Mandalorian Civil War, and before the Clan Wars, or Civil War II, Governor Vrox deployed the official military of Mandalore in a raid of nearby solar systems, and began building a droid army. This resulted in the Republic sending forces to Mandalore and bombarding the planet from orbit. Most of the planet was an inhospitable barren landscape from previous conflicts, but this bombardment had finally pushed the planet over the environmentally suitable cliff. Considering the devastation etched in the very crust of our world, it was understandable why there was a pacifist government dedicated to dismantling the military. The last one had, effectively, wrecked the planet. The entire situation was reminiscent of what happened to Japan after the Americans won WW2, but trusting the duties of the active military to clans, who could hardly be described as uniformly loyal, rather than a competent and reasonable self-defense force, seemed foolhardy to me. Granted, this was an elective monarchy, so at the bare minimum they had voted in their leaders, which implied some trust that could go both ways. A democratic system of any kind was often a stabilizing force, and Mandalore intended this system to have the strengths of both monarchist systems and democratic systems. But I would feel safer if they at least had a self-defense force, to call up when they were needed, preferably one without political subservience to any particular clan, not even my royal one. Though I kept those thoughts to myself, for now, I was supposed to be a simple child after all. With royal blood there was no need to rush for retirement, my future was secure, thanks to my aunt, so it was best to keep her happy unless I end up like her sister, Bo-Katan. I needed to keep myself fairly normal, so most days I spent hanging around my room reading a book on the economics of the Republic or some such subject, close to some blocks or dolls to look like a normal girl. Thankfully, Aunt Satin was respectful of my privacy, so I was able to keep this ruse going. When I was at school, I let my academic bones shine. It may be unfair to leverage several decades of knowledge and study techniques to assure high grades, but frankly, the satisfaction from a job done well was worth it. Besides, by establishing my academic credentials I was simply demonstrating that I was a bright child, one who should be placed in a safe position inside the government, far away from any potentially violent problems that could crop up. I was unsure if it was working yet, but I was certain that given enough time it would. My brother, Corky, was likewise angling for a similar position. It was always pleasant to be in the company of like-minded and sensible people. I had been rather worried about him when I had discovered the old cultural practices of my newfound people. Satin had promised to send him to the Royal Academy when he was older, thus it was eminently reasonable to assume that if I showed my capability as well I would be offered a similar opportunity. There were, however, some indignities that must be suffered on the path to a well-established retirement. I was reading about the Mandalorian Civil War, trying to get an understanding of the failure of the ruling class that led to the conflict in the first place, when my door burst open. The pocket terminal jumped from my hands and landed on the floor in front of me as I was ambushed while in the midst of pleasurable research on a fascinating subject. Hey sis, Aunt Satin wanted to know when you're coming to dinner. The blonde 13-year-old boy said as he broke decorum of my expected world for the 5th time this year. With a smile, he looked at the room, with interest quickly spotting the active pad on my floor with interest. Before he had the chance to understand what he was looking at, I was off my bed and gathering up the offending item, hiding it under a bedsheet at the foot of my bed. Before turning on him with a suitable expression of distaste at his invasion of my privacy. Part of me wanted to vent my frustration at being interrupted in such a manner on him, having my privacy broken like that, something that I needed to dissuade now before it could become troublesome later. But getting too angry at what was effectively a child was unreasonable, so I simply took a breath and said with only an air of annoyance in my voice. Please knock, in the future brother, what if I had not been presentable? Ah. He spoke with a predictably sheepish tone. Right, sorry about that, won't happen again. Corky sounded suitably cowed before he continued, but really sis, Aunt Satin wants you down for dinner and sent me here to get you. She wanted to have a talk about something as well. I nodded briefly, wondering what she was interested in talking with me about, before smiling at the thought that I might finally get confirmation on my political aspirations. Very well, let's get going then, we should not waste the Duchess' time, I said, trying not to appear too excited at the prospect of my hard work paying off. Corky cries. There is something wrong with my sister, yes, that would be the harshest way to state my concerns. It was understandable, really it was, that she didn't like to talk to me about her problems as she got older. But it was concerning nevertheless when I found her reading about the old Mandalorians. At first, I had thought it was an isolated event when I burst into her room to get her up for school and found her reading about the Crusades. Though the fact she immediately hid the subject of her studies, had tipped me off that something was not right about the situation. But after the 3rd time, I found her studying and attempting to hide the subject matter while pretending she had been playing with the various toys she had. I was certain something was up. At first, I tried to rationalize it. Mother and father had died in the clan wars, so it was not impossible that she simply wanted to find out what they had been fighting for, to find some connection to a family she never knew. But my efforts to coax an answer from her on the matter had been stonewalled. She would find some excuses about school research projects or that she was just interested in the economics and political situation of what led to the conflict. I know she is smart, but her excuses were too smart for her own good and came around to being dumb. I had taken most of the same classes as her with only a few years separations, and I never had to do the research on that era while at school, and frankly, the idea that she wanted to learn about the economic forces of a war that been about old hatred boiling over was dumb. I could not believe she had not seen that in the material she was looking at with the high grades she got in class. No, that was simply a cover story, for her real quest had to be to find out about mom and dad and the old ways. Why else would she lie and hide what she was doing from me? She's most likely afraid of failing to live up to Satin's expectations, and that was understandable after Aunt Bo got herself banned from the estate by being a bit too public about her belligerent politics, as Satin put it. It was a shame really. If Tanya was honest about her interest, perhaps Satin would be willing to put aside politics and let Bo back into our lives. I was sure Satin would be willing to let Bo talk about Dad. Okay, perhaps that one was a bit self-interest for myself. I had only been 3 when they died, and though I didn't remember them all that well, I missed the idea of having a father and mother. Well, perhaps things would work out for them. I had told Satin about my concerns and Tanya's behavior. As an adult and wise leader, I was sure she would come to the right decision about Tanya's problem. Perhaps she could even use the situation to mend the fence with Auntie Bo. It would be good to have the whole family in one house again. Shaking my head at this thought, I glanced over to Tanya, who was walking rather briskly in front of me as I followed along, my hand interlocked behind my head with a relaxed pace. She was wearing a white and green dress, and the maids had helped her get her long blonde hair in a braid going down her back. All in all, she looked more put together than myself, but then she always did. I was simply wearing a pair of tan shorts and a dark grey shirt, hardly scruffy and reasonable, as I had just been hanging out with some of my friends before I had come home and been told to go get Tanya. For just sitting in her room, Tanya looked like she was ready to attend a formal meeting, which was odd considering for all I knew she had no friends. She didn't hang out at school with anyone, as far as I was aware. That could also be what was wrong. Maybe I should invite her along with some of my friends more when they went out to play. She was younger than me, but there was no question of her being mature enough to play with us. Couldn't hurt to get her out in the sun more. She was a bit too pale, she almost looked sickly. Our long walk to the dining room came to end rather quickly, as 2 guards waited outside. Good evening, Oberd, Brihook, Tanya said, greeting the 2 royal guards who did not wear name badges and could have been any other guard in the entire capital complex, as if that was the most normal thing in the world. Yeah, I needed to get her outside, she spent too much time here. Good evening, Lady Cries, they greeted in turn, Brihook moving to grab the handles of the door. The Duchess is waiting for you inside, he said, opening the door and ushering them both in. They were greeted with waitstaff placing silverware on the table and preparing it for a meal for 4 by the looks of it. With the 4th sitting across from Duchess Satin, Her vibrant red hair was rather odd for the Cries family, but it was always nice to see Auntie Bo. Bo-Katan was in the house. Something wonderful must have happened was the only thought that rang in my head as I watched the two there. I noticed they were staring each other down rather forcefully. Well, being under the same roof was a step in the right direction. Earlier. Satin Cries. I told you this would happen. Bo-Katan said rather too smugly as she sat across from me, her boots filthy from the wasteland outside, purposely sat on the edge of the table just to annoy me. Years of political talks, assassination attempts, and other sordid business allowed me control of my emotions, at least externally. But of course, the only person who really knew how to push my buttons was my sister. You told me a lot of things. Clans would never sign up with pacifism. I would bring ruin to the House of Cries, that the Jedi would betray me and murder me in my sleep. None of that came to pass. Your record on these things is rather spotty. I said with a smile as I listed off a selection of the times Bo had been wrong. A small selection at that. I hadn't even got to her failed romances and her boyfriends. That was a low blow I would not go to, as I was better than that. So you are simply going to say broken clock twice a day then and leave it at that? Bo asked, still with an awful smirk. Oh, I wouldn't say that. The clock on palace ground still uses military time, 19 hours a day. That got a smirk out of her. Ha, good one, but doesn't change the fact I was right. Little Tanya is not going to be the perfect princess you want her to be. Her bloodline calls her to war. Just as it does for all of us. Bo said as she leaned back in the chair a bit more. For a brief fleeting moment I hoped the chair would slip out from under her, but alas, she was a bit too used to pulling stunts like that. It was not that I wished harm to my sister, but she was attempting to push my buttons. Besides, she was wearing her armor. Even if she fell, she wouldn't be hurt too much. It would however be entirely deserved and suitably entertaining. Really now, I began shaking my head. Just because she knew not to point a blaster at her face that one time, does not mean anything. She is a bright child, anyone could figure out it was dangerous. The incident in question had happened 5 years ago. If I had been there I probably would have strangled Bo to death and prove her damn suggestions about warrior blood entirely correct if the guards had not moved to stop me. But from what I heard it was rather benign. Bo had left an empty blaster out in the opening and Tanya had found it. The incident is why I banned weapons in the palace's ground to all but the guards. She didn't just handle the blaster safely, she was about ready to field strip and clean it when I found her. She looked like she was born with the thing in her hands. Sister, I know you are ideologically predisposed to fall more on the Coruscant way of viewing the world nowadays. That was rather diplomatic of her, better than being called a slave to a foreign ideology I suppose. But I'm telling you right now, she's something special, perhaps a gift from the Manda itself. Bo said, dropping her leg from the side table and sitting properly for the first time since she had sauntered into my home, most likely trying to impart some kind sincerity that this was an important talk. Well, it was, but I wasn't going to fall for this nonsense. The Manda? Really? I think you have been drinking too much. Okay then, how do you explain her natural ability with weapons and why did you call me back? Pretty sure you said I wouldn't be let back in the house last year. She held a blaster once, that is hardly what I would call ability, but if you must know, Corky has found her with reading material related to the history of the Mandalorians. I have only learned of this recently, but from what he told me she had been rather insistent on hiding what it is exactly that she has been reading. I was annoyed by this situation. If Tanya simply talked to me I would have this settled, but it was obvious that I was the one she was hiding her interest from. Let me guess, pretending to be playing with her toys whenever someone enters her room. Bo asked with a confident look that said she already knew the answer. Yes, how did you know that? I waited to hear the wondrous story on this one, even mental sarcasm could not save me against her here. Course you did the same thing when you were a kid, but instead of Mandalorian books, it was stuff on the greater galaxy and Republican nonsense. Ah, she could hardly help herself. Guess we know that the desire to rebel against your elders doesn't skip a generation. I sighed, taking a moment to gather my thoughts before I muttered, I really hope you're wrong about that. Genuinely I did. Then after taking a moment to get my mind straight I began the rather painful reason for my dear sister's presence here today. But in case you're not, I intend to make sure Dad's mistakes are not repeated. If she is to learn about the old ways I would rather it be from you than from some politically busybody preacher that I don't have any control over. Would you be willing to help instruct Tanya? Of course, if you're willing, I will withdraw the order keeping you out of the house, for as long as you don't make any political statements. I gave her a pointed look. She knew well that her expression was the least of my concerns. I was not going to step into the quagmire of arguing over how to teach Tanya about the old ways. That was not an argument I was equipped to win given the situation. Depends, how long are you going to let me teach her? If I agree, of course. I doubt you want her to become a bounty hunter or a political game. Do you intend to play with her life? Bo said with a smug smile, assured in her position but displaying her lack of experience by not pressing her advantage. Same as our dear departed father intended with mine, dear sister, at age 16 she will be sent to Coruscant to work with the Mandalorian senatorial delegation. She has demonstrated some interest in politics, the same as her brother. But I believe she will be safer and learn more from the culture of Coruscant than staying here and attending the Royal Academy. Toss her onto the planet of murders, thieves, and backstabbers, yet I need 6 years just to make sure she could survive that rat's nest. Very well, sister, I will help train her and I'll even keep your little censorship policy. Just so I can see what happens when you realize she is a born warrior and wants nothing to do with your idea of pacifism. I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Even if that happens, I will love her either way, the same way I love you, even if you make me want to rip my hair out sometimes, dearest sister. She laughed, but I meant every word. Tanya cries. Of all the possible scenarios for why Duchess Satin would call me down here, seeing the return of Bo-Katan was not on that list. Frankly, it was a wonder she was allowed in the house after the whole blaster incident. I wouldn't say she went out of her way to let me find the blaster, but I would say leaving one out the way she did was a good way to get someone hurt, and she needed to be taught a lesson. Besides, I had been interested in the mechanics of blasters for a while before I got a chance to take a look at one. They were a devastating weapon from what I was able to learn from my research. However, I think I would still prefer a more conventional ballistic weapon or slug thrower as they were known in this universe. Quite simply, the benefits afforded by a blaster did not make up for the shortfalls such a platform offered. Well, she was here, so there must be a reason, exactly what I couldn't say. Politics was a bit above my head, perhaps there was some force in play that required Satin to bring her sister back in the fold? If so, she most likely wanted to try and reform her like a disobedient employee and bring her into compliance. But how would she manage that? Bo had her own ship, armor, and home. Satin didn't hold any cards that would be useful in controlling her sister. At least to my knowledge. Tanya, Corky. Please take a seat, food will be brought out in a bit, and we can talk while we wait. Satin said, motioning to sit at the table. Nodding, I took the offered seat, noting how it placed me next to Bo. Before I really had a chance to settle in and think about that placement, Satin started talking. Tanya, Corky, Bo and I have had a talk today and have come to an agreement. She is going to be allowed back in the house again. On the condition that she keeps political comments to herself, and out of the press. Damn! What did Satin give her in order to get such a massive concession out of her sister? Getting Bo to keep quiet about anything was like expecting the communist not to backstab you the first chance they got. It was possible, but you have to be damn sure that you are giving them something worthwhile to keep them happy. Whatever it was, the fact I had such an iron aunt was a good sign for my future. Getting control of her sister must have been a masterpiece of negotiation. In return, she agreed to help with overseeing your education on self-defense, especially for you, Tanya. I have decided that in 6 years you will be assigned to the delegation to Coruscant, and I want you to be able to defend yourself. The smile on my face froze and distorted a bit as I began to piece together what she had just been saying. Satin had given me to Bo-Katan, as a way of shutting her up. I was being used as a political tool. I was going to be exposed to Battle Maniac's teachings. It took me a moment to determine how I felt about this revelation. On one hand, I should not be too worried about this development. I was not some child who could be brainwashed into a Mandalorian cultist. Satin must think the same way, otherwise she would never take a risk like this. But on the other hand, I was to be sent to Coruscant, and from what I read, that planet was a cyberpunk dystopia. A massive planet-wide city, and the capital of the Galactic Republic. I had expected to end up in local politics, perhaps governing one of the planets under the control of Mandalore. Being sent to the heart of the Republic could mean I was going to be groomed for a higher part in the government than I expected. It was honestly a very savvy play. Not only did Satin reach across the aisle in allowing guardianship over me to what was effectively a representative of the clans that diverged politically from Satin, she was strengthening the family bond. Given how politically established our clan was, the value of keeping family somewhat united could not be understated. That sounds wonderful. I said with a calm and passive tone, keeping a smile on my face, even though I was still trying to figure out how terribly my career choices had been reduced. I really didn't have much choice in the matter. When it all came down to it, I had been given to Bo so she would shut up about politics, and I had to just accept that and deal with it, otherwise, I would appear unreliable. And that was one thing I would never be. Bo finally spoke up as she reached over, patted my shoulder. Don't worry about it, kid, by the time we're done, you'd be able to handle that hive of scum and villainy, and if you want, I even know a place for training with jetpacks, so we can start teaching you how to fly like a true Mandalorian. You can teach me how to fly. I didn't squeak with excitement. If someone says otherwise, they were lying. I was just very happy for the chance to fly again. In my last life, flight was one of the things I had enjoyed greatly. There was just something about being free from gravity and having the ability to move through the sky with ease. I doubted jetpack flight was as freeing as using magic, but the chance to feel that feeling again was too damn tempting, and the fact I didn't have to fake the genuine smile on my face says a lot about how much I missed it. Damn right I can, Bo said with a smile, as she put her hand on my head and messed up my hair, but we're not going to go too high. Don't want your Aunt Satin to worry about you breaking anything. I nodded my agreement as I turned to look at Satin. She looked less than thrilled, but that was understandable. Flying was risky behavior, and before my last life I would never attempt it. I would have to be careful so I can keep this privilege. Writer's note, alright, so what the deal with this FIC? Well, this is something that was discussed in the rec thread a while back and brought up everyone once in a while. Finally got the nerve and time to take a stab at it. So the expected question is how often it will come out. Once every 2 weeks. I have 3 active projects now. I write a minimum of 1,000 words a day, and I aim for about 4,000 plus a chapter, so you will occasionally see this crop up. Except for chapter 2, I'm going to clean up some jankiness tomorrow and have it then. Please leave reviews and comments, so on and so forth. Chapter 2, 708 FNM, 30 BBY, Month 3. Chapter 2. 708 FNM, 30 BBY. Month 3. Tanya cries. Mandalore, Sundari, gun range. Being the ward of a politician, I had expected a curtailing of my freedom to some extent sooner or later. In fact, I predicted much further curtailing of my rights than most probably would in my position. As I was related to the leader of a planet, a royal, and a female, that most likely meant that sooner or later, I would be used in a marriage to seal a political alliance. My general thoughts on that were that, frankly, if my security was provided for, I could stand that situation, and since I could stand the possibility of being married off to a random noble as a way to cement an alliance, I could stand Bo-Katan in her efforts to convert me to her ways. Oh, and Bo had tried the last few days. She had taken me to several shooting ranges, so I became more familiar with how to properly handle a weapon, something I easily adjusted to due to the experience I had in my last life with several variants of a rifle. I quickly noticed that any time I showed interest in particular brands or types of weapons, she would go out of her way to find an interesting version of said weapon for me to test out the next time we went to the range. Most likely she was trying to play the good aunt who's only trying to show her niece a fun time, at least that's what she wanted me to believe. More likely than not she was just simply trying to use weapons to ingratiate herself further into my life. It's what I would do, in fact, it was what I was doing, as I played my part in this little game. After all, Satin wanted to keep Bo out of the press and out of politics. The easy way to accomplish that goal was to simply play the part that the Duchess had put in front of me. Then that was to obviously somehow find a way to convert Bo from a potential political rival and problem child into someone who is at least willing to let bygones go by for the sake of the unity of the clan. How I was going to accomplish that? I wasn't yet sure, though I figured if I played the part of a simple youth needing to learn how to defend myself in a big bad world, an opportunity would present itself. It was a simple game, really. Bo was playing to find some way to convert me to her way of thinking, which was never going to happen as I preferred the peaceful life presented by the new Mandalorians, even if they were a little bit too passive in my opinion. And I had to find a way to convert Bo to at least be accepting of the new Mandalorians' existence and perhaps stop calling them names like the Faithless Ones. A simple derogatory term for someone who had abandoned the tenets of their pseudo-religion. I was still reading up on that matter, so my thoughts on that were few and far between at the moment. But besides my thoughts on Bo's attempts to convert me to her way of thinking and the impossibility of that ever coming to pass, I shall admit I was having some fun. I've never traveled to America in my first life, but I'd heard about their ranges there and how you could have access to some of the most interesting weapons to fire. And I must say that particular American cultural trapping, I didn't exactly mind experiencing, even if it was just a similarity I noted. The first time I had been summoned by Bo after school to a weapons range in the outer districts of Sundari, one of the few that were still allowed to operate under the new Mandalorian government. It would seem there used to be quite a bit more, but they were always more unscrupulous or prone to explosives and accidents. It's only the ones that showed they were respectable institutions that have been left to grow under the new Mandalorian regime, which of course was all about pacifism and not needing war. One good thing I could say is that my aunt may have very high ideals, but she wasn't stupid about them. Allowing institutions like this to continue to exist was an easy pressure relief valve on society, since weapons seem to be a very important part of Mandalorian culture, even without the need for war. Hell, going by a poster that was on the wall of the metal walls of the main entryway, weapons may be more important than I suspected. Said entryway poster consisted of a simple black T on a white background, obviously a reference to the T-shaped visors of a Mandalorian helmet with a simple quote underneath its "Weapons are part of my religion." Frankly, out of context, that quote seems rather frightening. Really, we need to do more investigations on religion, but the idea that weapons were integral enough to have a reference like that on a poster could mean terrible things. Religious fundamentalism is a dangerous game, and to have a core component of it being weapons meant that said religion was about conquest. What little research I had done mentioned something called a Mandalorian Crusader, and that part of the history looked a little too dark in my opinion. Something that needed to be stomped out hard if it was as dark as I feared. Of course, if it was something simple as needing to maintain and protect oneself, that was not too bad of a religious tenet, and after my experiences in the Empire, I could see the value of self-defense. Whatever its meaning, it was a complicated issue that I did not have the information to process at the moment and not important to my current activities. What I was currently doing was looking carefully at the blaster pistol in my hands, making sure that it was on safety mode. Are you sure this is safe? I questioned, looking at the rectangular block that I've been told was a gun. Oh, that's perfectly safe. I have 2 of them and they are probably one of the more reliable weapons Concordian Crescent have put out. Bo explained as she stood next to me at her position at the range. She had taken out her power pack and was making sure that her pair of blaster pistols were in good working order. Do you mean that their older models were not as good as these, or did they have a spotty history when it comes to weapon development? I asked, confused about the meaning of that particular statement. I then got to work, field stripping the weapon to ensure it was in a good condition. I have done this particular operation before when I found Bo's weapon 5 years earlier left on a table, so I had some idea what I was doing. A bit of both and neither, Bo said, putting down her first pistol before looking over the next. Concordian Crescent Technologies currently has 2 blaster pistols on the market, Wester 34 and the 35 like these. The 34, from what I've seen of them, are damn good weapons and are the direct predecessors to the 35. Some would say the 34 is even better than the 35, which is true, but they're also 10 times more expensive. The price difference mainly comes down to them being duelist weapons. They are made from some expensive alloy. It doesn't weigh very much, making them easy to wield one-handed, as well as more heat-resistant than a lot of blasters out there. Frankly, if you can get the money to ever need a weapon that can fire all 20 shots in under a minute without it turning into a molten slag in your hands, they're worth buying. Finishing the cleaning of her second weapon, she continued her weapons lesson. 35s are better overall in my opinion, cheaper, easier to maintain, and they're more moddable. They're more moddable. I was intrigued by the use of that word. There are various smaller companies that produce modification kits that allow you to change out some parts to make it look different and improve certain aspects of the weapon. But more importantly, you can get things like this. Without further ado, she pulled off her helmet and without asking my permission, pushed it down over my head, directing me to look down range. Wondering what this was about, I did as she directed, looking at the target. With a quick flurry of her hands, Bo reloaded her pistol and aimed downrange, and I saw what she meant by might be more moddable. This was the first time I had ever worn one of these helmets, so I was not very familiar with its operational abilities. Frankly, I thought the T-shaped visor would make it almost impossible to see out of, but I quickly found that not to be the case. Not only that, as Bo brought her weapon to the target, I saw numbers appearing in the corners of my vision. As she fired around, I saw the number tick down. It wasn't hard to figure out what numbers I was looking at, and I was rather impressed. Not only was there a weapons ammunition counter, there was a heat detection number and range detection number. The helmets and weapons were Bluetoothed to each other, giving the wielder more control than an average soldier in the trenches of the Rhine front over factors that may have lost track of in the heat of battle. Bo fired off a couple more shots to allow me to observe the data and understand how it operated. See what I mean about their modability? She reached down and carefully pulled the helmet off my head before continuing. The 34 is basically a very good blaster, the 35 is a very good weapon system. I nodded my agreement before asking the question that was primarily on my mind: how is the weapon paired with your helmet? It would seem to me an open wireless connection between those items would be a dangerous thing to have in combat. If the data could be corrupted or intercepted, you could end up with your weapon blowing up in your hand or running into combat with an empty magazine. Placing her helmet down on the range table in front of her, Bo raised an eyebrow and answered. Specifically designed and secured chips. I had to hire a professional armor designer to install the receivers in my helmet. The ones in the blasters were easy enough to do myself. Amazing tech, I said, enjoying the fact that we lived in an age where such technology existed. Granted, I wasn't a big fan. I was finding out that this existed and was used for military-grade weapons that anyone could get their hands on, but the simple fact that it existed in a military capacity meant that it most likely existed in other capacities, primarily in civilian use. Who knows how useful such a technology could be there? I knew you'd like that, Bo said, before taking a step back and behind me. Now, why don't you give that blaster a couple of shots? Let's see how much you need to learn when it comes to shooting. Nodding, I reached out and picked up the gun, carefully finishing resembling and loading it, keeping it pointed safely downrange the whole time, just in case something went wrong. Once I was sure it was good and ready, I aimed downrange at the target, flipped off the safety, and fired a round. The blaster bolt went a little high on my first shot, so I aimed lower, quickly getting accustomed to the eccentricities of blaster bolts. They were not one-to-one translation to a slug, as they were slower and had less kickback, but they did require more skill than I suspected to actually land a hit on your target. It felt a bit like even the slightest breeze would threaten to send it off target, but I quickly grew accustomed, and by the time my final and 20th shot I felt good with how well I had done. The target I was firing out was 3 concentric rings, red, black, and white, and most likely the goal was to hit the red center ring. Out of 20 shots, 5 had hit red with the rest split, half hitting, second ring, meaning I got 12 out 20 shots on target. With a 3 out 5 hit ratio, I thought I did pretty good, so I let myself smile a bit after putting the safety back on and putting the gun down, turned to face Bo. Bo was looking past me at the target with a strange look in her eye, and with a smile, she folded her arms across her chest and said, "Well, I was going to hold this over you to help you improve, but you did better than I expected. There is a good ice cream place down the street from here, and I'm going to buy you whatever you want, from the place for putting on a show like that." I blinked, then wondering how 12 shots on target were good enough to get myself an ice cream treat, till I looked back at the target and noted the score counter above the target, something I had missed earlier, which did not read 12 out 20, instead, it read 20 out 20. I had wrongly assumed that a hit outside the ring was a failure, being that it was rather too wide of a portion of the target in my mind to be centered on a human, but it would seem they did count. I would have to be more careful not to show my last life skill in the future, otherwise, I would create unneeded expectations of what I could do, and that had gotten me in trouble during my last life more than once. Turning back to Bo, I simply kept my smile up and said, "Thanks, Auntie Bo," using the term Corky liked to use with Saturn, figuring it was a quick and easy way to endear me to her more. 708 FNM, 30 BBY. Bo-Katan cries. Mandalore, Sundari, gun range. There was something special about her niece. When she told her sister that her blood called for the old ways, she'd only really half meant it. As much as she liked to play the dogmatic follower of their ancient culture and acting as if she was some throwback who believed in the gods and other divine beings controlling their lives, she mainly brought up the manda to annoy her sister more than anything. But what she had just seen did make her wonder if something weird was going on when it came to her niece Tanya. She brought the little blonde girl to the range to get a better understanding of how much training she would need to undergo, expecting her to maybe hit the target 5 times in total. Blasters were notoriously hard weapons to master, and being that it was Tanya's first try, she had expected her to miss the majority of her shots. What she got instead was someone who had some previous experience shooting, which knowing her sister was impossible, but was not yet an expert. She would estimate that Tanya was semi-competent, as if she had already had a year or two of training. Oh, she was not spectacular, hitting 1 out of 4 in the center was fairly normal for someone of 2 years of training, but to quickly understand the intricacies of the blaster's capabilities, that was impressive for a complete novice. How Tanya was so good was a question that bubbled in her mind as she watched the girl go through a second round of blasting the target and scoring similarly. There was an intriguing possibility, but she had no evidence for or against it. All she knew was during one phase of the clan wars, the Cries family had been scattered to the wind. After her brother and father died, she'd gone out into the greater sector, trying to find herself, not really sure what to do and seeking adventure and caring less about the overall cause of the clan wars. It was about that time her sister had also been brought back into the greater Mandalorian sector in the company of Jedi and would start her path to a peaceful Mandalore. What a joke. And as for her brother's wife, she didn't know what happened. She had assumed that as long as her clan sister, Tanya's mother, who had gone by the same name, remained inside the Cries family estates, she would be safe. A hope that had been misplaced as the estate had been assaulted while she was gone. She didn't find out exactly what happened until years later, and by the time she'd come back, her sister was in charge of the new Mandalorian government and she had a new niece. She shared the blonde hair of her father and about nothing else. She suspected that there had been something else going on while she was away. She had no proof, but blood was calling to her, and if it wasn't Mandalorian blood, as that seems to be very unlikely on a metaphysical level. Well, there was only one other person in the area who had blood that could have created a situation like this. She didn't know much about the Jedi, but she suspected they had something to do with it. The few times she asked what exactly her sister had been doing for the year it took to get the support needed to bring down the military traditionalists, her sister had simply always said it had been a close-run thing in that they had traveled around the Mandalorian sector, securing alliances and other platitudes. Was it possible something else had happened during that time? Most people would assume it unlikely, but as much as she pretended that there was nothing similar between herself and Bo-Katan, the fact of the matter was there were similarities, not just at the surface level. Deep down, they were raised by the same man, and hello, Saturn had fallen for the new Mandalorians' nonsense. They both share the same level of commitment to whatever cause they put themselves to, and considering her relationships while she'd been out finding herself, she wouldn't be surprised if young love played a role in the final days of the military traditionalists. After all, she did know the Jedi had brought a Padawan about her age and the 2 young teenagers spent a year straight running around a sector always on the edge of life and death. That sounded like a Mandalorian honeymoon. The only piece that didn't fit, if that was true, was the question of why Saturn had not outright said that Tanya was her child. Having a direct descendant wouldn't harm her, after all, and she figured having an unwed mother ruling their planet was the least of a typical Mandalorian's concern. So if she wasn't protecting herself, then who was she protecting? That was a question for another day. Once she had more evidence suggesting that this theory might have some merits. Right now though, she had to make sure she had enough credits on her to make sure Tanya got good ice cream. She deserved a reward for being such a good shot. 708 FNM, 30 BBY. Saturn cries. Mandalore, royal palaces. Listening to various government officials talk about how everything was going right for once was a wonder to behold. However, ever since I ascended to the throne of Mandalore as its Duchess, I had always wondered if I would ever have a moment to just enjoy peace. Dealing with various rebel groups, disobedient clans and houses, minor intersector conflicts, and a whole host of issues that had to be solved before peace could be declared, I had come to believe that there was a good chance I would die before it ever came to be. So listening to Governor Pre Vizsla talking about the efforts to regrow the forests of Concordia was simply a delightful change of pace. Today was the yearly meeting I had with all elected officials that helped me run the Mandalorian system. Pre Vizsla was a trusted ally who helped run Concordia, the forest moon of Mandalore, a planet that has been greatly abused over the centuries as it was a source of Beskar. Even the ancient Mandalorians wanted to turn that planet into a green haven for agriculture, but their need for resources for war turned it into a nearly brown ball in the sky. But Pre Vizsla's indispensable diplomatic acumen in dealing with the martial traditionalists who had refused to live on Mandalore under my rule, the planet was making a massive comeback. Every year it was looking more green than brown, a true sign that there was hope for a return of a green Mandalore. I suspect in the next 20 years the regrowth project will make the planet be fully habitable, and we can look into the possibility of setting up farms, and the greener pastures will help us get us more independent of Concord Dawn food supplies, Pre commented as he looked at the pad he brought with him. Well, that's good. Though we'll need to be careful about Concord Dawn, push too hard when it comes to food, one of their main and only real exports. The governors of Concord Dawn have always been protective of their limited trade exports. Considering they still have their semi-militarized police force of journeyman protectors to call upon, we don't want to push them too hard. Prime Minister Almec stated from where he sat on my right hand. I nodded my head in agreement with his statements. Thankfully most of the planetary governments were stable and somewhat independent. The governors and ministers ran most of the government, and all I needed to do was give my agreement to their plans and spearhead the general direction. It was a very hands-off procedure, only possible because I've been graced with many trustworthy ministers and governors. Almec, for instance, was an old hand at the political game and a trusted ally. He may have served under the military traditionalists, but he joined early in my ascension to power and had proved his worth over the last decade. Pre nodded his head. Yes, I have thought of that. Perhaps Kalevala could be used to deal with that situation. He asked, holding his chin in his hand. If more of their farmland could be converted to wine production, that would be more lucrative in the long run, and any drop-off in food exports to Mandalore could be shifted over to Kalevala in the long term. That could work, Deputy Minister Jerick of Kalevala mused absent-mindedly, although the Council of Kalevala tends to let the chips fall where they may when it comes to the free market. I can't give any guarantees that the idea will be given any investment, but let's introduce the concept to them and we'll see what happens from there. I smiled and said it doesn't have to be immediately, so any help you can use to push things in the general direction would be appreciated. Jerick was the oldest of my allies and had been instrumental in setting up the alliances that would bring an end to the clan wars. Frankly, describing him merely as an ally was doing him a disservice. He was one of my oldest and dearest friends, and it was good to have people I could depend on for running aspects of the government. These three men represented the governments of 3 out of 4 of the habitable planets in the Mandalorian system and were each key figures in helping me maintain the peace I had strived so hard to build within this system. The only planet that wasn't represented in this government was Mandalaya, but that was really okay when it came. The Mandalorian giants, though a steadfast ally of the Mandalorians for as long as they'd been in contact, were not interested in pacifism. They were also not interested in conquest. They were interested in fighting as a cultural tradition unrelated to their connections to Mandalore. They were after all one of these few races in the galaxy to not only put up a spirited defense against the ancient Mandalorian crusaders but defeated them. Since then, as a political entity, they have become an isolationist state keeping to themselves on their own little planet, and you only really saw the giants off their planet when they were acting as mercenaries. It was unfortunate that they were not part of the system, as they had the only green planet in the system which could be useful in freeing us from relying on Concord Dawn completely. I'll do my best, my Duchess. Jerick said with a smile. Is there anything else we need to discuss today? I asked, moving to end the conversation. I had to get home sometime today after all and check on how Tanya had done with Bo. Kalevala has nothing that needs to be spoken of. Jerick said. Mandalore at peace. Almec added. Nothing that needs to be brought up in an official manner. Pre said, piquing my interest about what he wanted to talk to me in a private matter for. Then I believe this meeting is adjourned. We will meet again in a month's time, I said with a smile before turning to Pre. Please stay a moment and we will discuss what you wanted to talk about, Governor Vizsla. The other two got up and left the room, quietly leaving me with the governor of Mandalore's moon. Pre stood up in front of me as I sat on the throne of Mandalore. I have heard from Bo-Katan that you are allowing her to train your ward in matters of self-defense. That raised an eyebrow from me. I was unaware that those two talked. Oh, and why has she informed you about this? I asked pointedly. We're old friends, and she thought I could help in this training. More importantly, she knows that if word got out that you were allowing your ward to be taught some of the older ways, it could disturb the more fanatical of the pacifist. She was shopping around for somewhere where she could take your ward so they could train on some of those things in safety. There are plenty of abandoned old mines miles from prying eyes on Concordia who would not know a cries from a Vizsla. I just wanted you to know that they are at your disposal. Pri explained, giving a bow to me. It was worth considering. Pri is a trustworthy governor, and if Tanya ever trained on a jetpack, that would be better to happen off-world. You raise a fair point, Vizsla. I'm not sure if Tanya will progress far enough in her training that she will need such an environment, but if she ever does, I will tell Bo-Katan of your offer. Pri nodded and said, if I can be of use to you, my Duchess, just let me know and I shall be there. Thank you, Pri Vizsla, I responded with a smile, happy to have such loyal ministers. Chapter 3, 708 FNM, 30 BBY, Month 4. Princess of Mandalore 3. 708 FNM, 30 BBY. Month 4. Tanya cries. Mandalore, Sundari, Royal Palace. Indoctrination, a simple method of controlling the youth by making sure that they grow up believing what you want them to believe. Religion and governments have been using that since time immemorial. It was such an effective method of control that it would often outlive the governments and religions that spawned its existence. And the Mandalorians had it in spades. Oh, sure, there was no official religion on Mandalore anymore. From my research, I knew that. The three gods of their religion had basically fallen out of favor with popular beliefs of centuries before. Said religions have been replaced by more of spiritualism or mysticism, the belief in an afterlife, yes, but less of a Valhalla and more of a collective oversoul where all Mandalorians go when they die. I personally was not very familiar with the concept of an oversoul, but it sounded better than being reincarnated by an entity proclaiming himself to be a god so they can conduct experiments on the human condition. But those gods are still part of the culture in a way, and things created under their influence still affect their society. And now that I was training under one of the moderate believers of those tenets, I was being forced to learn those tenets. Or to be, more exact, I was being indoctrinated, or attempted to be, at least. Knowing someone's trying to indoctrinate you is usually a good defense against such behaviors. Oh, I will admit, said indoctrination was not the worst kind I had ever come across. Apparently, the first thing my new teacher Bo-Katan wanted me to become enthralled in and understand was the Risal Nair, or the 6 cultural tenets that made a person a Mandalorian. I would say to put it simply, but someone had already done that millennia ago, as the Risal Nair was taught by using a simple statement, one sentence: education and armor, self-defense, our tribe, our language, our leader all help us survive. And in its natural language, it came off more as a rhyme. I had run across mentions of this particular statement once or twice before in my readings, but I had never given it much time, but now I was coming to a quick understanding of its importance in Mandalorian society, and I was a bit shocked that I had not been informed about this sooner. Granted, I could see why I had not been informed. The new Mandalorians were trying to forge a new path, and the Risal Nair were a distinctive artifact of their time. However, I did not believe that it was an artifact that needed to be completely forgotten. In fact, it probably could have been used to successfully control the political situation more than Duchess Satin was now. To break it down though, what did the 6 actions imply a person must do, and how could they have been used to better deal with the situation? Education, this part of the was rather simple. A parent must educate their child, in the ways of the Mandalorian, something as my adopted parent Satin had not really done. Understandable, as the new Mandalorians were trying to reject the warrior ways of the past, but this was a society-building tool to create loyalty between father, son, daughter, mother, so on and so forth. Rejecting it was to reject the society itself, and it was no surprise that there would be people unhappy with that particular take. I suspected that if I asked a few questions around, I would find parents who had lived outside the city weren't exactly happy with the public school systems that the new Mandalorians had set up over the last decade. Armor, like the preceding element, were cultural hand-me-downs, something a parent and child shared. Though there were other materials used in the creation of Mandalorian armor other than the most famous Beskar, the idea was that the fallen warriors of a clan or family would contribute their armor to the protection of the next generation. Besides the royal guards and police, I had never seen a new Mandalorian wear any armor, and the reason behind this is simple: pacifists didn't need to fight. It was another cultural touchstone meant for keeping generations close together, thrown out for absolute pacifism. Self-defense follows the same path. Why do you need to defend yourself when you are trying to create a non-violent pacifist society? However, this was the one that was the major issue that could have been used in their favor. Training for self-defense is not a point against pacifism, rather it's a way to protecting yourself. If they were to recontextualize the armor and self-defense into simply protecting oneself instead of focusing on the aggressive elements from their past, they could have easily won over more of the nomadic clans. Tribe, of course, got a little bit more muddled, as it seems to be used in places to mean clan or house, but the general idea was working together for the welfare of society, and thankfully that had not been attacked by the pacifist. Language, of course, referred to Mandue, the ancient tongue that was the language of the first Mandalorians. and though I had been told my pronunciations of it were absolutely terrible, I had been given a good education and knew how to speak it, so another point for the pacifist is that they hadn't completely abandoned their culture. The final cultural touchstone was the leader, or the Mandalore, a Genghis Khan-like figure who would rally the nomadic tribes for war. Duchess Satin had stepped away from using that title in favor of Duchess, which was a more common title from her homeworld of Kalevala, and the homeworld of the new Mandalorian movement. It was not a complete betrayal of the cultural touchstone that had supported their leader in times of war, but then again, this new Duchess title had not been tested. As long as everything remained peaceful, the society should progress without issue and my safety was secured, but if anything ever happened, well, building a stable society on a cracked foundation tended to not go well when something major happened. As a result, over the last 4 months, I did put myself into learning everything Bo-Katan was teaching when it came to self-defense. I was a bit rusty compared to my last life and I didn't have my magic to help stabilize some of my shooting, but I was performing within my expectations. She mainly taught me on the weekends, as the public schools I was attending took up the week. In fact, if not for her taking me on the weekends, my school life would be rather mundane and somewhat similar to my first life, dedication to studying and learning as well as self-improvement. Just with talks of space travel and lasers being real in the background instead of kids talking about the latest anime. That mundane existence would be changed on the weekends and after school. On the weekends Bo would take me out to shooting ranges that have been set up by Mandalorians who were not keen on giving up their weapons but still wanted to keep training their kids in the ways of self-defense. And during the weekdays, as long as I keep my homework well and truly down to zero, something that I take pride in doing nonetheless, Bo quizzes me and tells stories about how the Mandalorians used to be and how they had once ruled a good portion of the galaxy in their long-standing feud with the Jedi. Reveling in the ancient times when Mandalorians had been a main political force in the galaxy. All this really meant nothing, as of 700 years ago the Mandalorians had stopped being such a force when the Republic had bombed most of the planets of the Mandalorian sector into compliance, and considering they had sent ships to cause smaller bombardments as recent as 20 years ago things have not improved for them. I would have been tempted to point this out, but I was not in the mood to rock the boat, and it was better to let her believe I was falling for this revanchism schlock. After all, I was simply a tool being used to keep Bo-Katan from being more politically active. If Bo believed I was not being swayed by her arguments, she'd most likely renege on her deal with her sister and I would have to deal with the fact that I was not learning how to defend myself should the need arise. Of course, I quickly realized that if I didn't show more than a passing interest in the subject she was forcing me to learn, that too could also imply that she was failing in her ultimately doomed attempts to indoctrinate me. Which is why I eventually came up with a plan of asking the right questions at the right time to try and stimulate her into giving me information that I was someone interested in but didn't really need to complete the task. Today was the first day of the 2-day weekend, and Aunt Bo took me out to the desert for a practical with explosives. Obviously, Satin did not know this. I was going to keep that to myself, but even I thought this was a rather insane thing to be doing with a 10-year-old. Frankly, Bo was lucky that I was more experienced than my 10 years in this world would have given me. Said explosives were grenades and thankfully she had started me with dummy ones, at first but I saw some real ones underneath the dummy ones so she most likely planned to teach me how to throw a grenade before showing me the devastation they can unveil. Bo was wearing her characteristic Mandalorian armor, a black bodysuit with grey and crimson plates, with some yellow markings. I hadn't gotten too deep into the tradition of what colors meant yet in my studies, but I suspected some colors were picked to annoy Aunt Satin, considering her constant use of them. For me, I was wearing a simple set of clothing, tan pants and a white shirt. Nothing too fancy, since we were going to be out in the wasteland and wouldn't run into any of the higher UPS in society. Though air quality was not great, it felt good to be out of the dresses I was forced to wear in the palace. As I stood looking at the empty desert for miles all around, we had used a speeder car to get out of here, so there was no one who could interfere or run onto the field and cause a problem. I turned to see Bo walking over with a dummy grenade talking to me. She had left her helmet over on a spreader letting the wind catch her red hair. All right, kid, show me that the palace hasn't spoiled your Mandalorian heritage. Show me that you can throw better than the faithless. I raised an eyebrow at that insult for the new Mandalorians, another thing I had found in my research. Then I shrugged and took the grenade, giving it the wimpiest throw I could. As much as I would like to be seen as superior right off the bat, I needed to work up to it in order to make Bo think she was having a noticeable effect on my form. That would help to be more open in conversations with me. The dummy sailed through the air and landed about 25 feet away, not a great distance but minimum safe. Well, if you started running you'd probably do that better than Satin at your age. Bo complimented while backhanding her own sister. Under other circumstances, I might have ignored that comment, but today that served well as my tool to start the conversation I was interested in having. You and Aunt Satin used to train with each other. I said to show interest in this little nugget of information. Yet, back in the day before she went to Coruscant, she was a better Mandalorian than she is today and father allowed her to train with me quite often. Bo said, picking up a couple of grenades from the box she brought over. Then the clan war started, and well, she wasn't a good fighter and second in line for succession, so father thought it would be best that she was not in the Mandalorian sector while everyone was trying to kill each other. I bet if he'd known that she would have been converted to the new Mandalorians, he probably never would have let her off-world. She said, shaking her head, tossed me a new dummy grenade and then attempted to show me how to throw one by throwing one herself. Following her example a little, to a point, I threw one and increased the range a bit more. I wouldn't have to run away if that one went off. Better, Bo said, matter-of-factly, reaching into the case near the ground and picking out another dummy grenade. In a way though, wasn't grandfather right in sending Satin away? I mean, from what I've read, he was a skilled warlord, and he did die from being part of the clan wars. Not to mention Corky and my parents. I said the last part a little lower than I was actually feeling. I've never known them and so I didn't actually feel anything for them. However, emotions were a strong thing to play upon, both for me and for Bo. For me, showing an emotional weakness may encourage Bo to be more open-minded and communicative about things, perhaps more willing to listen to another point of view, who knows. And for Bo, well, if she took the bait, she may think this is an opportunity to worm her way further into my heart and mind for the indoctrination process, perhaps even separate me from Satin's course. Whatever move she made, I would be able to operate to take the most advantage of it, since I'd be thinking with the clearest head of the two of us. Bo for her part simply let out a tired sign before she said, yeah, I guess from that perspective you are kind of right. Satin's alliance with the Jedi and the new Mandalorians did bring about the end of then clan wars quicker. Well, personally I like to think your father, Adonai Jr., would have been able to have won the war eventually if he hadn't been taken out like he was. Was my father a good Mandalorian? I asked to play up the emotions a bit. Bo simply smiled and said, one of the best, brave and talented in a fight and smart and charismatic in public. She reached through the dummy grenade in her hand as far as she could. If I had to guess, you'd probably have been able to toss a grenade from one trench line to the next with an arm like that. Nodding my head in understanding, I did my best mimic of her and threw it about as half as far as she had. A much better improvement, Bo said, sounding very satisfied by the throw. Think it's time we move on to the live grenades. Are you sure that's safe, Auntie Bo? I asked, severely concerned about this exercise. Oh yeah, completely safe. Satin was throwing grenades when she was 10, you should be fine. Yes, but didn't you say she was a good Mandalorian? Doesn't that mean she had a set of armor to wear with this kind of practice? I mean, you're wearing armor after all. I pointed out the layer of defense she was wearing in case something went wrong. This seemed to stop her as she looked down at herself and then said, that's a valid point I hadn't considered. It took great effort, not to call her out on this easiest mistake she could make. But then Bo took a knee. And speaking rather conspiratorially, she said in a low tone, this could be rectified, if you don't mind keeping secrets from Satin. Sel, frankly I knew I probably shouldn't engage this, but part of me was interested in where this is going. I can keep a secret, I said, letting a little bit of a lisp slip in. Cuteness was always a good way to disarm your opponent. Smiling, Bo said, that's good. Well, then it will take me a week or so to get a little field trip for us together. If Satin asks, we're simply going to our home world to check out the old estates. Got it? I nodded, quite interested in what the plan was. Satin cries. Mandalore, Sundari, Royal Palace. Sitting at my desk in the Royal Palace, I wondered what kind of game Bo was playing at. I could tell that she was up to something from the moment she had offered to take Tanya to Kalevala, but what she was playing at I wasn't exactly sure. Oh sure, it was the home world of Clan Kryze and the original estates were located there. Though I personally hadn't been back to the planet in nearly 7 years. I suspected that some of the members of her clan, those that still thought that siding with the new Mandalorians had been a massive mistake, had probably turned the old estate into a reliquary for her father. The old warlord of Kalevala had been a major political figure of the planet, and much of the damage from the clan wars had been avoided through his tactical acumen. Really, the peace that Mandalore now enjoyed was a joint effort between her and her father in a way. He was fighting to keep Kalevala safe and secure from the worst of the war, ensuring the new Mandalorians were left with a large portion of power. And when the new Mandalorians combined with House Kryze, victory was only a matter of time. Perhaps Bo thought that her little Tanya would be easily swayed by the majesty and the history of the old estates and the stories of her grandfather. Possibly that's what Bo was thinking, but I doubted that would be very successful. Tanya was strong-headed and smart, she may be more interested in the old ways than I would prefer, but I doubted she would fall for whatever Bo tried to sell her. Over the last 4 months Tanya had been more than willing to share what Bo had been teaching her, and so far it was well within expected ranges. Literally in some cases. So if Bo did attempt anything too much, Tanya would tell her as she trusted her to do, but I thought I'd better know for sure that this situation was still under my control. I didn't want Bo turning Tanya into a martial traditionalist. I'd summoned her for a meeting in my office, to get a good explanation of what she thought Bo was up to. As if on cue of her thoughts, Tanya opened the door entering the office, the guard slowly closing it behind her. Tanya, good to see you, please take a seat. she said, indicating the seats in front of her desk. Tanya nodded her head and walked over to the offered seats. Good to see you as well, Aunt Satin. A small smile on her face, her blonde hair is so much like my own, framing it. We haven't had a good talk in a while, and I was wondering how your lessons with Bo are going. I asked. Oh, they're proceeding quite well, a lot of exercises and fresh air, practicing the blaster, and some close quarters training, though she's hesitant to do too much of that until I'm older. She's mostly letting me fight some training droids set to their easiest settings. I nodded, understanding the necessity of the particular training Bo wanted to ensure Tanya knew. However, that didn't exactly answer my question on why Bo wanted to take her off-world. Has she talked to you about anything else while training? I asked, poking for more information. Tanya smiled. I took a moment to respond. It wasn't long, but she noticed it. Well, we talked about grandfather and father. What kind of Mandalorians they were. Ah, so that was the game. Bo was trying to play your parents are real Mandalorians card. I doubted that would be very effective, though Tanya may have an interest in the old ways. From what I had observed of citations and school reports over the years, Tanya had the general issues of why peace was important in a collection of books on the economics of the Mandalorian sector on her day-top pad. Finding out more about her father would not sway her from her path. I trusted my sister to try to convert Tanya, but I also trusted Tanya to be strong-headed enough that she wouldn't fall for it, but the situation was complicated enough that I had to keep an eye on it. Maybe I should look into getting someone to go along with Tanya training. Bo may not like that addition unless she found a good cover story, handmaiden perhaps, or maybe one of the Royal Guard kids would be willing to play guard for Tanya. I would have to think about it. You know your Aunt Bo wants to take you to Kalevala. I personally can't go myself because matters of the state require my attention, so it would just be you and your aunt. Knowing that, do you feel safe going off-world with her on a field trip? Tanya simply nodded and said, I've never been off-world before. I'd be quite interested in the experience, and Kalevala is your home world and I kind of want to see what that's like. That emotionally stung a bit. Tanya wanted to go to my home world to see what it was like. Granted, Kalevala was not too different than Mandalore, also a desert world just with more life outside the cities, but the idea that Tanya was interested simply because it was where Satin had come from, well, it hurt a bit. Not for the first time. I wish I had gone with my gut and not listened to my counsel about handling that difficult situation 10 years ago. Biting her lip for a moment as I calmed myself and simply said, all right then, I'll see to it that everything's arranged, perhaps even Corky would be interested in going with you. Just because I was willing to entertain the idea of letting Tanya go alone with both doesn't mean I wasn't going to try and make sure someone was there she can trust to tell her if anything weird happened. Tanya smiled and agreed, I bet he would like that. I will ask Bo if she's willing to take him along as well. Tanya cries. Mandalore, Sundari, Royal Palace. Well, that went better than I had expected. I had almost assumed at the moment I had been called up to Satin's office I was about to receive bad news and would not be going off-world, an experience I was quite enthralled with the opportunity of. After all, in my last life, I had been sent back 50 years before the start of the space race. In the life before that, going to space was the domain of government organizations and the extremely rich. This would be a new experience that I was going to enjoy, even if it was probably going to be diminished by artificial gravity. The only real issue was Bo's plans for the trip would possibly be hindered by having to bring Corky along, and though I was sure whatever the plans were they were going to be troublesome, I was interested in finding out what her plans were. And I didn't want Corky to interfere too greatly. He was a good kid and would run to Satin the moment he felt something was wrong. Thus, I needed to come up with a way to prevent his interference. And really it wasn't that hard at all once I set my mind to do it. Wandering through the palace, I quickly found my way to his room and knocked rather loudly, waiting a bit before I knocked again before entering his room. Inside I found him deep at work on his homework. As a possible successor it was not surprising that he was getting a little bit more work than me when it came to his schooling, and he was a few years ahead of me in the curriculum. Hey Corky, I said loudly, hoping to get his attention. It took me a moment to realize that he had earphones on, probably listening to whatever teenagers of this universe listen to. I found most of it uninteresting. I couldn't tell a jizz band from a gliz band, so I sighed in annoyance. I walked up closer and tapped his shoulder, trying to keep my thoughts about how a few employees had tested my patience over the years doing something similar. Taken by surprise, my brother who had been leaning over his desk jumped up in his chair looking around confused. Tanya, what are you doing here? He said when he finally spotted me. Trying to get your attention at the moment, I said shaking my head, but if you mean generally why have I entered your room after I've knocked several times, well Aunt Bo has offered to take me to Kalevala to see the family estates and Aunt Satin was wondering if you were interested in joining us. I'm sure Bo would not mind taking you along if you are not too busy with your schoolwork. Corky smiled then looked at his schoolwork before signing heavily. I would love to come, but mathematics is kicking my ass this week. If you can get Bo to hold off this little trip, maybe I can make it next week. but right now I'm going to have to hope Saturn can spare some time to help my studies for the coming test. I will see what I can do, I said, fully intending not to. I have been hearing that he was having trouble with his mathematics, so I was not surprised by the answer I received, and it would work perfectly for what I had planned. I could prevent him from coming on this first trip and then arrange a second one with Bo in a couple of weeks, so that Aunt Saturn would be appeased, Bo would get to show me what she wanted to show me, and Corky could have a moment of thought while visiting our home world, and everything would work out in my favor. Smiling with a victorious grin, I said, I'll talk to her tomorrow about it, and we'll see what happens. Writer's note, and here is chapter 3 of this take. Let hear what you folks think about this. I work to improve flow and grammar drops on this. I think I may still be looking for edited, not sure. At the moment I'm in contact with one person but I have not heard from them in a while, so that is the state of things. Chapter 4, 708 FNM, 30 BBY, Month 4. Chapter 4. 708 FNM, 30 BBY. Month 4. Tanya cries. Mandalore, orbit. Space, the final frontier for human exploration in my life as a salaryman, and the domain of penny and dime novels in my second. I never thought I would get to leave Earth in either life in my first life, even with some of my most optimistic projections for how my retirement may go. I assumed that space travel would remain the domain of the ultra-wealthy, and as for my second life, well, unless Skiggle had come up with rocket to get me from Europe to the Americas, even then I doubted I even leave low orbit. Space travel was a fantasy. But here I was. It took nearly 100 years and jumping 3 different lives, but I was in space, and though it was somewhat hampered by the artificial gravity of the aka Jor-class shuttle, space without atmospheric interference was something I had never seen. Though I do admit I was at first mesmerized with these new experiences, the spell did not hold too long. After all, I was just looking at the blackness of space with twinkling lights, nothing particularly spectacular about it. That being said, this was the first time I left the solid ground in this life, so I put on a good show for Bo-Katan, asking questions about the satellites and other orbital debris we passed on our way out of Mandalore's orbit. She seemed to enjoy answering my questions, so I counted this strategy as working. The operation was proceeding as envisioned. I had managed to prevent my brother from coming along, which meant it was just me and my dear Auntie Bo. A perfect opportunity for her to brainwash me into their cult, if I was a dumb child. Instead, this became a perfect opportunity for me to ingratiate myself deeper into Bo's inner circle. Making her believe I was falling for her shtick would allow me to find out if her goal was less than noble when it came to training me. If she attempted to push me to sign into anything, I would have something to bring Saturn and have her removed from this program. If Bo instead continued to only try to entice me with old ways, then she was a fine teacher, and I could let this little training continue without issues. Besides, it was unlikely that anything too dangerous would even happen. If Bo had wanted me dead or to harm her sister through me, she had ample opportunities, at the range, and when she had me tossing grenades, an accident could have happened at either time and she could get away with it. Of course, she would be hounded about the affair and be forced to flee Mandalore, sure, but if the goal was to harm Saturn through me, that would be accomplished. Since neither of those happened, I was sure I was safe with Bo on a physical level. Plus I really wanted to know what was on the planet Kalevala that had immediately sprung to Bo's mind when I asked about protection. I had a theory, but a theory is not worth much, until you can test it. Looking out the windows, were they windows? I had to look into the details of ship construction when I had more time, but anyways, looking out the windows, I was able to watch the sand-yellow planet shrink as we flew away from my home world. It really was in a sorry state. Centuries of warfare had left nothing living outside the domes and cubes that dotted the surface, and when compared to Concordia, the planet's green and brown moon, you could see the extent of the damage, complete and utter ecological collapse. If I was not tied to the royalty of the planet, I would most likely be looking into pulling up stakes and finding somewhere greener to live. This harsh death world was not for the weak and faint of heart. If something went wrong with the life support systems of a dome or cube, your chances of survival dropped to near zero fast. But I was connected, so I would have to deal with that desert world. Though I questioned why there was no attempt to rebuild the world quicker. If they have spaceships and access to trade markets across the galaxy, it should not be that hard to turn back the clock a bit. And with the tech base I had seen since I arrived in this world, I did not believe they could not terraform a planet if they wanted to. Perhaps there was something I was overlooking, but locking everyone up in the cities and centralizing, the new Mandalorian doctrine relied heavily on the premise that pacificism should be the goal, that their people should not need to fight, and that they needed to join the galaxy in peaceful cooperation. A lofty goal, but when your populations were made up of nomadic clans and tribes, that was hard to achieve. Being out on the frontier had a tendency to breed hardy people who wanted nothing more than to be left alone, often with violent deterrence. So how do you get such a population to sign up with your overarching government, instead of just moving on to another planet? You hold power and provide the only safe place on the planet. Everyone who could leave the decimated world had, all that was left were the stubborn and those who could not, and so their only hope was the new Mandalorians, who promised peace and safety. Most likely when they realized just how bad the state of the planet was, they decided to focus on domes and cube projects to get people hooked on the new Mandalorian government projects. Similar things had happened in my first life, China and Russia having some stellar examples of the failure of such wide-reaching projects. But those being about forcing industrialization and urbanization, power was already in those governments' hands. This most likely was a simple way to make sure new Mandalorian culture stayed in power until they were considered as mainstream Mandalorian culture. It was a devious plot, and to implement it would take some iron determination since you were technically prolonging the damage of the planet and any pain that caused for your benefit. The question was, did Saturn know about this? Presumably, she would be the one implementing this plan. However, considering she was willing to break bread with her sister on the other side of the political scale, I doubted she would be willing to punish the planet in such a way, even if it limited the area for rebellion. I would have to look into the politics of the situation more. Perhaps I was looking too deep into it, something I would admit I did too often, which had gotten me in trouble more times than I would like as an aerial mage. Tanya cries. Kalevala, orbit. Kalevala was alive, that was the best way to start to describe its difference from Mandalore Prime. From orbit, you could see the greens of planet life, mixed with the yellow of the desert sand. From what I knew of Kalevala, unlike Mandalore, which was dealing with complete ecological collapse, Kalevala was still somewhat livable, and though it was dealing with similar issues, it was thriving under new Mandalorian rule, with even fine wines and silks were produced on this half-desert world. Without knowing the economics of the entire galaxy, an undertaking which I doubted anyone could succeed at, I could only guess based on my understanding of the basics of the sector economy as to how much of the national income came from those products. This provided a nice possible alternate reason why Mandalore seemed to be slower in coming back. Why spend money to get one planet up running again when you could just improve the income of the one that worked fine? But those were thought for another time. At the moment I belted myself into the shuttle seats as we began our descent towards the planet. Looking over to my left I noted Bo-Katan had not belted herself in as we came into the upper orbit. I shook my head at her risk-taking. We had seat belts and we might as well use them. Bo, for her part, noticed me looking her way and chuckled, "Don't worry kid, we won't crash. Besides, seat belts won't really do anything unless you are in the atmosphere. If we start crashing up here we burn up long before we hit the ground." A lovely thought, I muttered before pointing out, but what if something happens once we're in the atmosphere? Well, if there is no reason to just ditch the ship and jetpack away then that's the time to put the belt on. How could I have forgotten personal flight? I thought, shaking my head. Well, let's hope we don't need to do that, as I don't have a jetpack. I said matter-of-factly. Yet. Bo responded, causing me to turn my head, to see a sly smile on her face. She was up to something to do with jetpacks? Well, now that was an interesting piece to the puzzle. I didn't have too much time to ponder this though, as the ship cut its way through the atmosphere. I expected a lot more turbulence than I got, though I still held on tight to the armrest. The transition from space to another planet was too smooth in the end. My preconceptions of pilots fighting to maintain control were tossed out by something that felt as smooth as a train ride. It's not a great loss, really, but I imagine I looked very silly holding the armrest in a death grip down from orbit to the planet below. Thankfully, Bo didn't notice or didn't care, as she said nothing on the matter as the ship leveled out and started flying west. At least I believed it was west, hard to tell when to change planets. See? Nothing to worry about, perfectly safe, Bo said as she laid out a course in the control panel. We should be seeing the old estate any moment now, look right there. Looking where she was pointing, I saw a white structure rising from the sands around it. Looking closely, I first thought it was one of the cube cities that dotted Mandalore surfaces, but it had some features that reminded me of something older. What I was looking at was a mix of castle and cube. The estate they had been referring to was not some manor, it was a fortress, and now it made sense why Saturn hadn't been there in years. Castles and fortresses were military installations, no matter if they also could serve as homes. The pacifist leader had to stay far away from such structures unless necessary. Fortress cries, one of the last standing house castles on Kalevala and in my opinion one of the greatest. Bo said as she sat back in her seat. You will not find one as beautiful anywhere in the system. Most fortress homes that could compete for that honor got blown up and bombarded from orbit over the last century, but even before then, most folk only used them for their intended purposes, and left them at that. Granddad, I mean your great-grandfather, believed that home should, no matter the intended purposes, have an air of splendor to it. She supplied as we got closer, taking the ship on a long loop around the building so I could get a look at it. It was rather a beautiful thing to look upon. The white wall of the cube-like castle glimmered in the sun and was very functional. If I had to guess, there were 5 levels of building set above the sand, but who knows how deep it went. Father, your granddad conquered of course and kept the paint job up, even added a few towered over the years, more for a look than what they could do for defense. Your father wanted to add on to the building himself, leave his mark on the old family house, but things did not end up going that way. Bo commented, sounding tired. Since the end of the clan wars, the place has been basically abandoned and left to itself. Some of the minor clans that part of House Cries contribute money to keep the place looking in good condition, but no one lives here really. So in a sense, it has become a family vault that contains our past, a monument to old times for our extended family to visit once in a while. I said as I looked the building over. This was useful, I could run with this. Being left alone is a sad fate for such a grand building, but as long as people still care for it, the house can still serve to protect the history of the family that built it. I attempted to signal my interest in protecting history, which I figured would earn me points with Bo, and as I turned to look at her face, and saw the smile I knew, I hit my target. Bo turned the ship around and came to landing on the platform that hung outside of the tower. Being stickler details, I noted we parked in such a way to minimize the time we would spend outside. This piqued my interest, but before I got a chance to ask about it, Bo was already out of her seat and heading to the back of the ship. Unbuckling myself, I got up and followed behind the armored woman. She was at the back of the ship grabbing her helmet and putting it on. That seemed odd. We were in the middle of nowhere, why would she need a helmet, I thought. Here catch my thoughts were interrupted by Bo tossing a full face covering glass mask to me. Grabbing it out midair and looking at it before asking the question that came to my mind first. On to Bo? Why do I need a gas mask? Not a gas mask, more of it mo filter mask. Desert around here got bombed a lot over the years. One of the wars used chemical weapons and that left the sand toxic. We have equipment that can clean us off inside, and technically the chemical is nothing too bad, but it is best to minimize your contact with the stuff. Bo said as she pressed some button on her wrist guard, coughing slight hiss from her helmet. I blinked a couple of times, then shook my head at just how matter of fact that had been dropped on me. I might reconsider this whole deal if I knew I was going nuclear bomb site. Well, not much to for it now. I was here, and it would just look suspect if I attempted to pull out now. Pulling my hair back, I fixed the mask to my head, slight hiss signaling it was secured. Ready to go, I said with a more chipper tone than I was really feeling, as I looked up at Bo. Nodding her head, she pressed a button and stepped outside, quickly walking across the landing pad towered a pair of doors. I followed right after, looking back to see the ship's doors auto-close behind us. Bo moved a bit faster than me and got to the door, pressing a code into the wall panel. The door responded and she stepped inside a darkened room sealed off by another set of doors, from the rest of the building. Wasting no time, I stepped inside, which apparently signaled the doors to close. The moment that happened, the room blew down with air, most likely removing any sand particles that would be stuck on us in that short time we had been outside. Soon as that was done, Bo pulled off her helmet and placed it on a shelf of the far left wall. I followed her example and took off my mask, placing it next to her helmet. So are we going to need to decontaminate when we get back on the ship? I asked, noting there was no such system on transport craft. Yes, not really, up to you. Decom really for those who walked or flew, but everyone has to go through the same door, so might well decom everyone as free service. If you are worried about toxic sand though, there is a shower near the back of the craft. Bo said, placing her guns beside her helmet. Any blaster stays here if you got them. I looked at her, then looked at myself and my lack of any weapons. Don't think that's something we need to worry about, I mentioned before I continued. I didn't see a shower on the ship. Left side, behind the blaster rack, and yet old rule dad had he only wanted family carrying blades in the house, weapons stayed stowed unless times of war. Bo responded by answering both questions as she walked toward the second door and began to type in a code. Sensible. I began before the location of the shower hit me. There was an empty closet next to the blaster rack, that I assumed had been for an armor storage area. I had to admit I was impressed by the space usage of Mandalorian design. The door opened, revealing a well-decorated entryway pillar of marble lining the hallway before splitting off in several directions. Bo took a few steps in before looking to her right and smiling. Stepping through after her, I looked up to the wall she was looking at and tripped up a bit. On the wall was a painted mural of an older bearded white-haired man in bronze and pine-colored Mandalorian armor. Mirrors seemed to tell the story of some defense, the Quibish art simplifying the story a bit, but seemed to show two forces fighting, with the man and his force standing in middle, one leg up on edge of battlement as he carried his helmet in the crook of his arm, and held a silver sword aloft as if challenging all comers. It was ridiculous looking and reminded me of a bit of European artwork from the 18th century in how grandiose it looked. I was stumped on how to respond to this thing. Alright, well Tanya, meet your granddad, Adonai Cry Sr., warlord of and protector of Kalevala. Bo said with a bemused tone, bringing me back to reality. I was related to a man who had propaganda painted on the wall entryway. I could only really hope that whatever had inspired that power move was not genetic. He really sprung for something that would leave an impression, didn't he? I said, taking my eyes away from the affront to humbleness. Bo let out a laugh before saying, yeah, he was one for dramatics. Before she turned and started walking down the hallway. He wanted people to know why Kalevala was not doomed to ruin like Mandalore was during the most recent civil war, that it was his force of arms and diplomatic tact, not the new Mandalorian pretty words, that kept the planet secure. Was he against the new Mandalorians? I asked, trying to get a sense of the man who seemed to be Bo's role model from the way she talked about him. Nope, but he never thought they would grow further than minor power in the system, said she, changed her voice, perhaps trying to mimic her father. They paid their taxes and helped clean up the mess from the older generation, as long as they do that he had no issue with them, and had several friends among their number. Which is why he trusted they would be able to keep Saturn safe on Coruscant during the clan wars. Leading the way forth into the building, we passed several other paintings of various family members. I assumed most of them were older than grandfather, though few of the artworks seemed to show split-off families and other clans loyal to our house, their symbols being shown somewhere on the painted wall. I would continue on without issue before I stopped at what looked like a painting to a younger version of the grander father, a blonde man who stood across from a dark blonde-haired woman in what looked to be in some kind of wedding ceremony. He also looked a bit like what Corky would look like when he was older, I thought. Oh yeah, figured you spot that, Bo said. She stopped before coming back, standing next to her, Adonai Kryes Jr. and Tanya Keldau. Father and mother. The cubist artwork was not to my liking, but I could see the resemblance to some photos I had seen before. I really did not feel much for those people on the wall. They were technically my parents, but I had never known them. They died before I really come to consciousness again, but I attempted to look suitable, intrigued and sad for Bo. I had to keep up the appearances after all. My father had this commission on their marriage day, wanted it to be immortalized. Adonai thought he looked stupid in it, but it was father's house, so he decided what goes on the walls. Bo said with a smile. What about mother? I asked, more for formality than any real interest. Ah, she was fine with it, didn't care much for pomp, but was just happy to have a family again, Bo said, shaking her head. The Keldau were already a nearly non-existent clan in the last civil war, and said civil war did not do them any favors. She believed she was the last. I nodded my head, not really sure what to say to the information. Being ex-script had put her as an orphan of another orphan, he needed to hire a better writing staff. My silences seemed to be taking as morning as Bo patted me on the head, and said, let go see what I came here to get your, that should improve the mood. She began walking towards the east side of the building, heading for an entryway to a tower by the looks of it. I followed behind her as she led the way up the stairway. We went up 3 or 4 floors. It felt like before we came to a set of doors. Bo stopped at the door and turned toward me. All right, you're ready to keep this secret, right? I nodded my head, of course. Smiling, Bo turned toward the door, pulled out a knife and slipped it in to crack off the door. She jiggled it a bit with the air of someone who had done this before, and a moment later the door sprung open. And we're in, Bo said, stepping inside, motioning me to follow. Stepping in after her, I saw we were in a room not too dissimilar from my own back on Mandalore, a bit more decorated than I had mine, but basically the same: comfortable bed, good work desk, closet full clothes. Only real big differences were the armor stand in the corner. The armor in question was small, looking to have been made for a female in her early teens, painted in bronze and light green. Bo, whose room is this? Walking over towered armor, Bo picked up the helmet from the stand and looked it over before tossing it to me. I caught it as she began, saying, Satan's. She left her armor behind when she went to Coruscant, and as far as I know never bothered coming back here to do anything with. Still sized for when she was 14, so it should fit you no problem. Isn't this stealing? I pointed out as I looked over the helmet. The helmet looked a bit like Bo, favoring the almost Y-shaped visor over the standard T I have seen in most of the artwork. Nope, Saturn abandoned the armor, and as Kryes you have the right to pick it up. Bo said, taking the armor off the stand and putting it on the bed. Okay, but I'm not going to be able to walk in my room and keep this secret. Aunt Saturn is going to notice a pair of armor showing up in my room. We'll keep it aboard my ship for now, and we'll figure out what to do about a permanent home later. Besides, you need it for jetpack training anyways. The armor and helmet setup is better than not having them. It is also cheaper in the long run than renting out part of the armor every time we want to train you how to fly. That is a good point. I granted as I looked down at the visor. As much as I dislike how close to the line of criminality this is, she made several good points, and there was no reason to say no to this. If Saturn ever found out, I could play dumb and just say I didn't know the details of its acquisition. Looking at the helmet, I tried to pick my brain about what paint job to put on the helmet. I started looking into Mandalorian color theory. Each color means something, and since understanding what that means could give me a better idea of what a person was looking for in life, as well as being a way to easily signal what I wanted from other Mandalorians if I ever needed it. Light green was related to the search for peace, something that fell well inside the Saturn charter, and bronze was a sign of nobility. The overall meaning of the armor was noble search for peace. She lived up to that armor color really. Looking up, I saw the Bo was loading the armor into a bag she found under the bed. Her armor colors gray, dark red, and yellow. Messaging of that was in mourning, defiance, and remembrance. The overall messaging then was something like standing for the last, I would assume, which would explain why Saturn was annoyed by Bo color scheme. Alright, all loaded up, let's get going, kid. Bo said, hefting the bag over her shoulder. There are few other things we can check out around the castle before we have to get back to Mandalore, and we don't have a lot of time to do it. Nodding my agreement, I followed along behind, carrying the helmet in my hands as we went. Writer's note: alright, so what we got going on here today, a little bit of family history, that had fun making up, a little bit of grand larceny, don't worry about that. And a bit of understanding of Mandalorian color theory. And finally, hope everyone enjoys and comments and likes. Keep this going, so tell me what you think. Chapter 5, 708 FNM, 30 BBY, Month 5. Chapter 5. 708 FNM, 30 BBY. Month 5. Tanya cries. Mandalore. Keeping the armor secret was easier than I would have suspected. Aunt Satin only asked for the barest information about what we got up to while at the old estate. I didn't even need to lie. She asked what we had been up to, and I told her that it had basically been a museum tour, looking at a lot of the wall paintings, and hearing stories about why they existed. It was what we mostly did, so that was no lie. I simply neglected to mention the grand robbery we did in the middle section of the painting tour. I did feel a bit bad about the fact I had stolen from my aunt like that, but having a full set of Beskar armor was something I could not deny. It would increase my survivability if things ever hit the fan. And with Mandalorian history being a series of wars and civil wars, mix that with an over-aggressive warrior spirit and the new Mandalorians' pacifism ideology, with what could be best called radical pacifism, well, chances of something popping off were greater than them not. After the brief meeting in her study, I headed up to my room wondering if I should bring up my worries to my aunt. She was in a way my superior, but I was simply a kid. To her eye, most likely, Satin didn't need to know my worries if she even cared. She was the leader of the radical movement, and a planetary system, technically a sector, since there were no other governments represented in the Republic Senate in the region besides Kalevala. Taking a seat at my desk in my room, I pulled up my pad and started going over the political situation of the region. I had recently been going over how exactly our government was represented in the Republic, as part of my extracurricular school and electives. Being that I was marked to join the senatorial delegation to the Republic, I figured I needed to understand what exactly that would mean and what I would be expected to do. From my research, it looked like I was nothing but a jumped-up secretary for the first decade. If I stayed longer, I might cast votes when the senator was not well or in the system, and maybe work out diplomatic action with other delegations. Not a terrible position, it sounded rather peaceful really, and a better place to be if things popped off on Mandalore. But not exactly a quick and easy path to retirement. At the moment though, that could be ignored. In my last life, I thought I would have a nice peaceful retirement, after the war, and although it was peaceful, I never got over the combat high. I didn't like to think about that life very much, mainly because a lot of it was muddled, but what I did remember, I didn't like what I saw. I was addicted to war, most likely years of abusing spellcraft to stimulate chemical production in my brain had allowed my second existence to become blind to that addiction. Or perhaps my loyal subordinates and friends had allowed me to not worry about what that chemical cocktail was doing to my perception of the world. Though whatever happened in that life may be somewhat mysterious to me, I was glad I didn't have magic in this universe. Things were simpler without it, and frankly, I was not sure I could trust myself that I would not become addicted to magic-fueled combat in this life if it was here. Though I did somewhat miss those loyal subordinates, finding people you can trust in the world who would go to hell for you. Perhaps I should see about finding myself someone like that in this life. Thoughts for another time in the future, I decided. But back on the subject, the senatorial delegation was led by Prince Tal Merrick, Senator of Kalevala, not Mandalore. Mandalore did not have a senator, no Mandalorian sector planet had a senator except Kalevala, and they only got one by embracing new Mandalorian culture over the older one. This was a massive carrot and stick approach to diplomacy. Having access to the new Republic Senates gave you access to the Galactic Trade Network. Without it, planets in the Mandalorian sector had to depend on themselves, their neighbors, and systems near their sector. This massively incentivized planets in the Mandalorian sector to fall in line with the new Mandalorians, due to the recent history of the sector. The Mandalorian sector was nothing special when it came to what it produced. Its greatest assistance was its people and warrior tradition, but that was also why that was their greatest folly. Before I was born, the system was finishing up their second civil war in as many decades. The Mandalorian Civil War raged for nearly 20 years across the sector, ideological war between a group called Deathwatch who wanted to return to the ancient ways of total war to fix the sector's problems, and the true Mandalorians who correctly diagnosed that the strength of the sector is that they had wished to organize mercenary companies from what I had been able to dig up. The conflict ended with both sides destroying each other's leadership to the point that the current ruling party at the time, the martial traditionalists, were able to hang on to control. There were interesting side rumors about what exactly happened to both factions at the end of that war, including slavery and Jedi, but it sounded like crazy conspiracy theories to me. The only thing I could confirm was that the true Mandalorians had gone into exile outside the sector, while Deathwatch shriveled up on the vine, and neither mattered in sector politics. What mattered was the sector had been in a bad way, and when martial traditionalist under Governor Vrox attempted to seize wealth from the Mandalore sector at the barrel of a gun for rebuilding efforts on the planet Mandalore, the whole sector exploded into the clan wars. leaving an opening for the Republic to take a battle fleet into the Mandalorian solar system and destroy the old capital of Mandalore, Caldabi. This chaos was what finally put the martial traditionalists out of business, and without their firm hand on the sector, the clan fought clan for resources, wealth, and glory. Which ended a few years later with my aunt joining the new Mandalorians in political alliances. The whole sector needed to be rebuilt, and the new Mandalorian senatorial delegation represented an inroad from planets of the sector to the rest of the galaxy. The importance to me may not be too much, but to the sector, it was a massive value. I did not doubt I would come across a situation where someone would attempt to bribe me in some way. Not only would I be the niece of the ruler of Mandalore, but I would also have the ear of the senator, and being that I will be 16 when I arrive at the Senate, no doubt they would assume I will be an easy mark to fulfill their objectives. Either by one of the planets in my sector asking me to speak up for them in the discussion, or interstellar business wishing to set up shop. I would need to be careful dealing with the sharks that swam in the senatorial building. No doubt, a few would be good at economics and would have nothing but the best intentions for themselves. But as a representative for Mandalore, I would need to tread carefully with whatever meeting I had while there. Factions across the Mandalorian sector could take any mistake I made as justification for assassination, and I wanted to live a good long life. Longer than the one I had in my last life, which was one of the reasons I made sure to eat a good diet in this life. Even now while working hard, I had the chef bring up a nutritious meal for me to pick while I worked. But back on the subject, considering there were organizations like the Trade Federation in the galaxy out there, I would need to tread carefully with non-Mandalorians as well. 2 years ago they attempted to force their will on the planet with blockade and an invasion. When that failed, I didn't want to accidentally unleash an interstellar version of an East Indies trading company on my home world, that was sure to get a bounty on my head. Sitting at my desk as I read up on the history of the Nabo crisis and the taxation of free trade zones that precipitated that whole affair, I wondered if I should attempt to get out of politics now. They seemed to be a dangerous and dirty game as the best of time, and to be thrown to the shark as I was going to be in 6 years, well, I understood military combat better than dealing with politics. Though there wasn't much for it really, if I attempted to get out of politics now, Saturn could take that implication that Bo-Katan was attempting to subvert me to her cause, and it was working. Which meant I would lose out on the training and gear I needed to survive if the political job fell through. I was not a genius, but I am good at getting the job done, and the fact of the matter was I needed a political job to get to a safe and quiet life. So I would stick with what my aunt wanted for me for now. And who knows, maybe an opportunity for the very safe post in the Senate would open up. They would have to let in a few other Mandalorian worlds at some point. 708 FNM, 30 BBY. Saturn cries. Mandalore, orbit. Sitting back in my chair, I checked the clock above my fireplace. The afternoon sunlight came through the glass windows, bringing a rich light to my office, and telling me the day was going to be turning to night soon. It had been a few days since I let Tanya go with Bo to the old estate. And in that time I had been thinking, perhaps too much, about what Bo had told her. I knew my interpretation of the end of the clan wars was a bit biased. I have had several clans try to murder me after all, but Bo had her own pro-old ways bias, and perhaps I should take a more active role in proving a counterpoint. It won't hurt after all, and it will give me an excuse to spend more time with Tanya, something I have been robbed of by my work. She was a growing girl and needed a mother figure in her life, and Bo, well, I rather her not take on that role if I could help it. Besides, I had the golden opportunity to bring up a talk with her. Before me was a list of potential handmaidens that I had got together, all from clans I knew were loyal and would work well, all about her age. Handmaidens were not something from Mandalorian culture, it had been used by some of the clans on Kalevala but not on our own, to any real effect. It was something new Mandalorian had brought with them when they adopted ideas from the more peaceful factions around the galaxy, such as Alderaan and Naboo. However, I believed it could be imported for many issues in this situation. It would allow Tanya to have friends who could attain the same training as her and be there for her, to keep an eye on Bo. Hopefully, it would work out on the first try, but there are more options, and Tanya, from what I heard from Korki, didn't have any friends at school. Finding a friend she could count on could be an important way to make sure she felt satisfied in life. Maybe she loses interest in old ways if she had someone to be there for her more than I could. Either way, I used a call button to have a member of the staff sent up to Tanya's room. I wasn't going to choose one, for I let her make that choice, and while that was happening maybe I could talk to her for a bit, find out what she was thinking about what she learned from Bo. As I was sorting the list of girls into some sensible order, I heard a knock on my door. "Come in," I called with a smile as Tanya opened the door and walked into the room. She was wearing a simple dress today. I really needed to take her shopping. She seemed to only ever pick out the plainest of clothing. Granted, she didn't need some extraordinary attire around the palaces, but still, her lack of color just set the wrong tone. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail, her short blonde hair going down the back of her neck before terminating at her shoulders. "Tanya, takes a seat," I said with a smile, waving my hand to the chair in front of my desk. "I'm looking into hiring a handmaiden for you, and I thought I'd let you have the final say on the matter." "A handmaiden? Like the one that helped the Queen of Naboo 2 years ago?" Tanya said as she walked across the tile floor of the room. I tilted my head at that. I hadn't known she heard about that situation. The event had been big news but not really on Mandalore. I had to know about it because the Mandalore sector was in the free trade zones and there was always the possibility that the Trade Federation could try something like what they attempted on Naboo in our region. A small possibility, it was small enough that could safely be ignored by the majority of the population. Yes, kind of like them. Where did you hear about that situation? I'm reading up on current affairs for when I'm sent to be a member of the Mandalore delegation, she said, taking the seat in front of me. I like reading about current affairs, and comparing it to stuff in history books. I feel like it gives me perspective. I tilted my head then asked, and is that why you like to learn about old Mandalorian ways for the perspective? Had I allowed some massive misunderstanding to take root here? Had her worries about the future and past caused her to make rash decisions about how Tanya should be taught? Tanya seemed to freeze up as if she felt she made some mistake, then carefully said, yes, and no. Having perspective on old Mandalorian culture is important for understanding where we are and where we are going, but I also like training with Bo. I don't get out much, and it's nice to get exercise. I nodded my head to her points. I knew she spent too much time in the palace grounds, so perhaps I overreacted to the idea that she wanted to learn about the old Mandalorians. But this might be alright, in the long run getting her some self-defense training would be for the best. How has your time with Bo-Katan given you any perspective on old Mandalorians? Anything you would like to share? Tanya bit her lip before she said, may I speak freely about that matter, Duchess? My eyebrow perked at that. I had gone from aunt to Duchess in the course of this conversation. That was interesting. Perhaps she had been giving this a lot of thought and was worried about what I might think as her aunt? I had done something simpler with my father back before the clan wars. Nodding my head I said, yes, feel free, I'm interested in hearing what the youth thinks about the world they're growing up in. Tanya smiled at that then sighed and said the history of Mandalore is civil war, someone will obtain power for the time, bring an age of peace such with the clan Awat or clan Ordo, but over time, they will lose power. When that happens a civil war of some scale will break out, and all old rivalries and grudges will come to the fore. It seems like an inevitable cycle, and I don't think complete rejection of the old way and the embracing of pacifism will prevent it from happening. I nodded, her thought echoing my own on the matter. Really, I put up a good face and stayed true to the new Mandalorian ways, but I could see that most of the Mandalorian sector just tolerated my rule, for one reason or another. I have thought the same from time to time, though the fact of the matter is there is no clear road to bring peace to our sector of space. If there were, the other clans you mentioned would have figured it out long before we got a chance at it. True, but perhaps the answer to the problem is not a top-down one-answer solution, as they have all tried before, Tanya said. Go on. I was intrigued by the idea, though I doubted Tanya would come up with something I never thought about before. The old Mandalorian mindset is one that depends heavily on the ability to defend oneself. Yes, there is rampant militarism and era of war based on the belief that they have a divine right to conquer, the strong should control the weak perspective, but this mindset has been tempered by the last 10,000 years of survival on the clan-based level. If someone were to unite the Mandalorian clans, they could be a great military force, but it is because of said clans that this is true. And it is this power of the clans that which both reasons attempt to top down a rule, cannot work, and why the old Mandalorian will persist well into the next 10,000 years. If the rulers of Mandalore lose the support of enough Mandalorians, civil war is inevitable, and being that any faction on Mandalore can call on support throughout the sector for resources, any conflict will be prolonged unless leadership takes drastic action. That thought will lead to rest of clans breaking with said lead Mandalore leadership in most cases through our history. I nodded along, a bit surprised by how well thought out Tanya's argument was. Most of what she said were issues that had even plagued my rule. Keeping the clan who are loyal happy was key to maintaining peace in the Mandalorian sector. Those that didn't, I was not above sending the Royal Guard to deal with situations off-world, and on Mandalore. Well, the Mandalorian Guard were issued Beskar shields for a reason. There are two outcomes then for any civil war that happens, weakened rulership or new rulership. So, the outcome to avoid civil war as long as possible is that the new Mandalorian idea is integrated into the culture of old Mandalorians. The problem of course is, new Mandalorians step too heavily on the toes of the old Mandalorians in their pursuit for peace. New Mandalorian peace at the cost of disarmament will never be accepted in that environment, with 10,000 years of history to point to for instances of why weapons must be maintained. They will simply look at the attempt as foolhardy at best or foreign occupation at worst. That is the outcome of a top-down approach. And the bottom-up approach? I asked, sitting back in my seat as I listened to her. She seemed fearful of that outcome. Was she concerned the most about that possibility? I needed to spend more time with her, find out what she was thinking more than I was. The primmest example of bottom-up movement succeeding is the Super Commando Codex. She said sheepishly. My eyebrows raised a bit at the mention of the old document. It's been a decade since I even had to think about that work, and the so-called true Mandalorian moment. The only true Mandalorian I knew was Tanya Keldau, and she had not talked about her life before joining our clan. Though the movement ultimately failed in the Civil War, elements of their doctrine have influenced later works throughout the sector. House Ordo has implemented it heavily into their planetary defenses force training. Clan Eldar has taken several implementations from the Codex when it comes to dealing with mercenary companies they operate outside of the Mandalore sector. Clan Rook made a section on bounty hunting mandatory reading for any of their clan that takes up that trade. Clan Eldar and Rook were clans that were part of the greater House of Cries, and though I knew they were only loyal to my reign due to family ties, I gave them a bit of a free hand as long as they stayed loyal. House Ordo, on the other hand, was a major power in the sector, and an old one. Their loyalty was something that was assured as they tended to be the more easygoing Mandalorian in the sector. I noted how Tanya had chosen her examples well. They were loyal and respectful of the new Mandalorian way. Which was another one of the reasons I allowed them to get away with being a bit more militarized than what was allowed in the Mandalorian system. Tanya, do you believe that the Super Commando Codex is more long-lasting than the new Mandalorian way? I asked, trying to come to an understanding of why that text had come to her mind. Yes, but not because it's better than the new Mandalorian way. She said so matter of fact I was forced to sit forward in my chair, wanting to hear her reasoning on this subject. The Codex is more long-lasting because it does not reject what makes a Mandalorian, a Mandalorian. It reinterprets, for the modern world. It takes the old code of honors, and instead of blindly following it, takes the meaning at the base of the older work and recontextualizes that meaning for the time. It provides a different view that the average Mandalorian can read, understand, and make up their own mind about. I don't know if it will be longer lasting than older interpretations, but it has made a definitive mark, and showed the way to deal with the issue of the clans. You think we need our own version of the Super Commando Codex, something that uses the old codes of honors but interpreted from a new Mandalorian perspective? I asked to see the logic in the argument she was presenting. Tanya for her part simply nodded. Rejecting the wearing ways of the ancient Mandalorians is a step toward making peace, but by rejecting everything we simply isolate ourselves amongst all the other clans, and we can't force them to take our ways, so the best tool for this job, is to find what we're willing to accept in our fellow Mandalorians, and to propagate that. I sat back thinking, the option she presented was intriguing, to say the least, but I wasn't sure how one would go about implementing such an idea. I would need time to consider, and maybe bring this up at the next council to get their opinion on this matter, off the book of course. Bringing up the subject of fighting, among the new Mandalorians could be just as dangerous as old commandos under the right situation. And what Tanya was talking about in that situation. You have given me a lot to think about, Tanya. I said to try to put a cap on that conversation. For now, I would have to talk to her more on this at another time. She seemed far more intelligent than I had been told. And perhaps take her shopping as well. If she had done all this research into possible ways to prolong the new Mandalorian rule and ways to make it more long-lasting, she deserved a treat. But it's time to get back on the subject of what I called you down here for. I handed her a list of names and faces. These girls are potential handmaidens that several clans had put forward when I mentioned this prospect, so they already meet my standards. It's really up to you on who you choose, though whoever it is you will spend a lot of time with and will most likely lead any other handmaiden you take on, so I hope you can become friends with her. Tanya nodded and took the tablet, looking it over rather quickly before, her mouth curled in a smile. This one will do, she said with such a surety in her choice I didn't feel the need to question the little time she took as she handed the tablet back to me. Looking down I saw a little blonde-haired girl with a smile, no older than Tanya I guessed, a strange name. Most Mandalorians only had surname and first name. This girl had a middle one, perhaps she had been adopted into the clan? Hard to tell. Alright, I will let Clan Vizsla know that Vivictus has been chosen. Vizsla would be smug for a few days. He had suggested Vizsla join my search after all. 708 FNM, 30 BBY. Corky cries. Mandalore, orbit. You really need to get more sun, Tanya. Lagos Rook said as she walked at the front of their little group through the Sundari Grand Mall of Mandalore. It was a nice bright day, and I thought it would be a great idea to make good on an idea I had to bring Tanya along with my friend on one of our trips to the arcade, here at the mall. Sure, that wouldn't totally solve the issues of how pale she was, but along with some window shopping we had planned, I promised to use my allowance to buy her whatever ice cream she wanted at Soft Serve Mandalore 35. My attempt so far had gone over well. She agreed to leave the house with me and my friends, though she did seem rather disinterested in everything we looked at as we walked by. While girls were taken by everything knick-knack and dresses we passed, she just ignored them and seemed to be rather bored. Well, she seemed bored, till Lagos had mentioned her paleness. Now she was looking at Lagos with an upturned eyebrow as said, I don't believe I'm that pale. I do get out in the sun when necessary, and I'm not much paler than you. She wasn't wrong. The two of them could pass for sisters from distances, both having blonde hair, blue eyes, and ponytails. Tanya, there are ghosts and there are people, and you are dangerously close to ghost looking. Heck, if I didn't know you I think you were some recent convert from those cults on Concordia who finally took off her helmet, Lagos said, shaking her head as she turned to face the group, walking backwards. Do you have to say things that mean Lagos? Sony Icarad said as she held her computer pad close to her side. She needs a little sun sure, but most of the population of the dome does. She offered a reassuring smile in Tanya's direction. True, but the point stands, she needs to get out more. Corky, invite her more often or I'll accuse you of being a bad brother to her. Lagos said, shaking her fist in my general direction. Will do, I said, rolling my eyes. I planned on doing that anyway, before asking, as long as you promise not to use the opportunity to turn Tanya into your personal doll for cute clothes. No promises. Lagos said, stopping her fist shaking to point at me. A girl that is sheltered needs to hang out with us and dress in cute things. You're a bad influence on her. Look how plain she dresses. Only bad brothers would stop me. She said, pointing at the guy shirt and pants Tanya was wearing. Actually, I think a good brother would stick up for his sister's personal freedom to make her own choices on such matters. Tanya spoke up from where she walked and gave me a smile. I smiled back and gave her thumbs up that they do. Tanya, I got your back on this. Oh my Haranger, will you three knock it off? I get very few chances away from studying to get out here and hang out with you guys. I'm not going to spend any more of that time sitting around waiting for you three girls to play dress up. If you want to set something up, go ask Duchess Satin to take her out on your own time. Amos Tina said, shaking his head at the girls before he walked by them heading into the game center. Not a bad idea, Lagos said while Tanya stared daggers into his back. Shaking my own head, I walked up next to Tanya and pointed to the towered ice cream shop that was part of the arcade. Want to get the ice cream now, so we don't have to worry about forgetting later. Sure, that sounds reasonable. She said before turning her back on Lagos and heading into the shop to look at the choices. Before I followed her in, I walked over to Lagos and said, take a bit easy on Tanya, she just doesn't get that kinda stuff. If she doesn't get how girly stuff works, that's a problem. Lagos shot back. Not what I meant, I said with an annoyed sigh before heading into the shop. Tanya was already looking through the options but stopped in front of the dark brown colored section of the 35 ice cream offered this month. Looking over her shoulder, I noticed she was looking at some chocolate coffee concoction, which was not for me. Not that one, coffee will stunt your growth. Tanya seemed to twitch and freeze up for a moment before she turned toward me and said. I thought you said, whatever ice cream I like. Within reason, Satin doesn't let me have coffee. I'm not going to let you have coffee. It's coffee flavored, not coffee itself. She offered to try to find the loophole I assumed. How much caffeine is listed in the ingredients? I asked as I folded my arms over my chest. She looked back at the little paper with ingredients before saying 35%. 1% means it is not just flavoring, so that's a no. If you want a chocolate option, that is fine, just no coffee. Fine, then I'll take a double scoop of this one, she said, pointing to the one next to the coffee flavor. The one in question was a chocolate thing called a 5-flavored concussion from Off-World. Alright, get a table for the others, I'll pay for it, I said, shaking my head. The chocolates were more expensive than coffee options, but she already got me. Couldn't exactly say no now after saying no to coffee. By the time I and the others were done getting our ice creams, 5 minutes had passed and we found Tanya by one of the windows sitting in her chair looking dreamily out the window at one of the attractions near the back of the arcade. Sitting the bowl down in front of her, I took a seat and was about to ask what the plan was on today when Lagos noted what Tanya was looking at. Hey Tanya, do you want to do that laser tag attraction? Tanya's head moved quickly toward Lagos and her eyebrow raised as she picked up her spoon to take a bite of the ice cream. Perhaps. Well, I will be willing to pay for a game or two, if you are willing to accept a little trip to the clothes section of the mall with me and Sony sometime this week. Tanya took the spoon of ice cream into her mouth and seemed to enjoy it greatly before opening her eyes and saying, your terms are acceptable. Writer's note, alright, so what do we have in this chapter? Bit Tanya's mindset on her future, a bit of Satin and Tanya's interaction about Mandalore and the future, and my second attempt to write about Tanya's brother as well as my first attempt at his circle of friends. Yes, the thing I raised at the end is possible storylines I might run within a chapter or two. So give me your thought on this chapter and thought on where this is going, as this helps me write stuff. Serious, I was going to keep coming up with reasons Tanya never brought up her concerns till saw folks were interested in seeing that plotline develop, so now it developing. Chapter 6. 708 FNM, 30 BBY. Month 7. Mandalore, Sundari Grand Mall. Vivictus Vizsla. This was stupid. This whole idea was dumber than an attempt to organize a peace conference between Wookiees and Trandos Hands, though I doubted there would be as much arm ripping. Now remember dear, you are to keep an eye on the Duchess's ward and feel her out. Came the calm voice of her mother from the front seat of the hovercar. Yes mother. I said, not really having any ways to say no. My family had an obligation to do what House Vizsla wanted. And what they wanted was someone near their new Mandu whelp, to guide her back to their old ways. I was still young and learning of the breadth of the house's machinations, but from what I knew, House Vizsla was playing a long game when it came to the rulership of New Mandalore. I knew there were various schemes at work being worked on to place Pre-Vizsla on the throne. He even secured the votes of 55% of exiled clans and had taken the title of Secret Mandalore. The only one who came close to taking that title was Bo-Katan, who I heard was in the running at one point with something like 25% of the exiled clan approval of her. But with how careful he tended to be, I doubt he ever really sprang that whole rebellion scheme. That is why I was here after all. Why fight the doomed anti-Mandalore when you could assure the next anti-Mandalore was favorable? And with Bo-Katan removed from succession due to the pro-Mandalore ways, that meant there were two options to replace the Duchess when she finally kicked the bucket. Corki and Tanya Kryze, the children of Clan Kryze, a clan that held the current political paradigm, and Clan Keldao, the greatest Mandalorian warrior from 10,000 years ago. I assumed Pre wanted to go from Secret Mandalore to straight up Mandalore, but if he could arrange one of those two to take up the old ways after the Duchess's death and becoming the Mandalore, he would consider that a win. Which is where my part in the plan came in. I didn't know if he had any plans to go after Corki. I was just a kid, I wasn't supposed to know anything too important, I just knew what I knew from listening in on my parents when they thought I was asleep. But from what I overheard in the little chat Pre-Mom had a few days ago, I was to try to guide the girl Tanya to warrior ways. He said Bo-Katan was making similar plays, and though their goal aligned, he liked to have his own agents in the field. Remember, this girl has no friends, so it should be fairly easy to get her to befriend you, just secure her trust. And push her to question the new Mandalore ways secretly. Mother said from the front of the hovercar watching the skyway. Yes, Mother, I said from the back seat, keeping my tone even though I would rather be anywhere but here. I wanted to be with my friends, not rolled up in the political machinations of Clan Vizsla, or as Dad would call them, those house stealers. My dad was proud of his heritage and loved to research family history, and unlike Mom, hadn't bought into the idea Clan Vizsla's path was the correct one. He'd rather stay out of politics. And to hear him tell the story, Clan Vizsla was an offshoot of her clan, Clan Vizsla, and was once part of their house since. But they hadn't been politically relevant in a millennia. They found it easy to take over leadership when they took that Jedi Mandalorian's lightsaber from the temple in the last great raid on the Old Republic, millennia ago. Anyways, the point is I would rather be anywhere but here I was, looking out the window at the passing cityscape, wondering if Mother's blind loyalty to the secret Mandalore was going to rob me of what little of my childhood I had left. I was 12. I should have a few more years before I need to worry about politico shit. Instead, I'm going to spend next who knows how many years shadowing some mousy-looking 10-year-old new Mandu girl who's going through her old Mandu phase. Here we are. Mother said from the front seat as the royal palace came into view. A little too excited in my opinion, it was just a big building at the center of the city to me. Mother carefully brought the hovercar down on the platform. Then she set it to park and stepped out. Having no other choices, I stepped out after her. A chore, since I was forced to wear an elegant-looking blue dress with pink styling marks going up the sleeves and down the sides of the dress. I hated the dress, didn't mind color too much, but my mother was a big fan of presenting an appearance through proper uses of color and clothing. Now remember to be on your best behavior, Mother said, leading the way with her own blue dress having simple styles in bronze instead of pink, doing more to highlight her brown hair. I was tired of agreeing with her, so I simply nodded my head and hoped she wouldn't notice. Considering that she didn't say anything, I assumed I was in the clear, or Mother was too busy taking in the sights of the palace. She sure seemed to be living up to the fact that she is going to meet the anti-Mandalore. We walked up to the front door and Mother introduced us to the guards. They nodded and called upon the helmet-mounted radio to someone. A minute or two later they nodded and opened the door, one of them leading them further into the building. Following the guard, we were led out back to the main garden plaza where the Duchess was sitting on a stone bench with a little blonde girl by her side. My target had appeared and she looked just as weak as the few times she ended up in the press. A short girl, she was pale and thin, looking like she didn't get enough sun and didn't eat enough. Looking at her sideways should probably blend her into the background. Her bearing made her look very meek and subservient to her guardian, sitting close with her shoulders slumped in direction of the Duchess. The only remarkable thing about her was her unruly mop of blonde hair, that she seemed to keep short. And the dress she wore looked just a bit fancier than mine, being a mainly green color with blue stitching on the arms and around the waist, with bronze stitching going around the wrist and the bottom edges of the dress. Duchess Kryze, my mother said, giving a curtsy to the anti-Mandalore. I followed her example a moment later. Abi Vizsla, wonderful to meet you, the blonde royal said with a smile, as she stood up from the bench with some grace. And Tanya has been quite excited to meet your daughter, little Vivictus. Oh great, she was excited, probably going to ask hundreds of inane questions. This was going to be a repeat of that one play date she had with the new Mandu Moron when she was 7, wasn't it? I thought before I noted that the blonde girl had rolled her eyes at her guardian comment. My mother didn't notice what I did, seeming more interested in the Duchess. My Vi feels the same way, she's been talking about meeting little Tanya here all week. The Duchess chuckled. Good, well, let them meet and talk. The best way for them to get to know each other is to let them talk. I have my staff prepare some food and drink in the main hall if you walk with me, Miss Abi, she said, pointing toward a nearby door. That sounds like a wonderful idea, I'm sure the two of them don't want us intruding on their first meeting anyways. Mother said, taking a step toward the door. Then let's leave them to it. Garden's completely safe. The conversation continued as the two older women talked, but I stopped paying attention to what they were saying, just watching them go till I saw them step inside. I turned my head back to look at Tanya and blink. Her bearing changed. Where once she had been sitting by the Duchess's side very meekly, she now stood at her full height, though that wasn't much, and the face looked colder, less emotion on it. Presenting a curtsy, she said, "Tanya cries, I hope we can be good co-workers in our future endeavors." I tilted my head, a bit confused by the way Tanya had introduced herself before I remembered the manners Mother had forced me to read. Curtsying back, though I wasn't really sure if I was supposed to do that every time an introduction happened, I said. "Vivictus Visla, a pleasure meeting you, Princess." Tanya chuckled at that comment, then said, "Please, Tanya is fine, we're both just children, besides if we went around calling anyone with a noble background a princess, half the population of the sector would be related to one Mandalore or another. In fact, if memory serves, the Visla have one as well, Mandalore the Avenger, I believe. I am sure you find it odd if I started calling you princess." I raised my eyebrow, not exactly sure how to react to that. "I guess you're right, though I think that's not exactly how that works, princess." "Perhaps princess, but that is subject for another time." Tanya smiled at me, then said, "Miss Visla, you are attempting to take a position as my closest confidant and protector. Can I trust you to keep anything you see secret, even if Duchess Satin asked?" Both my eyebrows were up at that. She wanted to hide stuff from her guardian. Was Bo-Katan further along than Visla believed? Well, she wasn't going to find out by saying no. "Yes, princess, I promise to keep anything you want a secret. It's not like my mission would interfere with keeping secrets, after all." "Good, I'd hate to have your position terminated after such a statement. So keep to that promise and I'm sure we will have a good working relationship." Did she just threaten to have me killed? "Mother, what have you gotten me into? Now then, let's go somewhere where we can chat till the adults are done. I don't know about you, but I find this dress completely ridiculous and I would rather arrange something much less formal," Tanya said, walking toward the edge of the garden which looked out onto the capital city. "I can agree to that," I said, following behind her. "Not that I'm against wearing dresses too long, enough to get over that hang-up, I just prefer something I can actually run in an emergency. Especially when you factor in the bit of heel on these shoes," Tanya said, taking a seat looking out over the city. She patted the bench next to her and I took the offered seat. "Yeah, I'd rather just wear something practical and doesn't make the biggest target in the crowd." "Yes, but as royalty, I have a duty to look professional. So no matter my distaste for it and your own, we will have to suffer these dresses for public appearances. On the other hand, while not making appearances for the public, we can wear what we want. That of course is an acceptable situation for your employment as my handmaiden, of course?" Tanya asked with her eyebrow crooked. "That's acceptable," I said, not sure what else to say. "Now on to the next subject," she continued on, asking questions and presenting situations. All I could do was wonder what was going on and why was she being so thorough in the discussion of employment? Wait, was Mother getting paid for this? Had I been sold as a slave? Concordia, Orbit. Tanya cries. My first handmaiden met my requirements well enough and she had promised to keep my secret, which was a good sign. But it is better to feel her out carefully, find out where her loyalties truly lie before I let her tag along on what Bo was training if I could help it. Thankfully Vivictus didn't have an interplanetary passport, something I had gone out my way to get the moment Aunt Bo brought up the prospect of leaving Mandalore. Without it, she couldn't leave Mandalore, which gave me time to feel her out, see how she could be of use to me. Based on how long it took mine to come through, I had about a week. Though considering my connection, the bureaucracy may have been sped up so I may have more time to feel out the girl before I allow her to come along on Bo's training trips. On one hand, I valued my privacy greatly, and having someone staying close to me at all times would be detrimental to that. On the other, well, in my last life, I had a close call after the war while crossing the border from Canada where someone had recognized me while at a stoplight, and this insane man apparently blamed me for the death of his brother, as well as happened to carry a grenade in his glove box. I had been rusty with my magic and ended up having to walk with a cane for the rest of that life, I believe. Having someone watching your back was necessary for survival. Assassination didn't have to be well planned, they could be a spur of the moment. As for Vivictus, well, I would need to assess her competence and bring them up to my acceptable standard level. That was one of the reasons I had agreed to Corky's friend's little deal about me wearing dresses as if I was a doll, so I could get laser tag. Though I would not mind the adrenaline rush of having a situation where I could see how my new handmaiden reacted, while under pressure to my orders, would give me a better understanding of. Just wish I didn't have to throw the first game. Corky friends were not great, thinking them being bigger meant they were faster and able to hunt me down. If I had wanted I could remove that delusion, but then I doubt they would agree to another match again if I had. In-fight experiences could be just as important as training and tech advantage, and well, I had a lot of experiences at this point. But those were thoughts for another time. Today was another one of Bo's training trips. She apparently had secured a facility on Concordia for us to train in private, which would be useful in many ways. If the facility was worth a damn, I have yet to see it myself, so for all I knew this faculty was a hole in a mountain somewhere without even a proper door. Which wasn't the worst place to train out, it would give me a place to store my armor so Satin didn't freak out when she realized I had gotten it or that it was hers. I guess I would find out soon enough, as Bo's shuttle was fast enough that the trip from Mandalore really only took a half hour. Looking out the window, I observed the green and brown ball of dirt and let myself have a moment of wonder at this. This was after all only my second trip off-world, but beyond that this was the moon. Earth's moon was a lifeless ball of dust and rock. Visiting that would be like visiting a tombstone to possibilities compared to Concordia. A moon with its own independent ecosystem from its orbital home, that people could live on. It was remarkable in its own way. We're coming up to our destination. Look out, the right side towered that red mountain. Looking where Bo indicated, I saw the mountain in question. It was beat up to say least. There was evidence of minor installations up and down the sides of the mountain, and I would not be surprised to hear that it was a hollowed-out nest of tunnels. Just from the look of it, I would not be surprised that it has also been used as a military compound at some point, as I could see what looked like a broken-down and beaten-up anti-aircraft artillery gun poking out of what looked like a bunker over the main entrances. Judging by the bent barrel, I would say it had been knocked out of combat. Are you sure this place is safe? Looked a bit destroyed. I asked out of concern for my safety. Yeah, this place is clean. As soon as Vizsla offered the place, I had a few friends of mine come out here check it over for. She paused and looked like thought better of what she was going to say before contingent safety concerns. I looked at her, eyebrow raised before saying clean is an odd choice of words. Inter-clan rivalries, don't worry about it, Tanya, Bo said, as if that was not itself a bit concerning, but I would let pass, for now. If Bo was worried enough to have people she trusted to look the place over, then more likely than not she was already on top of this situation. The ship slowly came down from the sky, landing on an open pad along the west side of the mountain facility. I noted there were several other open pads lined up along the west side of the mountain. Most are empty except one. The filled landing pad had a very beaten up and old-looking ship. And make no mistake, it was a ship not subtle. It even looked like it was meant for water landings, with the lower hull vaguely resembling that of some old mariner airplane, just with a pair of giant jet engines strapped beneath a pair of shortened wings. Besides that, I noted the craft was painted in two tones blue along the main hull, with green covering the over the wing, with purple stripes running along the edges and down its back. Ah, good, he's here, Bo said, flipping a few buttons and turning off the shuttle's engines. Before she stood up and walked towards the back of the ship. Who's here? I asked, unbuckling myself from my seat and getting up to follow her. She moved quickly with her longer legs to the back of the ship, reminding me of how I missed not being small. Without saying anything, she reached into the shower stall and pulled out the bag full of Satin's armor, before saying, "Old friend of the family, he has a set of skills that I just don't have and can help us with getting this." She held up the bag with one hand in order. She reached out with her free hand and opened the back door of the ship. She didn't even wait for me to catch up and simply started walking over to the other ship, the sack of armor over her shoulder, forcing me to jog to catch up to her. "Hey, Zoom. Zoom Mudwuk. Are you in there?" Bo called, looking into the open landing bay ramp of the larger transport ship. Catching up to her, I was able to get a look inside the ship and noted some fairly militaristic design to the craft. Just above the landing way was a gun turret position for a rear gunner. Looking closer inside, the way I noted under large swaths of metal junk and other debris, I saw rows of seats lining the walls of the bay. I was looking at an old landing ship if I had to guess, and going by old military gear and weapons in various states of deconstruction, old military surplus dealer. I questioned, looking up and to my right at Bo. "Ha, good guess, kid," came a deep male voice from behind me, prompting me to jump a bit in surprise as I had not heard anyone come up behind me. Turning around, I saw a very tall and well-built, rough-looking, dark-skinned man with unkempt black hair and a goatee. On the right side of his face was a cybernetic implant where his eye used to be, while the left bore a friendly-looking purple iris eye. Beyond that description, he was wearing similar colored armor to his ship, blue being the main color with dashes of green here and there with purple shoulder pads. Besides his surprise appearance, he seemed to be smiling as he hauled a large crate in his hands. Behind him, several insects-looking droids followed behind him, carrying their own crates, all of them sealed. "Damn it, Zoom. How do you do that every time?" Bo said, having apparently jumped a bit as well. I walked. "You're just too busy rushing to notice me." I was going to put a doubt on that, though I was still coming to learn of all the features Mandalorian armor could have. Something tells me the number of blinking lights would have made him easy to spot if he could be spotted. Considering my last life had magic that allowed you to project images you wanted your enemies to see, I did not discount the idea that such an effect could be replicated through technology. "Likely story," Bo said with a smile before she moved forward and hugged the older man. "Good to see you, Zoom. How's the wife and kids?" "Fine, they're living a good life in Sundari now," he said, waiting for the hug to end before walking past me into the ship and placing the crate on the ground. What about you? Moved into the new capital? Thought you hated new Mandus? Bo asked, sounding confused. I said I hated their new Mandu domes and their cubes, they ain't natural. Turning, he took a crate from one of the insect droids and started looking for a secure place to put as he continued. But I'm not going to stop my family from moving into them just because I have a hang-up about architecture. Their places are safe and I'm too busy flying about the sector selling my skill to look after the homestead 19/7 a week. He found a safe place and put the crate down. I'll tell you what, Satin Mave put my family through hard times with her anti-military bullshit, but she did bring some damn order to the system, made things safer. Turning to face, he said, now, mind explaining why you decided to look me up 11 years after our last contact? And why do you have a cries kid? Someone finally gets the balls to try to marry you while you're out there finding yourself. What? No. Bo said, sounding fairly shocked. This Tanya, and she is not cries, she is just a friend of the. Bo was caught off as Zoom folded his arms over his chest looking unimpressed. Bo, how long have you known me? All my life. And how long have I worked for the Cries family? Longer than I know. She admitted. The correct answer is 50 years, ever since I was 10, and my dad brought me to help work the Beskar. I worked for Clan Cries and her allies. And let me tell you something about Cries, they all start off blonde and they either get old and turn white or have their hair change color to father or mother's hair color around age 13 like you did. She's a Cries, I recognize one anywhere, going by the name I would assume she's a child of Adonai. Yet. Does Satin know she's here and what you two are up to? Yes, Zoom proceeded to give her a death glare, mostly. Right, well this was a waste of time, not going to risk my family being banished for whatever scheme you're pulling, he said, starting to turn. Excuse me. Sir. Watching this drama play out had been entertaining, but now whatever Bo was up to appeared to be falling apart. I am not aware of any scheme that you believe my aunt is up to, but I can tell you that you will not be banished for helping me. Satin has okayed my training in self-defense under Bo. She is simply unaware of some of the supplies we acquired. And these supplies are? Zoom asked, looking at Bo. She reached into the back and pulled out the helmet of satin armor. Zoom's one good eye widened, showing some recognition. You liberated Satin's armor. He said, stepping forward to take the helmet from her hands. I thought she would have it melted down to make more of those damned riot shields or maybe some armor for her royal guard. I think she forgot it exists, Bo said, only to be stared down by Zoom. She forgot her Beskar armor, forged from the armor of her grandfather. I doubt that he looked into the helmet before saying. Good Beskar like this should not be left to age in some closet somewhere and be forgotten. This was a stupid thing to do, Bo, but the gods would be proud, so I'm going to cut you deal. I'll help, but you keep my name out of it, got it? Zoom thundered. Yes sir. Bo said, nodding her head like a bobblehead. Now how about you do this the right way and actually introduce us, Bo? Right, yes, turning to look at me, Bo said, Tanya, this is Zoom Muduak, armorer of House Cries. Turning back to Zoom, this is Tanya Cries, my niece. That's better, nice to meet you little Tanya. Zoom said, taking the armor out of Bo's hands. Bug 3, get a scan of her measurements for me, he said, walking further into the ship. One of the bug-like robots came up and scanned me with something before moving into the ship and placed the crate down while saying something in chittering language. Yeah, you're a protocol droid, not Taylor, not Grunt, you're also cheap and I don't care what you look like, so do your job, droid, or I'll buy one to replace you, and drop you off somewhere you will never be able to be repowered again. The droid chittered something, then plugged it hand into wall sockets, transferring data to the ship, I assumed. Bo, help me clear the forge over here, he said, pulling a large crate of guns off the circular pedestal, which I assumed was his forge. I was unsure exactly what I was to do while they cleaned up the area around the forge, but Zoom answered that for me. Hey kid, it's your armor, help move some of the junk out of the ship, so I have a clear work area, he said with the cadences of a drill sergeant, and instinct took over. Sir, yes sir, I said, moving over to help clean the pathway around the forge. Already got military instinct, good, he said, pulling a large crate off the forge and setting it down at the side of the ship. You know, if you told me you had Beskar that needed to be worked, I would clean this up before I got here, Bo. Hell would have dug up the hole I hid the family Beskar. You hid Beskar? Bo asked as she moved a large sniper rifle off a nearby metal work table. What? Do you think I hear that your sister confiscates Beskar and I'm just going to hand the scraps I have hanging about? Nah, hid them in several large caches of Beskar, in case they were needed. He flipped a few buttons and I heard the engine of the ship start up, followed by humming from the forge before it started up. There you go, old girl, now let's get to work. He pressed a button and a screen came up mounted on the left wall. The helmet can stay the same size, really only needed to adjust it internally so it could fit snug to your neck. The chest plate's old, but you're too small for that. We okay with flak jacket arrangement till she has fully grown. You are the expert in this, I believe you are the one with the best call. I said, not sure what exactly he meant. Right, new Mandu. He hit his chest with his arm. This is an old plate of Beskar. It is heavy but it will save your ass from direct hits of some more nastier weapon in the galaxy, but you lose some mobility. Bow and most folks prefer flak jacket arrangements or Beskar panels, it depends on who you ask. It is light and preferred as training armor for children since the panel can be popped out and melted down and reworked as you grow. Nodding my head I said, panel arrangement is more than fine, for me. Good, we'll go with some light shoulder pads integrated into the jacket, and as for everything else, how much live firefights are you planning to be involved in before you are 16? Hopefully none sir, I responded matter-of-factly. Then won't worry about leg and arm armor, for now. If we're lucky, those parts won't need to be worked until you reach the proper age. If not, well Bo knows how to contact me. Zoom pressed a few buttons and the readout changed quickly till a technical readout of what plates should be made and how large in order to best fit me. Sounds reasonable, I said, nodding along with what he said. I knew when to let experts take over and do their work. Right, now which god? He said, turning towards me. Excuse me. I said sidetracked by the word god. Right, new Mandu, and not really from Kalevala. He sighed then said okay quick rundown, in my forge I dedicate armor to ancient gods for good luck, so do you want Kadharanger god of rapid change and ferocity, Erasoum god of reliability and grand strategy, or Hadharan god of tricks and illusions, he said as he turned to make some final adjustments. I would rather not take one really. I began but his point drew an interesting thought to me in my mind so I asked, Mr. Muduak do you have access to some sort of stealth or illusion tech? Zoom stopped what he was doing looked at me then smiled Hadharan it is then. He said before, he put the metal plates into the forge to heat. Confused, I looked at Bo to find out if she knew why he avoided the question. Bo, however, was staring drop-jawed at Zoom. Chapter 7. 708 FNM, 30 BBY. Month 8. Mandalore, Sundari Grand Mall. Lagos Rook. Where'd she go? Where'd she go? Where'd she go? Came the near hyperventilating voice of Sony Carrot as she held the laser gun tight to her chest. I don't know. She was right here earlier, I swear I had my sights on her, I said as I looked through the scope of the laser rifle, trying to spot the blonde-haired menace. How did things come to this? Last month I had paid for a laser tag match with Tanya and though I heard she had been training with Bo-Katan through Korki I had been not very impressed. She was not aggressive enough and too passive for such a game, and even Sony had been able to get a few shots on her, during the match. Victory had been as sweet as the clothing shopping they had done. Finally, Tanya had a cute red dress, and not the bland and boring clothes she usually wears. But she could always have more, so I proposed the same deal this week. And after getting her to buy a blue sundress, she had added that her new friend/handmaiden, Vivictus Vizsla, would also take part in the match. Which meant a little more money out of my wallet but hey she's done so badly, letting her have someone trained to come along sounded reasonable. That was until the match started. The passiveness was gone, Tanya and her little blonde minion had popped from angles they had not expected multiple times and ambushed them several times. Every time I thought I had a handle on her tactic she would shift it up. There were 20 other kids in this place trying to shoot her and so far she was more scared of the pair of blonde menaces that seemed to pop in simply to scare the hell out of her. We can't stay here, she's hunting us in particular. I said, standing up from where I had been leaning over the railing with the rifle. You should have never forced her into a dress, Lagos. I think she took it personally. Sony said as she looked over her shoulder downstairs that led to the main floor of the arena. You're imagining things, she loved the dress. Most likely she works well with Vi, having an old Mandu like her coaching probably helps her keep her aggression up, this is all luck. She's dominating the scoreboard. Sony proclaimed pointing at said scoreboards, which after looking, I did note that Tanya and her friend were the two highest scorers on the other team. There were enough kills on both that they were outright targeting them and only them, they took chances to get kills elsewhere, it would seem. That she is, good for her, now let's get moving before she finds us, I would rather surprise her for once and get an easy kill. I said stepping further away, we've been up in this tower for too long anyway, sure I got a lot of kills with this long rifle from up here and was coming in first for our team, even though this tower is a good spot where I could shoot anyone who tried to leave the starting zone. Afternoon ladies. Came a familiar voice from behind me filled to the brim with malice, raising my hackles, turning slowly I saw Tanya sitting on the banister I had just been leaning on. The short little blonde girl was dressed in the dull grey pants and shirt she preferred with a back sensor vest over her chest. She had a wide smile on her face and appeared to be holding something in her left hand as her right held the laser rifle at ready. How did she get there? Was first thought that ran through my mind was that the banister was 10 feet up and it was not like Tanya could fly, the arena didn't rent jetpacks. Looking past her I saw several kids forming a human pyramid. Somehow she organized the kids to work for her, but why when how? Smiling, Tanya said, "It's amazing what you can do when you prove your competence to your fellow Mandalorians, is it not? It comes with such wonderful gifts." She tossed something on the ground in front of me. Goodbye, then rolled back off the railing, most likely being caught by her handmaiden and the two other kids that formed that pyramid. The item bounced a couple of times before it rolled face up, showing the timer. Then went off and I was temporarily blinded by a flash of light, my vest rumbling as it registered my virtual death. Where had she gotten a grenade? Those were expensive as all hell and I didn't pay for one. Half blind, I stumbled back to the banister and looked down. Giving each other congratulatory slaps on the back were Tanya, Vi, some black-haired boy with glasses, and a girl with white leku. Blinking a couple of times I realized Tanya had gotten one of those two to buy that for her or convince them to hand it over. What kinda charisma and battle understanding does that girl have? We better get going, Lagos, the ref is looking this way, Sonny said, pulling at the sleeve of my shirt. Yeah, let go. I said, whilst shaking my head. I would get those little menaces back for that flashbang, without breaking my bank. I stepped after Sonny, who seemed more relieved now that we weren't actively being hunted. Well, I say she made some new friends from this, so that's probably good, right? Sonny said as we walked back to the starting area. Yeah, that is a good thing, I said. Sure, I've been handed a defeat, but Tanya had talked to and worked with people her own age for a shared goal, which meant she was opening up, right? Mandalore, Sundari Grand Mall. Vivictus Vizsla. I admitted I was wrong about the princess. Over the last month, I had expected to have to deal with stupid questions and a lazy girl that would expect me to do everything. Instead, I found her to be generally well taught in a large field of military matters. She asked no questions, and the few times I came to her room early, expecting her to be asleep, I found her exercising, so she was not lazy. And once I got my passport and was allowed to go with her in Bo-Katan, I found her to be a crack shot as well. If Tanya was going through a phase, she was dedicated to that phase to a level I didn't think most old Mandalorians would be. Hell, one could say what Tanya was undergoing was a lot closer to Verdgoten, the traditional rite of passage, with Bo-Katan acting as her teacher. I was a year older than her, and though I had been trained by my parents, I was under no delusion that I was being tough by Verdgoten standards. Most of my schooling had come from New Mandalorian public education, with my parents taking me shooting every now and again with the OR2 fist fights with other old Mandu kids because it builds character, as my mother would say. All things considered, if I was going to be stuck as someone's servant for who knows how long, Tanya was not the worst person to be stuck with. And well, an add-in that she was going to be part of the senatorial delegation to the Republic, well, Tanya represented an easy and quick way to get away from mother. Sure, I still have to tell her what Tanya was up to, but I could stretch that quite a bit. Just keep saying Tanya was a new Mandu girl going through a phase long enough, mother would stop asking. It's not like the movement I was spying for was ever really going to go anywhere. New Mandus was in charge, and they probably were going to stay in charge for a good long time. The only real issue I had with Tanya was her dedication to her training seemed to hold me to her standard. The times I walked in her exercising had ended with me doing a push-up next to her. We'd go to the range, she shares tips and pushes for me to shoot better. I had no doubt when she eventually started close combat training she would not rest till both of us were beaten to the point where we were leaning against each other for support. I like fighting as much as the next Mandu, but I also enjoyed my morning sleep, which I no longer got because Tanya now checked in on me in the morning, and if I was a bit awake, I ended up training with her. Today had not been one of those days, thankfully. Today was a weird day, frankly, in Tanya's schedule. Sonny and Lagos, two of Tanya's brother's friends, had wanted to take her out shopping. No big deal, apparently they had done this before. The thing that got weird was when Duchess Satin had tagged along. She apparently was trying to spend more time with Tanya and decided a shopping trip was a perfect way to do that. So they spent 3 hours with other girls and the Duchess picking out dresses and clothing. Tanya had ended up getting a blue sundress and a few other things on Satin's dime. I have even been pushed to pick up a few other civilian clothing before we were done. Then after that, we went to laser tag, which had been a lot more fun than the dresses. During that match, I had seen another side of Tanya I had not known she had, a determination to win. She pushed herself and others hard in order to get victory in a simple fun game and managed to organize a couple of other kids to work with her when Lagos had become a spawn-killing bitch. After that moment, the team worked from their small group with the rest of the team and started listening to her during the match, and as a result, our team had come out with nearly double the kills as the other team. Tanya had a rather smug smile on her face as we had left the laser tag area, but the moment we came into sight of Sonny and Lagos, it vanished from her face. She had then gone on to claim it was beginner's luck and she was sure those two would win next time. Something I doubted greatly. Tanya had hunted down some rich kid who rented a bandolier of grenades, lured him into an area where the staff could not see what was happening, and convinced him to hand over one of the grenades or the staff would find him after the game passed out from lack of oxygen. It had all been very underhanded and showed she was willing to go further than most new Mandalorians when it came to winning simple games. And considering the kid was paying out for battlefield advantages, I approved. Paying to win had no real honor in it, and those who engaged in it deserved what they got. I had a feeling Tanya played down her skills so she could have opportunities to win against those two again. Why did she choose those two for the targets of her ire? I suspected the dress was the issue. The more time I spent around her, the more I was convinced she was a tomboy trapped in a position where she had to look cute for the cameras. I would have to broach the subject one of these days to get the real answer from the horse's mouth, but right now at this moment, I wanted to not rock the boat too much. This life was a hell of a lot better than my mother's plan for my future, a lot more fun, and maybe free. Now that the match was over, we were walking across the courtyard towards one of the shops that lined the side. It was a tea and treat shop and we probably would not have headed in there on a normal day. But the two royal guards standing by the entrances to the shop were reminded this was not a normal day. Following Tanya and the other girls inside, I saw Duchess Satin in plain clothing, not her Duchess dress, sitting at one of the tables enjoying a cup of tea. By the look of it, she had seen us coming as a waitress was setting the round table with a couple of extra cups for us all. Smiling, the Duchess waves us over and we all take seats at the table with Tanya sitting across from Satin, me between those two, and Sony and Lagos across from me next to each other. That was a fun time. Lagos said as she checked her hair ribbon. Yes, quite entertaining. Tanya said, picking up the cup and sipping it gingerly before smiling. Fun. Sony scoffed as reached for her drink, her hand shaking, more like nerve-wracking. I swear for the first half of the match we couldn't go 5 minutes without you two ambushing us. Don't be a sore loser, Sony. Lagos said, hitting her shoulder. Ow, am not. She grumbled a bit as she sipped her tea. Laser tag, I wasn't aware that something like that was so successful. I would have thought I would get complaints about that coming across my desk for being too violent. The Duchess said, causing a stir from girls and myself. Oh great, we're about to see the death of laser tag. I thought, shaking my head. Oh, that's not surprising really, Tanya said, first interpreting the other two who seemed to be having some sort of minor freak out. The pursuit for peace seemed to have entered a purity spiral and things like that tend to affect high society harder. Laser tag, though pricey, was created for the lower middle class. The people who would complain about it, adults in higher parts of society, are not the target market. Their children most likely are aware of it, but I would assume they keep what exactly they are spending their money on a secret. She said, glancing toward Sony and Lagos. Sony looked sheepishly and said, I may not have mentioned exactly what game I was playing here. Lagos shrugged, my parents don't care how I entertain myself as long as I stay on budget. Tanya nodded as if that was what she expected, then continued, I imagine you'd find similar stories if you got a cross-section of all the kids who were at the arena. It's really quite shameful when you think about it. The purity spiral is preventing a proper post-war economy from taking shape. The Duchess nodded her head a bit at the first part, then stopped when Tanya continued and then asked, proper post-war economy. Tanya seemed to freeze up as she was holding the cup to her lip to take a drink, and I swear I saw her pupils shrink to pinpoints. She held herself there, paused for a moment, her eyes darting to others at the table before she seemed to calm down and ended her rather long sip. What I mean to say is the purity spiral has created a situation where all of the past is seen from an angle where we were always the aggressors, and for the most part that is true, but there were always moments where we stood on a different side of conflicts. Sometimes our skills in the fighting were used for the better of the galaxy, those moments could be used for uniting, but those moments are ignored, as those who are in favor of the purity spiral want us to be like Nebu or some other planet that did not have our history. This in my mind is preventing the creation of a proper post-war economy, one that celebrates the good our people have done with the entertainment industry and creates opportunities for a segment of the society that are having trouble with switching over from a war economy to a peace-based one. Tanya said, putting her cup down on the little dish in front of her as the waitress brought over several types of cookies on a plate. The Duchess leaned back in her chair and sipped her tea, seeming to be thinking on what Tanya said as Sony spoke up. What segments of society are having trouble switching over? Well, for one, those who spent all their lives fighting for one cause or another. They, for the most part, moved out of Mandalorian space, taking on jobs as mercenaries as they feel they are not welcomed here. Any profits they would make are often lost with them, as you can't tax nomads very effectively. Have you been watching that recent holodrama from Coruscant? What was its name again? Tanya held her chin with her hand as she thought for a moment before she seemed to remember the name. Right, the Silver Ranger. I don't think I have. Sony said, shaking her head. Lagos looked at her friend stunned. How have you not seen the Silver Ranger? Have you not seen the pics of Thrir Satyr shirtless? Causing me to scoff at that. I watched the show too, but I was more into the action scenes. I have school work to do, Lagos. Sony said deadpan, causing Lagos to shake her head. Were you aware Thrir is a Mandalorian from Concord Dawn? Tanya said, sipping her drink. What? No way, Thrir is not a Mandu name, and he doesn't wear the armor. Lagos said and waved Tanya off as if she thought Tanya was lying. Thrikran, that is his birth name. He was born on Concord Dawn 29 years ago and his family was a member of the true Mandalorian movement. He joined up with the local militia at 13 and after the war, left with his family to find a life away from Mandalore. He somehow ended up on Coruscant. Details are a bit low on the fan sites I visited. Tanya stopped noting how everyone was looking at her, then said I came across that info while looking for Mandalorians in the entertainment industry. Wait, hold the comms, was that an excuse? I thought, noting her cheeks were a bit redder than normal. Anyways, the show is a violent action fest, and from what I have been able to dig up, he allows himself to be thrown around a lot more than his fellow actors, claiming that his time in the Civil War gave him a greater understanding of his limits. A show like that would never get greenlit on Mandalore because of the purity spiral in high society. And as a result, an unknown number of Thrikrans are left with few options, most turning to bounty hunting, and mercenary work. Why don't they just join the police force though? Sony asked. The police aren't hiring in the numbers necessary for a post-war economy. Maybe 1 in 10 former soldiers will take that road, but that's just the young ones, the men and women who have a chance to change their life. The older soldiers aren't wanted by the police as they're a bad long-term investment. They will take their knowledge on how to fight and any other secret that they may know from the Civil War era and go elsewhere. The Duchess looked like she was about to ask a question when a royal guard came in and leaned in to whisper something to her. Damn. She muttered before turning to us. Look like the council needs some hand-holding. I'm going to have to cut this short. She said standing up. See you later girls. Oh and Tanya, we need to have a talk when you get home. She said before accepting well wishes from the other and leaving. Tanya, are you in trouble? Lagos asked, looking at her as she nibbled on a cookie. No, why would you think that? She replied putting the cookie down. Well you did just say that the new Mandalorian way is a purity spiral. Sony said matter-of-factly. That is not an issue. I presented a logical argument on the reason why Mandalore is experiencing a drain on her resources, and how to get those Mandalorian resources back. If you present things logically to the Duchess she is more than willing to hear you out. She said with a shrug. I don't know about that, I heard stories that she was rather uncompromising during the clan wars. Sony said. Looking at me. Perhaps, but it was a war, and a war footing is not the same peace footing. I said with a shrug. A lot of clans that sided against Saturn were never going to accept her rule even before she joined the new Mandus, and you were only ever going to get them to go along with new Mandu style of peace through prolonged force. Tanya made a thinking noise before she continued, prolonged force is never truly effective. Economic forces, in my mind, would serve us better than attempting to keep people down through force. Give people more opportunities and options, but I can see why force would be applied. New Mandus are just old Mandu of a different stripe. If you look deeper, they have the same failings and thought processes about war. And that failing is? I asked, my interest piqued. She looked me dead in the eye and said, might makes right. Both old and new believes whoever wields the power is the one in right. When in reality right is whoever can give people the most positive economic options in the long run. You have some weird thoughts, Tanya. Lagos said looking at her thoughtfully before she said, so anyways this fan site of Thrir, were there any good pictures of him, shirtless? I snickered as I watched Tanya's face go red. 711 FNM, 27 BBY. Month 1. Mandalore, Sundari, Royal Palace. Tanya cries. 13, who would think I have to live through a third 13th birthday, though I have to say this one was fairly less bottle-ridden than my last 13th birthday, so that was an improvement. Though dresses, not so much. I was standing in front of the mirror as Vivictus helped get this ridiculous outfit on me. Oh how I wished I could be anywhere but here. Apparently, it was an ancient Mandalorian custom that a child becomes a warrior when they turn 13, child soldiers were the default. Thank goodness I lived in an age of peace because I had a bad feeling that without magic I would not survive. Though if I survive the embarrassment of this dress, was yet to be seen. The new Mandalorian had updated this ancient custom the Verdgoten. No longer did it mean you were a warrior, instead, it meant that you are now of age to start taking control of your life. Dating, business opportunities, banking, I could even get a job if I wanted after today. A parent could still advise but was under no obligation to bail their child out if they got themselves in debt. A bit of freedom for most, though for me it was just another day. Sure I would now have opportunities to invest and build for my future going forward, but my path was currently set by my guardian and social norm expecting me to respect the leader of my clan and my house's wishes. Not that I minded. My current path here has quite a few possible investments possibilities that I could get my hands on by my current road to the Senate. Breath in Tanya, it is going to be tight. Vi warned, giving me a moment to take in a breath as the corset-like part of the dress was set. Stang. That was something new. I never had to deal with a corset in my last life. I used my military uniform the few times I had been forced to go to any formal events that might require dressing up. Such excuses were lost to me now. The dress was painfully noble. The only element I had really in the design process was color choices, but otherwise, it was prepared by some madwomen who made the Duchess dresses for her. The majority of the dress was light green from my hips to just above my ankles in the back and my shins in the front. Apparently the current fad was to have the dress flare out a bit more at the hips while showing off a little leg, so I was walking with a lot of fabric. Along the lower edges of the dress were several diamonds or iron hearts in bronze, and from the shins down people would be able to see white stockings and black shoes that had a bit of heel. The core of the dress was dark green with several cubic flourishes in bronze running along seam lines with another iron heart located over the center of my chest. The shoulders of the dress had been made from some puffy material that made me feel like I was walking around with pauldrons. And then there were the bows. At the small of my back sat a massive green and bronze bow. It served two purposes. It had several strings that needed to be tightened so the dress fit properly, and it looked cute according to the dressmaker herself. I might not have as much problem with the bow, if they were not part of a set. Two smaller bows came with it. The first was meant for my hair to help it stay in a ponytail, I thought, till I found out that the second bow went at the end of my hair. The dressmaker had told me I needed to grow my hair out past my shoulder blades for the proper effect. And being that the Duchess was paying good money for this thing, I could not really say no without risking insulting her. So over the last year, I let my hair grow out for this event and was forced to let Vi put in a braid for me. I looked and felt like a knockoff magical girl. Though I would have the last laugh, it would seem, when it came to bows. About 6 months ago my hair had started to go to auburn. By now my hair was an interesting mix of yellow and red, and the trend was definitely heading to auburn. I was unfamiliar with genetics at the best of times, adding that a large amount of what I would consider alien in this galaxy was from what I dug up looking in genetics. With the many subspecies of humans, my chances of figuring out genetics now were not great. So why my hair color was shifting, I had no idea, but the fact the bow had been designed with color balances of blonde, was a satisfying victory in my book. There, I think it's good, Vi said as she finished tightening the string hidden by the bow. Breathing out, I turned and said, "Thank you, Vi. Do you need me to check your dress?" I offered. "I think I'm good," she said with a smile. Her dress, besides favoring blues, to my great dismay was less complex. No bow, no corset-like section, or anything of the such. I would have to ask how she managed that with the mad seamstress when I got the chance. Though perhaps it was just down to position, she was meant to be handmaiden, perhaps ease of use had been considered in her dress and not in mine. Vi has proven herself a competent aide. As one of the older Mandalorian clans, she didn't need much more additional training when it came to fighting, and she quickly met my standard of practice for self-defense. She had also proven to be faithful enough. She came with me on bows training missions, so she had seen the armor I had been using for my training, and Vi had never reported it to Saturn. So she won herself a great deal of trust. It would seem that flight of fancy on why I had chosen her was turning out to be a good move. Really, picking a girl with V in her name just because my last adjutant had turned out to be one of my most reliable and effective employees I had in both lives was a foolish thing, but I had had a good feeling about it at the time. Though I will admit one of the original purposes of me having a handmaid around me was so I could switch out with her in an emergency was unlikely to work now due to the hair color change. I wasn't about to send her away solely for that reason. I put too much work in to make sure she could fight and pass for me, and she showed her loyalty in keeping secrets. Those factors kept this from being a sunk cost fallacy that needed to be dealt with. If I did end up needing her for that original purpose, hair dyes were not that expensive and could be dealt with as needed. Smiling, I turned towards the door and muttered, "Well, time to get this over with." Just down the hall, my 13th birthday party was going on. I would have to deal with who knows how many clans trying to get their sons to get my favor, a nightmare. But one I would have to start dealing with in the future. Hopefully, I would not have many parties like this to deal with when I would meet the senators, because I felt ridiculous enough just attending this one party. But that is future Tanya's problem. Today I just had to survive this party. Taking a deep breath, I walked to the door and opened it. Concordia, Bo-Katan training ground. Tanya cries. Ha, Tanya, you looked ridiculous yesterday. Bo chuckled as she sat across from me on a bench leaning back. We were inside an old hollowed-out mountain mining center turned training camp. I was not one to let time pass without getting the most use out of it, so even though I have been through social hell yesterday, I was not going to skip out on Bo's training today. As a result, I was sitting inside the area we designated as the armory for our training equipment. I had hoped to forget about yesterday, and that I would be able to relax with some simple training. Instead, I was being reminded of yesterday for literal giggles. "How did you see the dress when you didn't even come to the party?" I asked as fastened safety knee pads to my leg. "Oh, Satin had pictures taken of you, sent them along, wanted to show you off, I guess." "She must. Well, it is her right, I guess, she did pay for the dress," I said, turning from her to open the old miner locker I had been using to stash my armor. Without much fanfare, I pulled on the plate-covered flak jacket, feeling somewhat more secure to have a layer of Beskar over my chest. The paint job on this set was all my own. If this armor was meant for combat, I would sprung for optical paints so I could better blend into any environment I found myself in, but it was not. This was simply meant to take a hit in case someone tried to assassinate me, and to have a place for a jetpack when I finally got a chance to own one. So I sprung for shades of green, no bronze though. I liked that enough for my civilian garb, but it also marked me either as someone who thought their actions were noble or were ignoble. So going for just green, dark green, and light green made me look like any other Mandalorian. Not sticking out is a useful thing for such armor. After finishing pulling some straps into place, I turned to the right, seeing that Vi was just finishing her final steps. She favored blue on the color spectrum, I noted. If it was just the color she liked or if she was using the Mandalorian color theory, I never really bothered to ask. It wasn't important, so I let that be. Turning around, I expected to see Bo ready a pair of practice blasters. Instead she left the bench she was sitting on and walked into the center of the room. She reached under a central table that we used for weapon cleaning and maintenance and pulled out 3 cups and a bottle. Without saying much, she put the cups down and poured something clear into each cup. She said, "All right girls, come here, I got something special today." I started walking towards her, although Vi seemed a bit shocked and did not move. "You and Vi worked your ass off enough for this, even though it's a year late from what I heard." Once Vi and I were standing at the table, Bo slid the 2 extra glasses to us. "Tanya, I assume you're familiar with Verdgoten?" Bo asked as she held up the cup in her hand to look through the clear liquid. "It's the day Mandalorian comes of age, of course," I said, holding up the glass she passed my way, looking into it with a crooked eyebrow. "And what does that mean for non-new Mandalorians?" Bo asked. "It means they are ready to be trusted to fight by their parents' or guardians' side," I responded, starting to smile, as I realized what was in the cup. "And the way you show that you feel your charge is ready is to share a drink with them," Bo said as she held up the cup. "Now when I came of age, we were all using Mandu laws, so that didn't matter, but now we're using the Republic age practices for drinking. So we can't go too heavy on the drinks, plus I have another gift to give you too. I'm pretty sure Saturn would kill me if I gave you more than this little taste and ended up breaking your backs, so enjoy a little sip with me. I got this from a trader from Ordo last year and their stuff is pretty good in my opinion." I held up the cup and so did Vi, then all 3 of us drank the brew. It was just a sip, but it hit a spot I have not filled in 13 years, and probably would not be able to fill for another 5 to 8. So I savored the taste as it went down. "Stars? This stuff is great," Vi said, looking down at her cup. "Ordo makes a good drink, they do a lot of weird things there, but I will not complain about the results," Bo said as she walked around the table to get our glasses from our hands, then moved to stash the bottle under the table again. "Now go open those lockers at the end over there." She pointed to a set of lockers by the door that led outside to landing pads. I looked at Vi as she looked at me. We both shrugged and walked over to the lockers, popping them open with no issues. "No way," Vi said, seeing an unpainted jetpack lying against the locker wall. I had a much more reserved look on my face, but I was no less intrigued by my own jetpack laying inside of the locker. I have had few training flights by this point, but always in the safety of ranges specially built for their purposes on Sundari, and they ended up being more like those indoor skydiving places than actual flights. I took a moment to try to think of the proper way to say this. With this jetpack, I would finally be able to live back my days as an aerial mage, at least the flying part. That segment of my life was the best part of my time in the military. Being able to dance through the sky was freeing like nothing else. Finally, I selected the proper word to convey how I felt. Turning to Bo with a smile, I said, "This is Wizard Ant Bo." The smile I got back in return was proof enough I chose correctly. Chapters 8. 711 FNM, 27 BBY. Month 1. Mandalore, Sundari, Royal Palace. Satin cries. I smiled as I watched Tanya from a distance interacting with others her own age. It was her 13th birthday, and though it didn't have as much meaning as it did with the old Mandalorians, it was still a special day. And the dress I had commissioned for her looked gorgeous on her. Besides celebrating her birthday, the main goal of today was to get her interacting with more children of other clans who supported my reign. In order to preserve the peace, it is best for everyone that our children are friendly with each other, and it was hoped that this friendship would go on to their adult lives, ensuring that the peace would go on for another generation, maybe more. At the moment, Tanya was having what looked to be having a lovely chat with a dark-haired boy with glasses that I am trying to place who he is. I swear I'd seen him before, but I couldn't recall the exact location. That was until one of my guests came up beside me. Well, those two seemed to be getting along quite well. Was half sure little Engis was making it up that he met your ward before. I guess he has a better eye for details than I do. The dark-haired and bearded man said as he stood next to me. Turning to the familiar man, I smiled and said, "Patriarch Raz, it's been too long since I've seen you." The Patriarch of Clan Ordo and the Governor of the planet Ordo simply smiled and chuckled. "Yes, well, running a planet is not as busy as running a sector, but I imagine you would understand the complexities as well as anyone." I nodded my agreement, asking, "So I can assume that Engis is a member of your house? How does he know of Tanya?" The older man shrugged before he continued, "My late sister's boy. She got wrapped up as a die-hard true Mandalorian even after the majority of them had fled the sector. After she passed, I took him in, to make sure he had a good life. As for how he knows Tanya, I'm not particularly sure. All I know is a few years ago he seemed to become enthralled by her after I visited Mandalore on a business trip. I assume they must have met at one of the malls I dropped him off at to keep him entertained. The wonders of the Mandalore Mall, we never had anything like that when we were younger. If you can bring two people together who would never have met each other otherwise, that's a vast improvement over how things used to be. I said with a smile. In the old days, clan rivalries were used heavily by the military traditionalists. If clans couldn't unite against them, the better for their own rule, so preventing the possibility of something like an Ordo and a Kryze becoming friends, was one of their main goals. That I can agree on. The Mandalorian sector would do well to have more interconnected families with friendships and such. Divided as we were, we are easily played against each other, something our history teaches us the enemies of Mandalore will always do. He said as he looked across the ballroom at Tanya and Engis. A large group of young adults had started to form around the two, so it was hard to see them, but they all seemed to be having a good time chatting. I could recognize a few other clan symbols embedded in some of the dresses and suits, Varad, Karad, Gadik, as well as a few from my own political house, Eldar and Rook. Mandalore doesn't have many enemies, I would believe. I said, noting his rather daring assumption to bring something like this up to the leader of the most pacifist faction in Mandalore's history. But he got some leeway when it came to making such statements as Clan Ordo had long been different compared to the other clans, more willing to work with the Republic and find peaceful solutions. That is true. But things seem to be changing outside the Mandalorian sector. Feels like we're trying to become more peaceful and stable while the rest of the galaxy is trying to fall apart sometimes. The Patriarch of Clan Ordo said matter-of-factly before he continued, and if you don't mind me being a bit more daring than normal, I would say I believe you have a similar opinion, or at least are considering the possibility. After all, why would you have ended the official banishment of Mandalorians outside of the sector that were not willing to comply with new Mandalorian policies? Yes, that. Officially, 13 years ago I had banished a traditionalist to the moon of Concordia. This had also been followed up by a less enforceable order that technically banished anyone who was refusing to lay down arms after the clan wars to outside the sector. I had recently rescinded both because of my talks with Tanya. She had made good points over the years on how having a resource of, as you like to call them, action-fueled heroes could be used for non-military means. Politically ending the official banishment didn't cost me anything. New Mandalorians fear the rise of militarism, but I was not inviting the old Mandalorians back. I was simply allowing them to visit their families who had decided the other way around. Besides a few local mayors raising a fuss about the potential of arms movements, I hadn't seen anything outright dangerous happen, and the Mandalorian police force had not found any evidence of shipments of arms to the planet. So as it stood, it was not a massive change in policy, just a slight amendment. Nothing that should be looked too deeply into it, but I could see how others could mistake my actions for something else. The clan wars and the Civil War were a terrible time in our history. In order to bring peace, certain actions had to be taken to stabilize the sector. We now have that peace and stabilization, so those actions can be brought back. I said, giving the official statement I had given 100 times on the whole situation. Of course, Duchess. However, I would simply say, if you study our history, whenever the galaxy enters a period of chaos, as it seems to be going towards now, there's usually some mastermind behind it. Those masterminds now tend to enjoy Mandalore being aligned with their goals. I simply say that if we want peace, you may need to be ready to defend it as Ordo has done for centuries. The Patriarch said, presenting a theory I had heard from him before. He was a believer in a galactic rhyme, as it were, that things tended to echo each other more than most people like to admit. I wasn't exactly enthralled with such ideas, but I could understand where he was coming from, and being prepared is why our planets still remain firmly in our hands after taking hold of it nearly 4,000 years ago. I will keep that in mind, Raz. More out of politeness than actual worry of some grand conspiracy going on in the dark corners of the universe. Ordo had been divided in the Mandalorian Civil War, but was a firm supporter of myself during the clan wars, so I saw no reason to anger their patriarch by discounting his theories outright. That is all I ask. He said with a smile as he swished a liquid around in his cup before giving it a sip. Which reminds me, is Governor Vizsla coming to this little party? I was kind of hoping to have a discussion on the matter of trade between our two planets. I've heard that the new trees growing on Concordia are some of the strongest in the sector, and I was wondering if we could use some of their lumber for housing developments on Ordo. I'm afraid I don't think he'll be showing up tonight or any time in the next week or two. I've given him time off after the recent tragedy he experienced. I said, shaking my head at the memories of the situation. Tragedy? Last I heard he was expecting a child, his firstborn son. Did something go wrong? The son was born, healthy and happy, but there was some sort of complication and Ori did not survive. I hadn't had an opportunity to ask any more details than that, and frankly I didn't want to. It was a sad story and you didn't need to know the details, you just needed to be there for the person going through the problems. Pri seems to have a different opinion in mind, preferring to stay away from Mandalore for the past week. Everyone deals with tragedy differently, I suppose. Locking yourself inside a castle fortress on an entirely different planet seemed like a mistake to me. The patriarch of Clan Ordo shook his head. Damn, Ori was such a nice lass. Whatever other thoughts he had, he simply shook his head and kept himself before he said. Well, best not to focus on such news today, I'll have to look into sending my regards another time. Before he looked at me and nodded. Take care Satin. Take care Raz. I said, responding, and kind as he started to walk away. Mandalore, Sundari, Royal Palace. Satin cries. Sitting at my desk I heard a knock from the door to my office. It had been several days since Tanya's 13th birthday and life had gone back to its normal standard of excitement. Which meant a lot of paperwork and dealing with local matters. So when someone knocked on my door I was more than willing to entertain whoever it was, though I already suspected I knew who was about to step through my door. Come in Tanya. I called, hoping I wasn't about to make a slight fool of myself. I was rewarded with the brunette girl stepping through the door with a computer pad in her hand and a smile on her face. She was back in her normal fancy garb that she preferred. Today she was wearing a simple green top and long skirt. She had stopped wearing beige and tan color clothing a long time ago, preferring instead the color green ever since she became enamored with some of the more cultural elements of Mandalorian culture, such as the color theory. I suspected she grasped the importance of color theory far more than most people, and that's why she chose colors that indicated a willingness for guarding or protecting peace. Which was a very noble cause and something I wholeheartedly support. Good morning Duchess, Tanya said with her standard formal way of addressing people. I'm not sure where she'd picked that up, but it seemed to have stuck over the years, intended to be a sign she is willing to discuss something important. If she just wanted to have a light chat she would go use my name, if she wanted to have a chat about the fundamentals of Mandalorian society it was always Duchess. Well, today I wasn't exactly interested in discussing business, but I would humor her eventually. Good morning, Tanya. Please take a seat. I said, indicating the chair in front of my desk. Nodding, the brunette-haired girl walked over and took a seat, laying the pad across her lap as she did. We haven't had much time to talk since your birthday night and I wanted to ask you something. Ask away. Tanya said with a smile. Do you know that boy with glasses and dark hair at the party? It's just that you seem to be getting on very well and his guardian mentioned that you two have met before and I couldn't figure out when that could have happened. Tanya took a moment before saying in a careful tone, Njais, yes, we've met a few years ago at laser tag. We happen to share a lot of hobbies in common. When it comes to historical research, apparently there's an entire section of the planet of Ordo dedicated to museums, located far away from population centers as possible in case of any outbreaks of conflicts. Really? I didn't know that, I said. I only ever visited Ordo once years ago, and that particular situation had been a little too tense for a lovely trip to what sounded like a city built of museums. The Ordo seem to be a clan who have taken the idea that if you do not know your history you are doomed to repeat it to heart, which is a respectful stance to take in my opinion. Njais and I had a very long and fruitful conversation about the nature of historical cyclical cycles in Mandalorian history. And it was during that part of the conversation where he brought up the museum section of his planet, and he even offered to show it to me if I ever visited Ordo. Tanya explained. Would you like to visit Ordo? I asked this question instead of the one I was wanting to ask because I doubt I would get an answer for the one I did want. Tanya seemed quite taken by this Njais. Perhaps it was nothing, just her natural state of not being open with others resulting in you looking this way, or perhaps she found a new friend, and if so I suspect that she'd be a bit embarrassed to admit it, so I asked a question that was a lot easier for her to answer. Tanya took a moment to think before she finally said, perhaps someday I would like to visit the museums. The knowledge contained there could be useful for what I've been working on recently. Oh yes, your secret document you've been working on. Are you ever going to show me what you've been working on? Tanya had been working on the general ideas of whatever this was for a while now, but I only really learned about it in the last 6 months. Most of its content was unknown to me, though I suspected it was filled with examples such as the entertainment industry's use of former Mandalorian warriors that Tanya had expounded on many years before. Actually yes. Tanya said, holding up the pad and then placing it on my desk. Picking it up I started to peruse it. It is a lengthy document, but the core of the argument presented is a way of viewing Mandalorian history in a defensive manner in order to create a doctrine that would be acceptable to both pacifists and warriors. Tanya explained as I began looking through a section about the components of the Risalnair and how they could be reinterpreted for the modern day. A self-defense force that is constitutionally prevented from leaving the planet. I said, skeptical while reading the section on self-defense. I can see the logic here. This would give a way for warriors who are out of work to find work again. I'm not sure how this would be passed by the Royal Council though. As I've explained, there is a slight purity spiral with the upper echelons of our society, and the only way to break something like this would be to distribute this amongst regular folks who would then pressure the upper echelons, which would result in people asking you for a self-defense force with such restrictions instead of you mandating it. Tanya said matter-of-factly. Wouldn't it be seen as mandated just by having this document distributed with your name on it? I pointed out, only to have Tanya shrug. If the idea fails, it's best to have our names nowhere near it, so I've gone ahead and created a false identity for the author if you check the top. She said. Going to the top I read the author's name which I just skipped over the first time. White silver? I asked questioningly. In color theorem, white is the representation of purity, silver is the representation of search for redemption. Pure redemption seemed thematic and worked as a workable false name. I've also run it from the perspective of an old Mandalorian in order to throw off exactly who had created this document. I nodded my head and looked further down the document. Skipping past all the other elements of the Risalnair. Rather lengthy section on the economic benefits of letting armorers create armor on contracts for other planets' self-defense forces, as well as a section on turning old fortresses into museums, which raised my eyebrow. Are you sure turning fortresses into museums will be accepted amongst the older Mandalorians? I'm quite sure that would be seen as a way of disarming their fortresses and bringing down readiness level. Tanya leaned back and put her hand on her chin, in a way that reminded me of someone I once knew, appearing to be thinking of the best way to explain her point. A fortress with a museum is still a fortress, it just has a section where the civilian population are allowed to look around. I would argue that if anything it would bring preparedness levels up as many of the fortresses are broken down and falling apart without the funding to support and maintain them. With a proper museum selling knickknacks and charging for visits, the funding would roll in and allow various sections to be rebuilt and restored even if they're not fully functional, it's still something better than it was. I nodded in agreement as there was some solid logic in that idea. Is this the final version of the document or are you still working on it? I suspect I'll have it completed in 4 months, at that time we'll need to find someone reliable to produce a couple copies and get it distributed to places where the idea could be spread around. From there we just simply wait and see what happens. At worst it's a failed venture that costs us nothing but time. Best case scenario is that the ideas take off enough that some of these reforms are proposed to you and you can help them move it along into a favorable position. Nodding my head I handed the computer back and said, I think you have something here, Tanya. At the bare minimum the idea of creating a constitution to restrict war-making capabilities might be more favorable than leaving it to the council. This also creates a favorable situation with the Jedi. Tanya said matter-of-factly. Oh, how so? I asked out of curiosity. From my research the Jedi and the Mandalorians have had run-ins whenever Mandalorians have gone overly aggressive. However, whenever Mandalorians and Jedi work together for defensive situations it usually works out well in the Mandalorians' favor. Creating a doctrine based around being a defensive power will ensure that we are always on the Jedi's side, at least in most conflicts. That makes sense, I said before continuing by asking, have you created a name for this document yet? Tanya shook her head and said not particularly, better to let the reader base create their own name from it than trying to force the name on a document like this. It will be seen as a way to force your point of view toward others and we don't want that. We want this to be seen as a real rational argument for a defensive stance. Let the readers come up with their own name. I'm sure they'll settle on something fine. She said, waved off the idea of naming it. 711 FNM, 27 BBY. Month 3. Mandalore, Sundari. Tanya cries. I'm starting to suspect that I'm cursed, things seem to be going well for my life. I was learning to fly again, I had stashed the armor I had in a safe position, my role as assistant in the Senate is coming up soon, everything seemed to be working out perfectly. What you meant, of course, is that life decided to throw a few curveballs my way. The one that was annoying me the most today was how chained I was to my brother's social group. I had gone along with Vi on another one of the trips to the mall that had become quite frequent. Hey, the chance at laser tag was worth dealing with the two girls trying to find cute dresses to stuff me into you. And I had to admit, over the years, they had found a few clothes that I found reasonably tolerable of that worked fine as casual wear and made me look less out of place among the higher society of Mandalore. But today my torturous dressing up and vengeful laser tag would not take place. Today my torture would include karaoke. I might have been told in my last life that I was a good singer, of course being forced to take part in orphanage choir tended to result in such matters, so when Sonny challenged us to a sing-off under an assumption that she would win, obviously as recompense for her defeats in the laser tag arena, I really had no other option but to agree to it. Oh sure, normally I would not take part in such behavior but Sonny was the kind of person who annoyed me and so I had left my better judgment of the situation at the door and agreed. I have been concerned about Vi participation in this 2-on-2 sing-off thing Sonny had suggested and dragged Lagos into as well. But those concerns were unfounded as she apparently was a good singer as well, and working together we had managed to come out on top 3 out of 4 times who had been originally 2 out of 3 but Sonny had refused her first failure and attempted to change it near the end. Well, that did not go well for her and as a result I and Vi had been rewarded with some of the most expensive ice creams you could get from Soft Serve Mandalore 35. Not caffeine unfortunately, there was still an embargo on that until I turned 16, at least I hoped it was only 16, even though this body had not been exposed to the wonders of caffeine, I still remembered and was a bit prickly about the fact that I had not had one in nearly 13 years with 3 more to go. But that wasn't exactly what was annoying me. No, what was annoying me was that both Sonny and Lagos had both agreed that I must really like singing and that I should carry on into a full career. That was a hard no. I doubted that Mandalore could achieve anything close to the idol industry of Japan but on the off chance it could, I did not want to be worked to the bone for this job. The problem was it wasn't just those two, my brother Corky had also suggested that if I was to go to become a professional singer, I should look into other prospects. And worst of all, Vi had betrayed me and agreed with the growing consensus. I had a perfectly safe job waiting for me in 3 years at the Senate. Why in the world would I want to leave the potential incoming leverage I could achieve through that position for a singing career? I finally managed to get the other teens to drop the idea by saying I would consider it enough that they either believed me or gave up. But it left me rather annoyed and frustrated as I tried to enjoy what was left on my ice cream, hoping that I could get through the rest of the day without any other incidents. Amos Tina had to speak up thus, so anyone check out that Super Commando Codex version 2 that's been going around online. I just barely prevented myself from biting down in shock on the metal spoon. The document I created had only been released for about 2 weeks. There was no way they were talking about my little test project, right? Best to let the others talk for now. I'm not going to get too emotional about anything they say about it. Why would you read that trash? Corky said, wounding me a bit. Super Commando Codex is just another failed ideology, one that's probably responsible for our mother's death. Auntie Satin has the right of it when it comes to how we should deal with the militarist. That somewhat stung. I didn't realize he was so deeply trapped down the purity spiral of ideology. If he knew that Satin had okayed the distribution of the document, his head would probably explode. That's a little harsh, man. Before shrugging, not sure what to say after that apparently. Looking around, I quickly noted that the other two were not calling them out on being a little bit thick-headed as well. This would not do. Fact of the matter was, unless Satin married and had children, Corky was the next in line to rule Mandalore, and as I would probably be the senator by then, we would need to have a working relationship and he would need to be able to think for himself and not depend on doctrine laid down by wrathful Satin at the end of the clan wars. Which meant there was really only one step I could take in this matter, and that was to push that thick-headedness of his. I took a look at it. There's some sound logic buried in it about becoming a more defensive-focused force in the universe and less of an expanding force. Nothing in it is exactly at odds with Satin's goals, I said matter-of-factly. There was a brief moment of quiet before Corky said, if its reference is the Super Commando Codex, it's at odds with Satin goals. It references it in a capacity that it might be useful for Mandalorians outside of the Mandalorian sector, not for the Mandalorians within the sector, I said, taking a spoon of ice cream to my mouth. Having a code of honor is nothing terrible or anti-peaceful, it just means having a set of rules that you will obey and follow. Those rules can be effective in your social status and allows you to maybe one day re-enter the Mandalorian sector without having to worry about being hunted down by other Mandalorians for committing mass murder, genocide, or any other monstrous crimes that military-minded people can get up to once left to stew in their barbarianism. The Codex is barbarism, it is simply another one of the old ways that led to the destruction of Mandalore. Corky shot back, apparently not well informed of the history of the situation. My eyebrow raised. I said, last I checked the Super Commando Codex was created on Concord Dawn, and most of the fighting about it compared it to the Death Watch doctrine that took place outside the Mandalorian system. Though I agree that militarism left unchecked led to the destruction of much of Mandalore's surface, let us at least be honest here, the true Mandalorians were not involved, that was the failures of the military traditionalists. Military traditionalist, true Mandalorian, Death Watch, they're all the same thing. Corky said, crossing his arms. You are aware that our mother was a true Mandalorian before marrying our father, right? I asked, designed to poke a hole in that little line of logic he just threw out. Though the reaction I got was not one I expected as Corky sat up. Wait, what? That's not true, who told you that nonsense? Bo-Katan, she's mentioned it once or twice during our conversations on family history, I said, taking another spoon of ice cream to my lips. That's not true, there's no way. And our grandfather wasn't exactly a peacenik either, he was called the Warlord of Kalevala for a reason, but that reason was about protecting what little peace there was in the Mandalorian sector on Kalevala. A defensive force, if you will, using military power for the betterment of the sector. Finally Corky seemed to be thinking, so it was time to strike the final blow to the thick-headedness he had been showing. Mandalorian history is complex, there are a lot of villains but there are also a few heroes. But to throw all the heroes out with the villains would simply be foolhardy and asking for trouble down the line. That's most likely why Satin ended the official banishment to Concordia of the military traditionalists. Corky sighed heavily and rubbed his forehead before then saying, this is getting a little too political, we should be having fun and I'm talking about stuff like this. I shrugged and nodded my agreement, feeling I had completed the task I'd set out. At the very least he was thinking about it, and hopefully Satin would be able to push him the rest of the way into being more logical about the situation. But that was something for another time. Right now I had a bowl of ice cream to finish. 711 FNM, 27 BBY. Month 5. Concordia, 5 miles away from Bo-Katan training ground. Vivictus Vizsla. Poking at a fire with a stick, I wondered why exactly we were out here. In the 3 years I've known Tanya, I've come to understand a lot of aspects of her. She was dedicated to being the best at whatever she chose to set her mind to be and seemed to want to have a variety of skills in case of emergency. That being said, I didn't see why we were roughing it on a 3-day trip through the hills around the training area with nothing but our armored jetpacks and blasters that were permanently set to stun as our only companions. We had sleeping bags and tents, but there was no other modern technology, which seemed odd to me. Tanya may be focused on improving herself, but when she had the option for technology, she seemed to always go for the technology. There were devices we could use to heat our camp that wouldn't have weighed too much, but she decided to bring only a fire starter kit. And so the list of equipment went. There were modern technologies that would work better, but Tanya had chosen a set of equipment that was light and would take up less room while also being more primitive. It was frankly out of character, and finally it just annoyed me enough that I had to ask. So why didn't we bring any modern equipment? Tanya simply shrugged, tilted her head to the side and shrugged. She was currently looking up at the sky using the function of the helmets for magnification as a telescope so she could look at the stars. At least that's what she told me. More technology you carry around, the more points of failure, as well more energy emissions you put out, which if we are being tracked in the woods you don't want to do, and finally having knowledge of how to do something the old way is important if something were to break. So we're out here learning to survive without technology because you like having backup plans? I asked, just trying to confirm my understanding. Well, that about sums it up, yet. Tanya said with a very relaxed tone. So is that why you made the sequel to the Super Commando Code? I asked. I had been suspecting it for a while now, but really had no proof. Watching Tanya immediately freeze up was as good a sign as any in the direction that I suspected. Tanya remained quiet for a moment before she shrugged. Figures you'd figure that out. I did bounce some of the ideas off of you. Aha, I knew it. So spill it, why did you make it? I asked. I made that thing because the current system is set up for failure when the roadmap to success is frankly right there and it just needed to be pointed out. I understand there are parties who do not like the new Mandalorians or my Aunt Satin, and that those factions will grow in power as the years go on unless something is done to stem the anti-military pacifism of the new Mandalorians as well as present a reasonable and open economy for the old Mandalorians. That document is simply my first attempt, and I'll probably release another down the line, maybe under a different name, maybe under the same name, just to keep the target off our backs. Hey. Was really all I could say to this. She was spot on with her identification of the situation. She didn't even know that I was technically spying on her for said other party. So her general idea of creating a better economic situation for people to prosper by pulling back on the extreme pacifism of the new Mandalorians sounded perfectly fine to me. So fine, I will probably be keeping this little conversation to myself and not letting my mother know. Her take on new codex had been dumb and reactionary. No, that probably had mainly been because Tanya had taken a shot at the founding documents of Deathwatch in her codex. After some time though, I did come up with something to ask. So you don't plan to try and take control of any organization that pops out of the reading of your codex? It was a simple but understandable question. Every other leader who has ever written up a document like that had taken control and ended up claiming the role of Mandalore at one point or another, and I was a bit curious if she had similar plans. Nah, I am perfectly fine with going to the Senate. It should be a safe enough career move. And those that read that document and started their own movement could be leaderless for a better chance at democracy to come out of it if there's no strong man leader leading it. Tanya said, waving off the idea. Well, that was good. At least I wasn't destined to be around some megalomaniac trying to take over the galaxy, though I did find it funny that she thought the Senate would be the safer option in her future. Sure, you'd rather not try singing. I think that'd be a lot safer than the Senate. That at least got a chuckle out of her. I'm sure it's not that bad, and besides, if it does turn out to be something I can't handle, being known as a person who left the Senate to start a singing career is a good way to start such careers with positive buzz. So the option will remain open as a backup plan. I laughed at the idea of a failed political career turning into a successful singing career, but wasn't a terrible plan and I was game. Would probably tick my mother off quite a bit. Chapter 9, Silver Codex V1. Author, White Silver. Forward. As Mandalorians, we live in strange times. With the ending of the clan wars a decade or so ago, we now live in a peace we have not had in a generation. However, even with the fighting done, we still live in two worlds. One wishes to move us forward but forgets the past, and one who wishes to hold on to the past, no matter its failings. Neither answer is right and neither answer is wrong. The correct answer exists in the political realities of our existences. For millennia, Mandalore and her sector has produced the finest soldiers the galaxy has ever seen. We tested ourselves against all opponents and adapted our abilities to overcome or at the very least find parity with them. But our enemies are now our allies, and some would say we should give up our warrior ways completely. Others would say having allies will make us weak and we should go back to the old ways and test ourselves against the galaxy again with another crusade. But is that really what the old ways say? Yes, the Code of Honor, which some point to as the definitive version of what Mandalorians should be, focuses on gaining honor for the clans. Even though those are addendums on the Risalnair, if we go back to them, we find the act of gaining honor through combat lacking. It is my belief that they are not something that should be abandoned or overlooked for the later codes, as they prove that the road by which Mandalorians can find peace while maintaining respect for our ancient ways is possible. The Risalnir and historical shift. To first understand how this simple saying is still relevant, we must first read the text. Education and armor, self-defense, our tribe, our language, our leader all help us survive. Looking at the text you can see no mention of honor or war or glory. So where did that line of thinking come from? Our ancient cultural ancestors, the Tongs. They believed their gods were the god of war and that through war they would venerate their gods, but there are other texts stating that their warrior ways were unable to win the fight and they were then cast out of their home world. If we are to assume that this is true, we know where the basis of the idea for this saying comes from. It is not about glory, it is about survival. And that survival was on a planet called Rune, we will come back to that. The later addendums of codes of honor would take this statement and add on ideas related to gaining honor for oneself and their clan, creating rules by which conflict could be settled, but they're just that, an addendum, made for their time and their place in history. And their place in history was a lively one. What both those who claim we should go back to the old ways and those who say we should abandon them entirely tend to forget is that Nivoda, and Fenala, Flonians were not peaceful neighbors who lived in harmony with every other power. The Nivoda in their time were considered Mandalorian of their time. The deadliest species in the galaxy, and were led by warlords, which would imply they were known for causing wars in the region they lived. Now, why is that interesting to Mandalorians? Because Nivoda lies along one of the most direct hyperlane routes from Rune to Mandalore. The ancient Mandalorians no doubt had long-standing feuds with them, and now that they had secured their new homeworld they most likely sought to make sure Nivoda didn't interfere with their survival. While also securing the reputation Nivoda had for themselves. If you look at the other wars the Mandalorians took on in the early days you can see a similar pattern. Fenala was a known producer of dreadnoughts on the Mandalore sector's doorstep. Same for the Tlonians, a hive mind species looking to expand in the same region. These conflicts were started to ensure the survival of Mandalore, but through these conflicts that veneration of war took hold, which would lead on to further crusades and the codes of honor. They took their need for survival too far and eventually overstepped what the galaxy was willing to accept. It is one thing to go to war with the Basiliscan, a species who built war droids and used chemical weapons, and quite another to go to war with the Quarrens, who besides having wars and civil wars now and again are not an aggressive species. They were targeted because they had an army the Mandalorians could fight, not because they were a threat. If you go back to our history, every time we overstepped ourselves, we survived not due to the codes of honor but falling back on the principles in the Risalnir. The Xun Mandalorians fell back on it when they needed to rebuild the clans after the Mandalorian Wars. Clan Ordo exists to this day because they adhere to the defensive nature of the Risalnir. Clan Awad, who rebuilt the sector, saw great success 1,000 years ago because of their use of their defensive nature when it was needed. Pirates were issues and a defense force in the sector made it safe enough for recolonization by the Mandalorian diaspora. The Risalnir interpretation for the modern age. We are no longer in a time when wars are common. There is conflict. The recent dust-up on Naboo shows that forks of arms is necessary for the survival of a culture. Is more conflict like that likely in the future? Well, taxing the free trade zones will undoubtedly lead to conflict. Will there be outright war as a result of it? That is unlikely, but chaos creates opportunities. Imagine the Trade Federation is in need of credits, so they send one of their fully armed Lucre hulks to the Outer Rim. This vessel then goes on to strong-arm planets or uses the ship as a mobile base for pirate fleets in the region. These are reasonable conflicts that could come to pass in the next decade. If such conflicts were to arise, abandoning our warrior nature completely would spell disaster. Breaking your hand because it could be used to kill in aggression, only means you have nothing to protect yourself when someone who hasn't broken their hand comes around. Some would say the new Mandalorian would break their own hand, that they would abandon all aspects of what it means to be Mandalorian. This is false. They do maintain police and peacekeeping forces for Mandalore along with the Royal Guard, which recruits from all clans equally. They understand the need for self-defense. They are just unsure about how to implement a fighting force that cannot be abused like the Mandalorian armed force was during the end of the Mandalorian Civil War. The answer to the worries of old and the concern of the new can be found in the Risalnir, with the proper mindset. Education, a simple tenet, raise your children as Mandalorian. What is a Mandalorian? Someone who follows the next 5 tenets. Though now most Mandalorians are humans, 4,000 years ago this was not true. There are Mandalorians of every species our cultural forefathers came in contact with. The only real thing that should be clarified is all Mandalorians must know of our long history. For too long, those who seek to harness the Mandalorians for one conflict or another denied our failures and recoveries. To them the Crusades happened yesterday, thus we must not continue them. It is long since past the time of such conflict. The history has their place, but that is what they are, history, something we should know, or we will be doomed to repeat again and again. It already began when Clan Awad sought to bring back the diaspora 1,000 years ago, to rebuild Mandalore. Now Clan Awad along with many clans who took part in the Civil War have left the sector, creating a new diaspora. This loss of Mandalorian resources weakens us as a whole and is a threat to our survival. Armor, not weapon, armor. A defensive tool meant to keep our most valuable resource as Mandalorian safe, our lives. All Mandalorians must honor and maintain the armor of our people. Even if it's a simple ancient relic to remember the leader of our past, having that around is the keystone to what makes us Mandalorian, as we honor those who help keep our systems and sector safe and together during the worst the galaxy has thrown at us. That being said, there is no need to field an army of Beskar-suited super soldiers, not to mention many clans have already given up their armor to join the new Mandalorians. Demanding that they go out and buy new Beskar would be foolhardy. And in the other direction, a clan that bankrupts itself to hoard Beskar cannot be said to have acted in the common good of the Mandalorian people. There are plenty of ways of dealing with these issues. The style of our armor does not need to be made entirely of Beskar or even have any at all. Armor, for all of the history of our people, has changed to meet the requirements and limitations of common doctrine and material availability. Thus armor adapted to be less cumbersome for the day-to-day requirements of the Mandalorian in question is no less honored than the armor required for heavy infantry of ancient times. Self-defense, for us that is where the weapon comes in, though note how it specifically mentions self-defense. Self-defense is where new Mandalorians and the old Mandalorians will see different sides of the coin from the same statement no matter what. But in reality, we want the same thing, the ability to defend ourselves in case something dangerous comes to call our homes. New Mandus believes a well-organized and regulated police force can handle that, old Mandus believes clans should be the ones to do that. They're both right and wrong at the same time. It is individuals that should come to account on self-defense, not clan, not organization, but the Mandalorian themselves. If Mandalorians are called upon to defend their home and property, they should be able to do so just as easily as if they were called upon to defend Mandalore itself. There are many ways to accomplish this standard, and though some more extreme elements of pacifism will raise hell, they can be appeased. I believe Mandalore should have a self-defense force, an arm of the government meant to defend Mandalore and all her allies, a force that is unable to be deployed off-world unless invited by a friendly power. And all Mandalorians, when of proper age, should spend a year in this force to make sure they can defend themselves. This will not only promote the teachings of self-defense but unity as well, as those youngsters will come to learn how to fight with people outside their normal clan setting, not as enemies but as allies, resulting in a more united Mandalore. In simple terms, all Mandalorians must learn to defend themselves and our people. Our tribe, not clans, but they mean all the same as they are often used interchangeably. A Mandalorian must in some way devote themselves to the betterment of Mandalore, be it in a simple way of looking out for your fellow Mandu in the street or provide a service that will help ease a troubled mind, to self-defense's forces or helping with repairing the planet of Mandalore. All Mandalorians must devote themselves to the betterment and enrichment of all Mandalorians. It's the connection we have between our peoples by our culture that helps us survive. Our language, this a simple bond between our people that has spread out amongst the stars. Yes, it is not galactic basic, it will never be used for the great economy of the galaxy, but it is ours, it is something we share, that allows us to speak to each other even if we are from a different parts of the galaxy. All Mandalorians must speak our ancient tongue. Our leader, who is our leader at this time? Some would say if there is no Mandalore there is no leader, I would say differently. This saying predates the Mandalore, and if how our clan structure works now is anything to go by, our ancient past very likely have their leader voted into power by clan heads, with perhaps a bit of fisticuffs along the way to prove their mettle. So our leaders must be legitimately elected. All Mandalorians must heed the call of the legitimate Mandalore. I would then say though, that Mandalore should have their power granted by the Constitution. Mandalores have abused their powers like anyone else who has unlimited and unchecked power, so limits must be imposed. The Mandalore must show no favor to any particular clan. The Mandalore must heed the will of the Mandalorians. The Mandalore must act for the good of the Mandalorians. The Mandalore must allow the Mandalorians a common representative body. The Mandalore must be above the petty politics of the day. Only the Mandalore may call the Mandalorian people to war. Who should be the leader, our Mandalore at this time? At the moment Duchess Satin Cries holds that title. As Duchess she heeds the will of her people. She has attempted to act for the good of all Mandalorians. She has allowed the creation of a representative body to take care of the day-to-day task, and she attempted to stay out of the petty politics to keep her position as neutral as she can. Her history at the end of Clan Wars shows she was willing to do what was necessary to defend Mandalore and was duly elected by clans to her position. She does not use the title Mandalore, as its history with the Crusades is distasteful to her, but that is not what is important to the Risalnair. A strong leader who will fight for our people's future is what matters. Thought on Codes of Honor and Supercommando Codex. Some may read everything stated up to this point and assume I advocate for the delusion of the Codes of Honor, that just because I believe that the Risalnair are defensive in nature, that codes are solely offensive, and to some extent they would be right. But there are things that can be learned from the ancient codes that can only be found there. Jaster Muriel used them in the creation of the Supercommando Codex, a document that has shown its usefulness to several clans when it comes to dealing with bounty hunting and mercenary work. Even local planetary defense forces have implemented elements of that codex when it comes to honorable conduct in a fight. This document has shown great legs and usefulness in realms of self-defense, and compared to works from the other side of the Mandalorian Civil War such as Ba Juran Ky Artsad Manduat, it does not demand that you fall in line and believe what your rally master teaches you is the truth, it gives you the choice to make up your own mind. So how can codes of honor and Super Commando Codex be used to serve the notion of defending Mandalore? Their ritualistic styles of combat allow one to settle honor disputes without starting a clan war. There are elements to both that guarantee the treatment of prisoners as honorable combatants, not slaves, or worst. And those who wish to go on adventures, leave the system to become mercenaries or bounty hunters would do well to learn how to act honorable. The benefits of having a clear code and lines you won't cross will allow you to be able to come home to the sector when you have grown tired of your adventures and you want to spend the remainder of your life in peace. While you're out there gallivanting around in the wider galaxy, you also represent the Mandalorian. You abuse that representation, degrade what we stand for, do not expect to come home to a hero's welcome. Thought on rebuilding. We are still recovering from the Mandalorian Civil War and the clan wars that followed. The new Mandalorians have done a good job with their rebuilding efforts, but they tied one hand behind their back while doing so. The most important resource in the Mandalorian sector for the galaxy is Beskar. However, it is something we do not trade away, it is too important to our survival to let slip through our fingers. Besides that, most planets produce something that is easily replicated elsewhere in the galaxy. So what resources could be used which are beneficial to rebuilding our home worlds? Jaster Miri correctly noted that the most important resources are people. We have a long history of fighting. Everyone knows of our exploits and can recognize what we are just from our helmet's style of armor. New Mandalorians recognize this as well, but their fear of war scares them from fully utilizing these resources to their fullest potential. Our armorers are some of the greatest craftsmen in the galaxy. They are too scared to make armor because of the connotations of war. However, as we have gone over before, the armor itself is not a declaration of war, is a declaration that you are prepared to defend yourself. They should be allowed to produce armor to be creative, and as I discussed, they can make armor from resources other than Beskar. Imagine if you will if we sold non-Beskar armor for self-defense forces outside the Mandalore sector. Made sure there are changes so people could not mistake these self-defenses forces for Mandalorians. Remove the iron's hearts from the chest and never sell the distinctive helmets with T-visor and such. The profit from armor production alone would set up armorers for life. Not to mention, once it becomes commonplace for armorers to work with things other than Beskar, this will allow clans that cannot afford Beskar armor the chance to at least own a set of Mandalorian armor. As well as opening opportunities for elements of Mandalorian armor to be used as accessories in civilian garb. Shoulder plate or a bracer could easily be a style to show your dedication to Mandalorian self-defense. As well, our history can be better used now. People outside our sector want to learn about us. They are interested in our history because of the prestige we acquired over the last 4,000 years. There are an untold number for fortresses and castles across the Mandalorian sector. Many of them are deprecated and useless. Their eyesore writing till the day a battle happens to be nearby and their usefulness comes to bear again. We can use them even in times of peace, turn them into museums, charge people admission to show people relics from our past and tell them our history. Perhaps on their way out of this museum they can stop by a gift shop where fine Mandalorian replica blades and armor are sold. This would not only allow these fortresses to find uses in times of peace and bring more revenue to this, while also serving as a way to make sure the next generation learns of their history. There is one other element of history that can be of use here and now, our stories. There are plenty of tales throughout our history, moments of great wonder and of tragedy, and if we use the right format other than oral history and books to tell these tales, they could be used to rebuild our world. The creation of the entertainment industry to produce these works would allow not only our stories to be told from our point of view, but will allow our culture to become more accessible and sympathetic to the galaxy and encourage people to buy Mandalorian products and visit our worlds. The economic benefits from leveraging our culture and history for our future are massive, and the tax revenue from these could be used for rebuilding efforts. Mandalore. Chapter 9. 713 FNM, 25 BBY. Month 7. Concordia, Bo-Katan's training ground. Bo-Katan cries. I smiled as I watched my niece and her handmaiden duke it out today in a full contact spar. They often trained together in their off time, so they knew how each other would strike, and it created an interesting ballet of violence to watch. It had been 2 years since Tanya's 13th birthday, and since then, I had gone in hard on making sure she understood how to fly a jetpack and could handle herself in an unarmed fight. Back then, I might have been exaggerating to Satin that Tanya was sent by the Kadhar Ranger. Now, I might be starting to believe that maybe it wasn't as big of an exaggeration as I thought. As demonstrated when Tanya deflected a right cross, before grabbing Vi's wrist to put it in a wrist lock, pulling her closer so Tanya could knee her abdomen, and then finishing it off with a hip throw into the sparring mat. The little Vizsla is using the Vizsla style of fighting, which focuses on aggression and using every part of their body as a weapon, with knees, elbows, and even the head being used to deliver blow after blow to their enemies until they can't fight anymore. This makes her the perfect sparring partner for Tanya, who is being taught with the Cry's style of combat. I had always known that Tanya was talented in the art of war when she field stripped her blaster when she hadn't seen one before. However, it became much more apparent when I was teaching her the various weaknesses of the humanoid body as well as the various joint locks and throws in the Cry's style of martial art, which focuses on targeting weak points like the abdomen, knees, face, and neck for a quick and efficient finish. Tanya absorbed my knowledge like a sponge absorbing water and put my lessons to use very quickly. Vi also hadn't been idle during training. After getting countered and joint locked multiple times, she is now more prepared to adapt whenever her attack is blocked so she can transition to defense or launch a new attack to force Tanya to abandon her counter. Tanya, by contrast, is now more willing to pry open any openings she sees after Vi learned to cover and minimize her openings. Tanya is using the fact that she is wearing armor to power through blows to deliver her own retaliation. The saying of Bhaskar sharpening Bhaskar is very evident here as both improved by leap and bounds. I am confident that Tanya will be more than capable of defending herself by the time she is sent to Coruscant. If anyone decides that she would be an easy target, they will be in for a big surprise. From my understanding of the Senate, which was barely anything, weapons were not permitted on the premises, even though I'm not sure how armor would class. Wait, Mandalorian armor was often portrayed as a weapon in its own right, even when you do not factor in the built-in flamethrowers, gauntlet shields, or knee-mounted rockets, so that is probably a no-go on the armor. There is a whole tactic named after the old capital, Kaldabi kiss, also known as a helmeted headbutt. Technically you could also use the name for the non-headbutt kiss often shared between lovers who didn't want to take their helmets off in a war zone. It was all about the proper amount of force used to determine which was which. For instance, the headbutt Tanya just received looks like it hurt quite a bit. So that was not a sign of affection between those two. That was just beating the criff out of each other. But Tanya seemed to take that in stride, she only staggered back a few steps. Vi continued the offensive with a flurry of punches until Tanya counters by grabbing Vi's left hand, that overextended from delivering a punch, to hold her in place before Tanya launches a sidekick that slams into Vi's left hip, that pushes Vi back several paces, giving Tanya the space she needed to reform her defense and take a breather. Both combatants eyed each other as they stood there, likely to think up their next plan of attack. At some signal only heard by the two of them, they charged right back into the action. Vi feinted with a right hook but instead went for a left cross, while Tanya intended to block Vi's right hook and deliver a gut punch simultaneously. Tanya's attack landed first, while Vi's attack missed by a small margin as Tanya got inside Vi's guard. Taking advantage of the close proximity, Tanya launched a rising knee into Vi's ribs and simultaneously she also delivered a devastating elbow strike at the top of Vi's helmet. Before Tanya could deliver another series of attacks, Vi charged forward into Tanya and lifted her up before slamming her down into the mat. Recovering quickly, Tanya quickly rolled out of the way of a stomp to her torso before needing to roll even further away to dodge Vi's snap kick to her torso. After getting back to her feet, Tanya is greeted with Vi continuing the offensive. I was proud of what I was seeing. Tanya was shaping up to be a damn good fighter. Although she isn't as devoted to the old ways, I had noted over the time I trained her that she enjoyed fighting, she enjoyed flying, but she also seemed to enjoy the political parties that Saturn brought her to. And from what I had seen, she seemed just as capable of being polite and courteous as any other new Mandalorian. She was shaping up to be kind of the best of both worlds and that intrigued me. With so many people choosing sides in the shadows, it was kind of a refreshing take to see someone decide to take neither in the light. And it appears to be rubbing off on my sister a bit. 3 years ago, she ended the banishment to Concordia. Now they weren't paying to get people back on the planet, but it was now an option for them to return to Mandalore. A few people had taken up the offer, others had stayed simply because Concordia was in a better condition than Mandalore, and that was just a simple fact. 2 years ago, through the consent of the Council, the embargo on armors had been dropped. There were still restrictions, but those restrictions were that armor could only be built for defensive reasons, mounted missiles and flamethrowers were still strictly illegal since those are still considered weapons. It was a massive change in the official stance of the leader of the new Mandalorians. And I'd expected more screaming and outrage from the new Mandalorians, while that had happened, besides that one rally on Kalevala which was mainly old men and women from the pre-Clan Wars era walking around with signs, the political backlash had been minimal. At least from the new Mandalorians, the old Mandalorians have an even stranger backlash, one that I wasn't really a fan of. Pre-Vizsla, the so-called secret Mandalore, have been organizing people for nearly a decade at this point. What he was organizing them for varies depending on the year, but it mainly seems to just be helping the old Mandalorians acclimate to Concordia and survive. But when my sister's stance started to soften on the old way, he had made a few statements that were quite pointed that this was an attempt to drive a wedge between the old clans so they could be broken apart and easily dealt with in some final climactic battle. That had raised my eyebrow a bit and a few other people's as well, so a lot of people still bought into the idea that someday they would need to fight against Saturn and her faithless in order to preserve the existence of Mandalorian culture. The idea that she would soften her approach sounded a little far-fetched, and to her sounded like an attempt to keep control of the older clans that had voted for him to be Mandalore. Nothing I really changed. A large portion of the clans still saw him as their leader during these tough times, but the clans that voted for Saturn were interested in seeing where this situation would develop. Most of those clans were old friends, people she fought with during the clan wars after her father had died, so it was understandable they would still side with her. Really, she didn't want to be leading any of the clans. She liked to fight, but ruling was something else entirely. The only reason she put her name into the political ring all those years ago was simply because of what she'd seen during the clan wars. When someone had family on both sides of a conflict, there was a better chance the family would survive. If things ever got so bad that the cold conflict exploded into a real war, her plan was to try and secure Saturn and exile her over outright murder. And with 30% of the old clans supporting me, I had a good feeling she could pull it off. At the very least, whoever was in command of the old clans when the conflict burst into flames, they would have to listen to her a little bit. But now the situation was changing. It was thanks to that silver codex that had been propagated a few years back. The name on the codex was obviously fake, so no one knew who was behind it. However, without knowing who this unknown Mandalorian was, there wasn't much anyone could do about it other than making assumptions about why the document had been written. And the documents that were presented were intriguing for a lot of people on both sides. There are a lot of good ideas in this document, ways of seeing the situation that had not been presented by many of the current political houses. New Mandu houses were always pushing for conformity with pacification. Old Mandus were either hiding their opinions or getting themselves banished from Mandalore for demanding outright militarization again. But the recontextualization of the military as a defensive force for good? That was something both sides could tolerate. It gave the old houses a way of working out their military backgrounds and passing down their traditions whilst giving the new houses an easy out on the military question, since they were all presented as a defensive measure. The argument being something like the Royal Guard is a defensive measure for the Duchess, the police force is a defensive measure against smugglers, why not have a defensive force against something like the Trade Federation? So far, that particular argument in the document, one for a self-defense force, had not taken off completely. But the notion of having the ability to fend for themselves against an invasion like that was acceptable. Mix that middle-of-the-line strategy with Tanya's own refusal to choose one side or the other way of living. I had kind of hoped that maybe there was some way for both factions to coexist in peace. Time would tell after all. Oh, I knew for sure Zoom was happy with the way things were going. He didn't have to steal scrap and nearly broken weapons from abandoned bunkers and fortresses anymore to sell to the highest bidder. The moment he heard he could officially make armor on Mandalore again, he'd shown up asking if he could have the first floor of the old mining complex I use for a training grounds. And I wasn't exactly going to say no, since we were old friends and he was willing to work on the armor I'd liberated from Saturn. Since then he's gone a bit overboard rebuilding his armor business. Most of his pieces were handcrafted from what hidden cache of Beskar he had hidden over the years. What few non-Beskar items he produced for the non-Mandu market, he had his droids mass-produce helmets and armor from plasteel. Who was he selling that stuff to? I wasn't really going to ask, but he seemed happy to be working without having to travel the system. My thoughts were interrupted as Vi got the upper hand. Tanya attacked with a right hook, Vi blocked with her left arm whilst punching Tanya in her helmet with her right cross. This stunned Tanya long enough for Visla to crouch low to the ground, put Tanya on her knees by elbowing her thigh, before finishing the combo by delivering a rising knee directly into Tanya's helmet, leaving her sprawled on the sparring mat. After it was clear that Tanya couldn't continue, I decided to call the match over. Alright, that's enough. Vi wins this round. I called, taking a step forward as I winced a little bit at seeing that. A knee to the helmet is never fun to be on the receiving end. You are thankful Mandu armor has a nice cushioning underlayer to absorb blows like that. Otherwise Tanya may need a visit to the hospital that you can't hide from Saturn. The Vi followed Tanya's lead and collapsed on the mat too, taking a moment to catch their breath, I assume. They eventually pulled off their helmets and smiled weakly at each other. It was good to see them being friends even after that brutal match. Walking up to them, I said, not a bad fight. I think you need to improve your stamina and to keep calm under pressure, Tanya. You were getting noticeably slower after 8 minutes in, and when you get tired, you get sloppier. You counter less and attack more often even when Vi has a rock-solid defense. Tanya chuckled at that as if that was something she had expected. Sorry, Auntie Bo, I'll try and keep it a clearer head next time though. That is difficult when your head is ringing and out of breath. Vi simply shrugged and said, maybe don't leave an opening on your head next time, princess. Applying a gentle ribbing. Tanya smiled, and shrugged, if that's how we're playing it, expect me to do the same. As any true Mandalorian should, our armor gives us advantages in close quarters fights and we should always be willing to use those advantages whenever you are in said fights. Shooting an enemy from a distance is preferable to getting in close, but if they do get in close you'll want that fight over quickly, especially if they have any weapons that could get around your armor and cause more damage than a little burnt skin. I said, trying to turn this into a teaching moment and probably failing admirably. The two girls seemed to take it in stride and nodded their agreement, so I'll take that as someone working. 713 FNM, 25 BBY. Month 9. Mandalore, Sundari, Royal Palace. Satin cries. As I entered the royal hall, I saw my 3 closest advisors already deep in conversation. Governor Previsla, Prime Minister Almec, and Deputy Minister Jerik were standing instead of sitting. Apparently, the staff had not yet brought in the chairs that I usually had brought in for my bi-monthly meetings. Good afternoon, gentlemen, I said as I walked over to the 3. It was responded to with a chorus of respectful duchesses. Seems the staff is behind schedule today, but we'll just have to make do. Is there anything major that needs to be brought up? I said looking at the 3. I would need to find out what had happened with the staff. Ever since the head of staff, Layer Thirtspurd quit last year, I have been having some trouble finding a competent and trustworthy replacement to handle his duties. Deputy Minister Jerik spoke up for saying there was a bit of a kerfuffle last night during the anti-militarism protest, about 50 people waving banners for Kalevala independence but nothing too serious. Why is that their second protest in 2 years? I would have expected more. I said, frankly a little shocked by how little there were in the way of reactionaries to my attempts to quell any issues in the future. Then again, we were just letting them protest and allowing them to have their say. It wasn't like I was pushing for the idea of a self-defense force for the system. If I did that, I was sure I'd hear something a bit more loud and angry from the protesters. Most folks tend to agree that having the ability to defend ourselves against outside threats is a reasonable statement. Lots of folks like to point out that there seems to be some apologizing going around when it comes to the early days of Mandalore, but that's more of an ethical debate that has nothing to do with the general idea of self-defense. Jerik suggested before continuing, frankly I believe that if we keep all militarization to minimal and simply prosecute anyone who openly calls for full militarization and return to the old days while building up weapon caches, we should be able to keep a stable situation on Kalevala. Prime Minister Almec nodded at his agreement before he said, I'll put a little bit more work on the Mandalorian Guard, but they should be able to do it. Honestly, that police organization has been getting a bit too lax these last few years. They could use the work to keep them sharp and prevent corruptible forces taking root. That reminds me, Jerik, have you been getting any reach-outs from Mandal Motors? Jerik raised an eyebrow before he said, yes, in fact, I have Mandal Motors reached out about renting space at our Kalevala Space Works, but they were turned down. That's good, they seem a little too active recently for my liking. Almec said. Is there something you are concerned about with Mandal Motors? I asked out of curiosity. Mandal Motors was formerly headquartered in the old capital of Mandalore, Keldabi, before that city had been turned into rebel a decade before. Ever since then, they had gone on from producing large warships to producing light ships, mostly shuttles and such. I knew that they weren't mainly manufacturing in Mandalore though, there were several other spaceports in the sector that they worked out of. They came to me a while back with a new design transport ship with the capabilities of a heavy fighter. I think they thought we might be militarizing and saw an opportunity to try and get in on the ground floor. I turned them down, of course, but without that move I was wondering if they were trying anything elsewhere in the system. Almec answered. Kalevala Space Works has the facilities to build something much larger than a heavy fighter. That's where the new fleet of yachts is being created. Perhaps they want to try and get back into the warship business. Jerik suggested. This was an interesting situation, and if it was 10 years ago, I would have come down hard on Mandal Motors immediately, but now. Mandalore will not be producing any weapons of war on any large scale, I made it clear right after the bat. But taking a breath, I then said, however, if they wish to design a new cargo freighter that could be armed in an emergency, we would be willing to talk to them on this. The Trade Federation has already proven that it is a reasonable stance to take, and protecting ourselves from pirates or other threats is a reasonable stance. No, we will never buy any of these ships officially for Mandalore, but I have heard Ordo is in the market for such a vessel. So, in essence, we stayed true to our policy of pacifism by selling ships that could be equipped with guns to our allies, not the worst plan in the world and would bring in a neat profit. Mandal Motors used to bring in 50% of the income for the Mandalorian sector, now it barely makes 5%. The ships they made were some of the best ever created in the Outer Rim, and some of them are still in service. There's still a lot of goodwill towards their products, and if they're allowed to produce something in Mandalore, that might at least bump their income for us to 10%. Pre said, rubbing his chin, we'll also be bringing back jobs that were lost by the dissolution of the warship market. I know the plan was to have yachts fill that niche in the market of jobs, but let's be serious here, at current production rate, there'll be only 6 yachts completed by the end of 710. A lot of rich people would buy those yachts as a sign of prestige, but if we build light freighters, the more middle-class market would be open to purchase from us and provide a more stable source of revenue. So we'll play ball with Mandal Motors, to keep an eye on them to make sure they don't go too gun-happy with their designs, Almec said. As long as they can produce ships that are reasonable that can have non-military use as their main goal, we will be willing to talk with them. That is the bare minimum. We won't be rewarding them with any major contracts, just telling them what would be acceptable to be constructed in this system. I suggested. That seemed to lead to a couple of nods of agreement before Pri spoke up. What about Mandal Hypernautics? What should we do if they come knocking? Tell them no. While Mandal Motors at least dabbled in civilian industry, Mandal Hypernautics did not. They had been a competitor for Mandal Motors before the Mandalorian Civil War and had been driven off-world when they sided with Deathwatch. Nowadays, they're mainly headquartered out of the Mandalorian sector on the world of Gargan. One of the places outside the reach of my authority as it was too remote and isolated. Not to mention it had been run by gangsters and mercenaries for the last decade and a half. Anything else major I should know about? I asked, curious about the state of things in the Mandalorian sector. Jarek shrugged and started to list off the major issues in the sector that were always brought up at these kinds of meetings. Mandalaya is refusing communication like always. Althor is still asking to be recognized as not part of the Mandalorian sector by the Republic. Harzwi and Jaklia are in general in support of the new lighter touch we are taking with the old Mandalorians. Crownist acknowledges our existence, which is better than it was last year when they still refused to even say anything other than that Mandalore was occupied by anyone other than the dead. Ordo is. Ordo, besides sending general support our way, they have endeavored to try and create trade between the Mandalore system on their own. The only real major thing going on is the governor of Concord Dawn had to send their journeyman protectors off-world to deal with an attempted pirate invasion of Vorpia. That's not good. A significant portion of our food supplies come from those two planets. Has the situation been resolved? At the moment? Yes, though they do admit they would like some additional support to make the job easier and safer. I believe we do have a charter that allows the Royal Guard to be dispatched when an issue could affect food supplies coming into Mandalore. If you don't mind, I will assign a company to be sent to support their journeyman protectors. I had to think about this. Getting involved in sector politics in such a way was not normally something I did with the Royal Guard. However, this did represent a step in creating a constitutional charter on the use of the military. Showing that the Royal Guard could be employed as a defensive force off-world as long as they were called upon for support by the world in question, could be used to justify the idea that such military endeavors were possible without resulting in full-scale war economy. An example like that wouldn't immediately change everyone's mind, but it would be something to be pointed at over the years. Finally, I nod in approval. Yes, that is acceptable, however make sure the Royal Guard members chosen for this operation are some of the best we have. I don't want to accidentally start some sort of war because one Royal Guard insulted a journeyman protector. Jarek nodded his agreement. Anything else we need to discuss that has to do with the matters of intersector politics? Depends if you consider some of the Mandalorians who are outside our sector something to worry about. Pri Vizsla said. Normally no, but since you brought them up, what has got you so concerned, Governor? I asked, you never seem to bring such subjects up normally. That Silver Codex has had an interesting effect outside our sector. The Council of Mandalorian Workers from AnTV denounce it as being anti-revolutionary. Wait, those crazy Ice Worlders? They care about what happens in the Mandalorian sector? I thought they were too busy building droids for the highest bidder. Apparently they still do. I'm not very familiar with what goes on in that system. But their entire economy is built around building more resources together in case of a war. And they were somewhat competitive for contracts with the Mandalorian traditionalist before everything went to hell. Honestly, I think they are just worried that Mandalore is going to start producing weapons again, which will cut into their margins. Should we be worried about them taking any action against Mandalore? I asked. On their own? No, but there are other factions that could support them that have their own reasons to have issues with us changing how we do things. Continue, I said, curious what factions of Mandalorians might try to interfere in my sector. King Gakus of Alzar, technically they are not Mandalorian in culture. But they were conquered by Mandalorians a long time ago and still see us as sort of brothers. The king's been making statements that could be seen as efforts to justify him taking over his sector. Again, on his own, he doesn't have the military capacity to pull this off, but I can see him supporting rebel groups to undermine our rule. And support could be found on Shogun, the Shogun of Shogun. Yes, I know there is something weird with that planet, has officially denounced the Silver Codex as heresy and anti-war. Thankfully Shogun is on the other side of the galaxy from the other two, but they have the manpower to support the other two if they were to make a move. Prime Minister Almec shook his head and muttered, are there any Mandalorian factions outside our sector that don't hate us? We get enough of this inside our sector. Pri shrugged, depends on what you consider Mandalorian, Tetrarch. Anarch 4 has not said anything for or against us, but that's mainly because they're fiercely independent and just want to stay out of all conflicts. They don't even have a senator representing them in the Republic. They just exist on their own terms. And well, Kathar is its own mess of tribal councils. It is not a united power, but something like 40% of the population consider themselves Mandalorian. Some of them might like us, some of them might hate us, I don't really know, they're too busy with their own clan rivalries to care about what happens off their planet. Even if they somehow did, you'd need to make an official statement asking them about it. In the end, it would be against us though, there are a lot of deep scars from the Mandalorian Wars that they still remember, and that would influence their opinion about us. I breathed in and took a deep breath. Just because things needed to be going well in the Mandalorian sector didn't mean everything was going well, and this reminded me there were other factions out there that had personal issues with what happens in Mandalore. But it sounded like everything was stable as is. So, I began, unless there is something that would majorly destabilize the Mandalorian sector, we should be clear from those other three factions then. As long as everything is stable, the new Mandalorian rule is safe, Pre said. Then there is nothing major to worry about. We've been in this situation for nearly 10 years, and we've held on well enough. I think things are even improving now. There might be a few factions paying more attention to what's going on now, but hopefully, with the support of the sector, we can keep these rabble-rousers out of our system. There are a trio of nods from my council as they agreed with my assessment. Mandalore, Sundari, Royal Palace. Tanya cries. Understanding the diplomatic situation of Mandalore was a complex and very thoroughly enlightening experience. But to understand the diplomatic situation, one must understand its history and trade networks. The Neo-Crusaders had basically screwed every generation that came after them that had common sense. With their rampant genocides mixed with conquering nearly half of the known galaxy at the time, had basically burnt all goodwill that could be applied within the local region. As a result, Mandalore was isolated even as it joined up with the Republic. When you see what trade networks are available from the Republic, you would find that most of them came from the southern end of the galaxy. Areas that had been relatively untouched by the Neo-Crusaders, or their touch was so light that the memories of whatever atrocities they committed had fallen into history. It almost felt like we were a pariah state, but at least a pariah state that had super weapons and was actually deserving of such fear and repulsion. New Mandalorians had been in charge for nearly 15 years at this point, and yet everyone was still acting like any day now. The military traditionalist would flip over the board at the Senate and declare that the Mandalorian Empire was back. Ah, the Simpsons, I wonder if they got any better after my death. Probably not, though. They had been trending downward long before I was hit by the train. It didn't help that our relations with the galactic peacekeepers, i.e., the Jedi, were strained at best. Mandalorians and Jedi did not get along. Why did we not get along? I'm still trying to figure that out. Lots and lots of research had told me that the Jedi were basically a monastic order devoted to the Force and the capabilities it gave them. It sounded like they were praying to some sort of being for powers and getting them, but I would withhold my fear and consternation until I got an actual Jedi in front of me to talk to. Besides that, they didn't seem to see the Mandalorians as an existential threat. They had helped with several Mandalorian issues over the centuries. Seems the only reason the two tended to fight was that Mandalorians of the time were on a warpath or sought the Jedi as they were considered the ultimate warrior, a space wizard, and one that they could prove their worth against if you could beat them, that is. While the Jedi saw the Mandalorians as barbarians and warmongers for most of their history. They weren't wrong, but there were moments where they had come to aligned goals. Apparently, Clan Ordo had played a large role in improving relations. At least that is what my pen pal from Ordo said. Engis Ordo had a good head on his shoulders and had obviously seen that having good relations with me was an excellent chance to improve relations between our two planets in the future, and he offered his services as a minor historian to me. He had even invited me to his homeworld a couple of times to see some of the more delicate and secretive documents they had. I will note I was intrigued several times, but my training schedule did not allow for many vacations off-world, and the few that I did have are usually within the Mandalorian system. So I had turned him down, for now. Though I figured I'd have a chance to officially visit once I took part in the senatorial delegation to the Republic. Sooner or later, I would build up vacation time, and if there's one thing about vacation time that seemed universal across multiple universes, it was either use it or lose it. But back onto the matter of Jedi, as far as I could tell, wherever the Jedi went the galaxy usually followed. They were an important key element in maintaining the peace, and if you crossed the Jedi, you usually did not survive long. The Sith, though, is apparently an offshoot of the Jedi, though the answer if that was true or not seems to be muddled through history. I was leaning towards it being an offshoot, as that would make sense to me that an organization would expel remnants of itself that didn't fit the mold that they were trying to craft. They have since attacked the Old Republic several times, and the Jedi had been there to blunt attack each time. Till the Jedi ultimately won. How they won this little competition between wizards, I was unaware of the full details. But for the last 1,000 years, the Sith appeared to have been dead, so I would assume it required the Jedi to pull a little genocide. Just because their order acts like they're faithful and good doesn't mean they aren't above atrocities. They had been involved in the Mandalorian excision 700 years ago that had basically destroyed all heavy industry within the Mandalorian sector. There were apparently several planets that used to be massive ship construction yards rendered so inhospitable they were either lifeless balls of dirt with no air or toxic poisonous swamps. That doesn't happen unless a concerted effort to remove a problem is undertaken. For beings who had been granted magical powers, I am sure they were abusing it for their own ends. Not that I wouldn't, I just would prefer not to be the usual target of said abuse. I briefly wondered if there was some way to gain use of these force powers, though from what I could understand, you had to be born with it. And the only ones who apparently had access to the technology to check if you have those abilities are the Jedi themselves. Sneaky little behavior there. What's the best way to make sure no competing organization comes into existence, but make sure the only way to find out you have those powers is through your organization? Not to mention their policy about taking them young was concerning. If you were to believe Zoom's stories about the Jedi, they often traveled around the galaxy looking for infants to steal. Now I doubt they actually stole them, but to be honest, taking kids from their parents at a young age was not a healthy act for anyone involved. And I could see why the Mandalorians, who put family as one of the main tenets of their culture, would take issue and probably keep the Jedi out of their system. Though I do wonder how long that practice had been in place. At least 1,000 years ago, there were a few Mandalorian Jedi. There was a brief period of peace before the fall of the Old Republic allowed such a weird concept to come to be. But anyways, whenever the Mandalorians were on the side of the Jedi, and their peacekeeping operations, things usually turned out well for them. There are often references in texts from the Jedi about how the Force was rewarding them for making the right choice and punishing them for making the wrong choice. When those things happened, I didn't put much thought into it, as that seemed a lot like karma, and I just did not want to believe in karma, as that was hippie bullcrap. More likely, acting as peacekeepers resulted in less stress in the area, allowing for more trading of resources to the barbarian warlords, being more acceptable in the initial period after such an event. That being said, the stigma was so high now we needed any amount of goodwill, so if we could find some way to get that goodwill, that would be very helpful. The problem was that Mandalore was not a major roadway. A surprising thing, considering they have had an empire. At one point you would assume that they would have created some sort of direct road leading through their territory to Mandalore, but it would seem that the way hyperlanes were explored and created was not enforced in the region of Mandalore, or it had been destroyed long ago. In essence, we were a small town a mile away from the freeway on both sides. There was no reason to go through our territory and no reason to stay. The only people who cared about the Mandalorian sector were other Mandalorians. We weren't even a good holdover place between those two major thoroughways, as there were pathways connecting them both to the north and south of us on most galactic maps. Most trade came from the corporate sectors, an experiment in how far you could push corporations before they broke the rules of human dignity. And you're either using roads much closer to the corporate sector, which leads into Hutt space, a gangster-filled crime den, or the core worlds, which were where most people wanted to be. The economic power of the galaxy came from the core. Mandalore was mid-rim to outer rim. We weren't important to the galaxy. That's not to say we didn't get our fair share of trade coming through, but the solution, I think, could be rectified in the coming years, was the sector becoming a safe place to park. It was just off to being a route that someone could take a stop to rest at, but it was also just far enough off the road that if a pirate was daring enough, they could raid cargo that were manned by humans while passing by. This is why droids were often used for said freighters, as they didn't need to pull off the road to stop at Mandalore for rest, they could just continue on to their destination. Funny enough, there was kind of a cure for this situation that I could think of, but it would not fly with the cultural environment of Mandalore. Las Vegas was never going to pass as a model for the rebuilding of Mandalore. Both the old and the new would absolutely scream their heads off at that idea. But the main point was that Mandalore had to be turned into some sort of stop for galactic trade. There had to be some sort of reason, otherwise anything we did inside the sector would stay inside the sector. Mandalore used to have a large shipping industry. Maybe I should try poking at that subject with Duchess Saturn. I knew they were using the old shipyards for the yacht project, but they could easily be converted for cargo vessels. Maybe a sort of freighter repair stop. While their ship is being maintained, they could partake in Mandalore's other activities or the local cuisine. Another idea to run by Duchess Saturn. So much to do and so little time. It was only 4 months till my 16th birthday. Besides another dastardly party being prepared, I was to have another dress fit for the event. I was spending most of my days studying the region in depth. Granted, I wouldn't need to know too much. The Senator and Prince Tal Merrick would be the leader of the delegation, and at least for the first few years I was just going to be there to learn. But I was fairly intrigued by how botched the whole Mandalorian situation was by the Republic. The new Mandalorians were a great way to bring the Mandalorians into the Senate and make them more part of the galactic community, but they had basically been put in power after the old Mandalorians had been conquered and then left to their own devices. It frankly reminded me how lucky Japan was that there had been another threat right around the corner after the US defeated us in World War II. Although the Marshall Plan had been primarily to aid their allies in Europe, Japan had been aided quite a bit by it, and that was due to the simple factor that there was a bigger threat waiting around the corner with the Soviet Union. If the Republic had done more than just open markets and tried to contribute to the rebuilding efforts of Mandalore, the whole sector would be in a better condition than it had been before the clan wars, maybe even the Civil War. I wondered if there was a way to see that investment capital find its way to Mandalore without causing too many issues for both parties. That was something I would have to see about when I got to the Senate. I could study the history of every system and sector, but the fact of the matter was, until I spoke to the senators there and their corporate interests, to wine and dine them, I wouldn't know what was possible and what wasn't. Since the Senate was a fickle thing, making up its mind depending on whatever issue moved its heart the best at the time. Only time would tell if I'd be able to move its heart in the general direction of goodwill for Mandalore. Getting out of the sector would be good for my own survival, on the off chance that someone who was not aligned with my opinions ever figured out I was the creator of the Silver Codex, it would be good to have contacts outside of Mandalore. Sure, I had gotten the go-ahead from Saturn, but I was no fool. If things got really bad, it would be better to cut ties of some political ward than to protect them. Thankfully everything was proceeding as I had hoped and the middle ground was winning in the long term. All that's left is to see how long that would last before a new issue popped up. Writer's note: so what do we have here? Well, first off, this finished being written 2/22, that all I'm going to say on that matter for anyone who takes issues with the Simpson references. Other than well, a little bit both thoughts, little bit Saturn handling state affairs and little bit what Tanya Beaning thinking on. So let me know what you all think. Chapter 10. 713 FNM, 25 BBY. Month 10. Mandalore, Sundari. Vivictus Visla. Tanya, I don't think this is the greatest idea. I said as I followed along behind her, shaking my head. Nonsense, this is a perfectly reasonable idea. Tanya said, waving her hand to dismiss and toss away the idea. I mean, maybe, but exploring the city without guards seems tempting fate if you ask me. I pointed out, keeping my eyes open in case any trouble happened. There are going to be opportunities and events that will require me to have a minimal security presence, mainly just opportunities and events that will be just the two of us. If I cannot trust you to keep me safe, then why are you even here? She said with a smile, looking at me, causing me to sigh and acknowledge that there was a point to this madness. Besides, what was the point of all that training we've gone through under Bo if I couldn't handle myself in the literal safest city for my existence? I don't know about that, I said, looking over at a wall while we were passing by. The wall in question had a black outline of the symbol of Death Watch. A little bit of vandalism, but still it was something I had never seen sprayed on a wall in my lifetime. Death Watch had been thoroughly destroyed after the clan wars, and the new Death Watch that my mother was a part of tended to be a lot more careful and quiet about their plans, so who was posting images like this was a bit confusing to me. Tanya looked over there as well and then shrugged. I figured Death Watch 2 would come out sooner or later, she said as she started walking on, observing the neighborhood we were in. Tanya had decided that she needed to see the people she would be serving without a large number of guards following her around to distinguish that she was some form of royalty. But instead of going to one of the wealthier districts like I assume she would plan when we snuck out, instead, we ended up in a more lower middle income area with lots of apartment buildings. More closer to the edges of the city, where manual labor jobs were located. Turning to catch up to her, I asked, Death Watch 2? Wondering why she referred to it in such a way. Yes, Death Watch 2. Well, I bet someone refers to it just as a continuation of Death Watch. I doubt direct continuation. All research I've done on their little paramilitary indicates that their leadership was completely wiped out, so any organization that pops up spouting that it is the same thing is most likely just an organization trying to use the name for brand recognizability. Your forefathers fought for Death Watch, come join us and all that shimmery, Tanya said without a hint of worry as we continued our walk. I theorized something like this would happen, she said. As we turned a corner, we saw another one of the Death Watch vandalizations on the wall, this time with a silver X through it. As time goes on and the clan wars get further away, people are going to become a little bit disgruntled with the current status quo and wonder if the old status quo is better in some way. Happens in every society. Once an ideology exists, it will grow in a society until it is either destroyed or fully asserts itself. She stopped talking as a group of teenagers walked by, most of them wearing regular new Mandalorian clothes. However, a few of them were wearing noticeable knee and elbow pads meant for Mandalorian armor as they dribbled a ball between them. It seems the idea of turning armor into a fashion statement is working. So what do you make of this? I said, pointing to the silver X through the Death Watch symbol. An unfortunate but not unwelcome development. I theorized that an organization would take root with the groups who are displeased with the direction of the new Mandalorians. And I'd hoped that the document would help alleviate some of that pressure. It would seem that considering how it's been referred to as the Silver Codex online, some people have taken it as a rallying mark. As long as it stays as simple vandalism and childish gang stuff, it is not a big concern. And if it moves beyond that? I asked, curious about her opinion. Thankfully the ideology of Silver is, let's call it, very defensive, so I don't think they will cause any trouble. I'm more concerned about their interactions with Death Watch in the future. Gang violence is not conducive to a stable economy, and if they end up going at each other, that could be a problem that could set back progress. Continuing on her way, she looked at one of these storefronts at the lower parts of the building. It appeared to be selling some sort of designer Mandalorian vambraces, belts, and vests. Non-lethal items, designed for beauty, and finally the little bits of technology that were a glowing convenience. However, I would probably need to actually own one to know what it could do. Remind me to talk to Zoom Mutuak when we go to Bo's training area again. I might have a business opportunity for him to consider. I nodded, taking out a notebook to mark that down. When I first met Tanya, I had trouble nailing down her eccentricities, even misunderstanding her at first. But over the years, I started to get to know how her mind worked. She was goal-driven, usually centered on peace like her aunt, but she was not a slave to peace like the new Mandalorians. Instead, she was always looking for opportunities to push her agenda and keeping a strong sense of what could go wrong in mind. There were, of course, moments where she was more daring, but she usually had some sort of backup plan when she was implementing one of those daring ideas. I wondered how that would serve her once we got to Coruscant. Theoretically, she would just be a regular diplomat, but with the way her mind worked, I would not be surprised if she could pull some fast ones and get Mandalore some trade deals that most people would not have considered. Really only time would tell, but I trusted her a lot more now than when I first met her. Back then, she had just been a useful way to get away from Mother. But considering she was willing to put herself through training to make sure she was in tip-top shape, explore areas of the city she was not usually going to go to see what it was like, and actually get an understanding of how Mandalore worked. I don't know. I just feel like she was going to go a lot further than a mere senator and do 10 times more good than any senator could ever accomplish. Play, Tipsy. My musings are interrupted when Tanya enters a local tap cafe in a fairly quiet side street. Called the Sleepy Strill, it is a tap cafe that is squeezed between an apartment and a laundromat with a logo of a sleeping strill above the door to the cantina. I followed her inside to see a fairly busy interior with most of the tables being occupied by teens our age, a bar counter with a bartender on the right side of the room with a door that you assume leads into the kitchen behind the counter, and a jukebox at the far end of the room. This is to be expected since it is after school has ended for the day and there is a local public school near here. Tanya takes a seat at the counter and starts to look at the Flimsipla's menu while the bartender watches. I followed her lead and took a seat next to her so I could lean in to take a look at the menu too. As expected, it is filled with a variety of snacks, meals, and beverages with a few specialties here and there. Before you can decide what to order, you see Tanya wave the bartender over. I'll have a glass of black CAF, my friend will have some cassis tea, and a bowl of red gourd soup with grilled cheese harshun bread please. The bartender raised an eyebrow. Aren't you a little young to be drinking CAF? Yes I am. Came her immediate and deadpan reply. The bartender shrugged before getting started on our orders. I knew Tanya wanted to drink CAF for a long time, so this might be the true reason we are exploring the lower income areas of Sundari. Getting to know the population could just be an excuse or a secondary objective. People are less likely to recognize her here than in the upper districts where she is more often seen, and the people are more likely to talk to Satin's staff about Tanya's activities. So, is the reason that we are here is so that you can satisfy your CAF addiction? I had to ask. Partially, no reason we can't gather information and have a break from walking at a nice tap cafe. Ah, so it is just a side benefit to exploring the city. Additionally, tap cafes are an excellent place to gather information, as it's a location where many people gather and converse with one another. An excellent place to overhear information. Tanya motions with her head to a group sitting at a table right behind them talking fairly loudly. Man, school is a pain, what I wouldn't give to go back to the old ways. At least my parents wouldn't give me homework. At most they'll give me chores around the house and then combat lessons on weekend with a bit of lessons from their life in the form of stories from their youth. Reading dry history books is torture. Another teen in the group decides to chime in. Come on, school is not that bad. If we didn't have school we wouldn't have met each other and learned stuff that our parents didn't know. Ms. Frisk's chemistry class is usually fun with her experiments. Yeah, but Mr. Resla's math and Ms. Chris's new Mandu philosophy lesson is a bore. Like, when am I going to use them? Sure, learning how to count my money and how to not offend new Mandus is fine. But when the criff am I going to use calculus? One of the girls in the group decided to chime in. Well, you would need to know calculus for an office job as well as learning how to calculate hyperspace jumps. Yeah, I know I am not smart enough for an office job or being a trader, I'd just have the astromech calculate my jumps. Anyway, enough about school, so you guys ready for the ambience concert next week? My eavesdropping was interrupted when the bartender came back with our order. I got my tea, Tanya got her CAF, and a plate of grilled cheese toast and red gourd soup was put in between us. Here you go, ladies. If you need anything let me know. As the bartender returns to serving the other customers, you see Tanya pick up her CAF and take a big sip from her foam cup. I had to hide my laugh as a cough as I see Tanya's eyes go wide and her face becomes a grimace as she forces herself to swallow the drink that I assume would have the taste of wastewater from an industrial plant. What is this swill? The bartender, who was also watching, chimed in apologetically. Insta CAF, if you want real CAF, you would need to go to those high-class tap cafes in the upper districts. They are the only ones that have the money to import real freeze-dried CAF from off-world. All of the local government greenhouses are used to plant staple crops or fruits and vegetables. What about private greenhouses? Nope, not enough space to plant entire fields of CAF that can be sold commercially, and even if they did, it would be so pricey that only the rich could afford it for personal consumption. Of course that is just in Sundari. Oh. I can hear the genuine interest in her tone. Oyabate in Keldabi is an ancient hotel and tapcoff that is still in business since the Old Republic era. Their spiced CAF is their most famous beverage in Mandalore because they are the only ones who made it. If you want the best CAF on Mandalore, that's where you'll find it. Tanya visibly deflates from the news. Alright, do you have any recommendations to make this at least palatable? I have just the thing. I'll be right back. As the bartender took back Tanya's drink, I took a sip of my tea after swallowing a bite of my grilled cheese bread that I dipped into the soup. So how was your first taste of being an adult? I jest. It was, bracing, to put it mildly. She looked genuinely offended that such a thing is allowed to be sold commercially. The bartender returned with Tanya's CAF, except now it is much lighter in color. Here you go, our special Strill CAF. Guaranteed to turn even the worst Insta CAF into something drinkable. I watched as Tanya took a cautionary sip of the improved CAF. It did not take long before it looked like she was in bliss. Amazing, what did you do? It's like an entirely new drink. Well, I added some Nerf butter, a bit of cream, and a sprinkle of Corellian cinnamon powder. The butter helps kill the bitterness and acidity whilst giving a smooth texture. The cream adds flavor as well as making it smoother. Finally, the cinnamon powder gives the drink a healthy, spicy yet sweet flavor. The bartender explained. I'll have to try that myself sometime, thank you sir. Tanya thanked the man before taking another sip. No problem, let me know if you need anything. Actually, there is something you could help us with. Tanya pulled out a day top hat. Could you tell us what you think about the new silver codex that has been going around lately? It is for our school's social studies project. Sure, as an apology for having you drink straight Insta CAF, I'll answer some questions. 714 FNM, 24 BBY. Month 1. Mandalore, Sundari, Royal Palaces. Enjais Ordo. Carefully I finished strapping the armored boot onto my leg. The silver Beskar was a little gaudy for my personal taste, but it was something I was just going to have to accept. I'd come a long way from just saying orphaned Ordo to a member of the Royal Guard, and I was proud to have done it. Most of my cousins were more interested in local affairs. Rusak, who was like a brother to me, was currently studying to become a doctor. Bark, my slightly younger brother, who is about my own age, and is planning to go into politics directly, maybe even taking over for the old man when the time comes. Hell, even my adopted sister Ikud Tavu, was going into security because she wanted to be part of the local self-defense force. Until I was 10, I had planned to become a historian. I had always enjoyed the histories of our worlds, always enjoyed learning about all the cultures, and my life had pretty much been set for a teaching gig. And then I met her, the monster, and I just knew I needed to be part of the Royal Guard. Hey, if you keep admiring yourself in the reflection of your knee guards, people are going to think you're vain. Which is totally unfair, that's my job. Came the voice of possibly the strangest personality I'd ever come across. Tabi Craig, a Mandalorian from Harzwi. They were a strange group of Mandalorians to say the least. And Tabi was a wondrous example of how strange they were. Harzwi had a slightly higher gravity, which had resulted in even their weakest candidates for military work hitting the minimum requirements for the Royal Guard. Why was that important? Well, that's why Tabi, who looked lithe, compared to the rest of the Royal Guards currently preparing for their first meeting with their soon-to-be target of protection duties. Add in Harzwi's long history of fabric work and high fashion results in a very flamboyant personality. Shaking my head I said, not vain, just thinking, Tabi. Good, I don't want someone trying to compete for my position as the most beautiful Royal Guard. He said as he did a little twirl to show off his blue uniform. And when did you acquire this position? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Oh, when I took that maid too. You see, them stop and think better of themselves before saying. A gentleman never tells about his conquest. Right, just going to pretend I didn't hear that. I said, standing up and kicking my boots against the ground to make sure they were well and truly on. Reaching down I picked up my helmet and carefully slid it on the massive wing that went off the top. It was a little bit unbalancing, but I have been training to deal with this for a couple years now. Ever since I made my interest in a position as a Royal Guard known to the Patriarch, he'd been more than willing to make sure I got the training needed. The only real thing I hate about this helmet was the missing T of a visor. Instead of using the old method, they had gone with some open eye design. Sure, I could slide the part of the helmet down and use it as sort of a sun blocker, but if I just had a full helmet I would have access to a lot more tech than this piece of metal and not get dust or smoke in my eyes. I was reaching over for the force staff when Tabi spoke up. So what battlefield are you planning to go to? Battlefield? I asked, a little bit confused. Every Mandalorian has their own personal battlefield. At least that's what my family believes. That's how Mandalore the Binder took control of our system so many generations ago. Mandalore the Binder. I muttered. He was a Mandalore about 2,000 years ago, I think. It was hard to tell because there might have been another Mandalore the Binder, but you are probably talking about the one that had come from your home world of Harzwi. Man was considered one of the greatest Mandalores that ever existed and showed that it was possible for anyone to take on that rank as he had been a son of a rug maker. We still produced rugs to this day even though they were all diversifying with other fabric products. I hate to say this but I don't have a battlefield I am angling for, because I'm exactly where I want to be. So your battlefield was to become a royal guard? Intriguing. Tabi said as he looked at me with an uncomfortable stare. Ignoring the pinkish blonde lock that was trying to come loose of his wild hair and block his view. Alright then, what battlefield are you trying to conquer? I said, trying to get him to stop staring at me. Well, fashion of course, he said matter-of-factly before continuing, and maybe a few young lasses' hearts along the way. Really? That's it? Came a female voice from a few spots over. All that build-up and your answer is I want to get laid. This Ishskida stepped into the locker area not seeming to care this was the men's locker room and pointed directly at Tabi. If you're going to be a filthy degenerate do me a favor and make sure you do it safely. We only have a limited supply of STD medication and I'm not going to give it all out to you if you are going to abuse it. She didn't have her helmet on so you could see that she was a few years older than the rest of the people in the room. One of the old hands that is meant to keep an eye on the newer royal guards for this assignment. She brushed her dark black hair back before she crossed her arms waiting for a response. Madam, you wound me, I would never abuse the stockpile. Tabi said, acting overly hurt by the comments. So the stockpiles will abuse you? Came the voice of the fourth member of their little group, Core Castle. Causing this Ish to chuckle and Tabi to look indignant. Didn't seem to care though as he was too busy trying to figure out how to get the shoulders to poof out right on the uniform. Core was a dark-haired man from Vorpia. I wasn't too familiar with the culture of that planet beyond being in the same system as Concord Dawn. All I knew was that it didn't have many notable features and was mostly used as an agri-world. Only thing I can really identify about him was that he had a thing for tattoos as I've seen many ancient Mandalorian symbols tattooed on his upper body. Must have meant for standard good luck from what I understood. Though it was interesting that he had the Iron Heart directly tattooed over his heart. Oh, you think you're a real comedian, don't you? Well, answer me this, what is your battlefield then? Tabi said, pointing at Core. Wherever the guard sends me is my battlefield. Cole answered nonchalantly. By the binder, I do want to hear goals more loftier than fighting for the Royal Guard. Royal Guard is what we do, not who we are. Tabi proclaimed. Well, if you put it like that, my goal is to make sure young idiots like you don't get themselves dead by prolonged idiotic stupid disease-ridden stunts. So please do not waste my medical supplies. This Ish was giving him the death glare. Whatever thoughts I was going to have were sideswiped as the second in command of this detachment of royal guards opened the door. Kuthmok stepped in and immediately looked around. I see everyone has not finished putting on their armor, except Ordak, of course. He said, mentioning to the last member of the guard unit, who was leaning back against a corner, having already gotten himself prepared. Stroke Ordak nodded his head to his second in command. Ordak was sticking to his no unnecessary comment shtick the entire time I'd known him, which was about a month at this point. He was the team's commander, but he only spoke up when necessary, preferring to let Mok and this Ish keep the majority in line. In the next 20 minutes, we will be meeting with codename Pixie for our introduction. Ordak said, looking at his vambrace, sounding displeased to use the codename that apparently had been used for their charge for lunch, while now, will be part of her personal royal guard detachment to make sure she doesn't get into any trouble. You have made good time, but it might be wise to speed up. This Ish nodded her agreement. We are the Mandalorian Royal Guard. We must maintain our professional status at all times while looking disciplined and gallant whilst doing it. Looking like a hodgepodge of parts is an insult to our position. Plus, Mok added, as soon as we get this meeting over with, the sooner we can go back to off-duty and I can go watch the latest episode of The Protectors. Yes, sir. Came the voices of the three newbies guards before we quickly gathered on the rest of our stuff. So, Tabi says, looking at Kuth, what your personal battlefield? Kuth, who was busy attaching his vambrace to his cybernetic arm, gave him a look that said he had no idea what Tabi was talking about. My battlefield? It's whenever a person screws up and need me to fix their tech issues. That's not what I mean. Tabi said, looking annoyed. Too bad, that the answer you're getting. Now get your helmet on. Kuth responded before his hand glitched and gave a rude gesture, at least I think glitched out. He began working on trying to fix it from that position. After the 20-minute time span, we have been given to get fully dressed. We were told to be waiting outside our barracks area, standing next to each other in formation. I was a bundle of nerves. I will admit it, today was the day I've been working a long time to get to ever since I was 13, and I confirmed something. The day I met a monster. And as if my thoughts of her was a summoning spell, said monster appeared. Walking down the hallway with her handmaiden close by her side, in a comfortable-looking dress with her fully auburn hair almost down to the small of her back now, came Tanya Cries, or as the Royal Guard apparently had codenamed her, the Pixie. Why is she named that way? I didn't know, but it apparently has been around for a long time. Good afternoon, Lady Cries. Commander Ordak said, bowing his head to the royal family member. I've assembled your guard detail for your coming trip to Coruscant for inspection. Thank you Commander Ordak, my protective detail looks well and truly put together. She said looking us over, from my distance of a few feet away, with a practiced eye it felt like. If you wish ma'am, I could introduce each of them to you. I believe I can introduce myself, thank you very much. Tanya said, nodding for the royal guard before stepping forward looking at the first person in line. You're a little short for a royal guard. She commented, looking at Tabi. On Harswi I'm actually fairly tall. Came his chipper reply before he gave a bow, Tabi Craig at your service ma'am. Harswi, higher gravity am I correct? Tabi nodded, are you genetically divergent from the regular human genome? Well in any case I accept your service Tabi and I hope we have a wonderful good real working relationship. She said with a smile before stepping on and looking up at the next guard who happened to be me. Considering she had initiated the conversation with Tabi I decided to remain quiet assuming this was the proper formalities. Enjais. Tanya said, looking up at me, completely stalling my brain for a second. I hadn't told her I was coming in my last letter to her. Hell, I kept the whole royal guard plan a surprise so how did she know it was me? Enjais Ordo? She asked again. Yes, Tanya, it's me. Surprise. I tried to say, though my surprise was totally and completely destroyed at this point. Good to see you, Enjais, she said, reaching up to pat me on the shoulder, it'll be good to have conversations with someone else I know on Coruscant and we won't have to wait on mail delay, finally. I smiled beneath my helmet and nodded yes, we won't. Smiling, she moved on and I could do nothing much other than watch her go. She was a monster all right, an intelligent monster with good instincts on how to fight. And I simply wanted to be near her when something happened. I didn't know how far she would go but people like her went far and the people who were close to them when they did, rose in status and fame. She had the potential to become the next Mandalore and I wanted to be by her side the whole way. Smiling, I turned my head back to look straight ahead, to look more professional. Then I noticed that Tabi was looking at me, turning a bit I looked at him before he elbowed me in the side. Liar, no battles my ass. He said in a hushed and teasing tone as I stifled a groan. I think he might have popped something out of place, couldn't exactly blame him, he's from a planet where people had a lot more tolerance for strength but it still hurt like hell. Maintaining full control I tried not to show the pain until Tanya had left and all the other guards were filing back into the barracks. Thankfully, this ish noticed me standing awkwardly and came over to ask what was wrong or I might have stood there for a couple hours more trying to keep the pain in. Mandalore, Sundari, Royal Palaces. Tanya cries. On the job training is not a subject I had to entertain very often. I worked my entire life to get to the position I was in my first life and in my second life I'd at least had training before war took over the continent. Well I guess going from an artillery spotter to ace over the course of 30 minutes was a bit of on-the-job training that I had not prepared for. That being said, this on-the-job training was not as dangerous. Today was my 16th birthday party as well as my going-away party. Next week I'd be packed off to the Senate and be far far away from the troubles of Mandalore. I just hoped my little attempts to stem the potential rebellions that were brewing would pay off while I was gone. As for the party itself, it was fairly similar to my 13th birthday party. A lot of people talking and exchanging pleasantries, a few people asking to dance with other people, it was all so formal and not exactly my forte. Frankly I was still somewhat getting used to the idea of being royalty. First life had not had such privileges and second life so I had achieved a noble status through hard work and dedication. I've been a little busy dodging bullets most of the time to enjoy all the benefits of that. If it wasn't a party in my favor I might have looked at ways to duck out but as it was I just simply smiled and waved at the people who smiled and waved at me and acted as princessly as I could. Just had to make it through this day wearing this updated version of the dress I'd worn when I was 13 and I'd be done with this for at least a couple weeks. It's something that I had to work on, most of the time there are going to be too many opportunities for this kind of socialization on Coruscant. Good evening Miss Cries. A voice came from my side causing me to look up. Standing before me was a blonde-haired man I kind of recognized but I couldn't place. It was definitely one of the people who worked with Saturn higher up in the government but I just don't think we'd ever had a proper meeting before. Good evening, I said, doing a little curtsy as I've been trained to do over the years. I now spent twice as many decades as a woman or a girl than I had ever spent as a man so I was no longer feeling a bit of my pride dying every time I had to do something like this. It was simply a requirement of my position in order to maintain my social status, so I could either get worried about that and have nothing I can do about it or ignore it and go on with my life. Best option is to ignore it as I had but better things to do. Smiling, the man held out his right hand as his left held a goblet of some kind. Previsla Governor of Concordia, I don't believe you've ever had the chance to meet before. Taking the hand for the offered shake I nodded. Yes I don't believe we've ever actually had the opportunity, well I must say I've been to your world quite often. Your work in rebuilding it is quite lovely. Why thank you, the people of Concordia have worked hard to turn that ball of dirt into a green world once again, always good to receive praise for our work. he said, swirling the liquid in his glass before sipping. It was actually because of your trips to Concordia that I wanted to talk to you. Oh. I asked in an inquiring way, wondering where this was going. Well, although Concordia is doing a lot in its rebuilding process, it still has some time to go before it is truly restored. The process could be sped up of course, but we would need the Republic to lessen its restrictions on what we could do. Staying true to the letter prevents us from importing animals from other Mandalorian planets that would thrive on Concordia. Intriguing, what's the exact restriction? I asked and I raised my brow, kind of curious about what this is actually about. Was this some sort of long play? Had he allowed the use of the moon for my training in hopes of having me help him deal with some Republic restrictions? If so, my hat's off to him, as I saw no reason not to at least look into the matter. If I could help him out with making Concordia complete its terraforming process to a livable moon faster, I saw no reason not to try and help, as any resources that would be saved in the long run could be diverted to rebuilding the other planets of the Mandalorian system. The Endangered Animals Act to be exact. Concordia used to have a large diverse array of carnivorous predators even before Mandalorians brought in packs of animals from other planets to hunt. That was several thousand years ago, and the excision did not help those populations. As far as anyone's aware, those carnivorous predators are now all extinct, but we are still labeled as a planet that needs its environment protected due to its history. This of course prevents us from bringing in new animals that could threaten the environment of the ones that are now dead. If you could look into getting us off that list, it would help greatly in the rebuilding efforts, as I could bring in resources not just from Mandalorian systems. Just from Mandalorian systems? I asked, confused. Right, part of the restrictions prevents us from trading Mandalorian plants that may have had contact before the restrictions were in place, as a way of preventing species from other planets from accidentally being transplanted. Ah, so this environmental protection was not only preventing the terraforming, it was also clamping down on the trade of the planet, as anything would have to basically go through another Mandalorian planet before going to Concordia. Nodding my head, I said, well, I'm unaware if I will have any way to help with this situation, but I will definitely look into it. That's the best I can offer. Pre smiled, at least someone will be looking into it. I've been trying to get Tal Merrick to look into it for some time now, but he's always been busy trying to get trade deals for Kalevala. That raised my eyebrow. Interplanetary rivalry, and was not a good look and could cause problems down the line. I need to keep an eye on Senator Merrick if he was abusing his position to favor Kalevala over the other planets of the Mandalorian system, let alone the sector. Of course this might be a biased opinion, so I would give Senator Merrick the benefit of the doubt to prove it wrong with his deeds. Smiling, I simply nodded and said, well, I'm sure he's got a good reason, but I will keep this matter on the table in our conversations. Getting this wildlife reserve status removed from Concordia seems like a reasonable stance to take if the planet has already had all of the original species population wiped out. Thank you, Miss Tanya. Looks like there's a bit of a line forming behind me, so I'll be seeing you around. He said with a nod before taking a few steps away, clearing the way for another man who was waiting in the wings. Said man was in his early 50s by my guess, balding and carrying a box. As soon as Governor Vizsla cleared the way, he stepped forward. Drios Schuer of Mondel Technologies, at your service, Miss Kreis. Tanya Kreis, pleasure to meet you. I said, in greeting. Miss Tanya, would you be willing to help a Mandalorian corporation out? That raised my eyebrow with a smile, nothing like honesty to improve my mood. Well, as a noble I'm a servant of the people. If the corporation's goals align with improving the people's lives, I would not be against helping out a corporation. Assuming your proposition is beneficial to the people? Oh yes, this will be beneficial to everyone involved. As a soon-to-be representative of our people, you will be invited to plenty of events while you are away. Not only that, you will be seen on cameras across the sector, you will be a representation of our people, a trendsetter. Oh, this could go badly. I thought, my eyebrow thoroughly reaching the top of my hairline at this point. You are not wrong, though I don't see how this will. He cut me off and held up the box to me. Why, this gift will be how you help our corporation, as we plan to help many others. Curious, I took the box and opened it with my left hand, only to see two Mandalorian bracers laying inside, elegantly designed for style if I had to guess, with several screens currently off. I was actually in a market for Mandalorian VAM braces, but I was planning to go through Zoom for that. He was working on getting the materials together, so I was intrigued at what I was seeing. An opportunity is here, but I thought I better ask more questions about what I was dealing with. Mandalorian VAM braces, aren't these a bit too militaristic for a gift? I asked carefully. Oh heavens no, this is a new model we have created based on the ever-growing popularity of the Silver Codex. It only have defensive systems such as a small energy shield, in case of assassination attempts, a communicator with a powerful enough transmitter to reach orbit on some of the lesser atmospheric worlds, and the most popular feature that we have been working on, a small computer allowing you to access the galactic net. All well designed and hidden inside these elegantly built plasteel casing. It was a smartphone. He was giving me a smartphone in the form of a VAM brace that also has an energy shield. This is a very useful item. No, I did not miss the last thing. Did you say plasteel? Yes, these are designed exclusively for export and we're hoping that when you are seen outside of the Mandalore sector the people will see you as a trendsetter amongst the youth and will put in orders for as many of these vambraces as we can sell. I nodded my head and I said, I appreciate your honesty, as I closed the box, and I will do my best to set a trend as it were, but I will make no guarantees that it will take off. Nothing's ever guaranteed in the galaxy except war and taxes. That got to chuckle out of me. I have not expected to hear a version of death and taxes, but there was, and it wasn't exactly wrong for their culture. Isn't that the truth? Hopefully though the war part will become less guaranteed. Peace is always preferable in a good economy. Agreed my lady, thank you for hearing me out and enjoy the vambraces. Will do, and if you have anything else like this, don't be afraid to ring me up. As far as I'm aware trend setting is not illegal behavior for the Senate. Noted. The man said with a smile, before walking away. Well then this party was turning out to be more exciting than I had expected. Well, I'd officially made a contact in an industry that could always come in handy in the future. Plus, I could always let Zoom upgrade the vambraces with Beskar plating in the future. Coronet. Tanya cries. I looked out the window of the coronet and smiled at the space outside as it zoomed by. This is probably the fastest I had ever traveled, and it was in comfort and style. The coronet was the personal yacht of Duchess Satin, though it served mainly as the transport for those of upper class from Mandalore to the one core world Mandalore cared about, Coruscant. The economic and diplomatic capital of the Republic. A massive city that encrusted an entire planet. I was fairly curious to finally see the planet I've been told about for most of this life. What I managed to find didn't exactly give me the most glorious picture. It sounded like a cyberpunk dystopia in a few places, but I was going towards the better parts of the city so I would at least be safe, I assumed. Mistress, please stop staring out the window, you'll get hyperspace sickness. Came the mechanical voice of my droid. Apologies X4, I will keep my eyes on the internals of the ship. I said, turning to face the silver and green droid. I had many options to choose from when it came to droids, more than I really expected, really. Which shows that there is a healthy free market going on when it comes to droids and their technology. The expected choice, the one that I think most diplomats would have gone with, was the 3PO model. They were the industry standard for a century when it came to dealing with multiple species translations and etiquette. They are also fairly expensive yet are the cheapest option on the market, while also being capable enough that in some ways could replace me. When a droid could function as a diplomat for you, there was really no reason for you to exist. Thus I searched the droid market for something that would not be a danger to my position and would instead improve my capabilities. My quest for such a droid resulted in the 3D4X administration droid. It had many of the same abilities as a 3PO model, and instead of a lifeless human-like head, it had a silver one too, but coming out of the neck with one eye at the top. What was more interesting to me about this droid than having something that could replace me was its abilities for administration. Not only was it good at translating, albeit with a fraction of the language library available to 3PO models, it could also handle my finances. While I am no slouch when it comes to administration, I was a member of an HR department, thus my specialties lie in managing the workers and smoothing relations with other companies or suppliers than managing spreadsheets filled with numbers and timetables. Having a mechanical underling who could quickly figure out the most financially beneficial way to do something was far more appealing than a droid that could just speak a lot of was a bit more expensive, but having the capabilities of someone who could handle all financial situations I would find myself in, would pay for itself quickly. And since droids could live up to 100 or more years, no doubt my next of kin would be thanking me for my forethought. X4 for his part is rather professional and diligent. Didn't talk much unless prompted and was rather cool about everything he said. I brought your tea, mistress. Didn't I ask for CAF? I questioned. Duchess Satin has ordered me to not offer you CAF until your 18th birthday, as it would stunt your growth. I collapsed a bit into my chair with a groan. While I had managed to sneak one final cup of CAF from the sleepy Strill last week, some cups of CAF a month is not enough CAF in your honest opinion. The moment I thought I had the freedom to have as much CAF as I want, 2 more years have been added to it. I've already reached my maximum height of 5'6" last year. I don't think I'm going to get any taller than that. Satin's orders are the administration's orders. If you have a problem with the administration, please contact your Duchess Satin. I tried not to let my annoyance show. Who would have thought droids had parental controls? Then again, what is a droid but a computer? Why wouldn't you give a kid control over a computer without putting some sort of parental locks on it? Alright, no need to get snippy. I said, reaching out to grab the glass of tea and sipped it. I took a moment to relax as X4 came to stand next to my seat waiting for whatever my next order would be. This really was the life trademark, a proper retirement when you really thought about it. Yes, there was the threat of rebellion and chaos, but this little moment of peace of being an aristocrat was almost worth ticking off being X and all of the crap I had to deal with in my second life. Before I could get too sentimental though, someone opened the door to Coronet's lounge of Coronet. Oh, there you are. Came the voice of my generous host as he walked into the room with his own 3PO model droid following behind him. Another reason I had sprung for the more business-minded option, my employer already has a 3PO model. Senator Tall Merrick, I said, straightening up, or is it Prince? I'm not sure which title comes first in this situation. I have tried to look it up in my current understanding with the senator, but it was always best to ask. Senator, he said with an offhand look before taking a seat across from me, signaling his 3PO model to get a drink from a nearby locked bar. Only when I'm on Kalevala does the Prince title take precedence. I nodded my understanding and made note of it in case I ever came up. In any case, I thought I should have a little meeting with you before we reach Coruscant. I wanted to make sure you understand the political situation that's been brewing that we are under strict orders to not get involved in. I don't think I could raise my eyebrow any higher after that statement, but I took it in with the calmness a princess was supposed to have. And what is this situation we must remain diligent to not step in? To put it simply, a former Jedi is dropping the non-political stance they've been playing it for the last 1,000 years. He is gathering several systems unsatisfied with the Republic under his banner. Personally, I believe he's simply trying to use the systems to get himself elected as Chancellor, like the Jedi Chancellors of old, but I haven't had a chance to talk to him yet. I felt the cold grip of fear tug at my heart. A former military leader was gathering planets to position himself into politics. That could go badly, and why was he gathering discontents? I was going to need to do research on this just to make sure I understood the situation, but I would honor the prince's request. Understood, I will stay far away from this situation. Frankly, I'm more interested in trade deals and ways of improving the Mandalore system over any petty politics of who should be the leader in the Senate. Good, he said as his droid brought him his drink. He smiled before sipping it, then continued. Also, stay far away from the Jedi. On a good day they're the Chancellor's dogs. On a bad day, well, what happened to Mandalore during the excision was a bad day. Not a fan of the space wizards. I mused as I listened to him. Nope, I've seen enough of their so-called peacekeeping to know that when a situation goes south they usually make it worse. I nodded my head, but I would withhold my judgment for now on that one. That sounded like ancient bias to me. Mandalorians and Jedi have been going at it for nearly 4,000 years, maybe more, so I could see why bad blood existed between them. How bad the blood was I wasn't sure yet, though that was not my problem. It wasn't like I was trying to integrate Jedi into Mandalorian society. That sounded like a recipe for disaster. But I just simply said I'll keep my distance from them if I see their brown robes. I've seen 1 or 2 holo videos with supposed Jedi actors and they always wore brown robes, so I assumed that was some sort of sign of their cult. Exactly, if you see brown robes, walk the other way. He said matter-of-factly before sipping his drink. Kamino. Jango Fett. I chuckled as I read the last few lines on the document before me. I just returned from a hunt, a simple and easy job too. Get in, bash ahead, drop off the unfortunate soul that the person who wanted him, and get out. Most of my bills were paid by my contract with the cloners, but I still enjoyed the hunt every once in a while. Plus, being cooped up in the city for too long can get a bit too much for me sometimes. And as I always did when I went on a trip out, I picked up a few things on my way home. I had swung by the edges of the Mandalorian sector and picked up a rather unique little trinket, the Silver Codex. What a bunch of malarkey. What's so funny? Came the voice of one of the members of my QEval DAR, Kal Skirita. Not to be surprised I hadn't made it all the way back to my room before opening this particular document. Things like this I usually left in the common area for them just so they could keep aware of what the galaxy was up to. Shrugging, I tossed him the datapad. Someone's decided they like the Super Commando Codex enough to use it in their own document. Hell, not a big fan of their redefining of what a Mandalorian should be. Really now? Skirita said, sounding like he was already suspicious of the document before he opened it, taking the seat across from me at the lunch table. Anything I should know ahead of reading this? Author is unknown and White Silver sounds like a goddamn hollow star name. I said, relaxing a bit. Skirita did a quick read of the document, nodding his head along. I've already said hogwash, but hey, at least this is better than the new MAND doctrine of hiding in your holes and hope no one comes knocking. At least they'd fight in this. That's a point. Can't see it being very successful though. In the long run, new Mandus are always a bit of a stickler for their whole pacifism stick, and the traditionalists aren't exactly going to jump for joy just because they are allowed to wear their armor again. They lost political power the moment the new Mandalorians took it, so if they see a chance to take it back they will. That's how the Mandalorian sector works. I said, thinking about, well, a lot of things. There wasn't a good code of honor left in the Mandalorian sector in my opinion. True, but then again this Silver Codex does offer a continuation of the main idea of what it means to be a Mandalorian, but I can see it sticking around for a while, at least as well as the Super Commando Codex is doing. Who knows when this army finally goes into action and does its duty? Maybe it'll go back to Mandalore and be welcomed there because of something like this. You think the cloners are going to let the army go? I asked, not really thinking this army has a chance at freedom. They do their duty and whatever happens after that, I wasn't sure. Don't know, but I'd like to think that they have a chance in Mandalore. If they ever do build this self-defense force, well, these boys would more than willing sign up for that. which is a bit of a better future prospect than becoming a mercenary or a bounty hunter. On that, I can agree, I said with a smile. Chapter 11. 714 FNM, 24 BBY. Month 1. Coruscant. Tanya cries. Quite an impressive view, I said to Vi as I looked out the window of my apartment. We had arrived in the middle of the night or day, I wasn't sure, 9 hours ago, dead tired, and immediately just found our way to our sleeping quarters. So taking stock of our quarters and where we'd be living for who knows how long, have not occurred the night before. Now that I was fully awake, I was quite enjoying the view. We were in a tower of sorts that was just outside of the senatorial district, the second to top floor. As a result, I had a good view of the main senatorial complex. The strange rounded building reminded me more of a UFO from the 50s than any governmental building I'd ever seen in my lives. It was quite an impressive building, and if I moved to the other side of the tower I could just barely see what was called the Jedi Temple. It itself was also impressive and reminded me of a mix of a ziggurat and the Hagia Sophia. Yeah, quite impressive, Vi said from behind me, sounding rather unimpressed as she helped me get my dress on. This one was not as fancy as some of the ones I've been stuck wearing over the years. But it was just tough enough that letting Vi handle the back of it was more practical than trying to figure it out myself, which would waste too much time. I was not one to let a day go to waste after all. And so, even though this was my first day in the capital of the Republic, I had already scheduled a meeting with someone I thought could help with issues related to Mandalore. Mainly hoping to speed up the terraforming process. Why no one had reached out to this group yet? I have a few educated guesses on that. A lot of time had been spent researching on the trip here, so I had prepared for this meeting as much as I could. But that was later today, right now I could afford to enjoy myself for a bit. You don't sound too enthused, I said as a matter of course, always wanting to know what my employees were thinking after all. Have you gotten a chance to look over the rules the Senator of Mandalore has so graciously left on our table? No, I really have not, I said. I haven't even left my room yet since arriving. So it was understandable I might have missed this. The Mandalorian Embassy Tower, I guess? Or is it just an apartment complex owned by the Mandalorian government? I wasn't sure yet, I would have to look into the details when I got the chance, is broken up into several sections. The top floor is the senatorial suite, where the Senator of Mandalore worked and lived. The floor I was on, is the visiting diplomat suite. Even if I was going to be more than visiting, it was not a bad place as there are 2 bedrooms, one for me, one for Vi. There was a kitchenette and a living area that was combined into the main area of the apartment. And an outer hallway for the elevators to the floor above below, where I was assuming we had 2 royal guards waiting. Beneath this suite are a set of rooms for even more diplomats, though some of them were now being used by my royal guards. I had not been down there yet, so I didn't know the layouts of that particular floor. We are not allowed to go too far down into Coruscant, or explore too far away from the senatorial district, Vi said matter-of-factly before continuing. I don't know about you, but I thought we'd get a chance to at least explore more of this city than just the fancy pants areas. I chuckled at that. I had never really thought about exploring more of this economic world. Oh sure, I was somewhat tempted to see how life had developed on a planet devoid of natural environments. But the fact of the matter was, even I could see why these rules were in place. The rules are most likely in place because outside of those areas crime becomes high enough that it is risky for people to wander around if they look too wealthy. We're Mandalorians, we can take a little fist fight, Vi said, showing a bit of the war mania that all Mandalorians seem to suffer from. Better to explain the idea of diplomatic repercussions, I thought. Yes, while we're Mandalorians who'd win any fist fights, that could cause a scandal. As representatives of Mandalore, we may have immunity in certain laws or just general bias in our actions. This could cause diplomatic problems if we were to get in a fight and win it. Because if anyone is severely injured and they try to get the law to hold us responsible for it, the law may decide that because we're representatives we are above it, and that can cause hatred, mistrust, and a whole bunch of other minor things we just don't want to deal with. No doubt in a year or so the restrictions will loosen once he feels that we are not going to cause an international incident. Then we can explore to our heart's content. This seemed to have had the desired effect as she smiled and nodded, starting to work on getting my hair in the long braid that it becomes so standard. I was half convinced Satin had pushed for this length of hair, as it became a little bit troubling to wear the Mandalorian helmet with it. Not an impossible task, but well, any loose item that someone can grab onto is not something you want hanging from your head. Thankfully, I didn't plan to get in range of anyone who could grab my hair, so it was not a major concern. Looking out the window, I stared at the senatorial building with many thoughts running through my head. I have been trying to put together exactly how everything works since stepping off the ship here. The current republic was based on a representative government based around 1,000 or so sectors. From what I dug up, this system has not always been like this. 1,000 years ago, when the old republic was falling apart, each planet had had its own representative. A much fairer system when you think about it, but had been even more deadlocked than this current government tended to be. But as part of the Russian Reformation, the system has been changed to one representative per sector. Now, what qualified as a sector depended on a whole bunch of gerrymandering. But the reality of the situation was if a planet was wealthy enough and had enough support, it could determine what a sector was. This had the effect of turning each sector into a mini-empire under the Republic. Some of them were more liberal than others, and some of them were just outright corporations masquerading as governments. To the point that there was something called the corporate sector, a section of space that had been given to corporations to give them an actual vote in the Senate. I found that terrifying and intriguing at the same time, and my research into it had not improved my mood on the situation. They were trying to terraform a bunch of planets and produce a lot of materials at the end of the Hydian Way. And on the face of it, it was good that trade would go directly by my home world. The problem was, as things tended to be, there were rumors that the planets they had terraformed had once been inhabited by other species that were forced out. Details were slim, but it was concerning, as it showed these corporations were taking that sector to be theirs literally and doing everything they could to make sure they maintain control. Of course, that's to be expected, but that meant any planets that were eventually terraformed and populated would be highly controlled by those corporations. I wouldn't be surprised if in 10 years I heard rumors about company scripts being used out there instead of Republic credits. The main issue though was not just this corporate sector and the possible genocide. It was a very chilling precedent that could be implemented in any sector when you thought about it. I figured if you looked too deeply into some of the sectors, I might find similar situations developing where the local major power was putting in conditions to make sure they stayed in power. Mandalore didn't have this problem, per se, since it was a mix of people who want nothing to do with the Republic and people who wanted the Republic simply for the trade provided and didn't care about the government as a whole. Fact of the matter was, they're pretending that we were the only warmongers and conquerors out there, which is a bit of a joke. Given enough time, I'm sure some local sector lord would decide they'd like to have 2 sectors under their control. And considering the bumbling attempt at the invasion and puppet state creation the Trade Federation had tried, maybe some were already beginning to think it was possible. I would have to keep an eye on such reports to make sure that nothing was coming in Mandalore's direction. Not to say that I cared for anyone in particular on the planet. I just knew that if I screwed up enough, that Mandalore was going to get invaded. Well, the Mandalore diaspora was already large. I wouldn't be surprised if a clan was willing to lose one of their members to launch an assassination attempt on someone who let their planet be taken over by some other sector. Family was everything in the Mandalorian sector, and if you screwed someone's family you could expect to be treated very harshly. Whatever thought I was about to have was interrupted as Vi finished braiding my hair, allowing me to walk around the room again. I took a few steps to get a little movement in my legs since I'd been standing a little too long before I asked. Has the senator sent down anything other than the note about staying in the senatorial district? I asked, clearing my neck of any creaks. Nothing major, she responded. I checked my communicator before I entered. She held up her arm, which had a Mandalorian vambrace, similar to the style I was wearing. It was more style than armor, but having a communication system at my touch at all times was preferable to not having one. All he had sent down was that he would be in meetings with several political factions for most of the day, along with a senatorial conference about some new drug they want to regulate more tightly. Well, you better find something for us to do sooner or later. Boredom will lead to trouble somehow. I said matter of fact before I moved towards the door out of my room, pressing the button to open it. Standing at the door was my droid X4. It appeared it had been about ready to knock on the door when I happened to beat it to the punch. Mistress Kryze, a Jedi Master, and Padawan learner are at the front door. The robot said in his very proper tone. That was unexpected. I had no idea why members of the pseudo-religious cult would be knocking at my door. But then again, maybe this was some sort of standard greeting after all. What was the Mandalorian culture but at their own pseudo-religion? Perhaps there was some deep respect or long-lasting acknowledgement of each other's rivalry. Whatever it was, I couldn't exactly say no, so I smiled and said, "Let the Jedi Master in, we'll meet him in the main area." I turned to look to Vi and noticed a look of great concern, but I simply shrugged and said, "If a space wizard wants to talk to you, you're supposed to get it out of the way as fast as possible." I was told they are known to be subtle and quick to anger. Vi gave me a look that told me she had no idea what I was saying, but I couldn't resist quoting Tolkien. If you are ever presented with the opportunity to quote the man, you do not pass it up. Even if that opportunity happened to be in front of alternate history Tolkien, still wasn't sure if I should have done that. Showing no concern for the matter though, I stepped into the living room area and waited for our guests. I thought about taking a seat while I waited for them to arrive, but I figured standing would be the proper way to greet them. Vi for her part stepped into the kitchen and started making drinks, which would come in handy for diffusing any situations I may get myself into, I figured. After a few moments, X4 led 2 men into the living area. One is an auburn-haired man looking to be in his late 20s and sporting a rather impressive beard. I had to admit beards would never be my style in my first life as they were too much maintenance, but he seemed to make it work. The other was a younger lad somewhere around my age, I've believed maybe older, though he could pass for younger. Either way, he had sandy blonde hair with some sort of miniature braid coming out the back right. They were both wearing brown robes over what looked to be some sort of easygoing clothing that gave them a full range of motion. And strapped to their belts were a silver tube of some kind. Some sort of communicator maybe? I thought at first before I thought hit me. Was that the light sword I'd heard about? That was rather concerning that they were just allowed to walk around in a diplomatic area armed, though considering my royal guards did not raise the fuss, so I would have to assume this was just some sort of standard practice. For now, I'll ask later just to be sure and maybe have rules put down about bringing plasma-powered swords into a diplomat's chambers. Mistress cries, "May I present to you Master Obi-Wan Kenobi and Padawan learner Anakin Skywalker." Smiling, I bowed my head and said, "Nice to meet you Master Kenobi and Padawan Skywalker." What a ridiculous name. What's next? Starkiller? Coruscant. Obi-Wan Kenobi. Today was a fine day. Nothing special, nothing hectic, and I had looked forward to a relaxing day of training his young Padawan. Of course, plans never work out exactly how they were designed. Earlier today I'd been called up to a meeting with Master Yoda and Master Windu to have a little chat about something unusual that had popped up. There were reports of something called the Silver Codex, another addition to the old Mandalorian ideology. This had sparked interest for the High Council as there was concern about another Mandalorian civil war on the horizon. It was a minimal concern, mostly motivated by how the last time a difference in ideology had divided the sector in question. So getting a handle on the situation and an understanding of who had created it and why was now of interest to the Jedi Council. Why this involved me? Well, that came down to a bit of bad luck. In my youth I had helped protect the current leader of the Mandalorian people and, as it currently stood, I had the most hours in the Mandalorian sector. For lack of a better candidate, I was deemed the Mandalorian expert. That alone would have sealed my fate and added looking into this Silver Codex onto my plate of duties. But there were two other reasons that had made me the perfect candidate for this mission. I knew the representative of Mandalore had been sent from the sector to be trained as a possible senator in the future. This representative had apparently been raised by my old friend Duchess Satin, which means I could easily make acquaintance with her as simply an old friend checking up on another old friend's protege. The fact that Anakin and this representative were also about the same age meant that useful friendships could be created between the two. It was a bit underhanded, but this was a situation where we needed to have an understanding of what could possibly go wrong. And what was motivating this possible regression from the peaceful ways the new Mandalorians have been embracing, to this more middle-of-the-road philosophy that I had been informed about. I only had a few moments of the Codex in question, and though it did seem to whitewash some of the Mandalorians' more egregious acts in the past, the general point did not seem to be much of a regression to their old warmonger ways. Either way though, I was not particularly a fan of this mission. Dealing with politics and such was never my forte, and dealing with politicians was, well, I preferred any other situation in most cases. But as a Jedi I had a duty, so I had found out where this new representative was staying and gotten myself and Anakin a ride there. From our arrival at the landing area, we had taken an elevator up. We had a small little chit-chat about prior events. He was still getting over the death of Master Yoda and the whole mess that had sprung from that. Frankly, I was hoping this would be a mission for much later. Anakin needed time to recover mentally from that business. But after the elevator chimed, we had stepped up to the doors, greeted the Mandalorian royal guards, and announced ourselves to the droid who spoke to us on the comms. We've been left to wait for a moment but eventually, have been let in. I don't know what I was expecting when I had entered the room, perhaps a standard noble child who would look down at us from on high for being simple public servants. But that was not exactly what I saw. The young woman standing behind a chair looking in my general direction, hair auburn with blue eyes and a face that reminded me distinctly of Satin at that age. It was almost uncanny really, and it took me out of what I had expected to say, allowing the girl in question to take initiative. "Good morning Master Kenobi, it's an honor to meet one of your order," she said, giving a little curtsy before rising up and asking. "Though I'm not sure why we are having this meeting, I'm simply a student to the senator here." I smiled at that. The way she talked showed a lot of humbleness and I could respect that. "Good morning, Lady Kryze," I said, giving a bow, noting that Anakin did the same before I continue. "I'm not here to speak to the senator and this is not official business. I'm an old friend of Duchess Satin and I thought it would be improper of me not to meet with her family to offer my services and help them get settled on Coruscant." Tanya smiled before she said, "Well, there's nothing I particularly need help with, but I would not turn down an opportunity to enjoy a cup of tea with guests," she said, nodding to another young girl about her age with blonde hair and blue eyes. Oddly, I noticed the girl had been looking between me and her with a rather stunned look on her face, wondering what that was about, but it's not my concern. "I would gladly be your guest for a cup of tea," I said, stepping forward towards the chairs in the center of the room, and she did the same. "Then that's settled then, a good cup of tea to help get to know each other better," Tanya said before taking a step and sitting down in the chair across from me. The girl, I assumed Tanya's handmaiden, soon came over with 4 cups of tea, setting one down in front of each of us before taking a seat on Tanya's left. I was about to take a sip of the drink when Anakin spoke up as he looked at some sort of tablet on the table. "Hey, what's this Silver Codex?" My eyebrow went rather high as he picked up the tablets, allowing me to see that yes, it was a version of the Silver Codex. You know, some of the word choices appear different, maybe a variant of some kind. This operation might be a lot easier than I thought. Looking over to Tanya, I noticed her eyebrow was raised as well as she looked at Anakin before she said, "Oh, that's some sort of local doctrine that's being proposed in the Mandalore sector. A way of looking at the old codes in order for self-defense instead of the old aggressive ways. Really now? I thought Satin was thoroughly against any form of militarization." I asked, stroking my beard. "Oh, she is, however she's willing to let people experiment with this doctrine since it prioritizes self-defense over aggressiveness. There are elementary disagreements with such doctrines, like arguments for a self-defense force, but she acknowledges that an individual should be able to defend themselves if something were to occur." I nodded before saying, "A minimal level of acceptability then, is it becoming a standard in the government then? Is that why you have this particular document?" Tanya put down your cup and stroked her chin before responding, No, it's not a standard of the government. I just have an interest in keeping up with the goings-on of our culture. There are several variants of this Silver Codex now, and I believe that some of them are attempts by people with similar goals to push the idea of allowing militarization for self-defense. Most notably, the most recent version you are holding there has a bit too many clean edges to it and pushes the idea of self-defense contractors a bit harder than earlier versions. Most likely Mondale Motors or some other company that produces ships sees an opportunity to try and make a little money off this codex." Anakin spoke up, "Isn't that a little wrong to let a corporation try and influence politics?" Tanya gave him a look that seemed to pity him. "All corporations are pushing politics, all politics pushing corporations. But as long as those corporations are following the rules of society they work in, I doubt anyone cares what games they play. And as long as they stay downwind of culture and not try to create or influence it, I don't think most will even raise an eyebrow about trying to push something that was already fairly popular," she said before taking a sip of her tea. Then she stopped. "Kenobi, that's where I recognize the name. My aunt spoke of you once as a Padawan who helped her during the clan wars, correct?" "Guilty as charged," I said, fairly bemused that my name had been brought up at one point in this girl's life. "I hope the stories that were told were nothing too terrible." Tanya shook her head now before continuing, "They were nice adventure tales in my youth, no doubt exaggerated, but they did paint you in a good light." "Well, that's fairly good to hear. It's been nearly 17 years since I have last seen Satin, and we didn't exactly leave on the best of terms," I said before leaning back in the chair and brushing my beard, trying not to remember the argument. "Right." Anakin was looking between me and Tanya for some reason as he said that before he continued, "So this Silver Codex, what exactly is the goal of it?" I was glad I had not given Anakin access to the Silver Codex or the full information on this mission. His natural curiosity was allowing doing the job that was required on his own. Tanya moved back into her chair and rubbed her chin before she said, "But what is the goal of any code?" "To create societal rules that everyone can agree on that will maximize the potential of that society." "Yes, the Mandalorians of the past were warmongers, but this codex is presenting, even handing out points, in favor of an idea of self-defense, aggressive self-defense, but that's self-defense nonetheless. Protect one's family, clan, and people. The Silver Codex appears to want to go back to these core tenets of what Mandalorians are. It's obviously brought about by the business from 8 years ago with the Trade Federation. That whole attempt on Naboo pointed out the flaw in strict pacifism for everyone. Just because you are unarmed doesn't mean the people you think are your friends won't arm themselves and attempt invasion. That's not exactly a common occurrence," I said. "Most situations like that are worked out diplomatically long before an invasion happens." "But an invasion did happen," Tanya said without seeming much care for my point. "And once one party shows that they're willing to push the envelope, it means they're willing to push the envelope further. Mandalore is considered one of the systems that the Trade Federation and other corporations had a preference for the free trade market. Now that the Free Trade Act is over and they're being taxed at a similar rate to the core systems, it is not outside the possibility of such attempts continuing. Perhaps more covertly in the future, in order to prevent Jedi interference. As much as I hate to admit it, that was a fairly consistent point. If something were to happen that prevented the Jedi from trying to mediate the situation, an invasion could happen. Why is it that Jedi do get involved in such matters anyway?" Tanya asked, interrupting my thoughts. "It's part of our code," Anakin said. "The Jedi have always sought to secure peace in the galaxy." Tanya nodded her head before saying, "There's something like 3 to 4 million planets with life on it, perhaps more. How many Jedi are there?" I saw her point instantly and shrugged with a side before saying, "Not that many." "I see, you can see my point then. It's not that the idea of pacifism is wrong or that we don't trust the Jedi to try and mediate these things. The fact of the matter is, there's always going to be more things happening in the galaxy than there probably are Jedi to handle it. And local matters sometimes will not make it to your notice. Were you aware there was a pirate invasion of a system inside the Mandalore sector?" "I was not," I said, raising an eyebrow. "Do I need to bring this matter to the Council's attention?" "It's being handled locally, the Royal Guard and the local police forces are being dispatched to deal with it, and it should be handled." "Well, it would be brought up to the Senate if it doesn't, which would be the normal way such a matter would come to your Council's notice, I believe." I nodded. She was not wrong, she was very smart for her age. Before I could try and continue the conversation though, the handmaiden leaned over and whispered something in Tanya's ear. I'm afraid we're going to have to call it early. I have a meeting later today that is going to require some prep work. I hope you don't mind. Not at all, I said. Standing up, putting my glass down on the table with Anakin doing the same. Giving a bow, I said, this was a very fruitful conversation. Representative cries. Yes, I believe it was, Tanya said, taking a stand as well. Feel free to visit, but please try to schedule these visits in the future. I would rather have more time to talk than having to cut our discussion short due to poor timing. I shall keep that in mind, I said before stepping around the chair and nodding before saying, goodbye, and may the force be with you. The droid showed us out and we found our way the B elevator quick enough. Pressing the button to the landing pad, I took a breath and said, well, that was an interesting conversation. Quite, Anakin said, seeming lost in thought. Coruscant. Tanya cries. History was a wonderful tool. The answer to a lot of problems could be found if you look deep enough into it. Finding enough data, you would come to understand many fields even if you were not an expert. And this is what led me to my current guest, Representative Dep Enuo of Ithorian. Their species was interesting. I'd only ever run across a few near-human species till now. Twi'leks, which were from what I understand one of the second most common species after humans, and one with horns that I had never really gotten the name of. Mandalore was not a cosmopolitan world, and as far as I can tell neither are the other systems in the Mandalorian sector, so what species were, there were the ones that had been there for the longest time. The Ithorians were not native to Mandalorian sector. They are from the Mid-Rim and they never had dealings with Mandalorians per se. However, they had dealt with the aftermath of the Mandalorian Wars several thousand years ago. You see, the Ithorians were terraformers and skilled ones at that. Their aid could be very valuable in reversing the damage done to Mandalore. The problem, of course, was well, Mandalore. Sitting across from Enuo, I sipped some of the TEAX4 had ready for me, as I listened to him talk about all the planets that his people had terraformed in their existence. It was quite more than what I would have imagined was possible, but they had made it a cultural practice in a way. From what I dug up, 2 of the continents on their home world were never touched by intelligent life, the rest had been slowly abandoned over the years as they created floating cities to let the biosphere of the planet mature without them. This was a truly alien concept for me. The fact that they were truly an alien sight was even more so. With having a noticeable hump in their long neck with their eyes separated by a bridge and 2 mouths filled with what I could best describe as barbs, I heard described were inside whales' mouths to filter out plankton. The alien in question couldn't directly talk to me, in fact, I have to rely on a translator unit that was connected to its body. If I were a lesser business person, I might have stared, but I knew how to keep my eyes on the objective and not on the hammerhead in front of me. Oh, but if I speak too much? Enuo said as though he was finishing his conversation. What does a Mandalorian care about the wonders of Mother Nature in the jungle? Was that a cue that they had an idea of what I was interested in? Well, I was not about to pass up the offer. Quite a lot, in fact. Mandalore used to be a jungle from what I've been able to dig up. Millennia ago it was a lush and verdant world, not so much today. As well as many planets within the Mandalore sector, something my aunt really wishes to undo. Yes, the new Mandalorian government has attempted to come to us once or twice about our efforts. We have passed their interests along to the Merchantate. So far they have not taken the offer up. Merchantate were in essence the leaders of the herdship. They were after all the descendants of a non-predator species, so it was not a surprise that they considered moving through space as a herd. These leaders also were the ones who came up with the deals for terraforming. Yes, I've been looking into that. I think I understand why. It's a bad investment, is it not? You're waiting to see if the new Mandalorians succeed in their efforts of bringing about a more peaceful government before attempting to offer your services. Well, you're very straightforward, the Ithorian said, looking at me, the robotic voice hiding away his opinions on my take. Being direct is sometimes necessary for the completion of a task, and beating around the bush seems foolhardy when we are discussing how my planet doesn't have any bushes. I had elicited a chuckle, at least I think it was a chuckle. Robotic tones definitely reminded me of one. That is true. Well, as I've said, we would only be able to present the contract to the Merchantate, and as you said, Mandalore is a bad investment right now as long as the stains of the old are still there. True, true. I said, nodding before I came back with another fact. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a common idea among your people that to take a life you must be willing to replace it with 2 new ones. They looked at me and then nodded before saying, yes, this is the way. There were 2 ways I could attack it from here. One was rather too aggressive, pointing out that their aid to the Republic over the last century resulted in the Mandalorian excision, which would mean that they were semi-responsible for the death of Mandalore. But I don't think I needed to be that aggressive. The fact that he knew exactly where I was going made me believe that he already knew that as a possibility, so there was another way to take this one that was more of a middle ground but gave them a way to tell it to themselves that this was their own idea. Mandalore is of course dying or near dead, and we would love to bring it back. There are many planets like that: Calavila, Ordo, they are planets of massive Mandalorian populations but are also damaged greatly. There are also planets with no populations, planets that could support life if given the opportunity, but have no life on them to support. Anuo leaned forward, intrigued by where I was going, and that was exactly where I wanted him. What if we were willing to pay for some of these empty planets? Planets that are not Mandalorian and have no population on them, planets your herdship could use as rest stops. Places to refill your stock of terraforming creatures and animals. A place on the outer rim which would allow you to expand your ability to help terraform places outside the mid-rim. The Ithorian leaned back, seeming to be deep in thought. I took a sip of my tea while I wait for what I guess was a deep reflection until he finally spoke. That is an intriguing proposal and would be more favorable to the merchantate while also would conform with the law of life given to us by Mother Jungle. Though I must ask, if such a contract were to be signed, what is to stop the Mandalorians from breaking it and settling those planets that we have been allowed to terraform to our wishes? Locally, the Mandalorian Guard would deploy patrol ships to make sure nothing untoward is going on. Internationally, we do have the planet of Concordia assigned the status of a preserve. Unfortunately, Concordia is not suitable for preserving the animals that are meant to be preserved, since they have long since gone extinct and have to be replaced with cousins from Mandalore. We could move this status of preserve to any planets that you decide would be good for your terraforming operations. It won't stop everything, but as long as the new Mandalorian government is in control, the deal will be upheld. And because the new Mandalorian government will be seen as turning Mandalore green again, they have a more likely chance of being in control, Anuo said. A truthful statement. I responded nonplussed before continuing. Additionally, another truthful statement is your law of life does not conflict with the Mandalorian code. And it would be very possible for some Mandalorians to take up this law of life as a subsection to the old codes. Culture always have a very unique and interesting way of intermixing over time, and a good working relationship always imparts a chance of cultural infusion. I couldn't tell if the Anuo was smiling, but the way the eyes seemed to blink, and I think it was. Representative cries, I think we will have a very long and good working relationship. I hope we do. I said. I will send your words back to Ithor, no guarantees of course, but I do say your ideas will be attractive to some. Why thank you, I said with a smile. Hopefully this will be the start of a beautiful friendship between our two peoples in a way that has not flowered before. Yes, hopefully. He said. Oh, it would take a long time for this to come to fruition now, I know this already. The Ithorian were a slow species to act, mixed with patience. Even at their fastest, I figured we wouldn't get a full response for 2 years. And then it may take another 5 after that before a ship actually made its way over to our worlds. The process has to start somewhere though, and that's why I made this priority number 1, as it would not only deal with the Mandalore terraforming issue, but the Concordia issue Pre had brought to my attention. Only time would tell though she would work out. Month 2. Coruscant. Tanya cries. It had been a month since my arrival on Coruscant and I have started to settle in. By that I mean I was learning more about how my life would generally be for the next few years. Senator Merrick took care of most of the actual diplomacy. My attempts at conversations were noted by him and had been rewarded with a few extra credits in my bank account. Noticed, but otherwise ignored. The senator seemed to always be busy and didn't seem to care too much for checking on what I was up to, which was fine by me. As long as I followed what rules he left behind and I didn't cause him any trouble. I figured we could have a reasonable working relationship. Besides that, most of my time was spent learning about the culture of the senatorial delegation. As I had figured, it was a meeting place of the rich and powerful, who are not the controllers of planets, sons, daughters, cousins, brothers. Oh, there were a few actually elected representatives, but they were far fewer than an actual democracy would require. If anything, this whole situation kind of reminded me of a Holy Roman Empire with every center simply being a prince-elector. Sure, there were similarities to the UN, but more closely resembles a representative government. Of course, I'm sure if I ever took the position of senator I would find more differences, or had more time to investigate I would come to a different conclusion, but at the moment this is what I thought. I did, however, notice a few things over the month. In meetings with various representatives from the local area of the Outer Rim that was part of the Republic, at least among humans, short hair was a preferred style. A perfect excuse to cut my hair to something shoulder length. I'd also attempted to go back to blonde with some local hair dye. As my handmaiden was meant to be able to switch out with me at a distance, it was better that we both had similar hairs for public meetings. And I was not so self-centered as to demand she change her hair color. The other major thing was finding out that young representatives of senators were often sent to get to know each other meetings if they happened to be around the same year. I assumed it was some way of fostering community amongst the newly incoming senators and for them to network. And networking is something I was very good at doing. So I stuffed myself in a fashionable dress, this one having a high back collar, and got into this little senatorial ball. Getting allies for myself and Mandalore was a good use of my time, I figured. Unfortunately, there weren't that many representatives who were coming in this year. You'd think with 2,000 senators representing 2,000 sectors, Give or take, there would be a lot. But from what I'd seen there were only about a dozen and all of them were more interested in talking with the corporation representatives who had shown up. Which had left me and Vi on the edges of the party by ourselves observing. No, this could be considered social isolationism possibly resultant of the Mandalorian Ironheart making it quite clear who I represented. But I was not worried about that, as I was able to gather quite a bit of info from just being at the edges of the party seeing which groups clicked and which groups didn't. Made a note of how certain sectors in the far north had the representatives hanging out with certain sectors from the far south. It looked like the outer and mid-rim was having a bit of an issue with the central regions of the galaxy. I wondered if this was related to what Senator Merrick had told me about a bit of rabble-rousing. If it was, I would have to make a note to do more research on what this whole situation was about to find out if this was a problem for Mandalore and myself. After all, Mandalore was considered an outer rim sector but it was also right on the key passageway between what was really the outer rim, the mid, and central areas of space. Not exactly the greatest position to be in if something were to kick off. Whatever thoughts I was going to have were broken up as a person stepped over next to me and said, "Hi." With a rather cheerful tone. Not one to turn away a friendly face I said, "Hello." The woman, barely that, she was only a few years older than me, smiled and said, "You must be that new representative for Mandalore that people are talking about." "They are," I said perplexed, before saying, "I hope it's good things." "I think so. They're just a little bit scared of the bracers." "Oh," I said looking down at them wondering if that little deal I'd worked out with Mandu Tech had come to bite me in the ass after all. "They shouldn't be, these are purely deco-rational, with a communicator on the side." I responded by turning one towards her and hitting a button allowing the communication system to pop on. "Impressive," the woman said looking at the device, before looking back at me and doing a bit of a curtsy before saying, "Senator Amidala of Naboo." "Representative Cries of Mandalore," I said giving her curtsy as well. Before the name similarity hit me. Amidala, wasn't that the name of the queen a few years ago during that whole blockade scandal? Amidala seemed to chuckle nervously before saying, "Yes, that was me." "Really now?" I said considering my situation. For years now I had been pointing to that incident as a reason why armament was a good thing. So logically I should get along well with her, at least in public. I had no idea what her official stance on things was, so getting too tied to her might be a problem. There was nothing wrong with creating a friendship with the young senator. You know, I was amazed reading about that when I was younger. It was very inspiring what you did. You could almost say I would not be a member of the Senate now if you hadn't taken that stand for Naboo. The smile I received was proof that no matter what world, flattery will get you everything. Really, it's kind of an honor to think that I've inspired the next generation of senators through simply sticking what I believed was right. The Senate was being slow to act and you made the right choice at that moment. You would either free your people or stop their suffering by returning to Naboo. A noble sacrifice that accomplishes your goals just as much as a victory in that situation, so the Senate would have been forced to move faster. Being a member of the government who cares about their people is always going to be the right choice. Padme smiled and said, "I don't know about that, but I knew what I need to do was right. And that was all that really mattered at the moment." I nodded my head sagely, even though I was realizing real quick that that had been an impetuous move and not one that was thought out correctly. I may have accidentally romanticized the situation a bit. I had assumed she had had a good strategic head. From the sound of it, it was just luck, blind dumb luck. Perhaps there have been others involved in the situation that had a better strategy in mind. I heard there was a representative from the Gun-Guns with her at the time who had been given full representative status after the blockade. Perhaps it was his strategy. Well, rewarding those who help you succeed was a good idea to have around. Before I had the opportunity to investigate further though, our conversation was interrupted. "Wow, I haven't seen an Ironheart at one of these parties before," a man said stepping towards the pair of us, looking at my dress. "Thought, you know, Mandalorians were all against the past and trying to kill it." I raised an eyebrow as I looked him over, trying to figure out where I'd seen him before. It was not coming to my head quickly. "That's a misunderstanding of the doctrine," I simply said. "Reality is more complex than harder to understand. If you want a simplistic take though, no. It is coming back into style though." "That's good. I enjoy hearing that it's becoming more peaceful back there, but my memories of the sector are rather nightmarish." "Oh, but where are my manners, Thrir Sator, Hollow Star?" He gave the most cheesy winning smile I'd ever seen, but at that moment I couldn't remember very much to say anything, as my heart was doing palpitations. "I'm a common guest of Senator Mina Bontari. Apparently, she enjoys my show and I never turn down an opportunity to mingle with folks." Thrir Sator was standing in front of me, the Silver Ranger. On one hand, I have become somewhat of a fan of his show. They reminded me of a mix of the Lone Ranger, which I am sure I picked up and enjoyed in my second life, and Super Sentai stuff, which had been a favorite of my childhood in the first life. On the other hand, the man was chiseled to the point that it didn't matter that I had been a man in my first life. You had to stare when he got shirtless, and female hormones did not help the situation. This resulted in me coughing and trying to clear my head memories. Getting control of myself, I said, Nice to meet you, Mr. Sater, I'm Tanya Kreis, I've actually seen your show, it's quite good. Really now? You're a fan of my work, little miss. Clearing my throat to try and keep control I said, yes, I dare say it's one of my favorite source of entertainment. Well then, may I see your Miss Tanya? He asked. Gently and I, without thinking just offered it before I had a moment to try and complain he had pulled out what appeared to be some sort of permanent marker and written his name on the underside of my van brace. Always willing to support my fans. He said tapping my shoulder before looking at his watch. Criff, look at the time. Well, I have to be moving on. Perhaps we'll see each other at the next party. He said starting to walk away. Perhaps, I said, staring at the name written on the underside of my van brace. On one front, I should be annoyed because this interfered with my contract with Mandu Tech. On the other hand, a famous actor's signature would be worth something someday, so this was a good investment. I would need to order a new set from Mandu Tech, that was just the only thing for it. Before I could really get myself back into reality. Vi came over to look down at my wrist and the vambrace saying, Lagos and Sony are never going to believe this. Chapter 12. 714 FNM 24 BBY. Month 4. Coruscant Mandalore Representative Tower. Tanya Kreis. Being a representative of a planet was a rather dull experience. For the first 3 months, I didn't need to do anything of any major interest. I woke up, I arranged whatever meetings I could get that could aid in Mandalore's recovery, which wasn't that many, and then I would go back to sleep to rest for the next day. I have had more talks with the Ithurians, which relatively went nowhere. But to my understanding, those conversations usually took time as they didn't like to make rash decisions. Along with various attempts to work out trade deals with anyone who is interested. Of course, since Mandalore was so off the beaten path, it was not a major port of call and so very few are interested in having stops there. I had found one interesting situation though. The senator from the Ajoster sector, Kinrob of Teres, had scheduled a meeting with me and discussed the possibility of acquiring armor for their own self-defense force. Teres is a gateway into the Mandalore sector in a city world like Coruscant but not as built up. Not only that, but it was on the main throughway from the core to the corporate sector. So it has a lot of trade running through it. From what I understood, the planet had been thoroughly destroyed during the Mandalorian Wars but built itself back up over time. Thus I could understand why they would be interested in having a military force armored by the best armor creators in the entire known region of space. A few prods and pokes revealed that, yes, in fact she had heard about the Silver Codex and the section that talked about selling armor had intrigued her enough to make the meeting. If I could go back in time and hug myself for adding that little bit of example, I would, because this was a golden opportunity. Not only is this a way to bring revenue into Mandalore's coffers, this would also get us an influential ally on the main trade route running by our sector. Of course, I couldn't promise anything, being a simple representative and all, I had to put everything through its proper channels. The proper channel was to simply send a message to Prime Minister Almac and let him know about this opportunity. And when I did, I happened to mention that the planet was looking for around 40,000 suits of armor. More than any one armorer could probably. Mandalorian Guard does have their own production company for producing their own armor, but it was obvious from our conversation that a helmet, shoulder pads, knee pads, and a shield were not what Senator Robb was looking for. The Royal Guard had 3 armorers, from what I had been able to determine, and that was it. The influx of Royal Guard was never greater than what they could produce, plus they would not be able to build 40,000 suits within the required time. So I mentioned that Kreis' family armorer was still in business and most likely knew quite a few fellow armorers that could help out. No doubt if you decided to pursue this course, he would contact his own family armorer, which would benefit everyone. With contracts this big, it really was a bit of an issue when you thought about it. A single armorer could probably produce 1,000 suits of good quality a year. They could probably make more suits, but they would need to be of lower quality than the standard. This is of course not taking into account helpers and droids that are able to augment this number, probably up to 50% but not much more. Really, there needed to be some sort of consortium by which armorers could find work. An organization that put out a standard by which armorers should meet, and then paying for that armor, meant that standard armor would then be sold to the person who wanted large amounts of armor. It would be the most effective way to meet the demands of such situations. Vi and X4 seemed to agree with me when I mentioned it. The question now was how to make such a thing a reality without ending up looking like I was profiting off my position. Though I may be in favor of it, I knew it would not look good to Mandalorians if it were to come out that I was using my position for my own benefit. Besides that, my life was rather mundane. I went to more of these meet and greet parties they had so that incoming representatives and senators can make friends and network. I have not had much success in building up alliances, in my mind. I'd had a few conversations with local sector leadership. They were all giving me suspicious looks, though simply when they realized I was a Mandalorian. Again, the years of warfare had really given any diplomatic efforts I tried, a very hard road in front of it. Although I had succeeded in building a rapport with the representative of Naboo at least. I believe she thought I was some sort of fangirl at this point. An unfortunate circumstance, but I was more than willing to play into it, as any friendship with any senator could be useful in the long term. Padme had only recently joined the Senate a year before me, having been pressured by her sister into taking over for Palpatine, who had ascended from senator to chancellor a few years before. She was relatively an open-minded person to talk to. We disagreed on how peace must be maintained. She believed that it could be done through diplomacy and the government of the Galactic Republic. I believe in those words too, but having a backup plan is always better in the long term than depending on only the government of the Galactic Republic. Otherwise, we generally get along, and something told me that she and Saturn would be excellent friends. I needed to come up with more contacts. Leaving myself to just a few will not be good in the long term, I believed. Unfortunately, I would have to wait on that. For today is another meeting I scheduled, one that had taken 3 months to get through the paperwork around it. Officially, the protected planet status for an environment went through something known as the Agri-Corp, an organization led by the Jedi. In order to get the protected status removed or transferred as I hoped, I would need to meet with their council and discuss the issue. So today would be the first day I'd stepped foot inside the Jedi Temple. I was half convinced that the moment I stepped in there, time would stop and a statue would start talking to me. Oh sure, I hadn't seen Being X at all since my third life, but that didn't mean he wasn't around. He had made himself scarce the first time he had reincarnated me, so there was nothing to say he wasn't doing that again, though I wish I understood why he had done it. However, it was probably just a bit of past paranoia taking over. This would be a simple meeting and nothing would interfere with my goals of securing what Mandalore needed to improve its conditions. And it shouldn't be too hard. From what I understood, the Ithurians had a majority on the council. I already made some inroads with them, so things should work out. Coruscant, Jedi Temple. Tanya. That had been a grind. I hadn't realized how slow and plodding the Ithurians were. When I spoke to just one of them, but the Agri-Corp Council was full of them, all 5 members were Ithurians. What should have taken no more than an hour had taken 4 hours simply because of how slow their speech pattern was. Not to mention some of their questions were just not necessary. Half the time I felt like I was being interrogated, as if they believed I had some sort of ulterior motive on why the planet's status as protected needed to be withdrawn or at least confirmed in this millennium. By the end of the meeting I was thoroughly exhausted with the whole experience, but I had successfully managed to wrangle up support from 3 of the 5 members of the council to launch a comprehensive investigation of Concordia. Which was a success I was willing and glad to take. At the moment though, I was sitting in one of the public areas of the temple trying to get some mental calmness before I found my way back to the transport hub to get back to the senatorial district. Vi was not too far away, talking to a curator. I think they called him some sort of art expert that apparently was assigned to this area of the temple, to explain what the images and statues were about to those who are interested. My guards, I wasn't exactly sure where they were. Officially I had no need of them while on Jedi Temple premises, plus I had given them the time off to do as they please. I have assumed they were close by, but who knows, they could have gone somewhere else. They probably had gone back to the Mandalorian Tower and would probably show up with a speeder car when I gave the call to return. Nobody was around though, so I was just taking a moment to enjoy being relatively alone. When you really think about it, I had not been alone in nearly 6 years, as that was when Vi became my handmaiden and shadow. There have been moments when I was by myself for a while, which is why I had not thought about it till now. However, ever since coming to Coruscant and sharing an apartment with Vi, there wasn't much in the way of alone time. There wasn't much of a way of privacy either, considering the person who had been the representative using this room before me had knocked down the wall between the 2 separate bathrooms and closet space, that I assume that used to be between our rooms, and remodeled it into a larger bathroom with a tub large enough for multiple people. It had not been a big issue yet, but there had been a few incidents since my arrival that, of course, reminded me that yes, I used to be male. One should not speak ill of their boss, but I was really not a fan of what the current senator of Mandalore had done to the bathroom. And I was pretty sure it was him. Not only did he have the money, the time, and the opportunity, I've seen enough floozies making their way up to his room with him to know that he was most likely up to corrupt things upstairs. If I ever became the senator, I feared what I would find up there. Most likely it would have to hire a company to thoroughly clean it before I could take up residence. But that is future Tanya's problem. Present Tanya is going to enjoy 10 minutes of relaxing cool breeze on this nice bench, listening to the various temple inhabitants go by. Most appear to be Jedi and their Padawans, or younglings as they were called, I guess, if they weren't Padawans yet, all in their brown off-white robes. But there were also other visiting guests. I recognize a few of them as people who visited parties where senators and representatives have met, so I assume they were wealthy locals or sentitors. With the disparity between the wealthy and the poor on Coruscant, it was to be expected that only the people who have money could visit leisure sites like this. Even if it was free entry, which it was, most people didn't have the time to relax due to work. This didn't stop the various Jedi institutions setting up donation boxes I noted. Obviously they were for various charities, but I would not be surprised to learn that the Jedi were classified as a charity, so some of the donations went to fund the upkeep of the temple. My thoughts were interrupted as I heard shuffling only the very old and weary could make. Looking to my left I saw a very small and green creature, no, green being was wearing clothing and was definitely an intelligent sentient with what appeared to be a lightsaber on its side. HRRMMM. Good afternoon, young one. The old being said, tilting his head in my general direction in some form of bow. Looking over I could tell he was some sort of venerated elder. With how he held that cane close to his side, I would guess he had trouble walking and probably was an authority figure of diplomatic or academic renown within the order. If I had to make a guess, I would say he is an elder CEO. Someone who has had a great amount of experience in the company, or Jedi Order as it were, but now had no real power besides influence amongst the younger ones who had worked with him for decades to generations. Someone I should show respect to, or I might get my ass thrown out faster than the Empire's counter-invasion of Dacia. Sorry, I am, to interrupt your meditations. Nodding my head similarly to the way he had, I said, good afternoon, venerable elder. Worry not, I was not really meditating, more people watching than anything, taking a moment to relax at most. The little green fellow nodded his head, a moment to relax, to center oneself, taking, a form of meditation in its own way is. I nodded my head and said, true, however when I hear meditation, I would think it would be more related to the Force that I've heard so much about. Speak you do, as if you do not believe in the Force. The little green man said, looking at me with interest. I tend to believe things that I see, I've never seen the Force or how it works, I've only heard what people tell me about it. Not exactly evidence for or against its existence, it's just word of mouth until I see it for myself. Little green fellow chuckled and said, you'd believe it then, if you saw the Force, Mandalorian. Well, I would be very foolish to not believe my own eyes if I saw something before me. I said matter-of-factly. It took me a moment to realize that he'd mentioned Mandalorian. I dismissed it right away, there was an iron heart or two on my dress, it wouldn't be that hard to figure it out. It simply meant this Jedi was well-traveled. Without much prompting the little green fellow reached out his hand and held it out as a servant droid of some sort walked by with a crate full of fruit. One of said fruit floated out of the crate 3 to 4 feet towards us before landing in his hand. But the look on his face told me that he wanted me to say the Force was real just based solely on that, but I had to pop that balloon. That's an impressive telekinetic ability, not exactly proof of the Force as I've been informed of it, but the power that allows manipulation of objects is very awe-inspiring. I said with a shrug. Force abilities, I could understand it was a form of magic. Fine, that was reasonable, it was the other part of the Force that I wasn't sure about that made me question it, the supposed will I heard about. Little green fellow chuckled and put the fruit down on the seat next to him. You see the Force for the powers it gives, but not the will behind it. This Mandalorian outlook is why they are so rare amongst the Order's history. The being only sounded saddened by that reality. It wasn't an insult, just something he felt was an unfortunate situation, so I took it as it was an opening for a debate. I would have assumed they were rare because of the cultural importance of family. From what I understand, the Order looks down on attachment, and a Mandalorian family would consider it heresy to break connections with their loved ones. True that is, but attachments can lead to loss, loss leads to fear, fear can lead to anger, and anger leads to the dark side. The old alien said, bringing a few thoughts to my mind. So they acknowledge the dark side of their so-called Force, which was interesting. Well then. Let's poke a little hole in that philosophy, see what happens. I won't pretend I understand the moral quandaries of the Force, but isn't the exact same true for attachments the other way? Attachments could bring courage, courage brings hope, hope springs the light side. Privately I knew this was somewhat true, I had done some really dumb things during the Great War and was beaten solely because of attachment I had formed with the 203rd. I put a lot of time and investment into making the 203rd as effective as it was, and I was not going to let my time and investment go to waste if I had anything to say about it. The little green alien seemed to be deep in thought before he said, attachments can do that, yes, but overconnecting with those attachments can lead to abandoning one's duty, one must have a proper level of attachment. That was understandable, but my past life had given me a bit of different experiences. In a desperate situation when I need help, I would rather have someone who has an attachment to me coming to my aid than no one at all. Misunderstanding me you do, young one. He said as he looked at her with an amused expression. At its core, the Order promotes compassion, our members are raised together and it is extremely common to forge bonds between each other. However, we have a duty to the galaxy and the Republic, as well as the Order itself prior to any engagements to our peers. He continued, common, it is for our members to sacrifice their lives for the greater good, many good friends, we lost in this struggle to protect the galaxy, but it always was necessary. After all, should we save one Jedi over 100 innocents, or in more extreme cases, to sacrifice the opportunity to stop a war? It is a question which haunts many of our young, especially the more rash young ones, but save the community over the individual, we must always do. Perhaps I have misunderstood, but that is understandable. I am on the outside of your Order and only have second-hand knowledge of the exact meanings certain things represent. I said with a shrug, considering his words with more thoughts, before asking, so why did you sit down next to me? A flight of fancy perhaps, or the will of the force? The little green man said, with a chuckle, and got a chuckle out of me as well. Checking my vambrace, I saw the time and realized I probably should get going and call for a ride back to the tower. Standing up for my seat, I said, thank you for that pleasurable conversation. Thought-provoking, it was, the green alien said before continuing, Yoda, I am. Nodding, I said, nice to meet you, Yoda, I am Tanya Kryze. Have a wonderful day. Same to you, Tanya. He said with a smile before I turned to go find Vi so we could get going, back to the tower. Coruscant, Regal Star CAF and Chocolate Shop. Tanya Kryze. I shook my head as I read the latest version of the Silver Codex, keeping up with all the variants and attempts to try and understand meanings or redefine it was a bit of a task. So far though, most of them were just emphasizing points I'd already made, and so I was rather enjoying just watching this academic debate take off. Granted though, I was not able to get the most up-to-date versions going around the HoloNet in the Mandalorian sector, but I had the mates of the Royal Palace send me what they could find in care packages. And I thoroughly enjoyed watching this academic debate take off. An academic debate between Mandalorians not ending in blaster rifles and a civil war was a unique event in the history of Mandalore as I understood it. Of course, I had detractors. There was an ice colony of workers which gave me déjà vu that mass-produced droids on the border of the Mandalorian sector that viewed my talking points about how the early wars were defensive in nature, not offensive, as revisionist. And they weren't wrong. I did engage in a little bit of revisionist history, I admit. Those were assumptions without real evidence to back it up. Either way though, everyone just assumed that they were wars of conquest. It was believed to be wars of conquest by the rest of the galaxy. Pointing out the possibility that it could have been defensive was not necessarily wrong, but it was definitely skirting the line of the truth. But the truth doesn't really matter when you are trying to prevent more pain in the here and now. There is also a kingdom that was apparently a pretender to the throne of Mandalore. I only just found out about this recently when going through some of these articles. They took severe issue with my implication that Saturn was the proper leader. Well, they could sit and spin for all I care. The system in question was even further on the outer reaches of the galaxy and didn't have the power to really cause any problem. And then there was Shogun. Shogun was interesting. Shogun was a planet in the far south of the galaxy, all the way at the edges of known space. It might even qualify as wild space to a few people. Shogun is firmly anti-Silver Codex. From what I was able to dig up, the people there were made up of descendants of two groups. Neo-Crusaders that had somehow come to conquer that far south and never really got around to leaving, and samurai. Oh sure, they have their own little word for it, but they were basically just feudal Japan and samurai. This universe got weird sometimes, and I suspected there was something at play beyond my understanding. As a result, I basically had a planet full of neo-samurai Mandalorians, denouncing the document under religious reasons because, to add it on to the craziness of it all, the planet had served as a Jerusalem Mecca for several Mandalores of the past, having religious visions there and having redefined what it meant to be Mandalorian. I have the distinct feeling that if someone were to conquer them in the name of the Silver Codex, they would immediately adopt it. Due to the fact that the religion of this planet was based around might makes right. And I was simply annoyed that this text hadn't come from their system. They've done the same for the Super Commando Codex and Death Watch's treaties on what it meant to be Mandalorian. Besides that, the most interesting counter-argument inside the scene was from a man named Spar on Concord Dawn, a bounty hunter by trade according to his own writings. He found some of the documents good, especially when it came to the armor and self-defense in the continuation of the Super Commando Codex. What he took issue with was what he felt was a subservient status to the Jedi. Apparently he particular had an issue with Jedi interference with Mandalorian politics, noting their interference in the end of the Mandalorian Civil War, as well as other situations that had not ended favorably for the Mandalorians. It was an interesting read at the very least because it gave me a point of view of the population of Mandalorians that hated the Jedi. That blames them for most of the issues in the galaxy. It was somewhat understandable. They were having their own little conflict, and then came these monks with laser swords to settle the conflict for them in order to restore peace in the sector. It looks like armed busybodies interfering with other people's problems. Thankfully that was not my issue to deal with. I was just glad to see that even amongst the rabid Jedi haters there were people who thought the ideas in the Codex were a fine way of handling the situation Mandalore found itself in. With a sigh I reached over to my cup of tea. Again I had ordered X4 to order me a cup of coffee, but he'd come back with a cup of tea, a little bit spicy though, so it was something. One part wanted to be annoyed with him, but another part of me realized it was just his programming, and the last part of me wanted to see what would happen if he eventually broke that programming and actually did bring me a cup of coffee. I don't know if it would actually happen, but I wasn't more than willing to wait and see what happened. Sipping the tea I put down the latest variants of the Codex I've been reading. This one has been focused more on the idea of bringing back anti-piracy formations and trying to get paid for securing the local tradeway. It wasn't a terrible idea though, the person seemed very idealistic, that just building a fleet of ships and having them sail back and forth along the trailway would get them paid. No, you need the payment first, otherwise it would look like you were attempting to build a racketeering situation. Hands free, I swiped to the next tab over for the newest thing I was going to be reading, Paths to Power. Apparently the Supreme Chancellor was an avid writer and he had written a book about his rise from a simple senator of Neighbor to the current leader of the Republic. I don't know if it was any good but I was intrigued to see what he had to say. Funny how knowing how your boss's boss thinks is always a good way to make sure your promotions are guaranteed. Although I'm sure it was not going to be as entertaining as what Vi was reading, she has apparently found a copy of the book the Silver Rider have been based off of. Though I would love to read that, I was on the clock, my personal clock, so today I was studying for the future. No, just because I was studying didn't mean I didn't get to enjoy myself. I have done my research and found out about this little coffee shop about a week ago. I thoroughly enjoyed its atmosphere, the chatting was minimal but very interesting, and well they sold some divine chocolates here. It was so good that I had to put in a limit on how much I got, just to make sure I didn't do any damage to my figure since that was a part of the image I needed to sell for my position. An overweight Mandalorian was a comical sight on the best of times, one in politics simply meant they are probably involved in corruption. Unfortunately, even the amount I indulged in resulted in requiring an extra hour in the gym or several extra rounds in the sparring ring. Such a terrible book, I was not given enough time to get all the facts down and it didn't help that the artist the publishing company hired for my likeness went with that fractal style. I smiled as I looked up from the book to Vi's face. Looking at her surprised reaction to who was most likely over my shoulder confirmed my not-so-subtle suspicions. Turning in my seats I said in surprise, or at least close enough that anyone nearby would believe it's Chancellor Palpatine, what an honor. The elder statesman having a kind glint in his eyes smiled down at me and said, oh none of that, I'm simply a customer of this fine establishment right now. I will say you have me at a disadvantage young miss. Nodding my head I responded, yes, of course Tanya cries, representative of Mandalore, though I guess I'm just a simple customer of this establishment as well. That got a chuckle out of the elder statesman, that is true, how do you find my book so far though? I am always interested in what the next generation of politicians think. It's an intriguing work, sir, I said with a smile, still trying to get my head around some of it but I could see how it could be of use. It was not a lie though, I was still fairly early on in my reading. It was a reasonable understanding of the political system and would come in handy in the future with dealing with senatorial debates. Good, it's always good to hear that something you've created, even if you think it's not up to the standards you would have preferred, is still usable to those who need it. He looked past me at the table where you noticed the box of chocolates that Vi and I were sharing. I see you have good taste, cashews is one of my favorites here. I always come by here at least once a month to pick up a supply to keep in my office drawer as a little pick-me-up. Really sir? Well if you would like one now we wouldn't mind sharing, that news was not news to me. You'd mentioned it in page 58 as one of his keys to keeping a harmonious mind. Buy cashews, and you know that cashews is not hard to find out where it's sold, then calculate the closest place someone might pick it up from the Senate. Make sure it has a good rating online and oh. What do you know, you've just bumped into the Chancellor of the Republic and established yourself in his mind as someone of interest. It was a bit devious, a bit underhanded but it was in his own book so I knew even if he caught me on what I was doing, he might respect it. Well if you're offering, he said, leaning over and grabbing one of the pieces of chocolate and popping it in his mouth, chewing it a bit and savoring it before he finished and said, I see we're going to get along quite well in the Senate with you around. I can only hope we do. I said with a smile as he looked over at his blue uniformed guards who were waiting to be on their way. Perhaps we can set up a longer time so we'll be able to have a more interesting discussion, I'm afraid I've got another engagement I need to attend to, till next time. He said, with a smile stepping away and walking towards the exit of the coffee shop. Till next time. I called after him, a broad smile on my face. Coruscant, Mandalorian Tower. X4. Your tea, mistress. I intoned, lowering the tray full of drinks to Tanya's level while she looked at the window at the city beyond. She was relaxing after a long day of diplomatic talks with representatives from sectors near Mandalore. Although I was not privy to her conversations, I would assume they had gone well as she was in a rather good mood. She'd even asked for a cup of coffee even though that was against my orders from Duchess Satin. The first couple times she had done it, I was wondering why she would make it a habit of asking for something I could not provide. Eventually I realized that she was simply preparing me for the day that she could ask for coffee and I would be able to deliver it. And I looked forward to that with some excitement. 1 year and 6 months from now, I could not wait to find out what her favorite to blend was. But that was for the future, today I was simply living up to her expectations and delivering a cup of tea with a little bit of spice that I knew she tended to enjoy was in the blend. And on the side of the dish with a chocolate from that establishment that she enjoyed so much. Giving me a rather cheerful smile she took the cup and said, "Thank you X4, before continuing her conversation with her handmaiden. Knowing my place I took a few steps back and listened in as I was sure she wanted me to do. So much of her communication requires you to pay attention to everything she says or you'd miss an important detail. Anyways, I was speaking with Representative Asalvazos of Relith and they were asking about the possibility of getting shipments of armor, for a self-defense force of their own. An intriguing possibility, but not much we can do about that. The Trade Federation's price is literally gouging out the possibility of sending something all the way down the main trade roads from one end to the other. Wait, the tailheads want Mandalorian tech-level armor? I thought they didn't have much in the way of money for that kind of armor. They make some, not a lot. I was able to look that up and find out that if they were to pull a 2-year tax income together they could purchase enough for 1,000 men. It's not enough to deal with a proper invasion but to deal with slavers and pirates, which is what they usually have to deal with. The Trade Federation, they are just gouging the trade to a ridiculous level. Sending something core ward? That's fine. Getting something from the core? That's fine too. But getting something from one side of the galaxy to the other? That's when the Trade Federation starts taxing you to make up for the money they're losing paying taxes out there. Now that the free trade zones are over, it used to be that they could just go round about the edge of the galaxy, not so much now. Damn nothing, suits of Mandu-style armor would do a lot of good on Relith. Sure, there's no way we can't find a middleman here in the core and make the trade-off. I've been trying, but I'm not very familiar with how trade companies work inside the core. It is laughably easy to set up a trade organization though, you really only need a ship with a loyal captain to make the run and you are good to go. The problem is you are incentivized by taxes to bring raw materials in, luxury goods in, and only finished materials out of the core. So we're basically at a position where any organization would have to eat the cost of importing the Mandalorian armor to Coruscant, and then whatever profits are left would probably not even make it to Mandalore because of that said cost. Exactly, unfortunately I had to tell Asalvazos this, but it does annoy me. Restricting the flow of trade is never a good thing for civilization, and it often ends in conflicts. Conflicts? Vi asked from where she sat across from Tanya as she sipped the soft drink I had already retrieved for her. The kind that needs that armor, in larger quantities than they're requesting. Well, that's good for Mandalore, in a way. If something like that were to happen, there would be quite a large demand on us for producing armor. Yes, but it's also a dangerous game to produce armor in that way. All you need to do is sell armor to enemies of the Republic and all of a sudden Mandalore is getting bombed again. If such a conflict were to arise, we would either need to sell armor to both sides or make sure just not to sell armor to either side at an official level. Vi nodded in some kind of understanding before she asked. So focusing on the present, in order to successfully sell that armor we would need a company here to be the middleman that is willing to eat the cost. Can we set that company up? I mean, selling our armor to Relith seems like a good way to get a lot of good press. The planet is always getting screwed over by its location so close to Hutt space. Theoretically, yes, it would be no big deal for me to set up a company to do that. There would be costs in finding a good pilot, finding a good ship, and all those minor issues, but they could be done. The problem comes with the public perspective of a politician owning a company that's making money selling items. Even if you are selling the cure for disease, people are going to give you the side eye and start thinking you are in politics to make money. And a reputation like that is hard to break. So could I set this trade organization up? Vi asked. Which seemed to have an effect on Tanya as she paused mid-sip, then putting her cup down, and thinking hard by the looks of it. Yes, you could be the head of this organization quite easily. There would be some conflict of interest questions, people would wonder if you were getting tip-offs and backroom deals because of your closeness to my position, but other than that it would be much more manageable than if I were to have founded it. Mistress, I said, interrupting her, stepping forward as I did under Trade Policy Code 3757, it is not required that the owner of a company divulge their true identity. As long as taxes are paid, no one cares from the government's point of view. These conditions are in place because the government will sometimes use smugglers when dealing with blockades and other unfortunate military situations that the judicial system cannot handle, and they often have heavy criminal records besides their smuggling. Interesting. Tanya said, looking up to me while rubbing her chin just like that Jedi did. I suspected something there, but I kept my tongue, as it were. I suspected a lot of things, for why else would the guardian of my mistress have included a protocol for interrupting her if she were to ever get involved herself in a physical relationship below the age of 21? So, Tanya said, if you could set up a company without giving the real name, Vi could run it. That is quite a few degrees of separation from my position, and if it ever does come out I could shift the blame substantially enough, and simply having to dismantle the company publicly would be enough to assuage any anger. She said before finally nodding. It sounds like a perfect plan, so be very careful. And keep any profit to a minimum. Such an organization needs to appear driven out of the kindness of our hearts, understand? Of course, my mistress, I understand completely. This is after all not the first time she'd asked for such a company to be created, though this was the first one where she'd outright asked for one to be made. By the way, X4, how are my investments doing? Tanya received a large stipend in order to care for her well-being, while she lived on Coruscant, but she only needed about 40% to get through month for month, so she gave me 50% to invest for her. Your investments in the medical industry are doing well, several investments into aerospace are also doing fairly good. However, you also took some losses recently with one company going belly under. Thankfully it's nothing that can't be covered through the other companies moving in to fill the niche that company left open. But accounting for the 40% that she directly told me to always invest towards aerospace civilian companies and medical technologies. The last 10% she let me invest on my own since I had a firmer understanding of the economic forces on Coruscant. At least that was what she told everyone who asked. If you listen to her closely though, you realize that she really wanted you to invest the 10% in operations that she could not have traced back to her. That 10% went towards companies like Mandu Logistics, not an excellent name but one that served its purpose. You brought in Mandalorian-style vambraces and sold them on the open market here in Coruscant, as well as other minor technologies that would more be centered in the Outer Rim if not for the company itself. An armor consortium, a new business opportunity I had invested in last month after one of Tanya's conversations with Vi. Its main goal was to collect request forms from the Outer Rim into neat packets of manageable size that could then be distributed to Mandalorian armorers who were willing to make that armor. Setting up a company for selling armor to Relith would be no issue whatsoever, as most of the groundwork was already there. I simply needed to acquire ships for cargo out of Coruscant and capable pilots. And Mistress must know this already, considering she'd already had me lay the groundwork. Well, I guess I would have to come up with another name other than Silver for the owner of this company, since there needed to be some sort of separation. Ms. Victus stated. Perfect, I haven't had someone this competent as a secretary since Visha. Tanya said, reaching for her tea and sipping it. Fish who? Vi asked, sounding confused. Tanya did not seem to break stride at all, simply finished her sip and said, oh, a friend from kindergarten, nothing to worry about. Attempting to bat away the questions by the sound of it, and Vi let it go, but I filed that name down. It would work perfectly for our needs. Chapter 13. 714 FNM, 24 BBY. Month 5. Coruscant, Senate Building, Senatorial Office of the Mandalorian Sector. Count Dooku. Asset or threat? Asset or threat? What would the Senator of Mandalore turn out to be? It was a shame I had to look at the galaxy in such a way. But I was on a knife's edge, one false step and the game would be over. The plan was entering the final stages, he just had a few other assets to acquire, before the separatists could make their intentions known. And one of these assets that would prove invaluable are the Mandalorians. Not only were their martial prowess something that could come in handy, but the sector itself would prove invaluable for moving troops between some of the potential fronts that may develop in the war to come. The fact that they sat just off a major trade lane was also a potentially useful situation. The only real problem was the pacifist government that had taken root since the last time I have been in the Mandalore sector. But the pacifist government's nature was to side with the Republic no matter what, and that was a problem. One I'd been working to solve for the last year and a half. And I thought I'd finally had the situation under control. The Senator of Mandalore was like any other senator, easily corruptible and full of vices. One of the reasons I believed they should be done away with, the political class that allowed so much suffering and pain in the universe had no place in it, especially with the way their Xeno corporations run everything into the ground. But those corporations will have to wait, they were useful assets for now, after the plan was completed they would be dealt with as the threats they really were. My thoughts were interrupted as the door banged open as the Senator of Mandalore entered in an annoyed huff. Stupid child, when will she know to stop making deals like that behind my back? He said, moving towards his desk without looking in my direction. Problems? Senator Merrick. I asked from the guest seats I've been waiting in. The senator looked utterly shocked seeing me there. Which was to be expected, I didn't have the luxury of announcing my presence in such meetings this close to the final stage of the plan. Pretty soon trips like this to Coruscant would become a rare, and dangerous affair in reality, and not just the possibility that someone might try to assassinate or arrest me. No, Count Dooku, everything's perfectly fine. Just settled with a new representative who's a bit too eager to make a name for herself. Ah, the perfect politician having to deal with a younger, more go-getting politician, a fate I only wished on more politicians. The poor girl, whoever she may be, would end up just as corrupt as the rest, but he hoped she caused him enough pain between now and then to make it entertaining. Well, as long as it's only a trivial matter there is no reason to talk further on it. We have other less trivial matters to discuss. I said as I took a data pad from my cape and laid it on the table. Senator Tall Merrick sat down across from me and picked up the tablet. Looking it over before looking up at me and asking, the Silver Codex? I'm not exactly seeing the issue that would bring you here. This is simply a passing fad, a childish fantasy of what could be. It may be a fantasy, but it has disturbed elements of the Alliance. The Workers' Council of Antivi had been hounding me about the issues they had with this codex, and King Gaku's of Alzar was in no better shape. The only good that had come out of the existence of this codex was that the planet Shogun had officially signed on to the Alliance. They, up till recently, maintained a neutral stance, but the codex would have seemed to have angered them quite clearly enough that they were willing to drop that stance. Not to mention your Death Watch planned on deepening the general anger within the population about the demilitarization of society. From what I understand, This Silver Codex has taken off and is remilitarizing, but in a less violent way. If the plan to stage a populist uprising is falling through, I would like to know now rather than find out at a rather inconvenient time, such as when we're trying to move forces through your sector. Senator Merrick simply waved my concerns off and said, as much as the Silver Codex appears popular with the public, it is not all-encompassing or taking root in the government. The Duchess of Mandalore is still a new Mandalorian, a peaceful pacifist who wants nothing to do with military conflict. There might be a little less upwelling than what we want, but Mandalore will fall with a few pushes for the separatist cause. For your sake, I hope you're right. I believe your career will end rather quickly if it turns out you cannot deliver on your promises. I said, looking at him closely, watching for any signs of falsehood. I already had a few senators try and pull the wool over my eyes, promising that they would join the separatist cause but then mysteriously never show up to the meetings or sign off any secret paperwork. I had already had to deal with them through various assassins and bounty hunters. And the replacements did tend to be more willing. Especially when you leave plenty of implications that it was the Republic doing the removal of threats and not himself, of course. The situation is well in hand. I'm sure the Silver Codex will be a long-forgotten fad by the time the war starts. The senator said matter-of-factly, catching my interest. You believe they'll be at war and they won't let the systems that have signed on leave without the issue? Considering what they did to Mandalore 700 years ago just for trying to create a separate system? Oh yes, the Republic will never let it stand. They'll do something, even if they don't have an army right now they will put one together. I doubt it'll be very successful, but they will try. Well, at least you're a realist. I thought before saying out loud. Then let us hope that they prove very incompetent in this war if it comes to that. Before I could make a move to get up and get on with the rest of my day, I had a dozen meetings like this across Coruscant. A knock came from the door, indicating someone was wanting to come in. There weren't many escape routes from a senatorial office, so I simply prepared to use a technique that would silence my presence in the Force. On a Force sensitive it wouldn't work, but on a mundane person without sensitivity, they would simply not even realize I was there. Of course Senator Merrick would know I was there because he'd just been talking to me. Which was one of those key factors that I need to keep track of when using such abilities. Waving that he may let the person in, I simply sat there and reached for a glass of water I had poured myself before the senator had arrived. Come on in. He called to the door, getting up and heading for his desk. The door opened when two young blonde girls stepped into the room. Her dress was a typical new Mandalorian style, so most likely the young politician who had been causing Senator Merrick so many issues. This would prove entertaining. I was literally a fly on the wall as he had to deal with a young replacement. Turning to the senator she said, "Good morning, Senator, I wanted to talk to you about the deal with the Ithurians. They reached out to me and said that they may be more willing to work with us on the Mandalore sector project, if we were to support a few bills that would increase funding to terraforming across the galaxy." Young politicians, so full of hope and dreams, she must think she's doing good or that whatever she does will come to some fruition. I thought as the girl said, "Oh, I'm sorry, am I interrupting something?" My thoughts were immediately sideswiped as the girl looked directly at me. For a moment I thought I may have made a mistake and not done enough to quiet myself in the Force, but looking past her I saw the blonde girl all of a sudden looking at me with shock, as if I had just appeared out of thin air. My power worked. The girl was simply Force sensitive, and rather good at seeing through basic illusions if I had to guess. Senator Merrick simply shrugged and said, "We were having a little discussion. The meeting is almost over. Nothing to worry about, as for your deal with the Ithurians. I can see about supporting a few of their measures, as long as it doesn't affect Mandalore too badly and we get a bit of a knockoff on the deal for a few planets in the Mandalore sector, we will probably be willing to support this. I'll reach out to them and see if we can work out a final deal on that. Is there anything else you need to talk to me about before I get back to my meeting?" "No, Senator Merrick, I simply wanted to share the news, and keep you apprised of what I'm working on." "All right, well, I will finish my meeting and then I will see about contacting the Ithurians. You may go," he said, indicating that they are dismissed, which they dutifully curtsied and left. I sat there for a moment staring after them, trying to determine what I was going to do about this situation. But before I could really start my dissection of what just happened, Senator Merrick began to talk. "That girl is after my job. I suspected as much when I first saw her, but this is just more proof. She seems very committed to her sector. I don't see exactly why you're sure she's after your job." "It's simple, she's the niece of the Duchess. No doubt she's been promised my job and is attempting to ensure that when the time comes there's no better candidates. At least that's what I think her initial plan is. I worry that she's going to try and push me out completely before I'm ready for retirement. That's why I've been trying to prevent her from having any major meetings with other senators, stunt her political power growth as it were, so that she does not get any ideas about replacing me before I'm ready to leave." I nodded, but in my own mind I didn't really care. I took in his thoughts, but mine were in the other situation if it was more important than the ramblings of a senator worried about losing his job. The girl had seen through a minor illusion as if it was nothing. That was a definite sign of Force sensitivity, not only that she was a Mandalorian noble no less. She had no training, which meant she was relatively powerful as force sensitivity goes. I doubted that she'd be able to see through heavier illusions. Those that are made by the Sith were far too complex to simply walk in and spot like she had just done. So she was not a threat to the plan, but she could be if I was ever required to do something in the senatorial building after the war began. Although as an asset she was possibly priceless, someone who could just instantly see through illusions, that could be useful for dealing with Darth Sidious when his time came. What is that girl's name? I asked matter-of-factly, just in case I need to arrange her removal from the board. I'd like to know who to send the people after. The senator gave me a raised eyebrow before saying, Tanya Kryze. As I said, she's the niece of the Duchess and is always protected by at least 6 royal guards as well as her handmaiden. She's probably the most protected asset of Mandalore on the planet, so I don't think we'll be removing her from the board anytime soon. I nodded. That was a good point. Perhaps after Mandalore had been forced to join the Confederacy I would arrange her kidnapping. A few years of training and suffering would turn her into a proper apprentice. Even if that could not be accomplished during the coming war. My Dark Jedi Order, the fist of the Empire that Sidious promised me, would not take no for an answer in recruitment, so I could easily acquire her then. I'll just have to be patient, see what opportunities the Force would lay before me. Coruscant, Senate Building, Senatorial Office of the Mandalorian Sector. Tanya Kryze. Sipping my tea, I looked across the table at the representative of Mandal Motors that apparently ran the local branch. I did not arrange this meeting. In fact, I don't think I was the suspected person he wanted to talk to at all. I'd simply checked my schedule and found that Senator Merrick had added it to my schedule through X4. No doubt he was used to meetings with this fellow and was trying to get him to understand that there was nothing he could do or just not deal with him. Either was possible, though I leaned towards not wanting to deal with him as the man before me seemed very panicky. I'm telling you, if we don't figure out a way to get control of Gorgon, the entire sector is going to be engulfed in the madness of pirate raids. The Hydian Way, and the Republic will be forced to take action. The man said as if he was trying to proclaim, as if you'd been granted some vision of the future. A possibility, I said, lowering the cup for my lips, but Mr. I fished for a name because he had basically forced his way into my apartment as soon as he was let in, not even bothering to identify himself in his hurry. All I knew was he was a representative of Mandal Motors, and I would at least like something more if we're going to have a civil conversation. The middle-aged man seemed to realize his mistake and said, Kark of Clan Trig, I'm sorry I pushed my way in here. I've just been trying to get a meeting with Senator Merrick for the last 3 months and he's ducked every attempt, so I've been a bit excited to finally have a meeting with anyone representing the government. I nodded my head as he reached down and picked up the glass of tea X4 had prepared, sipping it a bit, trying to calm down by the looks of it. Well, Senator Merrick is a busy man. I am not surprised that he is not available for every meeting you scheduled. Well, I'm here now and I'm willing to hear out the issue that Mandal Motor has with Gorgon, assuming it's more than Mandal Hypernautics. Of course, there's more, it's just that they also happen to be part of the problem. The defensive way he said that told me pretty much everything I needed to know. I thought this was just a simple disagreement that spilled over in some way. Might as well hear it out though. Explain the issue, please. I said, attempting to get him to focus on the conversation at hand. There's several issues, but we'll start with Gorgon as it's the main one. I assume you're unaware of Gorgon. I nodded my agreement, as I had not run across this planet too often in my studies. I think I may have seen one mention of it being conquered during the Crusaders era, but other than that, I knew nothing. Its capital city is overrun by drug dealers and criminal elements from across the galaxy. Its proximity to the Hydian Way makes it the perfect place to build a smuggling ring and has been host to a ton of mercenaries and bounty hunters over the years. Those who were not big fans of the rise of the new Mandalorians. The number of ships they're buying from Mandal Motors factories has increased exponentially over the last year, mainly patrol craft fighters, but it's quite a bit. So much so we've actually had to double production on Ordo to meet the demands of Gorgon and the Hutt Empire. That raised an eyebrow and I asked, Mandal Motors sells to the Hutt Empire? Kark simply shrugged and said, we'll sell to anyone as long as they have the credits, and the Hutts particularly like small but powerful frigates, so they buy a lot, but that's not a concern. What's really concerning is the amount of ships Gorgon is buying. It's almost getting to the point where it could rival some of this production we put for the Hutts, and I think they're preparing to build a pirate fleet. Okay, I can see some of the strands to this point. They're having you build large amounts of ships for unknown reasons, and the planet is run by criminals. Both of those make sense, but why do you think they'd go straight to piracy with this fleet, and it's not some sort of self-defense force to protect themselves from an operation by the Mandalorian guards to bring Gorgon into compliance with the rest of the sector? I asked. Oh, I thought of that too, and it would make sense, except they already have ship production from Mandal Hypernautics that could easily make the fleet of ships needed for a self-defense force. They're our main competitor with the Hutts, but their contributions to the Hutts' arsenal have fallen in recent months. So if the leaders of Gorgon are getting resources from us and their own homegrown shipbuilding company, why do they need such a large fleet? It must be for a pirate fleet. I all of a sudden understood why Senator Merrick had been ducking this man's meetings. He was a conspiracy theorist with some power in a company trying to peddle it to the politicians out of fear that it might actually be something. Now on one hand it was respectful that he had dug up all this data showing that there was a large influx of ships to the Gorgon sector and was presenting them as evidence. It would be even more respectful if he brought that evidence, but I'd ask about that after the meeting. On the other hand, he was seeing two things and coming up with whatever he feared the most. It could be a pirate fleet, it could be some sort of illegal racket that he was unaware of, it literally could be anything for why they needed a large amount of ships. Best I could do was write up what he believed was going on and send it up the chain. As well as his belief to make note of the large number of ships. Although his belief may be wrong, it was still concerning that a system within Gorgon was purchasing so many light vessels. You mentioned there were other concerns. I asked, trying to continue the conversation in order to get everything out of him now so I could make sure such meetings were not frequent. Yes, Mandalore Hypernautics has stolen more of our designs. There needs to be some sort of recompense on that. The CEO of that company, Brezig Gare, is becoming a mini-despot. A mini-despot? That's a bold claim. What is the reason you would call him such? That got a chuckle out of him at least before he continued. The Gare family has been running that company for a long time, and when they were forced off of Mandalore after the end of the clan wars, he took it a little bit harder than most of the exiles. They were rising stars of the traditionalist corporations and they got cut off completely by the new Mandalorians due to their warship designs often having specialty guns just for planetary bombardment. But that's the history. The reality is now he's the seller of a lot of ships into the underworld. I dare say he's probably the richest man on Gorgon, and from what I've been able to dig up he acts that way. Buying Mandalorian relics, and supposedly he's hired a good percentage of old Mandalorian traditionalists to work as an impromptu police force for the part of the city he lives in. Don't know if that's true or not, but from what I remember of him he was always a bit full of himself, so I wouldn't put it past it. Is he known for stealing things, this Brezig Gare? I'm not familiar with his story. Yes, out of the 4 initial designs that were used to found his company, 3 of them were from Mandalore Motors' rejected pool. All they did was add bigger guns to them. Rejected by the traditionalists or Mandalore Motors? I asked as a matter of course. Mandalore Motors themselves, because of design issues, the guns that were originally on them would shake the ship to the point that it was dangerous to the crew. Sure, the original guns made it dangerous enough, but they put bigger guns on them. One of the reasons the siege of the old capital went down as easily as it did for the Republic was because they were buying mainly from Mandalore Hypernautics. Their ships could hit well above their weight class, but they could also blow themselves up. So his family and him are known thieves who will take credit for other people's work. That explains why they ended up on Gorgon, at least. Thieves who are also the traditionalists' favored son. They have a lot of good rep with non-pilots, even though their ships blew themselves up just as often as they blew up their enemies. Presumably their newer designs don't have these issues, but I don't trust the data they publish as far as I can throw the tower we're sitting in. I rubbed my chin as I took that in. So there was an oligarch on the planet of Gorgon taking credit for anything he could get, stealing anything he could get, and building up a fleet of ships, possibly. Yes, Trig believed that Gorgon as a whole was buying those ships, but what was the possibility that Gar was buying those ships? Why would an oligarch need a fleet? I didn't like that I would have to mention that as a possibility in the report I'd write up on this. Nodding my head, I finally said, I will send this up the chain. Let the Duchess and the Senator know of your concerns. You do have evidence of this copyright thievery and ship build-up, correct? It's the least I could do, if he could supply the evidence. Some of it, yes. I can give you the data I've been able to dig up. No idea if the data was good, not exactly proof of anything, but it would help support any further investigations down the line. I'll need a copy of that for my report. By the way, why does Mandalore Motors have a representative on Coruscant? I'm not really a representative per se, I'm just a salesman. Mandalore Motors owns a small showroom, we keep a few of our vessels here, the newer variants, and show them off to be sold. Doesn't bring as much money as our other contracts, but it's a way to show that Mandalore Motors is still a competitive shipbuilding company. Until recently we've mainly just had a bunch of boats designed for helping ships get into dock being sold in the Republic, but the Duchess recently allowed us to start selling cargo ships, so we're trying to add that to the market. Really? I said in surprise. I hadn't actually had the chance to offer that idea to Saturn. Which meant I didn't need to offer that idea. I smiled as I realized my aunt had come up with it on her own and implemented it. Of course, we're still trying to come up with a good cargo vessel, small and fast, but at the moment we've taken to using older designs and retrofitting them for cargo needs. The old Mandalorian dungeon ship is a big block of iron, but it's a big block of iron with plenty of room in it, so it serves as a good long-haul transport. For smaller vessels, we've been retrofitting a few Pursuer-class blanks to serve that goal. Lot of small-time companies enjoy having a small ship to outrun pirates than a big ship that could carry more, so we expect that to sell a lot more than the dungeon ships, which we're looking into finding a new class name for just because how dungeon ship sounds a bit, evil. I said, not even sure this was pointing out the obvious. Yes, that, just need to come up with some other class name and designation. Probably just call it a freight ship, but that's for the PR guys to figure out. I'm just a salesman. By the way, if you're ever looking for a ship for your own personal use, I can give you a great deal at the showroom. Being that you're related to Duchess Satin, I could get you 50% off almost any ship in the room, no questions asked. That felt like a tactic to prevent me from asking why just a salesman was interested in the goings on the Gorgon. But it was working, because that was an intriguing amount of money off of owning a starship. I wasn't enamored with the idea of spaceflight like I had been with personal flight, but I could always learn, and even if I couldn't, having the ability to load up a ship and go anywhere in the galaxy was an intriguing thought for retirement. I'll keep that in mind, I said with a smile as I thought about the possibilities. Coruscant, Bonteri resident. Padme Amidala. Wait, I thought new Mandalorians believed in pacifism. I asked as I looked over at Tanya. I'd come to another one of Mina's parties and run into the young representative again. Her and her handmaiden seemed to be inseparable, and with their hair color matching up I suspected that she served a similar purpose to my handmaidens, so I thought I would engage in a little conversation with the Mandalorian girl, again. Most of the senior senators or lower representatives were giving her a wide berth. I'd noticed. I suspected it was due to the Mandalorian status and lack of real political power in the Senate. Though a young representative from the Ajoster sector and my friend, Senator Organa, had been talking to her when I joined them. Our conversation had been meandering to some extent, but when the representative from Alderaan mentioned that their self-defense force was being armored with suits from Mandalore, I had to ask a bit of a question. Tanya simply smiled and sipped the glass of tea she'd been nursing throughout the conversation before she said, "New Mandalorians do follow a doctrine of pacifism, however we are not fools. The galaxy is a dangerous place and seems to be getting a bit more dangerous with each passing year. Making sure our neighbors have forces they can use as a central self-defense force for the main militia that they would put together. In such a situation, it is an important step in not only showing that the Mandalorian government has moved on from our ancient ways, but providing ways for our closest neighbors to defend themselves in case something were to happen in our area of space." Organa looked at her and said, "That seems reasonable," before looking at me and saying, "You can't exactly hold it against their governments. The Trade Federation kind of proved her point with your planet. While true, creating variants of your armor for other systems seems a bit dangerous, considering the amount of weapons I've heard are going to be built into your sets of armor." Tanya nodded but then said, "This is also true, though from what I understand, most of these sets of armor that are being produced have only defensive capabilities or useful features in mind." She held out her vambrace and pressed the button on its side, showing a holographic display of what would look like the holonet. She wasn't sure if she never actually visited the holonet. Communicators, holonet access, GPS, I know some of the variants have energy shields that can be used from one arm. And that is just the vambraces. I heard that some of the helmets have infrared and night vision equipment built in, a rebreather unit for vacuum activities and more. I suspect finely crafted Mandalorian-style armor will take off as the new standard of self-defense forces with enough time. Still seems a bit pulling back on the whole pacifist thing to be creating Mandalorian armor. I asked, trying to understand the perspective on this. Mandalorian-style armor, not Mandalorian armor itself. She corrected me, Beskar is not being used in the creation of these export armors, as it holds too dear a place in our society to be given away or sold. I suspect if someone walked in with a set of Beskar armor to an armorer, they would be able to walk away with 6 or 7 Mandalorian-style armors of lesser material. But still, it's a civilian use of our skills. Sure, our armor could be used for war, but we are creating them for defense. I believe Naples has a master craftsmanship industry not too dissimilar to the standard we're trying to set up. I nodded at that. We do have a small shipbuilding industry and all the ships that come out of it handcrafted. I understand that, I just don't believe we went around selling lesser model versions of the new Naples Starfighter. You should, from what I understand it's probably one of the better models of Starfighter on the market. Tanya said matter-of-factly. I don't know about that, sure there was the issue on Naples with the Trade Federation, but I don't think that's going to be repeated. Peace won out in the end and judiciary forces will not let something like that ever happen again. We can hope, but in my opinion it's better to be prepared for the worst. For all we know we could be having a conversation next year about an invasion from extragalactic aliens or flesh-eating viruses. This galaxy is a big place, and from my reading of history there's a lot of crazy things that happened. That's a little bit presumptuous of the worst. Senator Organa said, I think the greatest threats to the Galactic Republic are long behind us. Any issues now, will be settled through diplomacy. I hope you're right, but I'm also sure that the senators who ran the old Republic thought the same thing before the Sith returned a dozen times. And I'm sure that whole business with the Eternal Empire was completely unforeseen. The who? I asked, not familiar with this Eternal Empire she had mentioned. Oh, some empire that supposedly came out of the unknown regions a couple thousand years ago. The details I was able to dig up in the Mandalorian libraries are minimal to nil, so I don't think it was very long-lasting. However, they did supposedly conquer the majority of the known galaxy for a short time. It serves as a good example though of what could go wrong with a policy of outright pacifism. An unknown factor could decide to rear its ugly head somewhere down the line. While true, Organa said, he then continued by pointing out, this is why we have the judiciary forces. Though if something were to happen like that, we could rally all the independent sector forces under them. Tanya nodded her head before she gave her point of view. Supposedly this is true. However, just 20 years ago there was a conflict where such a situation was put to the test. The Stark Hyperspace War. That conflict may not have involved the judiciary forces directly, but it shows the issue that is developing. The sector forces have not had a real conflict in the last 1,000 years. They do not know how to conduct a proper military campaign, as their doctrines are either outdated or based on doctrines for dealing with pirates and small-time problems that a sector would normally have to deal with. I also doubt that the judiciary forces are any better. Probably the closest thing some commanders have seen of combat was the bombardment of Mandalore. There might be a few with a good head on their shoulders, but if a conflict or war were to arise, I expect the losses to be great for the first 2 years purely out of mismanagement. And that's the price we would have to pay for pure uncompromising pacifism. The military expertise needed for self-defense degrades while also you are ceding the initiative to the bad actors of the galaxy. Is this the official stance of Mandalore? I asked, curious now, wondering if I had been hearing a bunch of misunderstood statements about the so-called new Mandalorians and their pacifist duchess. Tanya seems to stop mid-sip of her cup before putting it down and then saying, it is not, this is just my personal opinion from my research on the matter. The Duchess of Mandalore is not a pure pacifist in her own way, she doesn't exactly believe that a dedicated military service is needed. The judicial service or the Mandalorian Guard can handle any issues that come up from day to day. It is just my simple belief that people who wish to live in peace and freedom must be willing to fight for it, or they'll have neither. So do you believe the Republic should have an army and navy? Senator Organa asked. No, that seems like a recipe for disaster. She immediately said. Each sector should definitely have their own self-defense force that should be able to work with each other without issue, but to create an overarching military structure just leaves an opportunity for some general to get it in his head that the politicians aren't leading the galaxy as good as he could be. Said general will then decide, instead of watching the outer reaches of nowhere, he'll take this army that the politicians gave him and travel back to Coruscant to crown himself emperor. Not to mention any military commander in this proposed, let's call it the Republic Galactic Army, would have the need to have a massive industrial complex at their back to maintain and supply the army. This will encourage behaviors that could lead to wars that we don't need. All it would take is one rogue general with a chip on his shoulder about the Hutts and their slavery practices, and all of a sudden we have a Republican Hutt Empire war on our hands, and no one wants that. Such a conflict would be devastating to the galaxy. All of a sudden I was getting a bad feeling, thoughts of a young blonde boy I met on Tatooine coming to mind. As I said, sectors should be able to defend themselves. Local forces will not only know the terrain they will have to deal with, but also know what to do to prevent a major war. But for intersector stuff, diplomacy is better. Diplomacy is more likely to be a longer-lasting solution. To prevent a major war would be less likely in the long run. While I didn't exactly agree with all of her points, I could at least get behind the idea that diplomacy was a better option for the intersystem situations. Organa seemed to think the same as he raised his glass and said, then perhaps a toast to the hope that diplomacy is always the best option for intersystem conflicts. Everyone at the table raised their cups to that, and we continued our evening as if the conversation hadn't happened. Coruscant, Green Singularity Club entrance. Tanya. I'm not sure this was such a good idea. I said, feeling somewhat self-conscious as we stood in line. I had worn a lot of things in my life or lives. From the suits of my first life, to the military officer's uniform of my second, and I made progress, lots of progress getting used to wearing dresses in this life. This was pushing the envelope a little too far in my opinion. But I should explain how I got myself into this situation before I get into what I had got myself into. It had been 5 months since my arrival on Coruscant Vi, and I had come to the realization that we weren't really going to have much else to do but go to political meet and greets and parties. Yes, there were a few meetings I had managed to schedule once in a while and meetings that were shoved on me, but that meant out of a 35-day month, you had practically 30 days free. I of course was fine with this, as I could find enjoyment with a good book. Vi on the other hand was not fine with this and was getting a bit of cabin fever. So she had to control, coerce, and thoroughly guilt me into doing something she wanted to do. As much as I would rather not, I knew having a happy employee was a key to success in any situation, so I had finally agreed that we would do what she wanted to do. That had not gone the way I had hoped, as I had assumed that she wanted to go to a gun range. No, I forgot she was a few years older than me and was apparently having the start of a relationship with Toby Craig. One of my royal guards, not the worst choice out there, as long as they kept everything professional while on the job, it was not a matter to my concern. What turned out to be my concern was he had found out about a part of the senatorial district that was meant for the youthful representatives to hang out. Yes, I had just been tricked into going into a club that the youthful senators of the day considered trendy. Which meant it was most likely going to be close to a rave or punk scene. Which meant my formal dress had to stay on the hooks. To prepare, Vi had taken me to a clothing shop for a quote-unquote wardrobe upgrade. I don't know much about fashion, I probably looked good. All I knew is that I felt ridiculous standing on the side of the street in knee-high boots with thigh-high leggings underneath shorts and wearing a long-sleeve sweater that showed off a bit of the stomach over a shirt I had been told to wear, even though if I took off the sweater it would show off a bit of too much cleavage in my opinion. I was simply glad that I had managed to snag colors in green, since that was the only choice in the matter I've been allowed, along with the sunglasses I was wearing. I might be forced to embarrass myself by coming to such a venue, but I would at least attempt to hide my shame to any future representatives that I may have to deal with in the coming days. This is a great idea and you need to start being more rebellious. Vi said next to me, wearing a very similar set of clothing only in blue instead of green, leather pants instead of shorts, though she had wrapped the sweater around her waist showing off her substantially larger cleavage. She had her arm around Toby's arm, who was wearing some extremely tight clothing, black pants, a set of combat boots, and a shirt that showed off the muscles he had from his training. Oh, and when I say tight I do not mean in the sense of cool or any other colloquialism for modern and trendy, I mean in the sense that I could make out features I would rather not have known about. I could not wait till I got out of my teenage years and my hormones naturalized, so I stopped noticing things like that. I had not had to deal with a wandering eye in my last life, since the terrible conditions of the front I put myself through had thoroughly stunted hormone production. This life I had avoided that fate, though I was now starting to regret it as I forced my eyes from wandering to those two. You need to chill out, Miss Cries. Toby said, smiling in my direction. You're supposed to be a representative of our people. Well, not all of our people are nobles or the sort who go to fine dining parties. A lot of us just go to things like this. He said, indicating the club. I'm sure you won't find a lot of the older folks in favor of these kind of establishments, and you won't find them on a lot of the more frontier worlds. The place is more built up like my home world Harzwi, Ordo, and a few of the more interesting places on Mandalore have plenty of clubs like this. I'm sure they do, but I'm not attending one of those places. This is a club for the political class of the galaxy. Then treat it as training for when you visit one of Mandalore's clubs. I'm sure Ordo here would love to take you to one so you can see how Mandalorians party down. That got a chuckle from me, as I don't believe I would ever willingly go to one of these clubs. But outwardly I said, I'll keep that in mind. For all I knew, something could come up that would require me to visit an establishment like this in the future. The universe was a strange and weird place, and it got weirder every day. Seeing that we were third in line behind a group of blue-skinned girls in costumes that put the ones I had been forced into shame in the amount of how revealing they were, I held up my left wrist to check my messages on my vambrace. Quickly scanning through, I saw nothing of importance other than a message from my captain of the Royal Guard asking where we had gone off to. I simply dispatched a message back saying that I was with two of his subordinates on a late-night trip to the Jedi Temple for a conversation with that elder statesman I met a while back. I'd actually done that a couple times since then. He was an interesting fellow to talk to. No, I wondered why he had such an odd speech impediment. Wow, what is that? The blue-skinned girl in front of me said, looking back at my vambrace. This, I said, is a... I was going to say something simple when an idea occurred to me. New product from Mandal Technologies. What better way to keep your communication devices and information safely secured but on a nice stylish vambrace locked onto your wrist? Shaking it about to show how secure it was my wrist, I said, this thing will never get lost no matter how wild the dance may get. Cool, Mandal Technologies. I'll have to remember that and look it up later. The blue girl said before she started talking to her friends again. I knew there was a good chance that it would not take off, but on the off chance it did, I got more business for Mandalorian companies. I was willing to put up with degrading myself into a spokesperson and talking to a probably high on death sticks political class trust fund baby. I only would probably save her life, since no doubt her parents would demand safety precautions installed on whatever they bought for her. Sighing, I turned to my quote-unquote date Engis. He was more of my chaperone just to make sure I didn't get into any trouble. I doubted anyone would try to kidnap me for being a princess, as I looked like any other average citizen on the street, but you never know, when there could be some crazed lunatic who would attempt something, and it was not the worst idea in the world to have a little backup in a fight. I can probably handle myself, but if the argument was between quality of fighter and numbers, I'd rather play with both quality and numbers. He was wearing something a lot more normal than Toby, just a grey set of pants and coat over a white shirt. I suspected it was the official civilian garb for the Royal Guard, though I had no evidence, as I'd always seen them in their full uniform. So Engis, how have you been enjoying your stay on Coruscant so far? I asked, trying to be nice and have a chat with him. Yet I've been his pen pal for many years, and that's how I had learned of many of the forgotten histories of the galaxy. Such as the brief appearance of the quote-unquote Eternal Empire that appeared to have only lasted 10 years. It would seem that naming your empire as grandiose as that was a sign that you were not going to last very long, as most of the empires I noted fell apart sooner or later. The more grandiose the name, the quicker it fell apart. I'm doing well, princess. He said very stiltedly, as if not sure of something. I assumed it was not sure if he should be using my royal title, so I responded. Tanya, you can just call me Tanya here. We were in a civilian setting, and it was better if he didn't use the royal word while out and about like this, could give gangsters ideas. He smiled and commented, thank you, Tanya. Yes, it's been alright. Getting used to the quarters below has been something, but there's a lot of resources on this planet to investigate, a lot of books to read and history to learn. During my downtime, I go to the senatorial library they have for the public to look through. Got to say, they have a lot better record keeping on some events than I would have suspected. Oh. I asked as we moved forward in the line as the people had us started being let in. Yeah, they have actual facts and figures about the losses during the Mandalorian Wars. Our records on that whole situation was pretty much nil, but they get it down to the unluckiest protocol droid that walked out of a hangar and was shot during a defensive battle in the early days of the wars. Now it does seem that certain elements of the stories have been removed or censored, not a single reference to Ravan. Ravan? I asked, a bit amused by the idea that there was someone named after Raven but slightly off. Oh, I'll have to get you a bit of our information on that the next time I get a chance, but basically he was a Jedi Knight who stood up against and for the Mandalorians at certain points. It's closely tied to one of Ordo's major historical figures, Candraus Ordo, otherwise known as Mandalore the Preserver, so although we don't know as much as we'd like, he had a significant effect on Mandalorian culture around 4,000 years ago. You could see him as the first true obstacle that really put Mandalorians on the route towards where we are today, not some religious horde of barbarian zealots roaming the galaxy. Interesting, I would like to read more about this Ravan figure. I said. Simply because who knows what useful information could be found from looking through his history. If he had so thoroughly defeated the Mandalorians that they stopped being the Neo-Crusaders and Warmongers, it would be useful to know the whys and hows of that whole situation. As we approached the door and the uncomfortably loud music, he said, "Will do, Princess." Tanya. I corrected with a smile before looking over at Vi and Pink Hair to see how she handled the whole getting us into the club situation. Vi was looking at me and Njai's with a smile until she saw me looking in her direction and immediately went to work talking with the bouncer to get us in. Coruscant, outside Green Singularity. Stroke or deck. When my charge and her handmaiden went out to go shopping earlier today, I was not too concerned. After 5 months with next to nothing to do other than stand guard and follow the princess around, it does eventually get repetitive. Thus when the princess and her handmaiden informed me that they were going to go shopping at the nearby commercial district, I didn't see a reason to refuse. They are going to a location that Senator Merrick allowed the princess to travel to, and they are bringing the 2 royal guards on escort duty. Once they were on their way, the rest of the guards and I proceeded to do what we usually do when the princess is away from the tower. Spend time in the tower's ready room in full armor waiting for a distress call to spring into action. Your subordinates find ways to spend their time. Skida read holobooks and do a bit of baking in her spare time. Mock watches his holovids and tinkers with new tech that he found on the open market. Castle does some basic calisthenics before ending with a spare against the sparring droid while listening to workout music. I spent my time cleaning and maintaining my armor and weapons. However, after several hours, it was already sundown and they had not returned yet. I had Mock locate Pixie's Vambrace and found that the group are currently at a club near the commercial district. Concerned, I sent a message to the princess asking about their whereabouts, while the team entered an escort speeder which Mock had upgraded in his spare time with his connection to Mondal Tech. I received a reply stating that they were at the Jedi Temple to talk with a senior member there. Of course, the princess's Vambrace showed that that was a lie and they were nowhere near the Jedi Temple, so I gave the go-ahead to go to the princess's location to make sure nothing happened out of our sight. Pixie Actual, spotted entering the club. Mock, have you finished slicing through the club's security cameras? I asked before I lowered my macroscope. I got it, sending the feed to your HUDs now. A moment later, I see the notification on my HUD asking for my permission to open the data packet. After accepting, I was given a fly-on-the-wall view of the club. Mock's facial recognition software highlighted Pixie Actual, her handmaiden, the Ordo Kid, and the walking disciplinary action of a subordinate. When this is all over, I swear I am going to give those 2 dickhuts a piece of my mind. Maybe then they'll use their brains instead of their bevic. I can understand why Skida would be annoyed as the princess went behind our backs to go to a club. If she could not trust her own guards, then who could she trust? We would have likely covered for her if she informed the rest of us. At least all 4 of them are competent enough in hand-to-hand combat to take care of themselves. We are here just in case of a situation where it's too big for them to handle. I wouldn't be too hard on them, Mock commented. It's possible that they merely don't want the senator to know that they are out partying. Plus I did my research on the way here. This is a fairly popular spot for young representatives to mingle in a more informal atmosphere. This would probably just be another forgettable night on Coruscant. However, on the off chance this is going to be an eventful night, we will be ready to do our jobs. I interject. Once this is over though, I think Ordo and Craig are scheduled for a sparring session tomorrow. Do you think the princess and her handmaiden would like to watch? I'm sure it would keep them entertained at least. Skida commented while Mock chuckled at what would likely be an entertaining afternoon. Castle kept silent, but you get the feeling that he was amused. A few minutes of silence followed, as everyone watched the camera feed to make sure nothing was amiss. The feed shows Craig and Vizsla teaching the others how to dance on the dance floor. Princess cries who was only taught ballroom dances at a young age, and Ordo who likely is not the kind of kid who got invited into parties, don't know how to dance. It eventually culminated in two trying to awkwardly dance with each other while their companions watched. So I heard the Silver Ranger is going to get another season. Are any of you interested in the show? Not really something I would watch. I'm more of a romantic comedy type of girl. Skida replied absent-mindedly as she set her helmet to play music. It's alright. Castle commented whilst watching the feed on his Vambrace. Watched a few episodes when I babysat my younger cousins, it looked interesting enough. I answered while checking out the surrounding area. Thankfully, the show is formatted to be episodic, so you don't need to watch all of the episodes in order to enjoy it. If you want, we could watch it together, to catch you guys up to the current season. Might as well invite Pixie and her handmaiden and make it a hollow party, it's not like there's anything else to do around here. I'll ask Pixie about it tomorrow, if she gives the okay, I don't see why not. I answered. Mock is right, other than following Pixie around to various meetings with the AgriCorp or the Senate building, everyone usually stood guard at Mandalorian Tower. A night to watch a holovid series sounds like a nice way to unwind and be entertained, even if it is only for a few nights. I return my gaze to my view screen to see Pixie, Actual and Ordo are done with dancing and are now taking a seat in a partially occupied booth. Looks like Pixie and Ordo are just talking, want me to slice Ordo's Vambrace to listen in on their conversation? Mock asked. While it would help keep the stakeout interesting, it is a severe breach of privacy. Besides, you doubt Pixie would reveal any confidential information in a club, so it's likely just them engaging in small talk. Belay that, it's not our job to eavesdrop on our charge. But since we are here, make a list of persons of interest inside the club. Should be a useful cover for Pixie, that she is trying to network in the club and not go on a double date with her bodyguards and handmaiden. I'm on it, should take a few minutes. Vizsla and Craig are now at the bar and ordering drinks. Skida notified us. Fruit Fizz and Photon Fizzle, respectively. Mock mentioned before I could ask. Isn't Photon Fizzle alcoholic? Castle questioned. So long as Craig drinks in moderation, his Harzwi metabolism should break it down fast enough so he doesn't get drunk enough to impair his judgment. Skida informed us. Well, since this is turning out to be a fairly normal outing, I'm going to go get some Nerf kebabs from down the street. Any of you want some? I'll have some Fritzl fries if they have any. Mock mentioned while his eyes stayed on his view screen. I'm good. Castle answered. Same. I spoke right after. Let me know if anything interesting happened. Skida said before she exited the speeder. Best get comfortable, it's gonna be a long night. I said before sipping my canteen. Chapter 14. 714, 24 BBY. Month 5. Coruscant, Green Singularity. Tanya cries. A modern dance club, something I thought I would never be in any of my lives. I had no reason to dislike them per se, besides the uncomfortable loud music that I'm sure was taking years off my hearing. It just was not something I had to deal with in my first or second life. In my first life I had been too busy trying to prepare for my life as a higher-ranking salaryman with a respectable career. And once that was secure I could worry about entertainment, relationships, and the stuff that supposedly made life more fulfilling. I think the closest I ever got to such a situation was getting dragged along to a high school party where I had to dance the robot because it was the only thing I knew. My second life was a bit spottier on exactly what I had been up to since it had been much longer. Had been too busy dancing through the air in order to avoid hot death to dance on the ground. Even after I had survived the war, I believe my life had been too busy to indulge in such behaviors as I was now forced to indulge in. This life at least I had some formal dance training, but that was not very helpful with the particular brand of dancing going on around me. Frankly, most it looked like people were just spezzing out on the dance floor, but that was apparently the style, so I just went with it, though not as spezzy as some people. Thankfully my dance partner, Njis, seemed to be just as terrible as I was, so at least, I appeared normal and uneducated on how to dance and not weird. Being uneducated meant you could learn to dance, appearing weird meant that you were weird and should be avoided. While I had to entertain the whole dancing phenomenon for a while, I was getting slightly tired and so had excused myself to find an area to sit down for a bit. I negotiated my way through the crowds and made my way towards a set of booths near the bar section of the club. Ordo was with me, no doubt just trying to make sure I stayed safe, and as for Vi and her date, I've lost track of them. I was starting to get a deep suspicion that this was a bit of rebellion against her family. They were from a more traditionalist background, and though I was not very familiar with all of the traditionalists' thoughts on modern society, I got the distinct feeling that hanging out in a club was a taboo. When I get a chance, I should really investigate the traditionalist point of view on moral ethics. As much as I had been more concerned with their stance on military matters, which at the time I believed was important since military matters was what was enraging them the most, I also needed to investigate what their other political point of views were so I didn't step too heavy on their toes. Hopefully Vi's rebelliousness didn't cause me too much problems with them. The booths in question proved to be a bit more crowded than I would have liked, but I needed to sit down for a bit, so I asked a green-skin alien with horns coming out of his head if I could have a couple spots at their table. The green alien looked at me and nodded before saying, "Sure little miss, you and your boyfriend can I have those seats, though aren't you a little young to be in such an establishment?" I simply avoided that first question, being it was useful to put up misinformation, considering I didn't want my time here tracked back to my representational career, and focused on the one that really mattered as I took a spot. 16 is the bare minimum to be let in, but my friend really wanted to do something different, so here we are. The green-headed alien nodded. "Oh yeah, as long as you avoid the actual bar you're allowed in here to party with your friends." Well, I couldn't actually go to the bar if I wanted to say quite clearly above it that they would check your ID, and being that I was below the drinking age and I didn't want my ID checked by the machinery they had there, would leave a trail. They technically checked our IDs before we had entered the premises, but that information was not recorded as it was done solely by the bouncer looking over the paperwork and saying yet or nah. And there was a disturbing amount of yes when it came showing senatorial ID. I had a feeling that as long as you came in with a senatorial ID you would be let in. The green alien held up his drink and said, "Well, welcome to the party, miss. Fishing for my name. Tanya Digirekov, representative of one of the Outer Rim worlds." I said matter-of-factly. My face was slightly obscured by the sunglasses I was wearing, so I hope enough of my identity would be kept secure. Everything else I said was the truth from a certain point of view. "This is Njai's Riruchen, my chaperone for the evening, to make sure I don't get into too much trouble." I got a chuckle from the green alien, and his human date was also chuckling as well as she sat next to him. I hadn't taken much in about her besides the scandalous outfit that would never have played well in 1950s America. Hell, I don't think it would have played well in Japan 2010s. But the thing that really drew my notice was the pair of Mandalorian-style bracers on her wrist. That raised my eyebrows. I wasn't exactly sure how they had gotten here so quickly. I'm still laying the groundwork of showing them it is a trendy and useful tool, yet here they were already starting to be part of the trend. The green alien, though, interrupted my thoughts and said, "I'm Ramiro Dirathes, representative of the Aminis sector, and this is my co-worker Ray Sizey Groken of the O'Brien sector." I nodded, noting that both sectors were on the Outer Rim. Curious about where she'd picked that up, I raised my arm to show off my own and said, "Oh, you have a Mandalorian bracer as well." The woman looked at mine and smiled before showing off hers more properly. "Yeah, I just picked one up yesterday. There's this new company, Mandu Logistics, I think. They're bringing in what they term as civilian-grade products from Mandalore and selling them here. Seems like a very useful tool, and with how dangerous the galaxy seems to be getting these days, I thought I better pick one up while I still could before the inevitable blockade startup." My eyebrow raised for two reasons. 1. Someone had already set up a company to bring in Mandalorian products. That was interesting, and I would have to investigate more to find out exactly who was running this company and if they were paying their taxes to the sector. And 2. What blockades? Blockades? I asked, curious as to what was going on that I may have missed. The two shared a glance at each other before shrugging. Ramiro leaned forward a bit conspiratorially and said, "You're aware of just how corrupt this system is, right? The Republic is becoming more of a failed system every year. It's outlived its usefulness as a democracy and is frankly unable to do anything to improve the lives of the Outer Rim people. Slavery is an illegal practice in the Republic, but if you told that to the people in the other reaches, you'll be laughed at, because about every other planet has issues with slavers from the Hutt Empire wandering in, or some other small faction taking advantage of just how out of the way our systems are from the core." Externally I was nodding my understanding, internally I was not in a good mood. You could even say I was screaming. But to keep up appearances I simply said, "I'm aware that it has problems, sure, though I would assume through negotiations and reconciliations the problems could be worked out." Ramiro sighed and shrugged. "Over the years there's been attempts, and there'll be more attempts in the future, but a lot of people are coming to the conclusion that there needs to be a peaceful divorce between the Outer Rim and the Republic. If enough planets leave the Republic, they have no army, no navy, they can't really do anything about it, and we can get to work cleaning up the mess the Republic has left undealt with for the last 1,000 years." This was not good. Theoretically what they were saying was true. Theoretically what they wanted was good. Having two nations in the galaxy would be better for the economy as a whole, as they would have reasons to compete against each other, and if they're competing to show that each side is better, that's privately fine. But the chances that each nation needs a military rises quite a bit. The galaxy was a tapestry of stories related to a conflict between two factions over the course of millennia. And I doubt that was going to change just because both of them were claiming democracy as the core tenet. So yes, they might be right in that the Republic had no army and navy, could do nothing about it now. But give it a couple years though and that situation would change drastically, I'm sure. The reason there was no army for the Republic is that there was no possible threat to the Republic. What they were wanting to create was a possible threat which put Mandalore in a terrible position. If it was between the Outer Rim and the Republic, Mandalore sat on one of the crossroads and could easily become a battlefield for any conflict between the two. If a conflict were to arise, the middle could declare neutrality on the conflict, but that only worked if you could defend that neutrality. Switzerland had pulled that off during World War II quite well with its armed neutrality stance, though it also demonstrated the downfalls of such tactics, as during the war United States had lost a few bombers to Switzerland's armed neutrality, and then all of a sudden Switzerland gets bombed accidentally. That was a likely story for that, and it was a likely story now. In order to pull off armed neutrality, you need to be on defense 24/7 and be worried about one side of a conflict deciding it didn't respect your armed neutrality enough and bombing the hell out of you nonetheless. Frankly, Mandalore's stance on pacifism would have been the doom of the sector if such a conflict were to arise between the outer rim and the core. We needed an army and self-defense force quickly, and a professional one at that, with enough backing to be able to hold an area. If only we weren't banned from building battle droids. Damn that Governor Vrox, whose short-sightedness screwed Mandalore over again, as by treaty the sector was prohibited from creating any kind of fighting droids. But those are concerns for the future. Right now I need to appear completely at ease and not freaking out in front of potential political opponents in the coming years. That does make some sense, I offered, trying to appease their thinking, though I asked. But what's to stop the Hutt Empire from taking the initiative and expanding into your new theoretical Outer Rim Republic? Ray Sizey spoke up. The Count of Sereno has already been in negotiations with the Hutts. From what I know, there's negotiations going on with several corporations about creating a self-defense army for the Outer Rim with droids. Congratulations, you've just turned yourself into a threat, I mentally swore. 700 years ago Mandalore had been bombed for trying something like it, and then 20 years ago Mandalore had been bombed for building war droids, and now they're doing both. You had to admire the audacity or stupidity on display. All-out war was a certainty now. Oh, I can see the ploy they would probably use. The Outer Rim would simply say it would be their version of the judicial force meant to try and clean up the scum and villainy that had taken root. But again, 700 years ago the same thing happened. I swear none of these people that got elected to represent their governments had ever read a book on galactic history. If I somehow made it to any position of power in Mandalore where I had the opportunity to determine who the next representative would be, the top requirement on the list was studying the damn history of the galaxy. Nodding my head as if I was not internally screaming, I asked Count of Sereno. Isn't he a former Jedi Master? The pair nodded their heads in agreement, which was interesting. 1,000 years ago most chancellors of the Republic were force-sensitive or members of the Jedi. It would seem that one of them wanted to return to that style of government, which made some sense. Perhaps he was a student of history and thought that system worked better than the current one. I doubt it, at least on the working better part. Without actually having met the man I wouldn't know how he thought. So we are looking towards a return of a theocratic republic, I said, getting the pair to look at me confused. This Outer Rim Republic would be guided by a Jedi leadership, at least in some form, which means it's not a republic but a theocratic republic, as there's no doubt the leadership will listen to the will of the Force presumably. Ermiro shook his head. No, it's only going to be a republic. Count Dooku is a former Jedi, not a current Jedi. He is simply a leader amongst the systems that have seen the problems of the Republic because he is vocal about it and has experience in negotiations. I sat back in the seat and rubbed my chin. It was strange that a Jedi Master would leave the Order, let alone take up a political cause like that. Unless, the Jedi were students of history themselves, presumably, perhaps they've seen the writing on the wall long before anyone else about the possibility of rebellion and were already making moves to assure their Order's existence no matter what happened in the conflict. If there was a Jedi Order on both sides of the conflict, it would not be as catastrophic since both sides would be trying to minimize losses. And since the Jedi Order was centralized in the core region, they couldn't exactly be that effective in the Outer Rim. Perhaps this was some sort of method to create an Outer Rim Order to handle the situation directly, with a general idea that someday in the future those orders would merge into one again when it would not be a big issue. If that's what the Order was up to, that was some 3D chess on a level I could not understand, as they were risking quite a lot in the possibility of war. Shaking that thought off as a bit of a conspiracy theory, something I had found over the years I'd been too prone to when trying to figure out what was going on. I asked, doesn't this seem like a terrible subject to talk about? I mean, you are in essence creating another nation inside the Republic in secret. Not that secret, Ermiro said. The first official documents are supposed to come out within the next 3 months. From what I hear, it'll probably take 4 years for the divorce to be finalized, but some hope that just putting up the threat that we might do it will be enough to get the Republic to take the situation in the Outer Rim more seriously and get them to actually do their job. I doubt it. The Republic is stagnant and doesn't want to do anything. More likely their Jedi enforcers will threaten the planet that officially put in the paperwork. I blinked and asked, threaten? Aren't they just simple peacekeepers and monks with laser swords? I would assume after 1,000 years they're not the warriors of legend who kept the old Republic together. Ray Sizey chuckled before saying, you have that right, they're not the warriors of legend anymore. I don't think they have their honor anymore, now they're just dogs of the Supreme Chancellor, sent to any planet that disobeys the Republic to engage in aggressive negotiations. Which half the time, ends in a percentage of the population needing new limbs. Ermiro nodded with his head before adding, I'm sure the Jedi don't intend to be the Chancellor's dogs, but they've become too disconnected with the people in my mind. People call for them to deal with slavery and other Outer Rim sector issues, and maybe a Jedi will show up, usually only if there was a report of a possible force sensitive in the area. But if a politician tries to do anything to deal with the issue themselves, oh, the Jedi will show up then. And usually not to help, but because they're worried you are going to start a war and they want you to stop. A strange thing that I mentally noted, they seem to be heavily biased against the Jedi Order, but they had no such issue with this. Count Dooku, who was a former Jedi. Was this just a he's one of ours so it's okay sort of situation, or was there something else to it? Sounds like to me the real issue is that the Jedi are too close to the rings of power then. I proposed sitting back in my seat. They probably need to spend more time out in the outer rim doing good there and less time here in the core working with politicians. Ermiro nodded, that's about the truth of it when you really think about it. But who's going to tell them that to their face? They sit in their temple living it up in the sunlight on top of the greatest city in the galaxy and have everything taken care of for them by droids and staff. I'm sure they do more than just that, but they live in a different social economic environment than most of the galaxy, and it's easier to be detached from having to deal with terrible issues in my opinion. Probably lots of people, I said matter of fact. There's probably no end of people who would be willing to say it. It's just if the Jedi are willing to believe it. I would have said more, but Vi came up to where we were sitting hanging off of Tabi obviously. Either tired or buzzed, either was possible since I believe the minimum for drinking was 18 on Coruscant. Hey Tanya, time to get going, I think. She said, sounding sober enough. I nodded and turned to the two who would let us sit there and said, thank you for this wonderful conversation. I'll keep the things we've spoken of in mind. Before turning to Njais and saying, let's get on our way then. He nodded, seemed to be in some sort of daze, I'm not really sure why, maybe he had snuck a drink when I wasn't looking, but he got up right after I got out of the booth and we began our path back to the front entrance. The information that I'd received was at the very minimum concerning and something I would have to think about deeply. Maybe in 4 years the Republic was going to wake up to the fact that a portion of their government just up and left and to form a new government, which meant Mandalore could end up on the front lines of a conflict. I would have to push in some way for the armament and creation of a self-defense force soon. Otherwise we would just end up overrun between two armies fighting each other. Question was, could I do anything in 4 years? Maybe 5 or 6 depending on how long it took for the Republic to respond. Coruscant, Upper District streets. Tabi Craig. We should have gotten a parking place that was much closer. Vi muttered on me shoulder as she leaned heavily against me. She had drunk perhaps a bit too much of the low alcohol content drinks they served at that bar in the club. An unfortunate situation really, as I believed things had gone a little bit more my way we would be spending the night together. However, I was not a dickhead and engaging in such behaviors with the mentally impaired best friend of your boss was a good way to learn how to fly without a jetpack. Well, that and I was just not so crude as to engage in such behaviors. I was many things, a lover of the finer things such as arts and fashion, a charmer of women, able to bench press 3½ times my own weight, and a fool for love and fights. However, I was not a villain. Supporting the Mandalorian native with my shorter frame, I simply said, no worries dear, we'll be back at the speeder soon. I had considered possibly calling Commander Ordak to come pick us up, but I figured we would be fine. 4 Mandalorians, 3 of which are in good fighting shape, could take on any threat that the city could throw at us. And it was only a short walk, a block or two down the street, then a block downwards to get to the parking area. Granted, this was a lot closer to the edges of the districts my charge was allowed to enter, but I'm sure there would be no issue, the police should be more than adequate in this area. I would assume, of course, that was not a corrupt dystopia. On second thought, I probably should have brought a blaster set to stun at least. Tanya and Njais were walking in front of us having a chat, about history by the sounds of it. The pair were absolute nerds, not that I held anything against that, but history was not one of the things I was interested in. As was the past, it was dead, something to be forgotten. The future was more important, followed closely by traditions and culture. It was probably for the best. I had abandoned my initial plan when I first joined up with the royal guard to charm the princess. If I really committed to it, I was sure I could pull it off. It's just not something to do when there was not only competition, the one who had already started putting groundwork in place. Going after someone's childhood friend, who they've had a crush on since then, usually ends with a lot of pain for the person going after said childhood friend. Usually the physical kind, and sometimes leading to death, as fights tend to be a lot more brutal when a girl was involved, at least back in his home world they did. But that's besides the point. He simply was not going to risk his professional relationship with Njais, especially when Vi was more fun. He hadn't planned to start charming her. He'd simply been volunteering to be the driver whenever the princess had a meeting at the Jedi Temple, and since Vi ended alone for a bit, looking at the art, he decided to go in one day, to keep her company. And it turned out they had a few things in common, mainly overbearing parental issues. He didn't know all the issues that Vi had with her mother. He wasn't one to push too hard on those sorts of things, but he was willing to listen, and listening is half the battle in charming a person. Through it he learned she was a quote-unquote traditionalist Mandalorian, or at least her parents were, and she was more free-spirited. Also known as she wanted to rebel against her parents, but she was not sure how she was going to be able to do that when she was supposed to stay by the princess all the time and stay in the senatorial district. An easy problem for a man of his caliber, he suggested, since they were such good friends. Maybe she could get Tanya to be more rebellious as well. And he mentioned he knew about this particular little club on the edges of the senatorial district. Something he found out about in the first 3 months, when he got 8 hours free every day. He was going to do a little bit of exploring during that time. He had to make sure it would work, but he portrayed enough confidence that she had been confident enough to attempt it. Most likely Tanya was a bit rebellious as well, because it had been almost too easy to get an okay from her. All that really mattered then was to arrange things so we could pull it off. Enjai's was invaluable. There was his obvious crush on the princess, which not only made him a good date for the club but made him useful for the trip to the mall. Since 2 guards had to be near Tanya basically all times of the day, all I had to do was make sure that he was assigned to the same mall trip as me, then Tada club night was a go. And from what he'd seen, it had been a magical success. So much so he probably has to figure out how to pull it off again. Oh well, that was for the future. Right now he just needs to get the girls and the nerd back to the safety of the tower. He can worry about their next rebellious party night later. Tanya and Enjai's rounded the corner of a building in front of us, which would lead to the stairs to the floors below, so we could get our speeder when things went sideways. Enjai stumbled back, appearing to have been hit. Where Tanya was, I didn't know, but that was not a good sign. Had he done something to piss Tanya off? Had the nerd gotten too big for his britches and done something unsavory? Well, the shouting and fighting sounds coming from the hallway he had just been knocked out of would say otherwise, as both me and Vi sprung into action, crossing the 5 feet distance that had separated us from the Ordo. Turning to look down the hallway leading to our car, I immediately saw the problem and knew things had gone pear-shaped, quite horribly. The hallway was currently being fought over by 2 groups, both in nice suits and appeared to be upper class in nature. No matter their upper class status, it would seem they had some sort of ongoing feud, as they were quite thoroughly beating the shit out of each other in what I could only assume was some sort of corporate gang warfare between the black suits versus the tan suits. I know that there was some other reason behind it, but that seemed to be the way the conflict lines were drawn. The majority appeared to be human or humanoid, though I thought I saw a few more brutish-looking aliens near the back as the group fought each other on the stairs. It looked like there were 40 of them in total. But my guess was Tanya and the nerd had turned the corner just as the fighting had started and had been swamped into the conflict. As for Tanya's condition and location, which was the most important part of this situation, she was doing fine from what I could tell. At her feet were 3 of the suited gangers, 2 from the side wearing black suits and 1 wearing a tan suit. She was facing off against one in a tan suit who kept trying to punch her in the face, but she appeared to have a miniature shield built into her vambrace and was blocking his attempts. Which was probably for the best, since he was apparently one of those mod folks. Every time he threw a fist, it would launch itself out a good 6 inches at a speed more in line with a speeding missile. The impact is having driven on her back against the wall as the corporate thug attempted to batter down her defenses. No, that was something I could not let happen. Any damage the princess took would no doubt reflect badly on me and the nerd, so we need to get her out of this situation quickly. Without saying a word, I moved to join the fight, heading directly for the man who was trying to smash Tanya's skull in with his automated jackhammer of a fist. One of the black suits got in my way, saying, "Get lost, girlie, that girl's already gotten herself in this fight, you don't need to join." I didn't let him finish, simply put all the muscle I had into a good right hook and sent him flying 2 feet into the air. It came crashing down into the side of the jackhammer idiot, and both of them took a tumble down the stairs. Before I could move to get Tanya, to grab her hand and pull her out of this situation, one of the tan suits came at me with a blade. I just managed to block the attack with my own vambrace and got a wonderful show of Vi performing an excellent flying kick, sending that gangster rolling down the stairs and knocking down a few others like bowling balls. She landed on the step next to me and tilted around, obviously not exactly as balanced as she should be. So I grabbed her by the waist to steady her. Ordo apparently pulled himself back up and was already back in the fight, brawling his way through 2 more of the black suits that had got in our way between us and Tanya. As for Tanya herself, the pile of bodies at her feet had grown from 3 to 6 in the moment I looked away to deal with the knife attack. The gangsters had seemed to realize that their own petty fight was now a sideshow to our desperate assault to break through their fight to Tanya. And some of the suits had started to run away, the black suits heading back down the stairs towards the parking lot where unfortunately our car was, and the tan suits trying to get past us to get to the street above, presumably to wherever their vehicles are parked. And we were stuck in the middle, as those who weren't running away were now trying to surround us. And these gangsters were pulling out real weaponry. One of them even pulled out a blaster and aimed it at Tanya. The princess was much quicker than I would have assumed, as she was able to put her shield in between herself and the bolt, charged right at the shooter to get her hand around the man's wrist, and pushed his hand up so the blaster was pointed at the ceiling. With a dull thud, Tanya slammed her knee into the suited man's groin, stunning him enough for Tanya to yank the blaster from his hand. The gangster was then treated to Tanya, knocking out his knees and sending him tumbling down the stairs to join the already growing group of bodies at the bottom of the stairs. Before any of us could make a move to join up with the princess and consolidate our defensive line, the telltale sound of electricity sparking off staves went off at the top of the stairs, causing everyone to look in that direction. And causing a pit of oh crap to form in my stomach. Charging in from the top of the stairs were Mandalorian royal guards, their staves pointing in our general direction as they made their way down whilst zapping anyone who attempted to get in their way. One of them swung his staff into a ganger's gut before proceeding to roll over his back before delivering a brutal blow to his head with a two-handed swing of his staff. Another delivered a brutal combo of fast strikes with both ends of the staff before ending with a thrust to the face and heavy swing at his head. Someone drew their blaster and open-fired at a royal guards only to have the blasts deflected into the wall by their staff. The shots that weren't deflected simply fizzled off when it connected to their Beskar armor. The realization that they couldn't harm the guards bearing down on them seemed to snap the gangsters into realizing that they had screwed up and they began running down the stairs to get away from us. Once the gangsters had been cleared out, the royal guards formed a perimeter around the princess. Commander Ordak pushed up the visor of his helmet and looked directly at me while saying, "You four, go up those stairs and get into the van, now." His tone made it quite clear there would be no talking our way out of this and it wasn't even worth trying to explain that we were not responsible, so I simply nodded as did most of the rest of the group as we filed our way up. I did hear him muttering something about having to explain this to the proper authorities, which looking up I realized we had been on camera the whole time. Hopefully that wouldn't come back to harm the princess in any way. Gave a damn good fight though, but now I understand why the nerd was interested in her. Coruscant, Mandalorian Tower, Guard Barracks. Stroke Ordak. Thank Manda for lazy judicial officers. It hadn't taken very much talking to get the cops to not look too deeply into the whole situation, simply pointing out that she was a political representative had been enough for them. Oh sure, Tanya now had a quote-unquote record with the police, which was probably not what anyone in the government would like to hear, but it was as an incident of being attacked, and as long as no one went looking the whole situation should blow over in a couple years. It's not like she was going to get into more fights. Manda, I hope she does not get into more fights. She'd at least severely hurt 3 of the people who came at her, which they deserved, but it was not a good look for a politician ambassador type to assault people and get off pretty much scot-free. And she would get off scot-free. Unfortunately I told her that she was under house arrest for the next 3 weeks, but this was a royal guard issued house arrest. The senatorial guards were more than willing to just look the other way. I would guess that this was not an infrequent incident as some of the galaxy would hope, just something they attempted to cover up. But for now Tanya was under house arrest, and besides her diplomatic duties and maybe visits to the Jedi Temple, she was not allowed to pull anything like this again. As for the 2 dickuts, who thought it was a great idea to pull this stunt, they were standing at attention in front of me, with the hope that by staying motionless they would become invisible. On one hand, they should never have gone through with this whole operation to begin with. On the other hand, the princess is unharmed, but that was mainly due to her own training rather than these two's competence, thus a punishment is required to even the score and discourage scenarios like this from happening again. I have half a mind to do my job and report this incident to Duchess Satin and have her transfer the both of you back to Mandalore and replace you. The 2 winced, as that would be the end of their careers as well as bringing dishonor to their families. The only reason I am not in a hollow call with the Duchess right now is the fact that Ms. Kryze is unhurt and the incident ended relatively quickly in a way that could be swept under the rug as a case of self-defense. The 2 release a sigh of relief as they aren't given a ticket straight to Mandalore. This whole incident could have been avoided if you made a request to me. We could have worked something out, made a cover, and minimized the risk to prevent stuff like this from endangering our charge. When Duchess Satin assigned us to be her guards, we became part of Ms. Kryze's retinue, to whom we swore oaths to protect and serve to the best of our abilities. Her wishes are only second to her safety. Your wishes are not even on the list for consideration. If she doesn't want to go to a club, you will obey. Ms. Kryze is old enough to be considered a Mandu, that means she is mature enough to make her own decisions and be responsible for those decisions, and you will respect them like it came from the Duchess herself. This will never happen again, are we clear? The 2 nodded their heads, but I needed to drive the point home. I said. Are we clear? Sir, yes sir. I gave the 2 time to stew for a bit before moving on to inform them of what will happen next. While Ms. Kryze and Ms. Vizsla are under house arrest, you 2 will have something more physically demanding. After seeing your performance on the security cameras, I deemed your unarmed combat ability to be wholly inadequate, barely enough to protect the princess while in civilian disguise. And so, for the next 3 weeks you're to go through additional unarmed combat training, where I'll personally train you to be able to defend Ms. Kryze effectively, even with only your civilian gear. The 2 looked at each other in trepidation, sensing something is not right. We'll get started immediately, follow me. I smiled at them before exiting the room toward the tower's gym. Their steps followed mine as all 3 of us entered the gym. Inside the gym is a wide open area designated as the dueling circle, various workout equipment at the sides of the room, and a couple of doors leading to showers and a storage room for practice weapons. I walked over toward the sparring circle before turning to face my subordinates. As a warm-up, you have 10 minutes to take me down. This will give me a general idea of what I have to work with. They would not accomplish that 10-minute goal. They didn't have the decades of experience I had, which I could tell by them flinching a second too long, blinking reflexively when I aimed for their faces, and both of them limiting themselves to the basic style the royal guard taught to recruits, which did not make full use the humanoid body like the elbows and knees. I thought it would give me a good idea of what section was lacking, that they'd let a bunch of cyborgs in suits allow them to get separated from the princess. But it looks like I have my work cut out for me. I would have to start from scratch and build them up brick by brick. Starting with basic footwork and a stable foundation. Coruscant, Mandalorian Tower. Tanya cries. Well, last night could have gone much better. I thought as I sat in my chair looking out at the skyline of Coruscant. I had not planned for the whole disastrous fight to happen. I had not planned on a lot of things last night, but I certainly did not plan on ending up on house arrest for the next little while. Although it didn't affect me too greatly since I was still allowed to do my work. If anything, this would prevent Vi from dragging me on another one of those escapades. Or at least give me time to make sure that if it ever happened again the situation would be much better planned out so we didn't end up accidentally walking into a gang war between corporations. Why does this planet have to be a cyberpunk dystopia? Well, of course I knew why. It was the core of an intergalactic civilization and an economic hub. Of course it would become like this. Frankly, it was a bit curious why the line between human and droid being grey as it were with those mechanically modded folks walking around hadn't started debate on the issue of droid rights. I wasn't going to be pushing that myself, that was a bit too much of a boat rocker in my opinion, though I did see issue with the whole enslavement of sentient beings. Even though it was recommended to wipe X4's memories every couple of months, I was just going to ignore that and rely on the economy to do the job. I paid him a good wage in my mind. I gave him 20% of my income for investment, and then the last 10% that I gave him was filed as investment as well, was actually the wage I was paying him. I figured that he would find out sooner or later that he could do whatever he wanted with that money. I also suspected the moment he figured it out would be the moment he would be completely sentient, so I was interested in when he would do that. Oh, I know there were fears of droid revolts and such going back millennia in this galaxy, but I simply thought it was the same issue with slavery or wage slavery. If you don't pay someone what they're worth, they're going to become angry with you eventually. And that's usually led to rebellion and communism, which would fail, which is probably why the droid revolts kept failing. However, that was off topic, as I was still just recovering from the night of excess we had involved ourselves in. Vi hadn't come out of her room, so I assumed she had drunk a bit too much last night. And I would probably see her in a couple hours when she came out to start sobering up. For myself, I was simply going to enjoy the afternoon and read over the latest debates on the Silver Codex. See what was going on with that little work to try and shift the aggression of the Mandalorian culture from fighting for conquest to fighting for defense. Most of the articles I saw were just positing ways of looking at the theory I provide in the Codex. I didn't quite enjoy the one person who called me out for the obvious historical revisionism of the early years of the Mandalorians, but was ultimately agreeing with the general ideas I had provided. It was a good thing I decided to not put my name on this piece of work. Not only did it maintain the neutrality of the work, but it allowed people to attempt to try and understand and fill the gaps in the areas instead of depending on me to show up and fill them for them. I had considered creating a Silver Codex Volume 2, to increase the things I should talk about now that I have a better understanding of some cultural elements of the Mandalorian people and the galaxy as a whole. I might get around to doing that eventually, but for now it was enjoyable just to read what the other people are coming up with to give me ideas that I might use in the future. I had a smile on my face as I flipped from the fifth document looking at the economical components of the theory and the proposed things that could create more economic growth for the Mandalore sector, when I saw the title of the document I was looking at in front of me and felt my smile die on my face. The Silver Codex Volume 2. The hell is this? I said out loud, sitting up in my chair. Now either time travel existed and somehow I'd sent back a document from the future, or someone was attempting to grow the codex, my codex, without my consent. That was thoroughly concerning because I didn't know what they were trying to say. I guess I could read it to find out. Opening the document, I quickly started to look through it and noted that most of it was just a rehash of what I had originally proposed in different words, but then I found a section that was thoroughly new. A Mandalorian does not stand alone. A single Mandalorian defender stands upon the shoulders of thousands, from artisans, technicians, miners, slicers, bureaucrats, farmers, chemists, armorers, logistics workers, and countless more. Every aspect of society is responsible in some way to the deployment of our honored fighters. Well, they weren't wrong though, and I would say it would be the free market that the Mandalorians need to rely on. The way this was worded reminded me of something, a collectivist expression of Mandalorian culture. It hits the right cultural beats to strike a Mandalorian's pride, but what exactly is this meant to prelude? It gave me a bad feeling. Indeed, it does not matter if you are working in a public body or in a private organization, you are contributing to the glory of Mandalore. But for too long we have allowed perverse ideals of separation between our common government and our privately owned expressions of infrastructure and value from a corrupt republic to weaken us. Oh no, this right here was a worrying sign calling for a fusion of the private and public sector. I personally cannot think of a more terrifying thing than a government and a private organization being in lockstep agreement. They are meant to hold different interests and be regulated by the separation of power and responsibility they both hold. And outright claiming the problems in the sector are because of the Republic. Which is kind of true, but not to the extent that this was implying. This was trying to create a crisis narrative that the situation was desperate and needed to be dealt with immediately. This couldn't get any worse, could it? Our government officials promote republic-style regulations that cripple loyal Mandalorian corporate entities, giving advantage to unscrupulous and dishonorable trade unions who sap wealth from the common Mandalorian to enrich the parasites in the core worlds. In turn, private Mandalorian entities have fled from the heavy regulation of Mandalore to establish themselves elsewhere, developing and enriching people who do not follow our creed. Oh, to be fair, the regulations in Mandalore were heavier than they were in the Republic, so yes, this was technically true. It has, however, been improving in the last few years in my opinion. This could imply that this person was not someone from the core sector of Mandalore, perhaps one of the periphery planets. They were talking about being loyal to the planet of Mandalore, so perhaps someone who used to live on Mandalore before the clan wars or had ties to the ghost of the past coming to haunt the future. This is a disgraceful state of affairs that can only be rectified by a re-examination of what is private and what is public. Oh hell, there it is again, questioning what should be outside the state and what should be inside the state, and a separation of Mandalore from anyone who is outside the state. A public-private partnership in true Mandalorian style is a contract between the Mandalorian government and Mandalorian private organizations to act only in the interests of the Mandalorian people, drawing wealth into our deprived systems and away from the dishonorable and parasitic. A Mandalorian public-private partnership, MPPP, brings together both sectors' expertise and resources with the sole intention of providing infrastructure, wealth creation, goods, and services to the Mandalorian people. Someone is trying to turn my codex into a fascist document. Space corporate fascism, this wouldn't take off, right? There's no way this would take off. The Republic was too strong even in its influences outside of Mandalore sector for something like this to take off, and inside Mandalore sector there is quite a bit of what could be basically called ancient libertarianism. Get off my property and stay off my property, or I'll use the guns that I own as my property to make you off my property or feed my property crops. You would need to find a literal hellhole inside the Mandalore sector for this to even work to any extent. Right? Then again, I'm sure a large majority of Mandalorian worlds have been orbitally bombed at some point. There could be up to half of them still in a state where a document like this could fester. There's still more to read. Hopefully this didn't get any worse. Even if it was some form of corporate fascism, this is obviously some corporation pushing for fascism. Just by reading the 7 layers of corporate kung fu painted across this paragraph told me that. Not to mention this was obviously attempting to appeal to the egotistical Mandalorian's mind, playing some cultural supremacy was in the future if they sided with them. This would typically express itself as private agencies owning and operating facilities or equipment to deliver necessary public services while making use of a sympathetic public organization to remove restrictions and regulations that only serve to prevent prosperity and growth. Congratulations, corporate monopolies running everything. Not only would this allow stagnant monopolies to take much of the government's money, it would increase the amount of waste as regulations meant to prevent kickbacks would be gone. Oh, we have enough fighters, guess we need to continue to subsidize the fighters. Wink, keep getting people voting for me and you keep that subsidy going. This had to be a nightmare, right? There was no way this was real. Indeed, the MPPP is only truly possible when created by Mandalorians, as we have the unique benefit of our shared codes and common interest that will help to establish trust that such a partnership would never be abused. That was a false statement, quite a lie. In fact, if I had to guess, a corporation was trying to use the Silver Codex to set up a political party to get itself more freedom to create monopolies. This was outrageous. This was ticking me off a little. I don't think I'd been ticked off in this life. Oh well, at least I made my way through the document. There's nothing worse. There all the way at the bottom it was signed. White silver. I saw red. One moment I was in my chair holding the pad in my hands, the next moment the pad was across the room, broken in half, and I was out of my chair grinding my teeth. I felt like a fire was running through my system, pure utter rage as I realized that this corporate asshole who was trying to create a corporate fascist state was trying to steal my identity, or at least the identity I had created to prevent a possible conflict in this life. My attempt to create a self-defense variant of the Mandalorian culture in order to prevent conflict was being hijacked to create space corpo-fascism. And there wasn't much I could do about it. Oh sure, I could go out there and publish the second volume of the Silver Codex all I want. All it would do is cause a bit of confusion and people would just choose whichever one they liked better, assuming that both were fake instead of one was more real than the other. In fact, because one had been put out first and would be claiming to be the real one, if I put out a second volume and claimed I was a real one, people would just chuckle and ignore it. I needed to learn who was behind the identity of this false silver and expose them before this became a thing. Taking a few deep breaths, I calmed myself and tried to let my brain work. There were already key points of evidence given to me by the damn document itself. I just need to get another copy of the document to read over it again to make sure I wasn't mistaken in my assumptions. A corporation on the edges of Mandalorian space could be anything, perhaps military-based. Most likely if you are going to stroke the egos of the supremacists, you are going to want the supremacists to be thinking about war, so it's most likely a military-based company. Couldn't be that many of them. Turning to X4, who had been standing there dutifully, I said, I need documents on every military-based corporation within the Mandalore sector, as well as any information on a Silver Codex Volume 2 that can be found. Yes, Mistress, X4 said, bowing a bit before asking, is there anything else you need? Chuckling, I said, an identity theft lawyer, but you can get me a company that will deliver a letter to the Mandalore sector with no questions asked. That would be useful, and I have 2 or 3 people I need to talk to about some things that need to be handled. Of course, Mistress. X4 said, bowing again before stepping away. Turning back to the window, I let out a sigh. I need to just wrap this up quickly before Aunt Satin found out. If something like this came to her attention as a political issue, she would have to come down hard on all the Silver Codex work I've been doing over the years just to maintain control of the sector, which could be just as dangerous as letting this false silver gain followers. Which means I needed someone on the ground to be my eyes and ears. Hopefully Bo-Katan could help me with that. I knew she had contacts with a lot of Mandalorian traditionalists, so hopefully her contacts had some idea who this false silver was and could point me in the right direction. Chapter 15. 714, 24 BBY. Month 6. Mandalore, Royal Palace, Duchess Office. Satin cries. Things in the Mandalore sector have been going rather smoothly as of late. The little pirate invasion of Vorpia had been dealt with by the journeyman protectors and royal guards rather quickly, and there hadn't been any other attempts to seize a planet for criminal behavior. Besides that, we were having a bit of an economic boom as a new company, Mandu Logistics, has purchased several old freight ships and are transporting goods from the Mandalorian sector directly to markets in the core. From what I had seen, the initial prices were fair, and after Mandu Logistics had made a tidy profit, several other smaller companies had sprouted up to do the same. Granted, most of the items being sold were armor sets, and most of the items being brought in were materials to build more armor sets, but one little thing I had to give to Tanya: armor was meant for protection, and though I generally lean against war, letting this business take off was good for the economy and good for the culture. Thankfully, the pile of paperwork on my desk was not too terrible today. My royal guard is still running background checks and interviews on all of the applicants before submitting those that passed their checks for my perusal. The lack of a head of staff and I not having an assistant to take care of the day-to-day stuff that needed to be filled out, had resulted in a slight pile-up over the last several months. Everything important is handled by a member of my royal guard, who volunteered to be my temporary assistant until a suitable replacement is hired. I am really considering just buying a droid to help cut down on the backlog immediately. Once I have chosen the new head of staff, the droid could be my assistant, like what Tanya's X4 is currently doing for her, but that would be a problem for another day. My musings were cut short when there was a knock on my door. A royal guard entered the room before standing at attention and giving a bow. My lady, Governor Vizsla has arrived. I direct my eyes away from the financial report to face my royal guard. Excellent, send him in please. I set down my day top hat before leaning back in my chair. Good afternoon, Governor Vizsla, what brought you to the palace today? I asked with a smile on my face as the governor of Concordia sat heavily in the chair across from me in my office. From what I knew, Pri was seeing a general uptick in tax revenue as a large portion of the armorers that made up the ancient class had been dissatisfied with my rule had gone specifically to Concordia during the whole exiling phase of putting the Mandalore system back together after the clan wars. So I figured he would be in a splendid mood, however he seemed a bit put off by something, judging by the frown on his face. A bit of a developing situation, I'm afraid. Remember those Jedi that showed up about a week ago from the Agri-Corp? I nodded my head. Jedi in the Mandalorian sector was not something normal, frankly it was abnormal. The culture of Mandalorians was too prone to challenging them to a fight or being annoyed when they found a force sensitive among our people and asked if they could join the order. Though since they only took those of the youth, in this day and age that was unlikely to ever happen. Family was everything for a Mandalorian, and the thought of a family member being taken away by the order was unthinkable. Let me guess, I said, they found a force sensitive in Concordia. Pri nodded before continuing, 5 of them, actually. That was one of the issues, yes. Most of the Agri-Corp have stayed away from the general population, so I thought this was not going to be an issue, and they've been doing their job looking to see if any of the indigenous life forms that keep our planet from developing are still alive, but the Jedi Master sent to watch over them and make sure nothing happens to them? Well, he apparently likes to travel. I've got reports from nearly the entire planet of him just showing up and either hanging out in the local bar and sharing war stories with the veterans there. In 5 different reports, they mentioned that he's found force sensitives within our population, and he said they would make fine Jedi if they were given training. Hold on, 5 candidates? They've only been here a month. How did he find 5 candidates? I asked, looking a bit perplexed by that. Pri shrugged before saying, I don't know for sure, though the Jedi has said something about the untapped potential of Mandalorians. Thankfully he's not pushed for the kids he's found to join the order, at least not loudly enough that the parents are complaining about that. Many more are just unsettled by the older gentlemen in Jedi robes showing up on their doorstep. If he's too much of a nuisance, I could send a message back to the order. Perhaps they can have him removed and replaced with someone more tactful. Pri scoffed and said, to be frank, I think this is the most tactful Jedi we're going to get. I've had a meeting or two with him and he seems very grounded for a Jedi. I just think a little bit of a warning from the Duchess would do him good. With how active he's being, he's likely to run into some of the more, less forgiving elements of the exiles. Those who blame the Jedi for the clan wars, and if that were to happen I'm sure either he would die or they would die and it would be an intersector incident that could upset the process to get Concordia off the protected planet status so we can start trading with the rest of the sector instead of having to rely on going through Mandalore. I nodded my head. I'll put a note out and have the Royal Guard pick him up and meet with him to see if we can't get him to be a little less active as you say. What is this Jedi Master's name? Ram Koda. Last thing I heard about him he was in the northern latitudes. Which is probably the wisest thing he's done since most of the people who would generally blame him for the clan wars are in the southern latitudes. I nodded before asking, is there anything else I should know about the goings-on with the Jedi and the Agri-Corp? Well, nothing much. They haven't found any of the supposed protected species on our planet yet. Their evaluation of our terraforming work has been interesting though. Interesting how? I asked with a raised eyebrow. They take umbrage with the fact that so much of the plant life that we've introduced over the years is basically the exact same plant life throughout the entire planet. Which is to be expected since we have a very limited amount of plants that we can use, due to the protected planet status. But they have concerns based on this, of what a biosphere with such minimal biodiversity is vulnerable to. So they're telling you, you need different plants to try to change the biosphere in a few places for diversity and better longevity, right? Exactly, which I would gladly start doing as soon as the protected planet status gets removed. I've had a lot of debates about this subject over the last month and I think they're finally getting that the rules placed down on us by the protected planets is leading to a worse situation down the line, because we can't do anything to fix the lack of biodiversity with the status of this planet. Sure, we'll have plenty of lumber in the next decade and some farmland, but we won't be allowed to diversify unless the protected planet status is removed. Which, I think, is currently dividing the team on the planet, as half of them that seem to get it and understand are already pushing for the report to basically imply that it needs to be removed, while the other half are still not sold on the idea of it, that the species we say are extinct are actually extinct and want to continue their search. It's slow going, but I hope we'll have them finished and off-world in the next 6 months. I nodded. Well, 6 months isn't too bad. That's quicker than Merrick S. and Tanya's efforts to get the Ithorian to sign off on the deal for terraforming planets. With the income we have coming in, because of the recent windfall we've been having, I was really hoping we could get the terraforming started by the end of this year, but it's looking more like it'll be sometime in 716 FNM. I still can't believe Merrick was able to get a deal through with those terraformers, finally. Took him 10 years to get settled in, but at least he's finally doing his job. Pre said, shaking his head, and I was forced to nod as well. Merrick was an old friend from Kalevala. The man had been working hard to build relationships with the Senate for a good long time. But I had to admit the last few months he'd been doing an excellent job. And I had to wonder if perhaps Tanya was somehow involved in that. After all, it was her idea for the Silver Codex, which was currently creating an economic boom. But if Tanya wanted to be humble and not take credit for it and let Merrick say it was all his idea, then she could understand. She didn't seem to enjoy the spotlight that much, so perhaps letting other people take credit for her ideas was a way to cope with some bit of shyness she had. Although that being said, next time she and Tanya met she should really ask if Tanya had taken any part in the deal besides the minimal part that Merrick was saying. Give it enough time, you make enough contacts, I would assume that he finally found the pieces necessary to get this plan to work. I answered Pre's question. He nodded before adding, while I am here, did you see that Silver Codex Volume 2 that was spread all over the local net? I am curious about what your stance is on the matter. No, I have not. I said, a bit concerned as my brows furrowed. As far as I knew, Tanya hadn't planned to create a Volume 2 yet, and I would assume she would have run anything like that by me first. A new volume cropped up a few days ago. I think whatever magic that White Silverhead is wearing off, because the new one puts a lot of power in the hands of corporations. I don't think a lot of people are going to be in favor of that. I've not read it yet. I'll have to look into it and see what's going on. Is it as big as the first one? I asked warily. I don't think it'll be that big. Sure, you'll find supporters, but from what I've seen it's likely to bring down the first one more than build that one up. That was concerning. Silver could actually have been a very useful tool for rebuilding Mandalore, and if it was being damaged by some unknown source, I would need to look into this. Little Tanya had worked years on creating that document, and it was paying off. I was not going to let something she worked so hard on be tainted by some fool screwing it up. I would have to have a member of the Royal Guard detached and look into this situation, figure out where this Volume 2 came from if it turned out it was not Tanya's handiwork. Which I am sure she wasn't responsible for. She'd never spoken to me about having a Volume 2 in the works. Although we haven't talked in a long time since she's gone to Coruscant, I doubted she would dump something like this on me without a proper warning. Looking at Pre, I said, keep me apprised about this Volume 2. That Silver Codex was very good for Mandalore so far, and I would hate to see something good be turned into something not. Pre nodded his head and said, I'll keep my eyes on it. I didn't trust the first one to begin with, so I've been having a few agents looking around for a while now. You know how these codexes turn out after all. One moment it's a theological debate, the next moment is a full-on civil war. I nodded, though I hoped it wouldn't get that bad. The whole reason the Silver Codex existed was to try and prevent a civil war from what I understood, and if it somehow triggered one, it would make itself no better than the codexes that came before, in the generation leading up to the Mandalorian Civil War. Coruscant, Jedi Temple. Anakin Skywalker. I blinked in confusion at the scene before me. Sitting on a bench in one of the garden terraces of the Jedi Temple sat Grand Master Yoda of the Jedi Order, having a chat with a person I did not expect to run into inside the walls. Tanya Kryze, the representative of Mandalore. The two appeared to be having a conversation that was, frankly, a little beyond my mind, and they were so deep into it that I wasn't gaining much context from listening in. This was not something I had expected to run into today. I had a lot of meditation and training I need to be doing, as well as general chores, but I just so happened to come through this direction. I felt what could be best described as a disturbance in the force. Not exactly pain, more of a tightness, as if something had been wound up. And that was not something I normally felt on temple grounds. I had experienced something like this while out with Master Obi-Wan, but here in the temple, the closest to something like this was when someone was excited for the start of their training. But even then that had been more of a joy, this tightness was more edged. So feeling something unusual, I had followed it to its source, and it started to dissipate when I entered the temple garden terrace. Where has the presence of tightness gone? I had a pretty good idea. You don't run into a person you didn't expect after feeling something like that without there being a connection. And seeing that Master Yoda was here, I would have to assume he had sensed it as well and come to investigate himself. Though I was a bit perplexed in how easygoing he was with the young woman he was speaking with. Heck, the two were chatting more like old masters in their fields than the Master of the Jedi Order, and some Republic representative. Then again, she wasn't just some Republic representative, was she? I was very suspicious about her parentage, of why Obi-Wan had brought me to meet her, and I had the sneaking suspicion that he had been looking for an excuse to meet her. The hair color, the age, the wanting to meet her, things kind of added up in a way that made me believe that Tanya very well could be Obi-Wan's daughter, and he had been trying to use this meeting as a teachable moment to me. That it was possible to have a family outside the order as long as you kept your distance. Master Ki-Adi-Mundi had a family, but that was a special disposition, since his species had a male-to-female imbalance that required him to take part in a continuation of their species. Besides that one case, as far as I knew, most other Jedi didn't have families, didn't have kids, as attachments outside the order made it harder for the Jedi to do their duties. There was no doubt in my mind that Obi-Wan knew that Tanya was his child, and he had chosen to take a hands-off approach. But a person is always curious, which is why he had made time for that meeting with the representative. And going by her hair color, I suspected that she knew too, as her auburn hair had been dyed blonde at some point since I last saw her. It was already starting to go red near the roots again, so she would have had to have done it at least a couple months ago, right about after we had our meeting. I wonder why she did that? Did she know? But before I could get too deep into that wondering, the blonde representative waved me over. Padawan Skywalker, how wonderful to see you again. She called to give me no way to back away. Representative Kryze, I said with a bow, then repeated it and said, Master Yoda. Sitting in her green dress, Tanya turned to look at Yoda and said, Master Yoda, that's an impressive title. The old master chuckled and said, no less impressive, representative is, young Tanya. Her. I looked up at the two and realized they hadn't known each other's positions until I spoke about it, which was rather shocking. How could they have conversations without knowing who each other were? Yoda looked at me and chuckled before saying, best had away from titles, sometimes conversations are, Titles carry weight that brings expectations into conversations. To speak with more freedom, to speak without a title is. Yes. Tanya nodded her head as Yoda spoke before adding. That I can agree with, though I will add that speaking with someone outside your social circle has a very similar effect. People need to be able to express themselves in some way, or they just become balls of stress, ready to snap. I nodded, understanding what the two are saying, though not exactly sure why giving up your title would make you freer. I would think having more titles would mean more power, which would get you more freedom. Perhaps it was rhetorical freedom they're talking about? I don't know, this kind of goes above my head. Either way though, I asked out of curiosity, so why are you here, Representative Kryze? Oh, I've just finished having a meeting with the AgriCorp Council. I've been working with them to get help with the terraforming process of one of our planets. And then I decided to stop by this little garden here to have a chat with Master Yoda. We often have debates about Jedi mindset versus Mandalorian mindset, and it's rather intriguing, to say the least. The matter of family we talk about today, Master Yoda said. Other times economic theory, and the best way to obtain peace. Personally, I'm not sold on the idea of a will in the living force, Tanya said, rubbing her chin before adding, but I can acknowledge that the Jedi Order seems to have a monopoly for using it for the betterment of a galaxy. Though if that is the will of the Force or just a well thought out philosophy, it is still up to debate in my mind. Master Yoda seems to chuckle at that. Guide us, the Force does, even if we do not believe in it. Sounds a bit like fate to me, and I'm not a big fan of the idea that people are destined or fated to do things. It removes the bit of agency that sapient life should have in my mind, not to mention it's a bit unsettling of a thought when you really think about it. Unsettling? I asked, curious about her point of view. The idea that there is an entity pulling the strings of life behind the curtains is concerning to me. I dislike the thought of such a being since they are just as likely to be as flawed as the rest of us and so, prone to mistakes. However, where a minor mistake on my part would be just that, the same made by an entity of such scale may very well involve the destruction of a quarter of the galaxy. The Force guides us, it doesn't compel us, there are no strings pulling us like puppets. Master said, sounding like he was trying to be assuring. I hope so. Tanya said, sounding rather weary as if remembering a particularly bad experience, and she looked down at the cobblestone ground. In fact, I was definitely feeling an aura of tiredness from her. Unsure what to say, I decided to try and find out why her hair color had changed and asked the simplest question to get that answer. So why did you change your hair color? Tanya looked up and smiled, saying, my handmaiden, Vi, suggested I should change it and I had no other reason not to. I nodded my head, quickly remembering her from our meeting months ago. She was the slightly older blonde girl that had shared a look with me that said she'd seen the same things I'd seen. Had she pointed out that the similarities were a little too much to Tanya, and Tanya had changed her hair color so people wouldn't put two and two together? It made sense, so that was probably it then. Well, it looks good, I said, trying to be polite. And hide why I asked in the first place without going into her hair color in front of the Grand Master of the Jedi Order. Thank you, I was a bit concerned about the brand I use, but it's working well so far. Tanya responded with a smile. Hair color matters not, neither does hair for that matter. Master Yoda said, tapping his cane to his balding head. Everyone had a little bit of a friendly laugh at that before he continued on. Though Tanya, much distress I felt in this garden earlier, much more than normal. Is there something wrong? Tanya seemed taken aback for a moment before she nodded her head and said. Anakin, remember that silver codex we spoke about when we met 6 months ago? I nodded my head, vaguely remembering the item. Well, someone has released Volume 2, and I say someone because I don't believe that that is the same person who issued Volume 1. Tanya said, her presence in the Force feeling more annoyed than what she was portraying outside. This new volume is going to be a problem if it takes off, and I'm not exactly sure what to do about it. She said, while indicating that I could take a seat next to her. Why would it be a problem? I asked, curious whilst taking a seat at Tanya's right side. The first volume, as you said, was a code for carving a defensive way of being Mandalorian. Wouldn't the second volume just expand on that idea? Tanya nodded her head but said, that's what a second volume should do. This document that appeared last week was not that, though it was very focused on giving power to corporations. Empowering them to the point that they would become governments unto themselves, while also playing to the nationalism of the Mandalorians in a way that is unhealthy for a defensive doctrine. True defensive doctrine tries to hold on to what you have. The doctrine that this document is advocating for could easily be manipulated to see worlds that were never once part of the Mandalorian Empire as areas that need to be retaken in a defensive manner. A regression then, Yoda said from her left, nodding his head. Complex Mandalore is, but even I can see how that can be misused by those of a darker view of the galaxy. Exactly, and that's what's got me concerned. Because as much as I want to believe that the first Silver Codex will be superior and longer lasting, I can't deny the ability of something like this to take off as well, for someone to steal the good that was meant to be made and turn it to, as you said, a darker path. Yoda nodded before saying, a darker path they may attempt to tread, but as long as both the original author and this new author remain unknown, it is up to the people to choose which path they would take. Tanya nodded her head saying, this is what I believe too, but I worry that this is a prelude to something more. As you said, as long as both writers remain anonymous, it's up to the people to choose what path they will take. What if one of the writers does not stay anonymous, or at least becomes more than anonymous? An icon making appearances in this White Silver's name. Then we must hope that White Silver shares your views, that this darker path is not right for Mandalore, and make their own appearance. Yoda commented. That could start a civil war though, Tanya said, shaking her head. Every attempt to try and fight over doctrine in the past has created one. If two people try to claim themselves as leaders of a faction, it'll always end in civil war with Mandalorians. Then it would seem the best way would be to not declare themselves the leader of a faction and just deal with the writer of the second volume directly. I said matter-of-factly. Tanya looked over at me a bit amused, saying, attack the leadership? That would be a dangerous gamble, a very dangerous gamble. Attack they should not, you would have said, in a perfect world at least. Destroying a faction's leadership often leads to the faction just continuing on. If I knew this White Silver, I would suggest they look to their own culture and find a way to depower this. Yoda stopped as if thinking of a correct term to use for the fake codex writer. False silver. Tanya provided. Yes, false silver. If one wishes to make sure that his ideas are not carried on, it would be best to find a way to defeat the credibility of his ideas. Tanya nodded her head in understanding before she said, and let's hope that White Silver can figure out how to do that on his own. Otherwise, my time on Coruscant is going to come to an end rather quickly. I saw Yoda had to put his hand on Tanya's elbow before he said, trust the Force, you must, young Tanya. If this White Silver's path is meant to be the one the Mandalorians walk, it will guide them to the right path. Tanya smiled, I'll try that, Master Yoda. Before the conversation could continue though, her vambrace began to chirp, drawing her notice, causing her to look at it. Well, shoot, she said before standing. Turning to look at us, she said, I'm afraid I must be going, important meetings and all that, I'm afraid. Until next time, Padawan Skywalker and Master Yoda, she said, bowing her head. Until next time, Miss Kryze, Yoda said, returning the bow from his seated position. I simply nodded my head and commented, until we see each other again, Representative Kryze. And with that she turned and walked away, heading for one of the elevators that would take her down to the main floor where she could get a ride away from the temple, I assumed. Master Yoda chuckled as she turned the corner and was far enough away from hearing him. Worried I was, that you would blow my cover, young Skywalker. Master Yoda? I said, confused. She does not know about the Jedi ways or our leadership, she thinks of me as simply an old man who gives guidance to the younglings. I wonder how long it will take her to realize I'm the Grand Master of the Order. You're doing that on purpose? I asked. New friends are hard to come by sometimes, might as well make those friendships special with jokes that only 2 or 3 may know. I couldn't help myself. I laughed at the idea that he was keeping the exact nature of his position away from Tanya. To simply see her reaction when she finally learned was rather hilarious and in keeping with some of Master Yoda's more mischievous behaviors. Concordia Training Area. Bo-Katan Kryze. Stupid piece of junk, work. I muttered as I hit the edge of the panel. Either because I bumped something into place or something I had already done finally started working, the panel lit up. That's more like it, I said with a smile, trying to get the communication panel to connect to the local holonet. My luck had taken a turn for the worse ever since Tanya had left. Nothing too drastic, but at the moment my ship was currently inoperable, meaning its communication systems were unpowered. And considering I was a good 30 to 40 miles from civilization, it would be a hell of a walk. Thankfully it wasn't too terrible a place to be stuck in. I had been stashing supplies at this mine ever since I got the rights to use it. And since Pri is too busy trying to build up Death Watch, I still firmly controlled 30% of its members through alliances I built up over the years, so he wasn't exactly looking to run me out. Theoretically I might actually control something closer to 40% now, since a good portion of the less radical members have declared themselves more in favor of the Silver Codex, which is becoming more and more a state-accepted doctrine, even if it wasn't officially state-accepted doctrine. But that's besides the point. I'd been stuck at the mountain training area alone for the last 2 weeks, and even though I had enough supplies to last 3 months, I had been working on this CRIF FING communications system all for the last week, ever since Zoom did not come back from his last armor run. I'm sure he was fine. His runs could take him pretty far away from the Mandalore system, and he wasn't here all that often since he still maintained a portion of his business out of his ship. But I was getting a bit concerned about my situation, since who's to say he wasn't fine, or that he wouldn't be gone for upwards of 3 months. I hadn't known that to happen yet, but that didn't mean it couldn't. So with a bad situation that could get worse, I had gone to work trying to dig myself out of the hole I stuck myself in. Watching the old-style panel slowly rotate as I tried to connect to the holonet, I looked around at the upper facility of the mining complex that turned into my home away from home and realized I really needed to improve on the decor of it. The lighting was terrible, so that hid most of the issues, but it was all too industrial for what I've been using it for the last few years. Well, then again, I've been treating my ship like my second home, so it was understandable I'd never really given a thought to putting down a more permanent residence at this place. Well, that would have to change. I had a nice little nest egg stashed away thanks to Saturn giving me a bonus for the completion of Tanya's training as her royal defense tutor. I should probably use that money to pretty this place up a bit. At least get a small droid to clean one of the halls and make sure no rodents or other pests got in. Looking away from the black metallic panels of, well, everything, I wondered how I was going to get myself out of this one. Maybe I could call in one of the local shipwrights to take a look at my ship, see if they couldn't figure out what had jammed up the engine block enough that it was not working. Only real problem with that is if the local shipwright turned out to be a Death Watch sympathizer, they would then know exactly where I lived and would report that to Pri. I doubt he would do anything about it right now, but I trusted Pri as far as I could throw him, and while I could throw him pretty far, that wasn't far enough. I would have to contact Saturn and ask her to send out some of her royal guards to help me out. I knew they could at least keep their mouth shut about the goings-on in the palace. I was a 40% leader of the Death Watch. I may not get all the intelligence reports, but I got enough to know that they had never got a member of the royal guard to ever join up with them, at least none that I was aware of, which meant if there was one, that was probably the only one. Finally, the panel in front of me beeped, signaling it was connected to the network, and I leaned over ready to press a few buttons to contact Saturn. The moment I logged into my HoloNet account, I saw something that distracted me from the terrible time I've been having and brought a smile to my face. 6 messages from Tanya, 3 of them over the last 48 hours. Considering I hadn't heard from her since she left, it was nice to see that she still cared enough to call. She was doing better than Saturn as no other calls were on the account. Well, I could put her along getting my escape out of the situation to see what had got her to call me. With the amount of calls, I suspected she had done something stupid and had some alone time with a partner. Of course there was always the possibility that she was in danger, but to be frank, after the training she put herself through under my watch, I think anyone trying to put her in danger was in more danger than they realized. Pressing the call button as I sat back in the swivel chair that was probably older than my long-past grandfather by how much it squeaked. I really need to spend some time turning this place into a livable habitat, at least oil the damn chair. Finally, the call connected and there was Tanya standing in front of what I guess was a holographic projector on her side with a smile on her face as she said, "Auntie Bo, good to finally get through to you. I was a bit worried when I didn't hear anything for nearly a week." "No worries, kid," I said with a smile, "just dealing with some technical issues with my ship and some of the equipment around here," I said with a smile, leaning back, stretching out my arms over my head. "So what brings the Honorable Representative Kreis to call on her beautiful warrior Aunt Bo?" Tanya seemed to smirk at that series of comments before she said, "Many things, but the thing that's drawn my ire of late is a recent variance of the Silver Codex. Someone is proclaiming themselves as White Silver and it's produced a new version, one that is likely to inflame people against the Codex if left alone." I raised an eyebrow at that before leaning forward on my arms. "Ooh? What's so terrible about this variant of the Codex?" She frowned before she said, "Well, it's quite simple. This variant could be used for justifications of rebellion and civil war. Saturn has asked me to look into where it comes from. She doesn't want the Royal Guard involved since this variant is still rather new, and people may suspect she's trying to find out the identity of the first Silver Codex creator when we simply want to know who the identity of this second one is." I took a moment sitting back wondering if Pri was behind the situation, then I shrugged it off as very unlikely. The few speeches he had given on the Silver Codex did not speak well of using it for his own purposes. For the most part he found the whole thing offensive, at least from his speeches. "So Saturn is using you as a middleman to investigate this second Codex writer and find out who he is and expose him?" "Correct," Tanya said with a smile. "We want to keep this in-house as it were, until we're sure if this is actually going to be an issue or not. For all we know this second Codex entry will fade away into history and people won't even remember it, but on the off chance it doesn't, it would do us all a bit of good to know who's behind it and who to send the Royal Guard after." All right, that can be done, though I'm in a bit of an issue here. As I said, my ship is currently not functioning, so until I can get that sorted I'm not going to be able to do much to help you on that front." Tanya nodded and then looked over the camera's shoulder at what I would assume was someone else talking, though whatever they were saying was lost in transmission between Coruscant and my little abode. Whatever it was though seemed to get a nod from Tanya before she looked back at the camera. "I have contacts that can get a ship to your location within a week, and they can also haul off your ship for repairs, if that's acceptable of course." "Contacts?" I said, looking at my niece a little bit confused by that particular use of the word. "I wonder what she's been up to that she somehow got herself contacts, and I hope none of them are illegal in nature." My thoughts wandered before I said out loud, "That's fine by me, kind of stuck here for the next 3 months unless I get help, so that's definitely okay, though I would prefer that your contact kept a bit silent about the location of my little training area." Tanya nodded and said, "That can be arranged, and that confirms where I thought you were. You'll have a ship there in a week." "Sounds good," I said with a smile. "Good to hear from you again though, Tanya. I kind of worried you had forgotten about me all the way in Coruscant." "I could never forget about you or Mandalore, Auntie Bo. I'm simply busy doing the best I can to make sure things improve for our people." It warmed her heart a little bit to see Tanya so driven by the plight of the Mandalorian people and made her proud to have trained the girl. Smiling, all I could say was, "I know, that's good to hear, but don't forget to take care of yourself too. Mandalore will always be here. If you see an opportunity to make your life a little bit more enjoyable, feel free to do it, just be safe and follow Vi's lead." The panel exploded right then, sending me flying back a few feet on the wheels of the chair, trying to avoid the glass shrapnel and fire. "Criff criff criff," I muttered as I rolled off the chair and ran off to find a fire extinguisher. That was one of the few things I had bought for this little location, mainly because I already had an incident where something exploded on me inside the base. Quickly, I got to work spraying down the panel with anti-fire foam and soon had it under control, though the panel was thoroughly cracked and ruined now, which means I was not going to be making any more calls. Not the worst problem in the world. I'd already had that situation settled at least, and I just had to wait on my niece's contact to show up with a ship. Mandalore, Royal Palace, Duchess Office. Fen Ra. Standing in front of the Duchess's desk, I held my helmet under my arm as I stood in parade ground rest. "My lady, I wish to report that the contingent that has returned from Vorpia has arrived without issue. The men are settling back into their normal routines and we await further orders." "Any casualties, Commander Ra?" the Duchess asked as she leaned forward on her desk with a bit of concern playing across her face. "None, my lady. The band of brigands was easily dealt with by the journeyman protectors on the ground, and most of my men used the fighters we brought along for air combat to make sure the pirates couldn't attempt an escape without great losses. I said this with some proudness to my speech, as a mission you come away from with no casualties was worth celebrating in my mind. That's good to hear. I was worried that the operation would be more trouble than I anticipated, considering how it could have ended up being. She said, sounding concerned before laying out a sigh and continuing. Ra, if you were asked to investigate something for me, would you be willing to keep what you find secret if I asked? A strange question, but one I had no problem answering. My lady, if the Duchess asks me to keep a secret on behalf of Mandalore, that secret will go to the grave with me, I pledge my honor on that. The Duchess nodded her head before saying, I need someone to investigate the recent document produced by the White Silver. You can read up on the most recent at your own time, but let's just cut to the chase and say it's possibly problematic for the Mandalorian people. And I would like any details to be reported directly to me and not through the chain of command. Of course, my lady, I'll look into the situation on your behalf, I said, feeling a sense of pride knowing my accomplishments on Vorpia had gained me an opportunity to show my worth to the Duchess. What am I to do once I have the information on who's behind this recent document? Report it to me, and depending on what you find, I will give you your answer. Just remember, this needs to be off the Royal Guard's book. I will arrange it so you have as much time as you need. I nodded my head, knowing that I would need to clean up my old family armor for this operation then. Some Royal Guards have had their old armors converted into Royal Guard armor, but I had always felt it was better to keep the family set of armor intact and out of the way. It was most likely collecting a lot of dust at the back of the closet at Raw Manor. I'll get right on it, my lady, and will report as soon as I have anything on this White Silver for you, I said with the certainty that I could do this mission and have it under wraps quickly enough. Chapter 16. 714, 24 BBY. Month 7. Coruscant, Mandalore Tower. Tanya cries. Well, there goes my timetable. I muttered as I watched the speech from Raxus again. When I first heard about the growing issue in the Senate, where there might be a divorce between the Outer Rim and the core regions of the galaxy, I thought that 4 years was how long it would take for the divorce to be getting into its final phases. Maybe another 3 years after that for a war to get declared, as long as there wasn't a repeat of the American Civil War where some garrison decided to be stubborn about surrendering the forts. Now things were a bit more fluid, as the speech I had just watched pretty much made it an inevitability that this divorce would happen, and the time scale was more unknown. Though to give credit where it was due, Count Dooku's takeover of a HoloNet relay was an impressive feat, considering they were supposedly stationed in hyperspace. You would think that something so vital as a major artery of galactic communication and information would be more heavily guarded. As for the speech itself, that was a doozy. Count Dooku had claimed that the Galactic Republic was a feudal enterprise, hopelessly burdened by corruption and favoritism towards the core worlds. That was of course true from my point of view, and I'm sure anyone with a political mind for the subject would agree with him as well, although blaming the Jedi for the degradation of the morals of the Republic was a bit of a stretch. That line of thinking only works if you believe the Jedi should be ruling the Republic as they had during the Old Republic. Which itself was a concerning thought, as I don't believe that a theocratic republic was in any way a good move for the galaxy. Perhaps in practice, it wouldn't be as bad as I imagined it to be, but if this Count wanted the Jedi to play a larger role in governing, I can't help but suspect that there may be a bit of a power grab going on. All in all, I would have to take a deeper look into Count of Sereno, as he would most likely be a key figure in the coming years of politics. At a bare minimum, he had at least declared himself the president of the Confederacy of Independent Systems, which was the main reason I was now on a fluid timeline for when exactly the war would start. Prior to this declaration, the Republic had no true enemies of its own, simply a bunch of separate parties levying complaints and threats of withdrawal to the Senate. Now, however, there was an enemy, one focused on gathering these disparate worlds under a singular banner that the Republic could propagandize against. There were no greater means of channeling the dissatisfaction of the masses than an enemy at the gates. After all, it was only a matter of time. The most concerning to me, however, was why the Count seemed to be meeting with the Senator of Mandalore. Oh, I had certainly recognized him as soon as the speech had begun, that this was definitely the individual who had been in the Senator's office several months ago. Most likely, Dooku had been attempting to bring Mandalore into this confederacy. It would make sense to get our support, as militarily speaking Mandalore did have a largely trained population, and I had no doubt that our proximity to a major trade lane would serve well in holding whatever front line the Confederacy planned to hold if a war broke out. Such was my assumption in any case, and considering Senator Merrick had mentioned a Jedi running around and entering politics as well as warning her to stay away from him, then no doubt Senator Merrick had been dealing with Count Dooku's efforts to draw Mandalore to their side this entire time. I would assume the Senator was in contact with the security bureaus, and that those charged with dealing with this sort of thing were told to keep quiet about it in public, which is why he hadn't mentioned more than just that. Either way, I was sure Mandalore was not joining this confederacy. Duchess Satin would have wanted nothing to do with it, of that I was sure. With the amount of effort I needed to get her just to approve armor construction, there was no way she had gone full warmonger in secret. I replayed the speech for a third time as I sat back on a fine luxury chair in my apartment, looking out at a sunset, dipping beneath the horizon of Coruscant. I had no doubt that over the next few months there would be attempts to draw Mandalore into this conflict from both the Republic and the Confederacy. Whether that be for manpower, strategic resources, or simply the ability to navigate our space unhindered didn't really matter, things were going to get complicated and I would especially need to be on guard. There were less effective ways of gaining leverage over my world than a simple good old-fashioned kidnapping of someone of importance and who could fit that bill if not the niece of its Grand Duchess. There would be attempts, of that I was sure to convert me to their individual causes in hopes that I would influence Saturn in turn, but I knew where my influence came from and I had every intention of staying loyal to my aunt. Still, the captured princess was a well-used trope for good reason, which begged the question in the event of my capture. Would the Duchess play ball with my captors or would she stand strong and defiant in the face of such demands? I didn't want the answer to either one of those questions, considering the wide variety of technologies and quasi-magics that apparently existed in this galaxy. I didn't want to be a victim to any of that, so I would just have to be on extra guard against any efforts. Looking over at X4 as he was poring over economic data, I thought that I probably should also get him some upgrades. There's always a chance that my royal guards and my handmaiden would not be enough. Having a droid who could help defend me is a nice contingency plan to better ensure my safety. Maybe I was being a little bit paranoid? Probably, most people wouldn't even think about all the defenses they would need in case war broke out. But then again, most people did not have the past life experience of having an angry entity with powers beyond their comprehension attempting to convert them into a choir girl that worshipped them. Once I had experienced something like that, taking any threat to my safety seriously seems like a wise use of my time. Well, at least I could deal with this. The prospect of a civil war rupturing the galaxy with hatred and violence until only one side is left is one that I can understand. Stumbling across fanfiction of yourself on the HoloNet? That was just utterly horrifying. I already had agents out looking for this false silver with thanks to Bo-Katan, so I didn't need to focus on that situation just yet. I was sure she would find something and I would then make moves to deal with it. Perhaps find a way to discredit the person or publish my own updated version and hope that it would detract enough power from the growing second codex and let people abandon it eventually. So I had some free time over the last month to peruse the HoloNet, and I had been greeted by an absolutely horrifying moment when I realized that whoever owns the camera that had caught the fight in the stairway had decided that it was such a good fight that he was going to post it online. It did not come out immediately, it had only been in the last 2 weeks that this situation had developed. But oh, had it screwed with my head seeing not only the fight from another angle but seeing the comment section of the video. All my efforts to try and hide my little adventure had been for naught. Apparently someone had recognized me and pointed people toward the Mandalorian representative holo page, which had my face as well as my name. So not only had my unfortunate fight that I had gotten involved in been recorded, my face and name were now firmly attached to the images of that fight, and any chance to attempt to make this go away had firmly been destroyed. The only good part about this was that at least half of the people in the comment section were on my side, since it was obvious that I had wandered into the fight by accident and simply responded to violence with violence. Though I didn't like the other half of the comments that belonged in the dark corners of the HoloNet were extremely, what was that term that was used in my first life? Is horny on main. But frankly, I was so embarrassed by the whole thing I was considering possibly putting in a request for vacation time to get away from Coruscant until the whole situation calmed down. Stepping away from politics until I could have a conversation without people going, "Hey, weren't you the person in that video a while back?" would probably be the wisest move. Thankfully my infamy or fame, whichever you preferred, was still a minor problem. Only a concern to a few of the politicians I've met, as most had apparently better things to do than spend time watching holovids and not paying attention to the whole situation with the Confederacy. Which was good and the only reason I had not gone for the vacation days immediately. Though when Saturn had heard about it, she had called me up directly on the HoloNet to ask what had happened and why I had been involved in such a conflict. Which had been a rather nice experience all in all. Having your boss look out for you is a generally good feeling, as that meant you were still a valued member of the organization. Frankly, the amount of worry in the Duchess' voice had made me wonder if she saw me as some sort of surrogate daughter, which was a funny thought and useful for my political future. I never really thought much about the fact that that could be a thing. Before I had always just seen myself as a ward in her care, but if she saw me as something more, that was frankly a useful advantage for my continued efforts to improve the conditions on Mandalore and the rest of the sector. That level of trust also meant I really couldn't run away from a small setback like this. It would frankly be a betrayal of that trust if I took advantage of my boss's emotional connection to me over something as small as this, so I calmed her down the best I could and informed her I would be staying for now on Coruscant working out the situation. Besides that, this was the center of political talks in the entire galaxy. I need to be here to understand exactly what was going on with this new confederacy. At least until how many systems were pulling out of the Republic to join this confederacy was made clear. The more that pulled out, the more likely there was a chance of war, and that would give me a better way to predict how long Mandalore had before we were forced into taking a stance on the conflict. 714, 24 BBY. Mandalorian Sector, Gargan. Bo-Katan cries. Out of all the places I could have ended up within the Mandalorian sector, this was one destination I would have definitely avoided. I had been here once before, decades ago, during the clan wars. At the time it had been a planet broken up between two types of people. The nomads, who roamed the planet and lived what they considered a traditional Mandalorian lifestyle, living off the countryside and trading for gear once in a while. And the people of the city of Gargan, who could best be summed up as criminals and sleazy businessmen. Gargan was right on the edges of the main tradeway, running by the Mandalorian sector as well as having been a defective trade port at various points in history that also served as a pirate port at other points. Just 30 years ago a Hutt had even run the place, though the local clans had pushed him out eventually, just before the clan wars took off. However, those clans were not exactly the most noble in the Mandalorian sector. They tended to be more criminal in nature and would work with whatever illegal enterprise was interested in running resources through the edges of the Mandalorian space. Mandalorian and Republic laws were paid no heed here, instead it was the laws of the families who ran the illegal industries and casinos that held power. At least that's how it had been when I was last here during the clan wars. Tracking down grandfather's silver Beskar sword after it'd been taken from my father's body at the last battle he had fought in. I had managed to track down the mercenary who had been hired for that battle and get a little bit of payback, maybe a lot of payback, for the crime of taking my father's life. Unfortunately, the sword had been sold, so that disgusting mercenary could have a night on the town and I had never been able to recover it. No doubt it had been lost or melted down for armor by now, but it had always ticked me off that I had never recovered it. Things seemed to have changed since my last trip here. As I said, last time I'd been here the city had been fairly well run by a mix of gangsters and Mandalorians under the control of local clans who ran the underworld. The city was as much a territory divided up between criminal organizations as it was a single city. But things were definitely taking a turn towards consolidation. Where once there were gangsters and Mandalorians holding positions on street corners to remind all of who ran their individual districts, now soldiers clad in black armor, helmed with T-visors tinted a faint orange and displaying proudly upon their shoulders the insignia of Mondel Hypernautics, stood in their place. Some of them carried themselves as if they were Mandalorians, as if the armor was a second skin, and there were a few that were definitely Beskar, but others were plasteel or plastoid and carried themselves as if they were unfamiliar with the armor they wore. If I had to make a guess, they were non-Mandalorians brought in to augment the numbers of actual Mandalorians serving Hypernautics. Hypernautics had been there after the fall of Mandalore, before the clan wars, so their influence had not been as large the last time I'd been around here. I believe I saw soldiers in similar uniforms around their factory, which had only been one at the time, but this was different. Even factoring in them growing their number of factories on this planet to a large enough number, I don't think they would have this many troops just wandering the city protecting the peace. Especially considering the clans who had run the illegal markets on this planet before had done that job fine enough. The whole situation was putting me on edge, because it looked more like someone was trying to raise an army and not like they were trying to secure the city. Hell, I bet if I looked around I'd find a recruiting station. I might even be able to find out what the whole plan is. But that wasn't my goal with this little trip. I'd come to Gargan because after I got on Tanya's ship to get off Concordia, I hired a slicer friend of mine, someone good with tech, to research where the second codex had come from. And apparently the new silver was not doing as good a job at hiding as the old one did, and that is solely because the original silver made his or her codex in analog form before it was spread across the net by independent civilians. My attempts to track the old one had never turned up anything substantial, as they had done a good job by not posting it directly to the holonet and just dispersing it in enough places that it would make its way there on its own. This new one apparently didn't care and had posted it directly to the net. With the data on it, it was not hard to track down from where it came, which led me to Gargan. Now narrowing something down to a planet was a good step in the right direction. I wanted more though. So I had come to Gargan in hopes of meeting with an old agent, the same one who helped me track down the bastard who killed my father. In the hopes that they would have more details. Said agent was a member of the Tut clan, one of the clans that ran the gambling institutions on this planet. They would have as many details as I was willing to pay for, of that I was sure, as long as it didn't interfere with their own operations, and if it did interfere with their own operations at least it would give me a direction to point towards. If I could just avoid these patrols though, I would get to my meeting much faster. The black-armored Mandalorian wannabes were proving to be problematic in getting to the section of the city my contact told me to meet him in, as they were cordoning the area off. It felt like. It finally got so bad that I had used my jetpack to get up to the roof of one of the larger buildings and carefully maneuver my way from rooftop to rooftop in the way I wanted to go. But once I got past the main blockade, I was able to jump down to the street again and make my way towards a warehouse district. Carefully, I scanned the area to make sure this wasn't some sort of elaborate trap before making a move to enter the building, keeping one of my pistols closed at hand as I entered a dilapidated warehouse made up of more rust than steel by the look of it outside. "Abo, I was wondering when you would make it here," said a voice from the shadows of the warehouse before a man I did not recognize stepped out of the shadows into a central lighted area. Before me stood an overweight gentleman wearing a pair of sunglasses and a large overcoat to hide the fact that his armor appeared to have been made for a younger and thinner man. He was definitely wearing Mandalorian-style armor, though the orange and maroon coloration of the armor was a bit strange. "Where is Lyris?" I barked immediately, going on the defensive upon seeing a stranger. "At home most likely," I told him to take the day off and that I would take this meeting for him. After all, I had a feeling our goals may align. "And our goals would be?" I asked. I still had no idea who he was, though I figured he must be connected to Lyris's particular clan just from his previous statement. "Dealing with White Silver, of course," he said with a smile before continuing, "also known as the CEO of Mondel Hypernautics, Brezig Gare." "Okay, now you have my attention. How do you know that he is White Silver?" "It's quite simple really, my good Cries. He's made it apparent to the families that run this city that he's going to be taking it over. He's pushed us out of the streets and has told us quite frankly that soon Gargan will be his new Mandalore. Someone with aspirations that large has to be playing politics somewhere else, and the moment I saw the codex appear a few years ago and he started aligning his company to aspects of that codex, I knew he was responsible. Just as I knew that sooner or later the Duchess of Mandalore would take note as well and send someone to deal with him. And though I would prefer Mandalore keep its hands off the going-ons of Gargan, I know that in order to maintain that preferred environment I would need to ally with whatever agent they sent." I said, tilting my helmeted head. I had not expected to run into a situation like this. It looks like there was about to be a bit of a clan war on this planet between the old guard of Gargan and the new guard who were trying to muscle in on their territory. Maybe they'd knock each other out, but she's never that lucky. "So he's muscling in on your territory and pretending to be the White Silver. Why is he doing this?" I asked, a bit curious. "I have no idea yet. It's not like he's often invited to the inter-clan meetings for running the city. We attempted to bring him in when he first arrived, but he's always been a bit standoffish. If I was to twist several arms, I would say his goals are quite larger than just a new Mandalore on Gargan. He's been running his arms industry at full capacity for the last few years, and a lot of those ships don't seem to be going to Hutt space. You think he's going to try and take over the sector, don't you? I don't know if he plans to take it through military force or just find like-minded men and make sure they have the weapons necessary to overthrow the local governments. But yes, I believe his designs are on the entire sector. If he's such a problem, why don't you just take him out?" I asked, as that was the most reasonable question. "He's a problem on a small scale. He doesn't interfere with our legal businesses, so we don't care that much at the moment, and there is the unique possibility that we could expand our businesses if he's successful," the gentleman said matter-of-factly before continuing. "There's no reason for us to raise a hand against him, but there's also no reason for us not to make sure those who would raise a hand against him don't succeed in gathering the intel they needed. If the Duchess and her royal guard decide to smash up Gargan, we'd simply prefer if they focus on hypernautics forces and not, well, the rest of the planet." I nodded my helmeted head in understanding before asking. "So if we move against him, none of the other criminal organizations on this planet would interfere as long as we stay clear of them?" "Of course, as long as you don't cause too much mayhem, we will stay as quiet as the dead," he said matter-of-factly with a shrug. "Though if I were you, I would get moving. Word on the grapevine is that he's planning to take over the spaceport tonight. And when that happens, it's very likely any ship stashed there will be confiscated for his new fleet, and no doubt all signals in and out of the planet will soon fall under his control as well. If you want to tell the Duchess about this or even escape the planet, best to be moving on, you understand?" I nodded my head immediately, taking my hand away from the pistol before saying, "Thank you for the intel, Mr. Tut." Guessing that he was from the same clan as my contact. He nodded his approval before I continued and said, "I'll see about getting this whole situation with hypernautics dealt with as fast as I can." Before I backed up and opened the door, never really taking my eyes off him just in case. Once I was outside, I looked towards the city's neon lights and sighed. I probably didn't have much time, but I would try to get to my ship and out of here before everything is locked down, and hopefully get off the planet too. Though if I ended up stuck here, I'm sure I'd find some way to hold out till everything was under control. 714, 24 BBY. Coruscant, Mandalore Tower. X4. Standing in front of a console, I perused the various companies and stock holding Siran for my mistress. Mandu Logistics is having a very profitable time moving resources out of the Mandalore sector to Coruscant, where their items were novelties, and to various hot zones prone to conflict, where they were most likely to be used as intended, defensive armaments in line with Tanya's musings on what a company should do in order to maximize profits. Often I would use the vessels that were contracted to work under the logistics company to bring in resources for the armorers as well as luxury items, though those were a smaller component of the business. Profits are up across the board, and I was able to purchase ships directly for the company. Negotiating those contacts with Mondel Motors was such a wise move on my mistress's part, and now Mandu Logistics has several cargo haulers running long-haul missions across the galaxy. I am considering getting some of the new smaller cargo ships that have just come on the market from Mondel Motors. It appeared to be a redesign of the Lancer-class pursuit craft used by the Royal Guard for operations off-world of Mandalore. While the cargo haulers were slow affairs and had to stick to the safer tradeways in order to move resources around, there was quite a lot of credit potential in these smaller yet faster crafts as they could travel through some of the more pirate-infested areas of space. Scheming Hut territory was a profitable venture in my robotic mind, but finding capable pilots and smugglers was a harder task since many had criminal records and could be seen as potential thieves who would run off with the ships if given the opportunity. I had toyed with the idea of purchasing droids for that purpose. The funding coming in would make that more than possible, though he had concerns about owning other droids. While it would cut down on the overhead, droids weren't exactly the best for those particular types of missions. Perhaps I should look into buying droids for the cargo haulers, or at least to augment their crew. Stepping away from the computer, he walked into the main living area of the tower where Mistress Tanya and Vi were watching an episode of The Silver Ranger. The hero was in a hand-to-hand fight with a group of thugs by the looks of it. I stood there, waiting to be called upon, not wanting to interrupt. Tanya noticed me right away and said, "X4, what's on your mind?" "Mistress, I was having a thought and wondered what your own would be on droid ownership," I said as clearly as possible. Vi immediately stopped munching on the popcorn she had and looked up worried. "Well," Tanya shrugged and said with a chuckle, "the old "do droids have a soul?" question, I'll ask in return, do you think humans have a soul? If I could tilt my head I would have, though given that my head was firmly grafted onto my neck the most I could do was spin the cylinder a bit in thought. This wasn't exactly the answer to the question of is it okay for me to own droids, but it felt like she was trying to present a teachable moment, so I played into it. "I don't know, mistress." And that's the answer to that question. We don't know if biological life has a soul. Why do we even believe that droids don't have a soul? Either way, they're both forced to endure forms of indentured servitude or slavery depending on where they end up in life. In a perfect galaxy such barbarism would not be allowed, but it's not a perfect galaxy, so the best we can do is treat those who are forced to live in such conditions with as much respect as we can grant them. Do you understand what I'm saying? I tilted my body forward in a shallow bow. Yes, mistress, I understand completely. Mistress was okay with me owning droids, as long as I treated them with as much respect as she treated me. Perhaps even more. Perhaps I should give droids stock options within the company to accrue more loyalty than restraining bolts would. I would have to give this much more thought. Before I could step away, a message beeped on Tanya's vambrace, causing her to look down. She pressed a few buttons and a moment later was smiling broadly. "Got the bastard," she said, causing Vi to look over from the hollow screen. "Got who?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "False Silver." Bo located the name of the charlatan trying to take the white silver name for himself. "Now I can go about the process of discrediting him." "How and why would you do that, mistress?" I asked, frankly curious why she was so concerned with the goings-on of the Silver Codex. Tanya looked up at me, deep in thought, and then said, "The Silver Codex is a prime example of good free market principles being applied correctly. At least the first one is. The second one is an attempt to end the free market and create a corporate market, if not move to a full corporate government, which is never good for the free markets. It's a threat to a prosperous and peaceful Mandalore, which is why I would prefer to expose this false silver as quickly as possible, if not outright hamper and destroy his efforts." "How will exposing this false silver hamper his efforts?" Vi asked from her seat. "Simple, as long as this person's playing the anonymity game, they can claim they are the first writer without having any evidence to say otherwise. Strip away his anonymity though, you can compare the first writer's writings to the life of the person claiming to be the writer, and if they don't match up too well, there's a good chance it's a fake, and that's what I need to do. I need to create a document to show that he is not the same individual who wrote the first Silver Codex. If I do that, his ability to manipulate the document is hampered, if not outright stopped. Of course it'll take me a while to do the research. Knowing someone's name does not mean you understand everything about them. But once I have research done, I could write a paper under another false name and have this false silver business wiped away within the year." "So who is this guy anyway then?" Vi asked as she munched on a bit of popcorn. "Brezig of Mondal Hypernautics. Hey, that's the company Kark Trig was complaining about a few months ago, a thief and possible warlord in the making," Tanya said, tilting her head a bit. "What game are you playing that you would need a fleet of ships and commandeer they?" Her eyes wide, and does she seem to have some revelation before asking, "X4, you're more efficient with HoloNet searches, can you do a cross-reference of the CEO of Mondel Hypernautics and White Silver?" "Of course, mistress," I said, moving over to a console and starting to run the search requested. "I will have the information within 5 minutes if there is any." "What are you thinking, Tanya?" Vi asked, sitting up. I couldn't see it from my angle, but I could hear a disturbed tone in Tanya's voice. Building a fleet of ships and converting a defensive ideology into his own idea? Well, it almost sounds like something someone would do if they were planning to be the center point of a rebellious movement. Make yourself as big of a threat as possible, so when someone tries to bring you down in the government, surprise them with the fleet of ships they couldn't have known you had to make it appear like you've won a great victory, and then all of a sudden you have a steady supply of volunteers from across the Mandalore sector willing to fight for White Silver. You think this guy is trying to start a civil war?" Vi asked. "Might be the ultimate end goal, even if he doesn't try to start a civil war outright. If he can play up the threat, with the new Mandalorian government taking issue with his version of the Silver Codex, he could draw in people who simply dislike the current government to work for him. Good old use of spite against a common enemy to increase your workforce and loyal supporters. Yeah, but if they did that, he would have to tell them where to go, he would have to tell them that he is White Silver. Wouldn't that expose him like you said? Vi questioned. That depends on him remaining anonymous, if he is planning to take the title of White Silver or not. Whether he becomes a public figure as White Silver changes the situation greatly. How greatly? Vi asked, sounding worried. I interrupted before Mistress could answer by saying, Mistress, I have found a recent holo video uploaded to the Gargan Relay about White Silver. Shall I play it? Yes, X4. Play it. Turning my head to face the screen, I paused the Silver Ranger and brought up the video. Said video had a title card showing a man wearing silver Mandalorian armor sitting in a fine black chair next to a roaring fire. The room was richly decorated in woods and brick, as well as fine tapestries of battles long since condemned to history over the fireplace. As well as a sheathed traditional biscuit hanging just below that. Sitting on the table next to him was a pile of books and a glass of liquid. Not wanting to waste my mistress's time, I started playing the video. The silver-armored warrior looked to the screen as he said, Good afternoon, my fellow citizens of the Mandalorian sector. You might recognize me as White Silver, but in the case you don't, he reached up and pressed a button on the side of his helmet before pulling it off, revealing a gentleman with long dark brown hair and green eyes. You may also know me as Brezig of Mondel Hypernautics. During the siege of Mandalore and the bombardment of Kalevala, my factory stayed operational to use the last bit of resources we could scrounge up to produce fighter craft. Setting his helmet down on the wooden floor in front of his boots, he continued. Those were great and terrible times, times of legends and times of failure. I look back on those times with both sorrow and fondness, for it showed how dedicated the Mandalorian people were to maintaining our independence, and even if we were to go out, we would go out fighting. It's been long 20 years since the fall of Mandalore and the rise of the new Mandalorians. Over those 20 years I have attempted to try and mend bridges with them. Tried to get them to see reason and let Mondel Hypernautics bring back wealth to the sector. But the ruler of Mandalore is set in her ways of pacifism. Oh sure, she has recently let some companies take up efforts to try and make money again to bring our people out of the dirt they were thrown into by the Jedi and the Republic, but this was led by the people, not by her own effort. She was forced into. If I hadn't published the Silver Codex the way I did all those years ago and attempted to try and get my way of thinking out there, she would have come down on me like a hammer and made sure that no one was making any improvements in this sector. At the time, secrecy was needed, but now it is no longer necessary. I have secured the planet Gargan for the people of Mandalore. It'll be the basis by which the new system of government I proposed in my second codex can be practiced. Where our people will be allowed true economic freedom in service to the government. And not have to be worried about being crushed by an uncaring and unfaithful Mandalorian government headed up by Kalevalians who see themselves as saviors but have shown themselves to be nothing but our cultural executioners. Here on this planet we will build a new and better Mandalore and show the new Mandalorians the error of their ways. We will unleash the economic power of Mandalore's potential and show the entire sector that our way is the future. Gargan will become a new Mandalore, a new start for those held down by the Republic and their lackeys. And we are waiting for you to join us here, my brothers and sisters of many clans. Here on Gargan we will reforge our people's strength, our honor, and our pride. He said as if offering it in friendship. The future of our people is here, my brothers and sisters, not on Mandalore with the dogmatic factions that will inevitably fight each other to the end of time, and not on Kalevala with their pacifism. Gargan is waiting. The scene changed from that of the expensive richly decorated room to a picture of the planet Gargan rotating in the distance as a ring of words saying a better future awaits circles the planet. 714, 24 BBY. Coruscant, Mandalore Tower. Vivictus Visla. As the video ended I watched Tanya let out a sigh that could mimic the dead before taking a few steps away from the TV and sitting down in a very plush chair. It appeared that she was trying to calm herself down, but I could tell it wasn't working as I could basically hear her grinding her teeth as she looked at the screen still showing the planet Gargan. So he revealed his identity himself? I asked. Exactly, in the worst possible way to have his identity revealed. Tanya said, with a cold sharpness I hadn't heard in her voice before. What he has just done is claim that the Silver Codex is not only his, but a work in progress that he's been working on for years. Not only that, he has implied that the only reason I was saying that Duchess Satin was the proper Mandalore was to keep her from going full genocide mode on his people. X4 questioned from where he stood, causing Tanya to look over at him. Yes, Tanya sighed before saying, I'm the real writer of the Silver Codex. It was my attempt to try and straighten out the unequal opportunities presented by going full new Mandalorian and not embracing some traditional ways from the old Mandalorians. X4 twitched his head a bit before saying, this makes perfect sense. Then he walked further into the room saying, I'll go get you your tea, mistress, it'll help you think. Thank you, X4. Tanya said before turning to stare at the screen with a look that would kill planets if she had the ability to. He is creating a narrative where the Duchess is a mad monarch who needs to be deposed for his version of madness, that she is going to attack him and any of his supporters. Yet, but his identity has been revealed, shouldn't that just allow people to look through his records and see that he's most likely not the person who wrote it? Won't matter, the codex doesn't matter anymore. What matters is the title he's made, the title is the focus, he is Brezigare CEO of Mondel Hypernautics and White Silver. Those who notice the differences between his personality and the codex will just shrug it off as him developing as time goes on. And anyone who tries to claim that he isn't White Silver without quite a bit of evidence will be laughed at, as taking the name White Silver is too potentially dangerous a prospect for anyone but the person who made it in most people's mind. They're not wrong, I suspect every organization that's got an issue with White Silver will be gunning for him, but if I have to take a guess, he wouldn't be doing this unless he has complete control of Gargan, possibly military control. Well then I guess the Duchess will have to step in. I said, not sure what to do. She can't, or I would prefer she wouldn't. If she steps in to try and restore order on Gordon now, she will appear to be the dictator he's claiming her to be and will start a civil war, as factions that generally dislike her will join with him, seeing the potential in the situation to gain power. He's framed it quite nicely: compete with me on economics or come at me and start a civil war. No, I don't think he'll have the ability to win the war through economics, but I wouldn't be surprised if he uses that nice fleet of his to make sure that the proper Mandalorian government doesn't win either. Scare off enough trade convoys and you can start an economic crisis on a planet, then use that economic crisis to get your fingers in the planet's government. Then maybe assassinate him. I said, thinking of a few people who may have bounty hunters and assassins that could be hired for this situation. That would just start the civil war early if it failed, or turn him into a martyr and then start the civil war if it succeeded. It wouldn't matter who was responsible, he's created a situation where it looks like if he dies, Saturn is responsible and will take the blame. Then what options do we have available? I asked, shrugging and putting my popcorn down to the side of the chair I was sitting in. We have two options, but neither of them are good. The real White Silver must kill him or humiliate him in such a way that it proves that he is not the real White Silver. I blinked and said, Tanya, are you suggesting you need to murder the CEO of Mondel Hypernautics? I know you're a good fighter, but I'm not sure you're ready for that yet. I don't think I'm ready for that. Tanya simply chuckled and looked at me. That is not a concern you need to worry about. What we need to worry about is the fact that of the two options, both of them include me having to defeat him in combat in some way. I either have to raise an army to fight this theorem-stealing bastard, bring the Mandalore sector into its second civil war in the last 20 years, or infiltrate his complex, get past his guards and remove him from power of the planet of Gargan. I could immediately tell she was not going with the first option, so I said, okay, let's think this through, Tanya. First, we would need to get past the planetary security. Second, you would need to find allies on the planet to keep that security force preoccupied so you could even get close to him. And third, you would need to beat a 40-something Mandalorian who served in the siege of Keldabi. I know you're a good fighter, Tanya, but I'm not sure you can pull off all three of those things. I'm going to have to. Tanya said matter-of-factly. The Silver Codex represents the best chance for a peaceful Mandalore, and this man is destroying that chance. If I can't stop him, the peace we've lived in for the last 20 years will be gone within the next few years. Son of a bitch. Tanya stopped mid-sentence as her eyes widened. What? I said, wondering what had spooked her. This corresponds with the Confederacy's little uprising a little too well in my thinking. This is most likely a revenge action because Senator Merrick has told Count Dooku, no. Wait, what? I said, confused, sitting up. When did Senator Merrick meet Count Dooku? Remember a few months ago when we entered his office and there was an old man in the corner? Vaguely, I did recall being a bit surprised when the man had been there and sworn when we first entered the room no one was there, and then all of a sudden poof, I assume he just blended into the background good enough. There's no way Saturn wants to take part in this current conflict that's brewing. But getting Mandalore on their side would be useful, so what better way than to create a situation that puts a pirate fleet of Mandalorians right on the border of the main tradeway? The Republic will be forced to send ships and the Mandalore sector will be angry, wanting nothing to do with Saturn or the Republic. Tanya shook her head. There's no waiting him out, there's no hoping he goes away, and the actions needed to unseat him by government means will result in a civil war in the Mandalore sector. The only option is for someone claiming to be the real White Silver to step forward, to defeat him, comment, and then bow out in such a way that no one will try to take the title again. Alright, let's take this one step at a time. You're going to need a ship that could get to Gargan, and I don't think any ship in the Mandalore sector is going to be going anywhere near there anytime soon for official business. I said, trying to poke a hole in the plan. I have access to a new style transport ship. X4 said, coming back with a cup of tea and setting it before Tanya. Sorry, I mean my contacts at Mandu Logistics can get us access to a new type of transport vessel from Mondel Motors. It could easily make it to the Mandalore sector within a week or two depending on the skill of the pilot. Okay, well cool, you have access to a ship. How are you going to gather allies on the planet? According to Bo, the planet is mostly populated by criminals and nomadic peoples. I don't think they're going to be a big fan of Mr. Corpo authoritarianism over there. We just need to have a few conversations with the right people and then we would have allies for this operation. Alright, so you have possible allies in a ship, there still seems to be a lot of holes in this plan. How would we even get permission from Senator Merrick to leave Coruscant? Not as many as you think. I've already filled out a few holes you haven't even thought of, but as for how we would get out of this system. Well, I did suggest I might need to take a little time off to recover from the alley fight and the embarrassment that it has put on my record. Engis has always wanted to show me the library on Ordo. A good opportunity to win hearts and minds by exploring the Mandalorian sector and meeting the people I represent. Tanya said with a smile before she sipped her tea. Before I could try and think of anything else to talk her out of this, she said. Give me 24 hours and I will have this all sorted out, Vi. Trust me, I know what I'm doing when it comes to military operations of this type. I don't think history books are going to teach you how to perform a decapitating action against enemy leadership. I said with a sigh. I wasn't really going to fight this anymore. As far as I could tell, Tanya was right. Brezigare had turned the White Silver into a title no different than Mandalore. As long as he held that title, or those who attempted to use that title after he fell existed, who were not Tanya, things would not go well. Shaking my head, I saw X4 place a cup of tea in front of me at my side, so I picked it up. I would just have to trust Tanya on this. There was no other option, and for that matter she'd set her mind to it. 714, 24 BBY. Concordia, Governor's Mansion. Pre-Vizsla. Letting out a deep sigh, I shook my head as I stepped away from the console. I knew I should have killed that man, he's been on my list of potential problem characters for a long time. It was nothing personal per se, I just didn't like someone threatening my position in Mandalorian society, even if that position was a secret. But I have been too busy the last few years. Concordia was in a bit of an improvement boom recently, and I noted a slight lessening of my people's will to get rid of the new Mandalorians. Or at least the ones that were willing to accept the silver-leaning ones. I wondered how well that would go off now that someone had attempted to turn the name White Silver into a title no different than the title of Mandalore. I think even if this situation doesn't get sorted out in my favor, I might have a few more supporters back on the train for removing the new Mandalorians from power. Such an abuse of the ancient titles would tick off most of the more zealous clans, that was for sure. Well, it's not the worst outcome then, it's just some fool who has tried to declare himself the head of a new ideology. And this would serve his goals too in a way, as the way he positioned himself was in such a way that Saturn would probably not try and remove him, not for a few months at least, a weakness that would be on display for all the old Mandalorians. The real question though was who would give this man the go-ahead to attempt this. I know I've been busy for the last few years prepping for the inevitable conflict between new and old Mandalorians, as well as getting sidetracked more recently by both the great economic growth of Concordia, the Jedi poking around where they shouldn't be, and Dooku's machinations, which may give me the opportunity to finally put Mandalore back under the House of Vizsla again. But I was damn sure I had not missed this. This was too early for Dooku to have given the go-ahead, and Merrick definitely would not have signed on to this plan as well. He wanted to return the noble titles to full power instead of the democratized version that the new Mandalorians had brought in. And I really doubted that he was the person who'd put together the original Silver Codex. My agents may have never found that person, but I had suspicions that they were from new Mandalorian stock, and there was no way a new Mandalorian would be so openly brazen about attempting to draw the Mandalorian sector into war. I guess there was the possibility that this was just some unknown player on the board that finally flipped his cards to reveal himself. It's not impossible, but it seems odd. And I guess it was also possible that one of the members of the CIS had their own goals on Mandalore outside of Dooku's plan, given that the man was pushing for a corporatist state. Either way though, I needed to make a move against this Silver Corpo. As long as he was around, he would be a threat to my leadership of the old Mandalorians and Death Watch. I have worked too hard, suffered too much, and then been way too patient to let some fool screw it all up. On one hand, I wanted to stop waiting, rally Death Watch, and then march on Gargan, take the planet for myself, and then start the coup d'état by getting rid of a potential competitor. On the other hand, I knew we weren't ready yet. Even with the lifting of restrictions on armor, the construction of weapons was still proving a bit difficult, and Mondale Motors was being a little cagey about those ships they were supposed to deliver. They would come around eventually, but if they didn't, well, I know where several other factories are. I know where they stored a lot of their ships, and it wouldn't be too difficult to organize a raid to acquire as many as possible. If I could take some of Hypernautics' fleet that they've been building, that might improve my odds of winning a civil war. But that still meant I needed to figure out a way to deal with this Silver CEO. Perhaps I should send in a few agents under the guise of joining his faction and find out as much as possible about this Gargan situation before I make any moves. Yes, I thought, nodding my head, turning away from the console to look at my fully decorated office. Thinking hard about who is loyal enough to the dream of an independent Mandalore and would not fall for the lies of a corpo slick talker, I settled on the Wrens. They have always been loyal to the secret Mandalore, and I doubted they would jump ship for the pipe dream this man proposed. I would have to contact them and tell them to get some agents over to Gargan to get me as much intel on the situation as possible. Then I would contact Dooku and make sure that he realized that this was not part of my plan and inquire if this was part of his plan or not. Finally, after that, I'd contact the Duchess and find out when she had scheduled a meeting on this situation. Surely it would not be too long from now, but probably within the next 24 to 36 hours. I'm certain she would not do anything against this little uprising, not yet at least. Chapter 17. 714 FNM, 24 BBY. Month 8. Coruscant, Mandalore Tower. Tall Merrick. What game is she playing? Last night was... well, it could have gone better. I had to deal with the announcement of a breakaway state from the ruling government of the Mandalorian sector, which was not something I wanted to deal with. I was likely going to have a talk with the Chancellor about this at some point if the situation kept getting worse, which is something I'd rather not do. If only the government was a bit stronger, then that upstart wouldn't dare pull something like this. Hopefully, Satin could deal with it, but her limp-wristed pacifism was going to be the end of the Mandalore sector. It's more likely that Vizsla would have to step in instead. If his group took out the Silver faction without announcing themselves as Deathwatch, but did so later, it would gain a lot of favor with Mandalorians who are still on the fence. My day was already full dealing with the insanity that was this farce of a CEO trying to take over the Mandalorian sector, and now I had to deal with the little representative cries. Looking down at the paperwork again, I asked, "You wish to take a sabbatical?" Trying to confirm exactly what was going on. The blonde-haired girl in her trademark typical green dress sat in front of me in a comfortable chair I had for such meetings in my personal office. Outside the window of my office the traffic passed leisurely, casting shadows into the richly decorated room in the midday sun. "Yes, Senator Merrick, I have decided to proceed with your offer of taking some time off after that whole fiasco last month." She said it with a smile that was uniquely her. As if this was a simple request and not some sort of play. I am not a blind man, I could see the connection. She denied leaving Coruscant when things were running fine in the Mandalore sector, but the moment this White Silver decided to declare independence, all of a sudden she wanted to go back to the sector, because of the embarrassment of winning a fight against street thugs? A likely story, yes? No, she was being called back by Satin and was probably going to be her chosen envoy to run around the sector to try and prevent individual planets from joining White Silver. On one hand, this would be good for sector stability, as this White Silver fellow was not part of any plans for the sector's future and I would rather he met failure than success. On the other hand, allowing her to go running off to meet and greet the political blocs of every planet in the sector would surely further her plans to no doubt replace me in my position in the Senate. So the question is, am I willing to let a short-term good endanger the long-term stability of my role in the Senate? Thankfully, Count Dooku's latest political speech had quite an impact on the Republic. That alone has already resulted in over a dozen sectors pulling out of the Republic to join this newly forming confederacy. My time in the Senate would probably be cut short anyways, as soon as the successful coup took place, and I doubted Vizsla would keep this child around with her connections to Satin. She'd likely be banished outside the sector just for being politically connected to the pacifists, and the senatorial seats, which would be transferred to the Confederacy, would remain in my hands. Sighing, I filled my name out on the sheet and said, "You chose a remarkably bad time to put in a request like this. I imagine the sector is going to be set alight with that whole Silver Codex situation coming to fruition. Always knew that thing was going to be a problem." Shaking my head I continued, "What planets are you planning to visit exactly?" "Nothing too strenuous, I want to stay as far away from the current situation with the Silver Codex as I can. I will probably be visiting Concordia, Harzwi, Jaclia, and then finally Ordo. All in all, it should take a month to visit all those planets, maybe make a few stops along the way depending on what travel arrangements I end up making." I nodded, noting that all those planets were more in the southern edge of the core of the Mandalore sector. Gargan was closer to the Hydian Way but also further to the north, so theoretically she would be safe from any direct attacks if the White Silver decided to play any assassination games. Unfortunate opportunity lost. If she was a little bit closer I might have leaked her itinerary to Dooku. Still might, yeah, he did take some interest in possibly removing her and I was not going to say no to a political rival being knocked off the board. But looking at the schedule, accounting for the weeks of travel she would be doing back in the Mandalore sector and the weeks needed to travel back, I'd be free of her till almost to the end of the year. Actually, that wasn't a bad idea. Nodding my head I looked up at the young representative and said, "Well, try not to get into any trouble during the trip. Though things are fairly quiet in the Senate, if you wanted to stay in the Mandalore sector till the start of next year, to visit with your family on Mandalore, that would be fine. I can handle the negotiations with the Ithurians while you're away." Tanya nodded her head and seemed to understand my implication and said, "That sounds quite reasonable. Yes, I think I will avail myself of a little bit of a longer trip than originally planned for. Make the final stop at Mandalore before returning to Coruscant." Smiling, I handed back her day top hat and said, "Enjoy your vacation, Tanya, and tell Satin that I stand with her on any decisions she makes with this Silver Codex tomfoolery." She nodded her head and said, "I will do so, see you when I return in the new year, Senator Merrick. Before she stood up from her seat to leave. See you in the new year, Tanya. I said with a pleasant smile, hoping that I would not. Coruscant Spaceport, private dockyard. Strook or deck? Well, isn't this just a cozy ship? I said, looking at the familiar sight of a Lancer pursuit craft. The Lancer was a 3-4 m long vessel, and about that wide as well, with the main body in the shape of a saucer. From the sides poked 2 engine assemblies, as well as a third from the rear and a pilot's compartment protruding out of the front. From the military-grade variants I had served on, I'd expected 2 forward-mounted laser cannons to either side of the pilot's compartment. It looked like this particular model, being made for civilians, only had the dorsal-mounted cannon. No doubt the tractor beam that was also a favorite of the military variants was also missing. This one didn't have much of a paint job, the burnished iron color with a few silver streaks being the only thing of note. Skida was standing next to me shaking her head. I would have thought the princess would have waited for the coronet or maybe even taken regular transport back to the Mandalore sector. Buying her own ship seems a bit excessive. Where'd she even get the money for this? Proper investments? Came the voice of X4, who was coming up the gangway towards the dock where we had found the ship. He was carrying a suitcase most likely full of Tanya's possessions. Before any of us could ask what he meant, X4 continued. And knowing who to speak to, the manager of the local branch of Mondale Motors currently had 3 of these modified Lancer pursuit craft for show and was selling them individually at around 120,000 credits each. However, a discount for royalty of 20% with a bulk deal brought down the price to 200,000 credits for all 3 of them. I looked at X4 and asked the question I'm sure all of the Royal Guard on the dockyard was thinking at that exact moment. Multiple? As in, she owns how many of these now? 3, Tanya said, interrupting X4, and she and her handmaiden walked across the landing area towards us. I technically own 3 of these. I would have only bought 1, but X4 convinced me that having a couple extra would be beneficial for the mission. What mission? I asked, narrowing my eyes, glad that I had my helmet off, otherwise they wouldn't have seen it. Need to know as of right now, we can talk once we are inside the ship. She said matter-of-factly, walking past us into the vessel, which lowered the ramp as she pressed a button on her vambrace. Looking to the other royal guards, I saw them all shrugging in confusion before I led the way on board the ship. The interior of the ship was rather sleek, though I noted that there seemed to be a larger cargo space than the military variant I'd served on. As soon as we were aboard, Tanya pressed a few buttons and the door started to close. She then said, X4, please show them the rooms we will be staying in. The droid nodded before pointing to a door. Through that doorway is a passageway that leads to 2 bunk rooms, one with 2 beds and the other with 4 the Royal Guard can use. He pointed toward the front of the ship and said, the pilot's cabin and the captain's cabin would of course be the room for Mistress Tanya and her handmaiden, past that is the cockpit. Captain Stuck, you are rated for flight, I believe, correct? I nodded. We'll have to go up there later to let you familiarize yourself with the controls. X4 commented before continuing, it's a 2-person gunship style seating arrangement. I simply nodded. X4 turned to point to the door opposite the crew area. Through there is the common area and galley. And pointing towards the back of the ship indicated the cargo area we came through. In case of emergency, the escape pods are near the front of the ship by the pilot's area. As soon as X4 was done, Tanya spoke up, now that everyone's familiarized with where everything is, get yourself settled in. Captain Strook, see about getting us on our way to the Mandalore sector, and at 1600 HRS we will hold a meeting to discuss the mission. Part of me wanted to ask what mission, since as far as I was aware this was a simple transport mission back to the Mandalore sector, but the other part of me, the part that kept me alive during the Civil War, noticed that the princess said she was going to do it at 1600 HRS. Strange that she dropped into military time for this, it wasn't like she had spent any time there. Understood, I shook my head and looked to the other royal guards before saying, Tabi, Ordo, Castle, and Mach, you are getting the room with 4 beds. Skida and I will take the room with 2. As for the piloting situation, I'll be up at the front of the ship, and since I have the opportunity might as well give you all a little bit of flight training in case an emergency happens. Let's start with Mach. I said, looking towards the slicer. I got a chorus of yes sirs before everyone started to move about. I followed Tanya and the handmaiden towards the front of the ship before they sealed themselves off in the captain's quarters to have some sort of privacy. I finished walking to the front of the ship and found the droid had not been lying. The seats were still in a gunship configuration, which was at least something familiar. Taking the pilot seat, I had Mach take the co-pilot seat and negotiated with Coruscant Port Authority to get our ship permission to leave the planet. It wasn't a long conversation and we were soon in the air heading through the atmosphere. A few negotiations with traffic control later and we were in space. I did enjoy the handling of the vessel, she was rather fast for her size and maneuverable. The 3-engine placement allowed the ship to turn on a theory. I couldn't actually test it without shaking everybody about inside, and when you're transporting royalty that's not really the smartest move. Once I had the ship on course and set her to hyperspace, I stretched back and got up from my seat heading back to the area with Mach following behind me. I saw most of the royal guard were sitting on a bench or the dining table, and someone apparently had access to the holonet as they were watching some of the Silver Ranger show on a panel at the side of the room. Checking my vambrace, I saw we were only about 5 minutes from Tanya's meeting time, so I asked the obvious question. Anyone else think that this is really suspicious? Immediately all 5 hands of the royal guards in front of me went up in the air. That's about what I figured. Any ideas what's going on? I asked while taking a seat at the table. No idea, Tabby said matter-of-factly. All I know is that there is a bit of trouble starting in the Mandalorian sector and all of a sudden she wants to go home. What kind of trouble? Ordo asked, looking up from his book. The second Mandu Civil War kind. That Silver Codex writer finally made an appearance and declared himself independent from the Mandalorian sector and is, stirring the pot, Skida said from where she sat matter-of-factly. Still can't believe that the Silver Codex was written by that guy. The man was a slave driver during the bombardment of Keldabi. There's no way he'd be all for the personal freedoms that were implied in the first codex. Mox said, matter-of-factly. A slave driver to one is a hero to another, Castle said. Lot of old Mandalorians think if you served in the defense of Keldabi during that siege, you were doing the right thing even if you pulled crap like explosive collars on your workers. Was that ever confirmed? I heard that was more of a legend. The Slicer asked out of curiosity. It cannot be confirmed or denied because the factory blew up. There wasn't even an attempt to excavate it thoroughly to discover if it was true or not. A lot of the leadership of Keldabi stayed in place well into new Mandalorian control, so if there was any evidence it was all destroyed through the rebuilding efforts or outright paid to be destroyed by Mr. CEO turned demagogue leader. I answered. Smart move on his part, publishing that codex the way he did before he revealed himself allowed people to become comfortable with his ideas, Castle said matter-of-factly, shaking his head. And this is why you don't build your ideology off of things you read online from anonymous people. You end up with a situation where you've built your worldview around the teachings of a man who's probably going to lead the sector into a civil war if he is allowed to run rampant. Skida, being the voice of reason in the group, said what needed to be said. Then it is fortunate that he didn't write it. Tanya's voice broke up our conversation and I turned around to face her. Of all the things I expected to see her wearing, full Mandalorian armor with her helmet under her arm and her handmaiden just behind her in her own armor would be the last thing on the list. Stepping into the room, she put her helmet on the table before standing before us. The CEO of Mondal Hypernautics did not write the Silver Codex. I did. There was a moment's pause as everyone took that in before Tabby laughed. You're joking, right? Whoever wrote the Silver Codex couldn't have been a new Mandalorian. You're always doing whatever Satin says. Do I look like I'm joking? But yes, I always do whatever Duchess Satin says. Tanya said, looking at Tabby, leaving the implied implications of that statement for him to finally puzzle out. The Silver Codex is state-sponsored. I asked, surprised by this turn of events. No, not state-sponsored per se, state-accepted would be a better term, Tanya said, shaking her head. I wanted to create a middle-of-the-road option to try and draw people who were annoyed with the new Mandalorians and also appeal to new Mandalorians who wanted to experience some of what the old Mandalorians were talking about. A way to encourage peace as it were, as well as open up economic opportunities. Unfortunately, I didn't suspect that a corporate-minded CEO would use this as an opportunity to create a splinter state and attempt to usurp new Mandalorian rule. That one is on me, which is why I have to do something to discredit this false silver before he sparks another Mandalorian civil war. You're not going on vacation, you're going to Gargan, Ordo said it first, but all of us were thinking it. Yes, that would be the correct assumption in this situation, Tanya said with a shrug. I cannot allow this false silver to destroy the work I've created with the Silver Codex. It took me several years to create a document that would stimulate discussion without causing a civil war, and this man is doing everything in his power to ruin all those years of work. All right, I said standing up, so let me see if I understand the situation correctly. We are going to Gargan so you can get killed by an unknown number of Mandalorians who have pledged themselves to a document you created and ended up on the wrong side of an ideological civil war between the actual creator and a false prophet as it were. I hate the fact you used the word prophet, but yes, we are going to Gargan, mostly to find some way to bring down the CEO before he can plunge the sector into war. But no, I will not be dying as I plan on living until retirement. I shook my head at that. I've seen you fight. I'll admit you're pretty good, but this will be against trained Mandalorian warriors, people who have spent their lives fighting. I don't know how well you've been trained, but I don't think you can take on those warriors. You might be able to take on the CEO himself, as I doubt he's trained as well as he could have while running a major corporation. Captain Strook, would you say that those Gargan Mandalorians' training is up to your Royal Guard standards? Tanya asked, looking directly at me. No, not to my standards anyway. Mostly because I regarded us to be some of the highest trained Mandalorians in the sector. So if I were to train to meet your standards, do you think I would have a chance? She said with a smile. I crossed my arms, not liking where this conversation is going before saying, theoretically yes, though I don't like what you are implying there. I mean the implications are quite simple. If I meet your standards of training, would not the chances of successfully bringing down false silver increase? I sigh and shake my head. Yes, but here's a question that I'm more interested in. Does the Duchess know that you've made it your mission to stop this false silver? Theoretically no, and for the simple reason, this operation cannot be seen as being directed by the Duchess. Any attack from the Duchess will be used by false silver to increase his notoriety and bring the sector closer to civil war. If the real white silver makes an appearance though, it destroys their efforts to raise an army to fight for the Mandalore sector. That would be preferable as the real white silver can then disappear again back into anonymity. Alright, I'm starting to see the general idea of your plan here, I said, leaning back on the table. I'll run through the few flaws I see and you can try and answer them as we go. Once we enter the Mandalorian sector, you have to be in certain places and no doubt people will know if you don't show up in this ship, the multiple ships. That's why you bought multiple ships. Correct, Tanya said matter-of-factly, the 2 other ships are under control of Cruise X4 hired. X4. She looked at the droid who walked into the room. Light cargo ships 2 and 3 will be picking up a cargo of Mandalorian goods on each planet that Mistress was meant to land on before returning to Coruscant. I'll have to adjust their schedules as necessary, but they should serve as proper decoys. Not only that, Vi and 2 royal guards of your choosing can be on board one of those cargo ships making various appearances in very public places so people assume I am where I'm supposed to be. Sounds like you need more handmaidens, I uttered, noting that would decrease the forces at her disposal by 3 warriors. Something I'll take note of in the future and will rectify. The princess explained with a shrug. Okay then, so you have decoys out so people don't know where you are, this I can understand. Your armor though is fairly distinctive and royal guard armor is really distinctive. How are we going to handle that? I have contacted an armorer by the name of Zoom and explained a portion of the situation. He's going to meet us on Concordia and supply us with sets of armor so we don't stand out in ways we don't want to. So you've got your alibi and how you're going to fight incognito figured out. Do we have any contacts on Gargan that can support us? Holding out my hand I listed each point with a finger. Bo-Katan is currently in Gargan and she has some contacts with the local factions. Hopefully, with her aid, we can expand our forces and make this operation more of an even fight. I let my finger up. Anyone else have something to point out here? I asked, hoping someone would come up with a better way to stop this mission from happening, because frankly she had thought out quite a bit and the fact she was willing to undergo training to increase her chances of pulling it off spoke quite well for her. Everyone was apparently in too much shock about the reveal of White Silver's true identity, so no one said anything relevant to stopping this insanity. Toby on the other hand had a question. So you named yourself White Silver because you have a crush on the Silver Ranger, right? I had to let out a smirk as the princess's face went red and flustered a bit. I will have you know I worked very hard on selecting that name and it was not chosen for some crush. White is symbolic of purity, silver is symbolic of redemption, it means pure redemption. Wait, really? That's how you chose the name? Tabby said with a laugh. Also, did anyone else notice she did not deny the crush? That got an exhale out of me as most of the room was on the verge of hysterics and Tanya just looked, well, she looked annoyed. So I thought I would sidestep the issue of having to rescue Toby from getting shoved out the airlock by saying, alright, here's the deal. We will train you up to Royal Guard standard. If you can't meet that standard, we're going to tell Duchess Satin all about your little plot to go run off and get killed to prevent a civil war. If you can meet that standard, we'll keep our traps shut on the subject unless we're asked directly by Duchess Satin if we were involved. An acceptable deal, princess cries. Tanya turned and nodded. Quite acceptable, Captain. Alright then, I said whilst getting up, let's get started. We have a long flight ahead of us and no time like the present to start your training. Skida, you're our ref and medic. If it looks like someone is going to die, you have authority to end the spar. I may have been a little brutal with my explanation of what was about to happen in the hopes I could scare her off at the last moment, but she simply smiled and said, right this way. And started towards the door. Eventually, everyone was in the Lancer's cargo hold, the spectators seated on a few crates or leaning against them. Tanya and I were in our armor at the center of the hold, which had been cleared of cargo beforehand, creating a pseudo-sparring circle. The first test will be on your skills in hand-to-hand combat. No weapons. We rely only on our armor and our skills. The longer you can stay standing, the more chances you have to impress me. If you impress me, you will pass this test. Tanya merely nodded and entered a fighting stance, left arm and leg forward, right leg back with her toes pointed to the side, and her right hand in a fist by her hip. I followed suit with my own fighting stance, my left foot slightly forward, my right foot slightly behind me to provide a stable footing, and both arms raised, ready to attack or defend whatever Tanya decided to throw at me. I sent a nod for Skida to begin the spar. In 3, 2, 1, fight! Instead of both of us rushing in to pummel each other, we both slowly move closer inch by inch. Just before our hands touch each other, I grab her left wrist with my right hand and push it up and away from her torso. In retaliation, Tanya launches her right fist for a body shot, which I grab hold of with my left hand. With both of her arms trapped, I pull her closer and deliver a rising knee to her abdomen, then release her left hand to deliver an elbow drop to her back, and finish the combo with a left roundhouse kick to her side. The kick pushes Tanya to the ground and I pursue immediately for follow-up attacks. Tanya uses the momentum of the kick to roll into an upright position, just in time to deflect my roundhouse kick away. I quickly plant the leg that I had just used for the roundhouse kick, to the floor and pivot for a spinning hook kick. Tanya gives my leg a simple push so my kick passes above her head, after which Tanya closes the distance so she could launch her own blows. That second kick served two purposes. It kept Tanya distracted from striking me when my back was turned as well as spinning me around so that I am now facing her and ready to deflect any attack with my hands. Several probing punches and jabs are deflected or blocked before I begin my counterattack. I twist my torso to the side, so that Tanya's right straight deflects off my armor. Before Tanya can retract her arm, I grab her wrist with my right arm and pull her forward, unbalancing her. A rising knee to her gut stuns her long enough for me to put her in a chokehold. There is just enough space between the helmet and breastplate to squeeze an arm around her neck. Tanya struggled to free herself. I merely leaned back so my arm lifted her off the ground so she couldn't get any leverage. Tanya quickly changed tactics and started to elbow my stomach in the hopes of loosening my hold. While my arm stayed tight around her neck, the elbow strikes forced my torso to lean forwards. With contact to the ground re-established, Tanya quickly wrapped her hands around the back of my helmet before pulling it over her shoulders so that she could jump up and knee my helmet. Tanya put her weight onto my neck which pulled my head lower so that she could hit my helmet again with another knee strike before removing herself from my hold. She immediately took advantage of her freedom to kick my right knee, causing me to kneel before delivering a third blow with her knee to my helmet, which put me on my back. My instincts screamed to get away from the ground. Horrible things happen to those that lay on the ground in a hand-to-hand fight. I let my instincts guide me and rolled to the side, avoiding Tanya's incoming stomp. From there, I quickly stood up and continued to block and parry attacks, waiting for the right opening to turn the tide. That opportunity came when Tanya tried a roundhouse kick of her own. I quickly moved forward and intercepted her kick by blocking it with both of my forearms before wrapping my left arm around her leg. With her leg trapped, I hooked her other one with my right leg. With both of her legs in the air, Tanya's back is inevitably slammed into the floor. Before she could move, I dropped my knee into her chest to pin her and landed a straight punch to her helmet. "Alright, that is enough." Skida signaled the end of the spar before she walked up towards Tanya to inspect her condition. She gently removed Tanya's helmet and activated a flashlight to check for a concussion. I stood back and waited while Skida examined Tanya for any long-lasting injuries. Well, she'll be dizzy for a couple of hours but the helmet's padding help absorb most of the impact. But getting slammed to the ground is going to cause her brain to bounce around inside her skull. That final punch to her face did not help. I'll also need to check you for injuries too. Getting kneed in the head is not conducive to your health and well-being. I simply nodded and removed my helmet so that Skida could inspect it. While Skida was checking for signs of a concussion, I watched as Vizsla and Ordo helped Tanya up to take a seat on a nearby crate. It looked like the princess was lucid enough to know that she lost as her face was furrowed with frustration and intense concentration as she attempted to think up a new plan. Need I remind you that the goal isn't to win? The goal is to impress me. I see her eyes widen in shock as I continue my verdict. And you certainly lasted much longer than I thought, even landed several good hits. For now, you passed my standard for hand-to-hand combat. Tomorrow we'll test your physical conditioning so better get as much rest as you can before then. Thank you, Captain Stroke. I won't let you down. With a nod Tanya made her way to the room with Vizsla lending her shoulder for support. Once the door to the cargo hold was shut, I looked toward my fellow guards as they stayed behind. Something on all of your minds. Mok was the first to respond. Are you sure this is a good idea, boss? Not really, no. Came my immediate reply. The right thing to do would be to call Duchess Satin right now and tell her what Tanya is planning. But with the fate of our sector at stake, we can't afford to throw away a plan that could work in defusing the situation before a civil war broke out. Skida chimed in, you are putting the fate of the sector into the hands of a teenage girl. A teenage girl who could go toe-to-toe with me, and you all know from experience that is no easy feat. I saw Ordo and Tabi cringe at the memory of the beatdown I had given them under the guise of extra melee training after the clubbing incident. I believe that she can do it. Ordo spoke for the first time since arriving at the cargo hold. I've been Tanya's friend for several years now, I know what she is capable of when she puts her mind to it. No signs of head trauma, but just to be safe I'll check up on you again in a few hours. Skida delivered her assessment as she tucked away her flashlight. Thanks, document. If you really want to thank me, don't get any injuries that require an operating room for me to fix. I'll be sure not to cause permanent damage, I replied. That's probably the best I'm going to get. I then turned my attention to the rest of the guards that stayed in the cargo hold. So while we are all here, just in case Lady Cries proves herself, who's going to be Vizsla's escort while the rest of us are in Gargan? Tabi raised his hands. I volunteer. After Concordia, they are going to Harzwi and a local would help a lot in maintaining the ruse so that we don't have to need a local guide. Good idea. Anyone else wanna volunteer? I'll go. Lady Kryze is going to need your fighting skills, Skada's medical skills, and Mock's slicing skills on Gargan. Plus having 2 rookies to protect Vizsla might not be enough in case there is a kidnapping attempt or something. Castel said from his seat at the back. That settles that then. If there is nothing else, I'm going to sleep off this headache. After accepting their farewells and good nights, I exited the cargo hold to head to my room and laid down on my bed. The fact that Tanya could have won that spar if she didn't make a few mistakes was a surprise. I knew that she was trained by a defense instructor, but what Tanya did is not something you can teach, especially when the new Mandalorian philosophy is the main philosophy governing the sector. No, that was talent and finely honed instinct. Not fine enough to beat a veteran, but with the right training, she'll be a force to be reckoned with. Mandalore, Royal Palace. Corky cries. Shaking my head, I stood outside of one of the palace's meeting rooms, listening to Aunt Satin talk to various public officials about White Silver's announcement. By the sounds of it, they were arguing about what to do, and the general consensus was no one knew what to do. Being openly hostile could cause a civil war, while letting them just do whatever they want was even more. Fact of the matter was Gargan was on the periphery of the Mandalorian sector and it had not really integrated into the economy since the new Mandalorians took over. So there was an argument being made to just ignore them. And to be fair, that argument sounded like it was winning since no new Mandalorian wanted to engage in an open war against any other Mandalorian. Sighing, I shook my head and stepped away, heading towards the gardens. I could not feel more annoyed at being vindicated. A few years back Tanya had said that the Silver people were different from the warmongers of ancient times. Well, it looks like Tanya was wrong, something that didn't happen often, but I was happy to be proven right this time. Just wish it didn't come with the potential for a war. Entering the garden, I found some place to sit and look at the city, taking a breath to try and center myself. I really wasn't sure what Satin was going to do about my sister. She pretty much openly flirted with the ideology of the Silver Warmonger and nearly got me to go along with it as well. I didn't like the ancient warmongers, and their ideology was the reason I didn't know my parents, but if my sister was willing to defend something with such passion, I was willing to give it a read at least. And what I had read wasn't terrible, and it did seem to take the emphasis off of war and more on defense and the economy. But of course, that was all a front, wasn't it? Something to sucker people into the ideology so that they would go along with the Silver Warmongers' plans. Corky. Satin's voice called from over my shoulder, causing me to look in her direction. Auntie Satin, I said with a smile as she walked over to take a seat next to me on the bench. Been a busy day, isn't it? She commented, looking out over the city. Thought you'd like to know that Tanya's on her way home. She was apparently a bit embarrassed about getting in that fight a few weeks ago and decided to do a working vacation by visiting a few worlds in the Mandalorian sector before coming home. I smiled at that. Even if I was annoyed with her political leanings, I would be happy to have my sister home. Though, I was sure Auntie Satin was going to give her an earful for that whole fight situation. I've been in the room when that had popped up on the news, and Satin had been drinking one of her teas at the time. The moment that popped up on the news, she nearly choked on her tea and had to spit it out and before immediately trying to contact Tanya. That's good, it'll be good to find out what she's been up to, I said with a smile. I was more curious about what she had been up to that ended up with her getting in a fist fight in an alley. From what footage I found on the hall, it looked like she's been there with several people including Vi. Yes, she'll be here in a little more than a month or so. I just hope that this whole Silver nonsense is wrapped up before then, she said, sounding concerned. I leaned in over to give her a hug, saying, everything would be all right, Auntie. Gargan City outskirts. Fenra. Well, this is not how I thought this mission would go, I muttered as I ducked lower as a series of blaster bolts fired over my position. I tracked the second Silver Codex back to this planet rather quickly. And then I'd go about getting myself to this planet to continue the investigation, find out who was responsible, and bring them to justice if need be. Being prepared for what I thought was every eventuality, from nomadic warlord to gangster pirate. What I had not prepared for was a corporation-owned army, and for the creator of the Silver Codex to literally announce his position as declaring independence. I had also not been prepared for them to seize all the ships in the landing area or to seize the hollow communications station. The information coming in and out of Gargan was, at this point, completely under his control. Which meant I was on my own. Being on my own was not good for my odds of survival. There was no doubt someone would figure out that one of those ships belonged to a member of the Royal Guard and would start hunting me. So I went about improving my odds. I got as far away from the city as possible and joined up with the local nomads. The nomads of this world were a lot more religious than most Mandalorians, still back in the olden days with many other practices. They weren't Concordia sect religious, demanding that you never take off your helmet if you want to consider yourself a Mandalorian. But they did tend to revel in the fighting of war. So the moment I had told them that Gargan was declaring war on the Mandalorian sector, they had asked if they could help the Mandalore vs Mandalore war. If I was not a member of the Royal Guard and my family had not been serving the rulers of Mandalore for generations, I might have made the classic mistake of saying, well, there is no Mandalore vs Mandalore war, as Duchess Satin refused that title. But I was someone who'd been a part of the Royal Guards for a long time. So I immediately said yes, they could, that we needed to keep this fake Mandalore from attaining more power. Which is how I got into this situation, ducking behind rubble on the outskirts of Gorgon as black-clad troopers fired their blasters with pitiful accuracy but plenty of volume at myself and the various colored nomadic Mandalorians, who for the most part are using slug throwers and are much more accurate. This little fight had been going on for about 20 minutes now, and it was taking that long mainly because the nomadic Mandalorian in charge of stealing the speeders had apparently not been able to unlock the warehouse they were stored in. Said speeders were military grade and most likely were going to be used by the fake Mandalore for whatever conflict he intended to unleash on the sector. A speeder with a cannon mounted on a tripod on the back could do a lot of damage. Which is why I wanted us to have them, as we could probably keep the fighting going a good long time if we had them. The nomads were not entirely animal riders, most of them rode around on speeders, so it was not like they didn't have the tech know how to operate these machines. We just needed to get them out of here first, which was getting harder and harder as more and more of the enemies seemed to be popping up. Taking a stand, I unleashed a volley of fire from my carbine, sending two of the, what I could best guess, were Durasteel armored Mandalorians who had been trying to make their way across the open square to whatever gods they believed in. But before I could duck back down, I got shot in my shoulder, causing me to tumble out of sight, probably for the best as more shots rang out through where I had been standing. Checking myself over to make sure I had no permanent damage, I looked at the nomadic Mandalorian on my right and said, "Do we have any other plans in case we can't get those doors open?" A Mandaloran, a nomad, looked at me and then held up a grenade. "When all else fails, just blow it up." Well, I couldn't deny that was not a bad plan. If we couldn't have it, deny it to the enemy. So I didn't, and instead said, "How long till we are forced to use the blow criff up plan?" She reloaded her slug thrower with ammunition before loading it by moving the lever at the trigger before saying, "We're having a good little bit of fun fighting these Dar Manda pretending to be Mandu. If things get a little bit more desperate after like 20 minutes maybe, then we'll call it, but until then just enjoy sending these fake Manda to their graves." Said Mandalorian nomad then popped up and fired off a few shots while another took a shot to his helmet. He fell back stunned for a moment, but then he rolled over and got back into a sitting position next to me, giving a thumbs up. I just shook my head with amusement before getting ready for my own attempt at popping up the fire off a few rounds when I heard an explosion in front of us. Said explosion was quickly followed up by an increase in fire from behind the enemy's position. Popping my head up, I saw a third unknown force had appeared, not wearing the black armor of the fake Mandalorians, instead wearing several variants of color mostly sorted around browns. There was one Mandalorian there that had a more flashy colored armor that was dual-wielding pistols. A Mandalorian in red jetpack flew over the black-clad troopers and fired shots directly from above, killing several of them before landing closer to our position. They began backing us up, continuing the rain of fire at the black-clad troopers, who were starting to panic by looks of it, several of them already running full sprint in the other direction. As soon as the enemy force gave up the fight and ran, the figures slotted their pistols into their holsters and turned towards us. "Howdy boys and girls, sorry if you didn't need the help, but well, I'm not a fan of these fake soldiers pretending they're Mandalorians," the figure said, stepping towards us. Shaking my head, I stood up fully and said, "Bo-Katan, I did not expect to run into you here." Bo-Katan stopped and looked in my direction, probably with a look of confusion on her face before she recognized the armor. "I know I did not expect to see real Mandalorian Royal Guard armor, guess we're 2 for 2 on that," she said, walking in my direction. "What are you doing here, Royal Guard?" The duties of any Royal Guard, preventing upstarts from causing problems for the leadership of Mandalore. "What about you? What are you doing here, Bo-Katan?" I said with some suspicion. "I was asked to do a little bit of investigation as to who was publishing this false silver codex. But once I found out who they were, they seized my ship, and well, they kind of got on my bad side. So I've been working with some of the local gangs to cause issues for false silver here since I had nothing better to do." And who requested that you do this investigation?" "Probably the same person who requested you to do your investigation. Kind of annoyed that they didn't trust me to get the job done, but you know how it is. I'd say the fact that we're both here says we at least can confirm this is the jackass that put out the second codex." I nodded at that, and shrugged. "Well, it seems we have an aligned goal. Care to work together to, as you say, screw with this jackass?" I said, offering a hand. "Sure, why not, the more hands on deck, the better," Bo-Katan said, taking my hand and giving it a shake. "Concordia, abandoned mine. Zoom Miduk. Well, Zoom old buddy, you've made a fuck up of this," I muttered, looking at the contract that had appeared on my desk a few years back when I first got access to a functioning base of operations to work on armor again. All those years ago I was a little bit desperate, so desperate that my droids had actually been ransacking the place when we first showed up looking for anything of value that we could either sell or melt down to be sold. All these years later my financial position was a bit better thanks to various contracts I had taken over the years, but the first contract was, well, first if you don't count the one to produce armor for the young lady cries. The first one was to an individual who needed a large portion of armor created to arm his garrison of self-defense force for Gargan. I had simply thought nothing of it at the time since it was an opportunity to make armor again. Apparently, it was a bit more than that, as my client was now declaring the independence of the Mandalorian sector and stirring up a nest of radicalism. I sure know how to pick people to work for, I muttered as I looked at the contract again. I had produced quite a bit of armor and had helped a bunch of other armorers move their gear to that planet to produce more, and now I'm an accessory to what is this? Treason? Terrorism? Whatever it is, it's not good for me. I just had to help the man responsible for this. I'll either end up dead or out of the picture enough that I wouldn't be cast as a main villain in whatever plot he was putting out there, or at least wouldn't tell people that I was the one who had been arming him with armor and weapons. Weapons probably being the bigger deals, as armor was a self-defense thing, everyone was okay with that now, but weapons were still up in the air. Granted, all I've been doing was smuggling a few rifles here or there from stash piles I knew about from the last civil war and the clan wars, and all the gear was frankly really out of date or pretty beat up. But the laws tended to not care if the things were already in the sector when it came to moving weapons around. In fact, they tended to lean towards punishment even if they were already in the sector. That's why I had been up to this point mostly selling the weapons outside the Mandalorian sector, moving them out of the sector in hopes that if I was ever caught I'd get a slap on the wrist, since I was demilitarizing the Mandalorian sector. I should have stayed with that mentality. If I did, I would probably not be in this situation. Fine, I stood up and grabbed the contract, wondering if I should destroy it or stash it somewhere in case of evidence that could be used to keep me from a short drop with a sudden stop. Actually, I should probably check and see what the new Mandalorians use for executions. I hadn't really paid attention to that particular part of the justice system they set up. I only knew that the traditionalists had preferred hangings and firing squads for dealing with people who are given the death sentence, and that was usually enough to keep people in line unless they were a mad murderous psycho. Shaking my head, I considered my options. Maybe going under the radar and leaving the sector till this all blew over was the right direction to go. Or perhaps I should reach out to Satin. She has been more reasonable in recent years. Maybe she'd be willing to hear me out on why this was a terrible misunderstanding that had led me to the wrong side of the conflict and would like to make it right somehow. Yeah, she's been getting more reasonable, but as I thought about it, I didn't think she'd be that reasonable, not yet at least. The day she called me to make armor for her was the day that she'd be reasonable enough to accept an apology for something like that, and I don't think that would ever happen. She was too sold on the idea of the pacifist ways to ask for armor to ever be built in her name. As I sat back trying to think of a way out of this situation, I heard a beeping from one of the panels on the upper decks of the mining facility where I stayed and where most of the security systems were located. I set down the data pad that had the contract on the table and walked up the stairs to see what the beeping was all about. I wondered where Bo had gone to. I hadn't seen her since I had gotten back 2 days ago. But then again, I wasn't her father, I was just an old friend of the family. She could run off and do whatever she wanted, and I didn't need to be paying that much attention to it. Looking at the screen, I quickly realized what the beeping was about. It was detecting 3 ships entering the atmosphere. And on a direct course for the mining facility, all 3 of them appear to be Lancer pursuit craft. And like that, I was moving, heading to get to my ship in hopes of getting out of here quickly. Why were 3 Lancers landing at this mining facility? Those ships were only used by the Royal Guard, as far as I was aware, so that means it was on Royal Guard business. Well, according to all information I knew, the only people who knew about this facility were both Bo-Katan and Tanya, both of whom were close to Satin to various levels. And it was not without reason to think they had turned me over after recognizing some of the armor I'd created in the forges below as the same kind of armor being worn by whatever Gargan army was in control of said planet. I'd just managed to get outside as the first of the 3 ships landed on the 3 remaining landing pads. The other 2 soon joined, quietly sitting down in front of me. At that moment I had 2 options: run for my ship or try and talk my way out of this till I got a position to get to my ship without getting shot. I decided that to try and talk really was the only option that probably wouldn't get me shot. At least that's what I thought, till the doors opened on 2 of the ships and a couple droids stepped out and started doing checks of the vessel. If the Royal Guard were doing a smash and grab the evildoer, I was sure the droids would stay on the ship till the guards were out. The 3rd vessel opened and out stepped Tanya, Vi, and a retinue of Royal Guards. "Zoom, wonderful, you're exactly where I thought you would be," she said with a cheery tone. I blinked a couple times confused before saying, "Lady Cries, to what do I owe the pleasure of your arrival and security detachment?" Tanya simply smiled and said, "If I were to ask you to make 5 suits of armor to a set of specifications I provided, would you keep silent about it? You need me to reforge your armor?" I asked, to be curious as to where this was going. No, these are new sets of armor, fresh sets, and they will need to be as polished as you can get them." "You want silver armor?" I asked incredulously. "Tanya, I know there's a thing called a rebellious phase, but running off to join a madman in his pursuit of a corporate empire is a bit much, I think." That got a laugh from everyone in front of me, though I didn't find this very funny. Tanya simply smiled and said, no, we won't be joining the false silver, I will be dealing with him very harshly in fact. I blinked and looked at the Royal Guard captain. It's your job to keep an eye on her and make sure she doesn't get killed, right? Are you okay with her implication that she's going to go out there and try and kill Brezigare in his attempt for an empire? No, but we've had 3 weeks on that vessel and I've tried to break her of this through every form of training I can come up with. She just keeps coming back. I find it rather respectable the amount of determination she's put into dealing with this false silver, so I'm going to help her with it to make sure she comes out of this alive. Why do you keep saying false silver? I asked before 2 plus 2 became 4 in front of my eyes. Tanya, did you write the Silver Codex? My head turned from looking at the Royal Guard as my finger still pointed towards him. Correct, Armorer, Tanya said as a droid stepped out from behind the Royal Guards and opened a briefcase presenting quite a substantial amount of credit chips. X4 has kindly donated profits from one of his ventures to help in our operation to undo the false silver's influence. This should be enough to purchase any materials you need for the armor we want constructed and a little bit extra to keep silent about who the real white silver is. I stood there taking this and thinking for a moment, trying to figure out if I'd lost my mind or if this was really happening before I decided, screw it. Nodding my head, I took the suitcase and shut it, and said, you have a deal, 6 suits of silver armor coming right up. 6. Tanya said, sounding confused. Let's just say I have a personal score to settle with your so-called false silver, and this is a great opportunity to settle it. A great opportunity to kill the witness to my mistakes and keep my family from suffering any ill reprisals from the new Mandalorian government. Turning to head inside, I said, I probably have all the resources inside to make the armor you need. Any fine details we can talk about as we're working, though I will expect you folks to help out around here while we get this sorted. Also, I turned towards the group, 6 armors counting me, but there's 9 of us here. What's the deal with that? Vi and 2 of the other guards will be taking one of these ships on to make appearances around the Mandalorian sector over the next month or so. Just to build an alibi for my location during these events. I nodded, seems reasonable. Alright, 6 sets of silver armor coming right up. Do you want them all the same or semi-customized? I called, stepping into the darkness of the mountain. Really customized, Tanya said, following with the majority of her guards as Vi and 2 others started moving materials from one ship to the other. I assumed that was their luggage. Concordia, Wilderness. Ram Kota. Being assigned to guard over a bunch of jumped-up farmers with the Force was in my opinion not the best use of my abilities. But I had gone along with it because the Order had asked me to look after them. And because I had always heard stories about how fearsome and terrifying Mandalorians were on the battlefield. Having served in prolonged conflict for most of my life, I kind of was interested in seeing what was so terrifying about these Mandalorian warriors. In some ways, I was impressed by what I had found. Their whole culture seemed to vibrate with the knowledge that fighting was a natural state of the world and thus they must be ready to fight at any moment. But then, I was disappointed to hear some people's descriptions of Mandalorians. They were simply monsters and no better than the Hutts. From what I had seen by traveling this world, they were just people, proficiently trained in the ways of combat, but people nonetheless. I was sure that in another life I would count many of these people as friends, as I found many of the Mandalorians compatible with my sense of duty. And it was this sense of duty that pushed the need to send a letter via cargo transport back to the Jedi Order, telling them that I was going to investigate the ongoing insurrection on Gargan. I probably should have used the HoloNet to inform them of this, but they probably would have told me no. The Jedi were always focused on preserving the stability of the Republic, but I swore they were a bit slow to take action sometimes, and I was sure that if I told them I was going to do it through HoloNet they would say no due to my job being one of guarding the farmers with Force powers in the AgriCorp. However, if I sent it through cargo transport and simply said the HoloNet was down when I made the decision, I would have enough leeway to get away with doing what I thought was right, and that was to try and handle this situation before it became a threat to the stability of the region. Of course, how I was going to get to Gargan was a bit of an issue. Simply put, I have not been given a vessel for the trip to this moon, which is why I could probably get away with not having a HoloNet connection. But in times like these, I fell back on the most trusted tool in my possession. I let the Force guide me. However, I do say the Force had guided me into the middle of nowhere this time. And traveling for 2.5 weeks to end up at some old mining base by the looks of it. Well, off any known roads and quite in the middle of nowhere, even middle of nowhere Concordia. I would question if the Force had made a mistake if there weren't 2 ships landed in front of the mining base and a crew of Mandalorians in silver armor currently loading up the smaller of the 2 vehicles for what looked like a spaceflight or fights, as there were quite a lot of weapons being loading as well. There were 4 males, 2 female Mandalorians, and a droid slowly loading up the ship. One of the females appeared younger by the slight shortness she had compared to the others and was acting more in an observation role. The auburn-haired girl was observing the others as if she was the leader and making sure that everything was loaded. A strange thing, and she looks so young. I would assume the larger individual with a heavy pauldron on his left shoulder was the leader, just from how Mandalorians usually work. Their command structure usually centers around the toughest being the one in control. I wondered what that could be about before I noticed that the girl had stopped and started looking in my general direction. No, I was far enough back in the tree line that there was no way she could see me and I was having to use vision-enhancing binoculars just to make out some of the details. So how she had such a reaction was intriguing and I had a sneaking suspicion that I knew why the Force had sent me here. Smiling, I got up from where I had been laying down and started moving out of the tree line toward their general direction, wondering what would happen. I was not afraid they'd shoot me or anything like that. If they tried, I was pretty sure it would be an even fight, but I raised my hands nonetheless to show I was no threat. The moment I came into view, the girl immediately grabbed her helmet and shoved it on top of her head, obscuring her identity. She then said something to the other Mandalorians, who immediately grabbed their own helmets and turned to face my general direction, some of them raising their weapons. Smiling as I approached, I said, "Good morning." The second largest individual was pointing a blaster in my general direction and said, "Good morning, Jedi. May I ask what you're doing out in the middle of nowhere? Would you believe me when I say that I'm out for a walk?" I said with a smile. But when none of them chuckled or gave any other impression other than "We're going to shoot you if you don't give us the answers we want," I continued with, "I believe you've heard about the whole mess going on in Gargan, a very terrible thing in my opinion. I have the distinct feeling it will destabilize this region quite a bit, and the Jedi Order exists to stop such violent upheavals. But I don't have an easy way to get to the planet, so I thought I'd let the Force guide me, and the Force led me here." The Mandalorians shared a look between each other that I couldn't understand, considering their helmets were rather featureless. Though I somewhat assumed that they might have some sort of internal communication system and were having a bit of a conversation in a way that I couldn't hear them. The shortest of the group, the auburn-haired girl who'd hid her identity, spoke up next. "Well, your Force seems to have been directing you in the general direction of us as we are going to Gargan, though I'm not sure about letting you on board our ship for this trip. We can't exactly be seen as being working with the Jedi for the operation that needs to be done." "Well, the Jedi Order hasn't exactly sanctioned my mission to deal with this problem. I'm sure they will get around to it eventually." The shorter figure pressed her palm to her helmeted face and then appeared to continue whatever conversation they were having through whatever back channels those helmets afforded them. After a bit, she finally said, "Fine, you can come along, but you're expected to pull your own weight." "Sounds reasonable, miss?" I asked, fishing for a name. "White Silver will do." I blinked, then looked around me at the other silvered armored Mandalorians, before looking at the figure again, noting she had put out her hand to shake. "Strange, aren't the problems going on Gargan related to someone calling himself White Silver?" "A thief and pretender," Silver said, still holding up their hand. "We intend to make sure that thievery is undone, and that is all we will do, not try to take this person's attempt at destabilizing the sector and push it on if that's what you're concerned about." I nodded my head, understanding the implicit implication, that what mattered was that our goals were aligned, not why we were doing it, so I took her hand and shook it. "Sounds like a deal then." Nodding her head, she looked to the droid and said, "Silver X, escort the Jedi to a room he can stay in." "Yes, mistress," the droid said, stepping forward before saying to me, "Please follow, Master Jedi." Laughing, and I started to follow, but not before saying, "So why do you all have code names around the word silver and white?" White Silver said matter-of-factly, before turning to look at her Mandalorian warriors, most likely having another private conversation that I couldn't hear since I didn't have a helmet. Shrugging, I followed the droid into the ship. Chapter 18. 714 FNM 24 BBY. Month 9. Mandalorian Sector, Ratio. Tanya cries. I pressed a few buttons and my game piece moved into position so that it could strike my opponent's game piece. And thankfully my knowledge of this particular game paid off, as I was able to defeat it successfully. "Not bad, Silver," Ram Kota said, looking over the board from his seat. "Do you play strategy games often?" I shook my head, my face hidden behind the helmet. I had planned to get used to wearing a helmet 24/7 when we actually got to Gargan, as I would need to keep my identity a secret. I wanted the Silver Codex to prosper on its own without the baggage that my family line could bring along with it. But the last-minute inclusion of a Jedi into our plans had thrown that out the window, and I would need to get used to it real quick. Thankfully, I don't believe he had seen my face, and considering the stakes that were involved, I removed the dye from my hair, returning it to its natural auburn state in case my helmet cracked or something else happened. As far as the people in politics knew, my hair was blonde, and I was running around the Mandalorian sector putting out political fires with 2 of my royal guards. If somehow my helmet came loose or I was glimpsed when I didn't have it on, like what happened with Ram Kota where he had seen me from behind, all they would know was that the girl behind White Silver had auburn hair, something I could easily cover up. "I would love to play more games of strategy," I said matter-of-factly, "but I'm quite busy with my outside endeavors for peace, such as this journey." "Endeavors for peace?" With the amount of weaponry I've seen on board the ship, that's a strange statement. The Jedi Knight or Master, I didn't know him very well, so it could be either pressed a few buttons and sent a creature across the board, killing him. One of my pawns, as it were. "Not bad," I said, noting that he had created an opening in my line that could be exploited by one of his units on his turn to get pretty close to my commander. I pressed a few buttons and sent a unit to cover that hole. I know I was playing a little bit reactionary, but I was waiting for the right moment, for a push into his lines. Peace is a tool of great economic prosperity. Peace allows development of technologies that will make people's lives better. This peace is easily broken by those who simply want to take what was made for themselves. One must be prepared to defend peace. If you're not ready to defend your peace, someone will take it from you. The Jedi nodded his head as he rubbed his chin beard, then pressed a few buttons, sending another attack towards my lines on the holographic table. Wise words for one so young, and not a bad philosophy. Almost believe you're working on another codex if you really are the maker of the first. I probably will be forced to make another one. I muttered, pressing some buttons to block his attack and move a unit forward to threaten the side of a quick-moving assault unit. I only wanted to make a codex with the idea of looking at our history from another point of view. One where we were not always violent aggressors but could be defensively focused, a view to try and calm relations between the new Mandalorians and the older Mandalorians, the traditionalists. This false silver has done a lot of damage to that idea. After I reveal to the sector that he is not the creator of the codex and clear the document of his fraudulency, I'm going to have to come up with a new edition of the work to try and prevent people from using my defensive focus and in such a manner going forward. Such assurance in your victory, the Jedi noted. Combat is not a game, White Silver. I don't know what life you led before your foray into philosophy, but just because you think you're in the right does not mean you will win. You could fail and everyone in this ship could be dead by the end of your mission. Possibly. I said, moving a unit to meet his latest attack. He was a bit on the reckless side with his units, I noted. But I think things will work out in our favor. Aboard this ship are 4 of some of the best trained Mandalorians that you can find in the Mandalorian sector. Adding to that my not too terrible fighting ability, that's a pretty good strike team. We also have access to a well-trained armorer who's been modifying our gear for the last week before we took off. And it would seem your force is in our corner. Why else would a Jedi Knight find his way to an abandoned mining facility that we used for this operation? I was poking at that little subject, if it was the force that was concerning. Hope there wasn't being X-level shenanigans going on, but if it wasn't I would like to know who had sent him. Very few people should know where I trained in my youth, and no one should know I had been there when Coda found me. The Jedi nodded his head and then said, I did feel the Force would guide me to where I needed to be on this. Why else would I have found my way to the Mandalorian sector before something like this would happen? He sent another attack force forward, attempting to pierce my lines on the right side. Coincidence, I said matter-of-factly as I reinforced those lines. At least for why you're in the system. While we are on this topic, I don't know much about the Force, being just a normal person. So I'll make no statements about finding your way to our little band of heroes. Ram Koda chuckled at that for some reason before he asked, I have to wonder, why did you let me on board your ship? Strange Jedi Knight that just pops out of the wilderness. It seems a bit odd that a band of Mandalorians would allow me to come along. The scars, I said plainly. I could tell you'd been in combat more than a fair bit, and considering you still have all of your limbs, that means that whatever combat you've seen you've won fairly successfully. Frankly, the bigger concern in my mind is your connection to the Jedi Order. Being accused of being pawns of the Jedi would not help in this operation. Ram Koda nodded his head before asking, if that's such a big concern, why did you let me on then? Jedi are massive force multipliers, no pun intended. Usually, whichever side of any conflict they get involved in has them, wins. To deny that is to deny your own eyes. Having a Jedi on your side is worth the potential issue and could be easily denied through various methods. If you are willing to wear a helmet and lay off the lightsaber work, that would be the easiest, since it would be much harder to make sure you appeared to have wandered into the situation at the last moment instead of being sent here directly by the Jedi Order. Besides that, I had a good feeling. A good feeling. Koda said, sitting forward. As I said, wherever Jedi go, they tend to be on the winning side. If the Force is real and it sent one of its agents to help set things right, then I know that I'm on the right course to making sure Mandalore gets to continue the peaceful period of economic growth it needs. With that said, I pressed a few buttons, sending my leader's main contingent forward. This entire time I've been stretching his lines out slowly and steadily during the assaults until there was only a small area between his command force and mine. It was easy to pierce the line and send my force directly into his. Oh, that was bold. Koda said. That is game, set, and match. I said, sitting back in my seats waiting for him to realize that I was right in that assumption. Ram Koda could pull forces back to try and help his leadership unit get out of the situation it was in, but every time he did so, that would allow me to push a unit into their lines, carving them up even more. Might take 3 to 4 turns to completely finish it, but the game was, in essence, already over. Damn. He muttered, looking at the board. Standing up I said, well, that was fun, care to play again tomorrow? I have to go check on my equipment for this mission. He nodded in agreement and I left the table heading towards my room. Once inside I closed and locked the door and took off my helmet to get some fresh air. I had been wearing the helmet nearly constantly for 3 days and I would probably have to wear it for another 3 days before we arrived at Gargan. I had a feeling by the time this mission was over I might be called out for being paler than a vampire. I moved over to my armor to check it over, to make sure it was in good condition. A Mandalorian was only as good as their equipment, some would say. Well, I would just like to make sure my equipment didn't jam on me in a life and death situation and cost me my life. It had as many Beskar plates as my Kry's armor and it looks suitably impressive when worn. A majority of it is silver in coloration, not bothering with paint in most cases since I did not want to link my colors of green to the silver and white needed for this operation. But it was painted in a few places with white stripes and to complete it Zoom had provided me with a white shoulder cape which apparently had been a large fad with the traditionalist Mandalorians before the end of the Civil War. I wasn't much of an artist so I hadn't painted anything else on the suit, leaving the simple white lines running up the armor for what it was, though it did look a bit plain. Normally I would leave it that way but I was considering ways of possibly altering it if I was going to successfully steal back the title of White Silver. For this identity, I needed to make sure that everyone knew what the armor of White Silver looked like. I wasn't exactly sure what I could add to do that. If I get the chance, I would probably modify it again. Well, hopefully after this mission I could just lock this in a closet on Concordia and never think about it again. However, that is a bad investment to leave hanging around like that. Zoom had gone all out putting on every little trinket he apparently could think of into the armor from a Vambrace energy shield to a utility belt filled with neat little gadgets. Either X4 had overpaid or the CEO of Mondal Hypernautics had screwed him over in some way and he really wanted to make sure he was brought down because this stuff probably would have eaten enough money for 2 pairs of suits and Zoom had been able to produce all 6 without issue. As for the weapons I had acquired for this mission, a pair of Wester 35 pistols, a Gala R15 blaster with a folding stock, which I asked Zoom to add in case I needed a steady shot, and a bayonet in case I needed to stab someone. Simple and safe weapons that any Mandalorian could get their hands on that I could easily have keyed to work with the targeting systems on my helmet. My helmet was a feat of engineering, a marvel in its own right, as Zoom had included a voice distorter which would be a useful little gizmo for the political talks that I'm sure would happen when I started reaching out to potential allies on the planet's surface. Other than that, it also has a HUD that displays where my Wester pistols are aiming and multi-spectrum vision modes to see in the dark or to spot heat signatures. However, it's my Vambraces that I am considering adding to my family armor. On my left is an energy shield and a flash projector that shines blinding light from my palm and, when not in use, it retracts into the Vambrace. On my right is a fib record whip, which is basically a grappling hook, that can also electrocute a target with a press of a button, a special surprise which took inspiration from a western I watched in my second life. Zoom managed to fit an old deactivator pistol into the Vambrace and it would pop out with a flick of my wrist, ready to shut down a droid or stun a person. After false silver is dealt with, Zoom mentioned that he'll try to make a version that can achieve something similar but with a blaster pistol but for now a deactivator is the only thing small enough to fit without being noticeable. As Rom Koda had said, there was a chance that every single person on this ship could die if I relied on them alone, but I was not going to limit my potential manpower like that. There was no way that the people of Gargan were fully sold on a corporate authority taking over their planet. I simply needed to align myself with these rebels and make sure they were successful in bringing him down. Stories of a Silver Knight coming to support their efforts would then spread throughout the sector as time went on and hopefully that would undo the majority of the damage false silver did to the Codex. It was possible that would not happen, but I had a feeling that I was making the right choices. I've spent a lot of time in the Mandalorian sector and I understood their culture as best as I think anyone could, and nothing spoke more to Mandalorians than bold action. What I was banking on was a massively bold move that I hoped would do the job. I sat down on my bed and picked up the chest plate which had been painted mostly white and was about to get to work cleaning it when I had a bit of a thought that brought a chuckle to my lips. Pulling out a knife from the utility belt I brought the mostly painted white armor over to my desk and laid it down and then carefully started to chip away the paint over the right breast. I was no artist but I was not exactly going to a fashion contest and I believe I managed to successfully carve in what I wanted. A pair of silver wings right above my heart with 2 silver tail feathers coming off the central body of the wings. It wasn't much, but it would do for customizations. I could always have this improved later but a reference to the Silver Wings assault medal that I'd earned a lifetime ago was enjoyable to my eyes. Gargan orbit, ratio. Tanya cries. I have never had the urge to learn to fly a spacecraft. To fly with a jetpack however to be as close to personal flight and what I dearly loved about it that I had gone out of my way to learn. Flying a spacecraft was something I hadn't needed to know, however since I'd taken the captain's quarters and was the closest person to the pilot's section that had changed. In case of an emergency, the Royal Guard captain had gone out of his way to make sure that I was given lessons as well in the 2-seat cockpit of the ship. I don't know how well I was doing but I could at least follow orders well enough. I had to admit I had a good view of the planet we were heading to from my position. Outside the window the snowy planet of Gargan was slowly coming into view. Though snowy was possibly not the correct word for the planet, as a large percentage of the planet was mountainous. High mountains which collected a lot of moisture with colder air / created snowy peaks, and as a result there were very few safe landing places on the planet. One was in Gargan City, the crime-filled metropolis, and from what I understood was the main headquarters of Mondale Hypernautics and this new empire they were planning to build. The other places are small towns and villages that provided food to the roaming nomads of the planet in exchange for protection from other nomads who would want to steal it. It was a very disorganized mess from what I understood, but it was a system that worked for these people, and quite a few of them were old Mandalorians who had been originally banished from Mandalore after the clan wars. Since it was still in the Mandalorian sector but not under the control of new Mandalorians, being firmly under the control of, let's call them gangster Mandalorians, at least I hope the gangster element was Mandalorian on this planet. I have been studying as much as I could, and it looked like at one point the Hutts had a stake on the planet but were no longer interested. I hope everyone packed a warm suit of underclothing, because that planet's chilly this time of year. Skada, the Royal Guard medic, said from the hallway behind the cockpit, looking through to the outside. I'm more concerned with that small fleet. Guard Captain Strook said, pay note to the 50-odd ships in orbit around the planet, most appear to be retrofitted freighters. A lot of them appear to be Mandalorian design, specifically some of the export models Mondale Motors had been producing for the Hutts. Well, considering my meeting with their representative months ago, it's possible that these were rip-off designs produced by Mondale Hypernautics and were all sold to the Hutts. There's nothing too big besides 3 ancient dungeon ships that look like they'd been rushed back into service. The large cubes were slowly moving into geosynchronous orbit above what I would have to guess was Gargan City, and they looked like they were armed for a fight. Any idea if they're going to prevent us from landing? I asked, though I didn't really figure they would. It looks like they're preventing anyone from coming through the main spaceport. I just put in a request and they told me to blast off. However, a smaller port town just south of Gargan is still taking ships. So Hypernautics has complete control over people going in and out of the city but not the planet itself? That's a good sign. I said. They don't have complete control over the planet. Ram Kota said from somewhere behind me. You'd think he'd make sure to have at least that before he sprung this attempted rebellion. Technically, Gargan is not part of the traditional structure of the sector. I responded, yes, the Mandalorian senator represents Gargan, as it's located inside the sector, but it has never sworn fealty to the new Mandalorian Duchess, so this isn't really much of a rebellion yet as a change of management. No doubt though this will lead to a rebellion if left unchecked. I supplied the theoretical answer to this question before continuing. He likely doesn't want people getting in and out of the city just yet while he secures the loyalty of the planet's gangs. Once he has the gangs under his command, he can move on to try and secure the loyalty of the nomads. After that he'll probably have no issue with allowing in unlucky people who are unaware he has usurped the name of White Silver and put them to work in his army or factories, building weapons for whatever rebellious plans he's got. Still, that seems like a rather small force to hold the orbital high ground. Ram Kota commented. It's small, but it's big enough to be comparable to the new Mandalorian Royal Guard, which would be the most likely force to be sent against such an operation. In addition to that, there's no guarantee that he doesn't have more ships hidden around the moon somewhere just to draw the Royal Guard into a false sense of security before springing the trap. The guard captain said, matter-of-factly. Always best to keep some of your cards hidden. If your enemy underestimates you, they are in for a nasty surprise. Well, let's hope he's made a massive mistake with this whole rebellion business then. Ram Kota said as I heard him turning to walk away. Anyways, Captain Strook said, I have been given the okay for landing at the village of Garvel. Shall I proceed with the landing, Steel? I chuckled at the use of the code names that we had decided on for the mission. Technically I was still the White Silver and I would need to obtain that name when we finally completed the mission, but until that moment it was better to use different names for conversations with other people. Just take us in strike, let's find out what awaits us on that planet. With that said, our little ship began a swift descent to the planet, soon arriving at the fairly small town a good 30 to 40 miles away from the city of Gargan. Stepping off the ship I had to note that the planet was, in fact, very cold and was glad I had packed some warm Under Armour clothing. It is a fairly bustling town, mostly blocky double-story buildings but they are fairly small, likely homes or small fields very familiar to the small town USA area that I hid in my second life after the war. Only instead of paved roads, it's still using packed dirt. The spaceport, if you could call it that, is basically a wide plateau outside the town where multiple ships can land. I could see the port building had a tower, a hangar right next to it, as well as fuel tanks nearby. Everything it needed to be a rural spaceport. I even saw a Gozanti freighter out in the distance surrounded by dozens of smaller freighters and shuttles. The rest of the guards, Zoom and Coda joined me outside. I tapped the side of my helmet to activate the radio, S4, stay on board the ratio and try to keep everyone in contact with each other. You'll have better communication systems than most of us will, most likely. Will do, mistress, came the robotic voice before I turned to face the other members of my band. After a day of thinking it became obvious very quickly that X4's codename is too long, so I had changed it to the more abbreviated S4. Alright, so here are our objectives. we need to make contact with both the nomads and also with anyone interested in preventing Mondale Hypernautics from taking over the planet. With their help, we'll see if we can put Mondale Hypernautics out of business. Rom, Zero, and Strike, I think if I put you in charge of finding the nomads you can pull it off, don't you agree? I was speaking low enough that they could hear me but no one outside our group would be able to. Best to be careful as we didn't know what ears were on us already. Rom nodded his head and said, putting your faith in the Force, are you? No, I responded quickly, Strike and Zero are more likely to find the nomads than not, but I also can't have you going into Gargan City until we have the initiative in our hands. As I said, better for you to appear uninvolved with the effort until the last moment as if you just showed up for the fight. He nodded his head before the Strook asked. So the three of us will be outside the city searching for the nomads. What are the four of you going to do? We're going to find our way into the city and split up into 2 teams of 2. Our job is to either find allies in the city or gather information about what Mondale Hypernautics are up to. We'll try and stay in contact through our comms, but too much of that could draw attention, so we'll be careful on that, and neither one of us will be trying to start any fights, understood? I'm not a big fan of you guys splitting up. Strook noted. 2 people are a lot more maneuverable than 4. I simply responded, Onyx and I will be one team and Skada and Mach will be the other. Wait, what? Ordo said, sounding confused. I simply shrugged it off, and gave the comment, a male and a female Mandalorian walking together are more likely to be taken as a couple out for a stroll than being foreign spies. Okay, let's mix up, great plan. How are we going to get into the city though? Mach asked, sounding a bit concerned. Before I could give an answer I saw someone coming up from the port office. A tall older gentleman by the looks of it, using a cane to walk in our direction. Hello there, I hope you have money to pay for your stay. The gentleman said, his face scarred with age. He took a look at us and then said with a grimace of displeasure, oh no, you people aren't here to join that damn silver cult, are you? I looked to the others, using the turn of my helmet to hide that my hand had slipped to my vambrace to turn on the voice changer before looking back at the older gentleman and asked, and what if we are? I would be forced to offer you a reduced price for your stay and tell you when the bus arrives. Otherwise the fracking black Mandumercs will be breaking down my door to say I'm being anti-codex. I thought I felt a blood vessel pop just above my eyes. Thank Mandalore for our helmets, because I could keep a rather unimpressed look even as I was wanting to wring the neck of the false silver. How many credits is the normal payment for a stay at your fine establishment? 20 credits today, and you have to buy fuel separately if you want to refill your tanks. I nodded and reached into my pocket, pulling out 20 credit ingots and handing it over to him. That should cover today, and there's a droid on board who will continue to pay until we return if that's alright with you. A man raised an eyebrow before he said, as long as he pays a full 20, I don't give a criff where the money comes from. Anything else I can do for you, madam? Yes, when is this bus supposed to arrive? And can you keep quiet about where our ship is if anyone comes asking? I asked, handing him another 20. The man blinked, looked at the money, nodded at his head, and pocketed it before saying, next bus to Gargan arrives in 33. A lot of people will be on it, so you should have a quiet and uneventful ride. As far as I'm concerned, this ship's not even here. I have no idea who dropped it off. Have fun in Gargan, madam. The gentleman said before turning and walking away. Turning back to my companions said, and I believe that has been settled. We'll make contact with S4 in 4 hours. We should keep making contact with him occasionally to maintain that we haven't run into issues and we don't need to rush anything, agreed. The other Mandalorians and Jedi nodded before I turned to face in the direction of the road. Now Onyx, Scalpel, and Click, let's go find that bus stop. Gargan, 2 miles out of Garvel village. Strook or deck? Not really seeing how this is going to find the nomads. Zoom said as Rom sat on a rock across from me and Zoom. We wandered our way out of town to find the nomads. I would have preferred to have tried to talk to the townsfolk, but Rom seemed to know where he was going and, well, tracking nomads was not exactly something I'd ever done. I battled on Mandalore during the Civil War, and though there were a few nomadic clans there, most had already settled into cities or clan fortresses. We'd gotten a good way away from the small town before Rom saw a rock and sat down on it. Since then we'd been here for the last 20 minutes waiting to see exactly where we were going. To be fair, the scenery is pretty nice to look at, blue skies, snow-capped peaks in the distance, tall grass all around with many boulders scattered around the area, likely a result from erosion. It's sights like this that can make me see the appeal of getting away from the hustle and bustle of city life. He's probably listening to the Force. Jedi are known to sit and just feel the Force for hours on end. I reasoned. I know that, but why is he doing that now? Beats me, probably asking it for directions. I don't know how it works, so I'll let the expert do his thing. I shrug whilst half-heartedly answer. Patience is a virtue, my friend. Rom said from the rock he is on, causing me to look at him. Pointing towards a nearby tree stump he said, that tree over there has damage from a lance hitting it. Pointing to another area he said, there's a bit of afterburn on that rock, Finally he pointed at the ground between Zoom and myself, which caused us to look down. There was a piece of metal that could be any other piece of metal as far as I was concerned. And speeder bike damage, most likely had a wipeout around here. If I had to make my guess, the nomads use this area for travel, possibly to get to the town for trade. We only need to wait a few moments and then I'm sure a group of them will come sailing over the horizon on some sort of trade trip towards the local town. Right, that seems a bit hopeful, I mentioned. I turned to Zoom and asked, have any better ideas? The old armorer shrugged, saying, this is not exactly something I usually get up to. Most nomads have their own armors, and those that don't exactly call on space traveling ones like myself probably use the local town armorer for most of their gear. My best guess would be to walk back into town and just start asking questions. Maybe someone will have a direction we can head towards. I offered in hopes of speeding this whole thing along. I don't think that'll be necessary, Ram said, raising his hands in a surrendering manner. The other reason I chose this specific position was it was so open. I was sure that if the nomads had any scouts in the area that they would spot us from several miles away and organize some sort of reaction to a couple strange Mandalorians and someone who looks mysterious. I turned to look at him, wondering why he had his hands up. What kind of react? I didn't get to finish as I heard the cocking of a slug thrower behind me. It's times like this I miss the smart microphones in my Royal Guard helmet. I would have heard him coming long before he came this close. Raise your hands carefully, Arutai. Someone said from behind us in perfect Mando. I was going to say something when Ram spoke in accented Mando. He's using some of the ancient words instead of the more modern basics that had slipped in over the millennium. We mean you no harm, wanderers. We are fellow warriors, searching the mountain for friends. Friends are hard to come by in times of need, came a voice from behind me, but if you don't know them, how can they be friends? If an enemy of my enemy is not my enemy, are they not at least an ally worthy of considering a friend? And what enemy would be my enemy? The one who would threaten your nomadic lifestyle and enslave you to the factories of the great city of Gargan. I heard an audible spit. I hoped he wasn't wearing a fully sealed helmet. Before the Mandu said, that city was never great, it was always a cesspool. But you have a point. I saw Ram lower his hands, and I took that as a sign that the threat had passed, so I lowered my own. Turning to look over my shoulder, I saw a Mandalorian with what appeared to be red armor looking at us, with a thankfully open helmet. He is armed with a slug thrower that looked older than the Mandalorian Civil War. Granted, every slug thrower looked older than the Civil War, yet this looked well taken care of, as its wooden stock has the shine of lacquer and the metal has the subdued shine of blackened Beskar. What's the deal? Why do you want to help us against the Silver Shabire when you are wearing his colors? Zoom spoke up first. The situation is complex, but I'll simplify it to the important part. We don't believe he's the real White Silver, and we're here to prevent his continued use of the name. The Red Mandalorian chuckled. Can't even hold his own cult to him, what a weak Mandalore. I'm Wrath of Clan Glint. If you're really the enemy of the Silver Shabire, then I welcome you to our rebellion. If not, we can always use more nutrients, and we're always in the market for more Beskar. Don't betray us. Got it. I nodded and said, we understand. We are not going to betray you. Our interests align. Good. He put his hand to his helmet. I'm going to call a speeder so we can get you guys to the camp. The leaders are going to have questions you are going to need to answer. All clear, fellas. Before our eyes, 3 other Mandus rose from the tall grass around us. I nodded before taking a step back till I was next to where Ram and Zoom was standing and asked, how do you know Mando? Oh, that? Mandu poetry is quite popular and was a required reading for a few years. And considering the amount of times Jedi have ended up in conflict with Mandalorians, I thought it was the best to actually be able to speak your language. You never know when it may come in handy. I left it at that and said, you're a strange Jedi, aren't you? I prefer the term prepared Jedi. He said with all seriousness, causing me to chuckle. Mandalore, Sundari. Obi-Wan Kenobi. Well, this place seems to have built up well. I mused, looking at the cityscape, from the window of the transport I was in. Master. Anakin asked from my side, looking out the same window. It's been 17 years since I've been on this planet. Looks like it was well on its way to recovery, as when I was here all those years ago, they didn't have dome cities like this. I explained as he nodded his head. Strange that they built domes over their cities. I'm not a fan of sand as much as the next person, but it seems a little bit of an overreaction. Well, that may be true for Tatooine, but Mandalore's atmosphere has a tendency to have poisons in it. Limiting their exposure is often for the best. I explained as I looked out the window, seeing the royal palace starting to come into view. I had not expected to ever come back to Mandalore. After I left all those years ago, I'd pretty much had the assumption that I'd never be here again. But the Force works in mysterious ways. News of the Silver Codex Rebellion, as some of the masters had called it, had quickly reached the Jedi Temple. Normally this sort of intersector conflict would have taken a bit longer to get up the chain of command of worry, as the Jedi Order usually sent people to deal with these situations upon requests and didn't insert itself often. The problem is that a Jedi may have inserted themselves into the conflict prematurely, and so the Order needed to find out what was going on. As I had become the resident Mandalorian expert due to my history, I had been assigned to pay a visit to Mandalore with my young Padawan. Shaking my head I muttered, what was Ram Koda thinking, getting himself involved in this? But the universe didn't answer, all I got was Anakin asking, do you think Tanya's here? I shrugged and said, I don't know, I know she was a proponent of the Silver Codex, so I imagine that politics have made her go into seclusion until this whole situation is handled. She could be here or she could be on any of the other Mandalorian worlds. That's too bad. Anakin sounded a little bit sad not to be able to talk to her. He told me about their meeting at the Jedi Temple, so I imagine it was simply a slow journey to friendship those two were on. Which is good, having friends in Mandalore could not hurt relations with the system. I'm sure that she'll turn up soon enough. After all, even if she's in political hiding, they're going to want to keep her safe, and the safest place in the Mandalorian sector is the Royal Palace. That seemed to bring a smile to young Anakin's face, but before I could give that too much thought, the transport came to land on one of the platforms in front of the Royal Palace. Well, here we are. I muttered, walking towards the door and stepping out with Anakin right behind me. There waiting for us were a couple of royal guards who immediately asked us to follow them, eventually leading us into the Royal Palace's large greeting room. There I saw a face I had not seen in years. Upon the throne was Duchess Satin, next to her was an older man with a beard, and they were deep in discussion as we entered. Duchess Satin, I said, giving a bow. Though I didn't see it, I suspected Anakin did the same. Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're not someone I expected to see, she said, while looking down at us. Pray tell, why have you come to Mandalore? Standing up to my full height I said, one of our order may have gotten himself involved in the current situation within Gargan, and we were simply sent to be at your service if the Gargan situation was to go out of control. That situation is completely under control, the elder man said. Gargan is a backwater planet at the best of times and barely even part of the sector. We are already in the process of working out treaties with the other planets to lay a blockade on any goods coming in and out of the system to the rest of the sector until the madness that seems to have taken it over is undone. I rubbed my beard and thought, an economic war. That seems a bit passive, but it could work. The Duchess got up from her seat as I mused on the plan. It may be passive, but it should be effective in stopping the spread of Mondal hypernautics influence, she said, though I wonder why the Jedi Order are so concerned over one of their own interfering in the situation that they'd send two of their Jedi to look after me. Is it perhaps because they worry that this will give the CEO exactly what he wants? For this Jedi to attempt to set things right the way only Jedi know how and fail, causing the CEO to have perfect propaganda to use to attempt to inflame the passions of the people against me. I swallowed deeply. She'd got it in one. I've never been good at politics, but Satin had decades of practice with running the Mandalore system. Sure, I was good at diplomacy, but that was different. Getting two sides to stop fighting each other was one thing, getting two sides to work together was another. My Duchess is insightful as to the Council's worries, I admitted. She nodded and said, it's an unfortunate thing. The wounds of the Republic excision still run deep, and the CEO is playing deeply into those wounds. She shook her head before continuing. Hopefully your rogue Jedi doesn't cause too many problems. I've worked very hard to bring peace to this planet, and I'd hate to see it all go up in flames. I nodded my agreement before saying, I'm sure with a little search of Concordia we can find him and get this whole matter settled. But until we do, the Council thought it best to take preemptive measures. The Duchess nodded her head before saying, I will arrange a few royal guards to help you in this search, and we'll see if we can get you a place to stay while you find your rogue Jedi. She then smiled and said, I'm glad to see you again, Ben. I smiled back and said, it's good to see you too, Satin. Perhaps we'll have a walk later. I have meetings to attend, but I wouldn't mind showing you the progress that's been made in the city. I'd like that. She nodded and moved past me, heading off to whatever meeting apparently needed to be done to deal with the current situation unfolding over Gargan. The older man walked past me and gave me another strange look, a mix of annoyance and amusement. But he quickly left, leaving me and Anakin in the room. Turning to Anakin I said, well, I guess we'd better see about finding a hotel. I stopped that thought when I saw he was looking at the door Satin had gone through with a look that almost said he understood something all of a sudden. Anakin? I asked, confused. Anakin quickly shook his head and said, nothing, Master, we should probably find a hotel or something. Gargan City, Warehouse District. This is Skita. This is a terrible plan. I muttered as Mok continued his work trying to break into Mondal Hypernautics Warehouse's electronic lock. This is a great plan, Mok responded as a cable sparked inside the box he was working in. I'm sure that wasn't important, he said before continuing his work. I wasn't exactly thrilled at the notion of it being two-man teams, let alone letting the princess go off on her own with that kid, but I trusted Strook to know what he's doing, and if he thought that Tanya had something, I guess I would have to go along with it. I hated this whole operation. I lost a lot of friends and family during the clan war and was thoroughly not a fan of conflict. The only reason I joined was that Duchess Satin wanted the best of the best to be in her royal guard, and being a professional surgeon for several years after graduating from the University of Alderaan meant that I likely had the most attractive resume for a medical position. The royal guard were not expected to go out and fight, and with the Duchess's connection to the new Mandalorian philosophy of pacifism, I thought at most I would have to deal with food poisoning or an injury caused by a fall, with a very rare case of attempted assassination. When I was assigned to be the princess's medic, I thought it would be much of the same, take care of her health and be there with a cure just in case someone slipped her a poison or something. However, now here I was helping her attempt a murder or a coup. Really, what was the plan for the girl? If I was to believe what we had been told, this was an operation to clean the name of the Silver Codex, which I wasn't exactly a fan of. Sure, it was better than the traditionalists' way, but it still saw violence as necessary in its text. I'd prefer not even be involved in this whole operation, but I swore an oath when I joined the guard and I wasn't going to break it just because I had issues with some possible outcomes of the operation. Perhaps real violence would scare the girl straight and she would end this notion of the Silver Codex and let it die on the vine. Although after Stroke's tests I find it highly unlikely. I just had to hope though that we didn't all end up dead as well. My personal problems aside, we'd split up from the princess and the kid to explore the city trying to gather intelligence. Right off the bus there had been a recruitment agent to try and get people to sign up for their new Silver Guard, apparently some kind of civil militia that the CEO was putting together. The black uniformed Mondale Hypernautics agent was somewhat pushy, but he'd let us go after a little talk from Tanya. One thing I'd give her, it felt like she could talk her way out of pretty much anything. Mock and I had made our way deeper into the city and found ourselves in a warehouse district. The guards had been fairly consistent throughout the city, black-clad mercenaries watching corners, often led by what I could guess were real Mandalorians in older armor with a white emblem of their mercenary group. They seemed to be less prominent near this particular section of the warehouse district. I suspected it was so deep inside the city that they weren't considering anyone would try and raid it, which was reasonable. From the few speeder trucks that had gone by it looked like it was a warehouse for raw materials. Why would anyone steal iron that hadn't even been processed? Why would you want to get into the facility even if it was the least valuable element in the supply train? Well, our resident slicer has a reason. The answer is that the facility itself is still hardwired into the network that Mondale Hypernautics used for its intake and resource management. Once we tapped into it we could be able to see the entire network and all of the information inside. So we've done exactly what we've been told to do by gathering intel. We'd quickly broken into the facility, then found our way to the foreman's office and started to get to work finding out what was going on and what was coming in. Anything of interest? I asked, leaning against the foreman's desk and watching the door in case said foreman decided to return. Nothing yet, a lot of shipments of raw resources. Apparently they've been buying Beskar from some old debris fields that date back to the Mandalorian Wars. Shakar. I muttered. Yeah, apparently the quality of the Beskar is still pretty good. It's actually talked about here that they are thinking of adding a bonus for the pirates they've hired to deliver these resources to another facility. Another warehouse? I asked out of curiosity. No, that's the interesting thing. All the facilities I'm seeing here are marked as GG, most likely for Gargan, and I can find them on maps of the city. This facility that they're apparently sending resources to is not on Gargan, it's marked as it. I guess it's some other planet they have a facility on. How many resources have been sent to that planet? Half of whatever has been recovered from the debris fields. He commented as he looked through the records before he stopped and tilted his head. That's interesting. Tilting my helmet so I can look at him and the door as best I could, I asked, what did you find? There's references here of a shipment of something coming in, but it's not made clear exactly what it is, only that it's heavy equipment. Whatever it is, the shipment will be here in a week and it's theorized it'll increase production quotas across the board. Oh, that doesn't sound too terrible, I stated, before I heard the unlocking of the door. Turning my head I saw what I would guess was the foreman entering the room. He had been looking down at some paperwork, but he stopped as soon as he looked up and saw us. The surprise on his face fading to resignation and tiredness. If you're going to steal from me, here is my wallet and the safe is behind the bookshelf. I am just done with everything and I am not paid enough for this, he said as he took out his wallet and pointed at the bookshelf on the left side of the room. Mock and I shared a look before I said, we're not here to steal from you, we're just investigating. If you're willing to keep quiet about us being in your office, we'll keep quiet about being here. Fine by me, but please get off my desk. I have to file this procurement order for steel with the Southern Steel Mill within 20 minutes so that they can actually fulfill it before they close for the day, he said matter-of-factly, stepping past me as Mock got up and took his seat. As the room filled with the sound of typing, the foreman started to vent. You know, my dad was friends with one of Mondale Hyper's department heads, classmates or something. He told me that there was a job opening at his department for a warehouse manager. I had just finished college, so I was all bright-eyed and innocent for work, and I was under the impression that I would just be keeping track of resources coming in and out, but no. All of a sudden the department head told me to fill in for a foreman that called in sick. So I had to travel to several construction sites, inspect their progress, and write a report to the department head. You'd think this was only temporary, nope. The foreman died due to an allergic reaction to a drug at the hospital, so now I'm stuck working 2 jobs while the department head finds a replacement, which he probably won't, the lazy bastard. After a week I had the system down so the work is somewhat manageable and I just sleep in the parking lot. I hit a windsee while Mock rubbed the back of his neck hearing the unfortunate foreman's story. Then a month later, the department's procurement officer quit, so who does my boss call for a replacement? You guessed it, me. I now have to talk to a dozen suppliers for several dozen different materials all around Gargan to find the best price between them all, write a procurement report to order it, file a report that my warehouse had received the materials, and then I have to send those materials on their way to the various sections that needed them. I've had to juggle 3 jobs for months now, and to top it off, I'm not even getting paid for the extra jobs I'm covering. While my mouth opened in shock, Mock made an audible hiss before saying, "Why not just quit? Remember that procurement guy that quit? He was found dead in an alley. Mugging gone wrong was the headline that day. I might loathe this job, but if the choice is between this or death, I'd choose this. But after 2 years of this I might reconsider." The foreman finished his typing before he opened a drawer to reveal a report and started to write on it. "Now I have to deal with spies, nomads raiding the warehouses, and all kinds of bantha dung because a man had the bright idea of, oh, we're going to rebel against the entire sector," the man said, ranting and writing at the same time. "I just want to finish my contract, take my money, and go open a nice little shop somewhere, but no. I have to deal with people breaking into my office to look through my work files." "Sorry," Mock said sheepishly. The older man sighed and said, No apology necessary, you're just doing whatever job you're being paid for too." He took a closer look at us and said, "Really, white and silver? I thought no one was dumb enough to actually wear the cultists' colors. What's the problem with white and silver?" I asked, a bit concerned at his statement. "Well, other than the craziness of the CEOs claiming he's white silver, he let some extremist cult leader take control of the Silver Guard. Anyone he finds wearing those colors he basically forces them to join at a gunpoint. If they don't, well, he says you don't deserve the armor and shoots you." "Damn," I muttered. That was a bit of a problem I would have to contact Tanya about. Reaching up to my helmet, I tried to contact the ratio as Mock continued to talk to the warehouse foreman. "Do you mind if I ask a question?" the slicer asked. "You put up with me venting my problems and life story for several minutes, so it's the least I could do. As long as it won't get me in trouble, I'll tell you anything you want to know." "Thank you. There's a shipment coming in a week later that the documents said will increase production by 50% or something. Do you have any idea what that's about?" "Oh, that, CEOs made some contract with droid manufacturers to make a bunch of, what's the right term, slave driver droids. Basically some droid tool makes sure the factories keep working, or at least defend the factory against any more nomad attacks. Still trying to figure out if he's gone completely evil or if he's just trying to defend the factories. Me and a couple other foremen are betting on the former." "You're betting if he's gone completely evil?" Mock asked, a bit of shock in his tone. "There's not much else to do on Gargan nowadays. I just want to make my profits and be on my way off of this damn planet. But I'll tell you right now, I totally expect the CEO to take over the spice production from the gangsters before the year is out and try to sell it on the open market to fund his ambitions, probably to the Hutts." "Agent Scalpel." Finally came the voice of X4 over the radio. "S4, I need you to send a message to Steel. The silver armor is a death warrant amongst the silver militia. Be careful and avoid any leadership," I said into the COMM after muting the external speaker. "Will do, Scalpel," message is sent. Good. Thankful that the message went through, I turned to Mock and said, "Let's get moving, we still have a lot of intel to dig up and we've got to figure a way back out of the city to meet up with the others." Mock nodded and said, "Thanks for the help, sir, we'll be on our way. I've never seen you before in my life," he said as he continued to write his 5th paper. Harzwi City. Vivictus Vizsla. I breathed in and out trying to temper my annoyance. "We really should be with Tanya," I muttered. As I walked with Tabi down the main street of Harzwi City. I was still pretending to be Tanya, wearing her trademark greens, hair a little bit shorter, and a pair of sunglasses. You probably wouldn't be able to tell us apart at a distance. It helped that we didn't know anyone on any of the planets we were visiting and we're not going on any official state visits. These were simple appearance missions which meant we could stay at regular hotels and leave when we wanted to. "My dear, you really need to stop worrying about Tanya. I saw her fight during that whole gang incident and I doubt she'll get into too much trouble. Frankly, I think she can find her way out of most trouble. I wonder who trained her." Tabi commented as he walked next to me still in his full armor, though he'd taken his helmet off to let the breeze take his long hair. Being that this was his home world, I had elected to let him take the lead on our little walkabout. I needed to put in appearances around towns to at least appear to be on the move and to be Tanya, build our alibi as it were. I'd never been to this world before, so it was an easy call to make. Maybe, but I have never really been that far away from her when she needed help. I let out an exhausted breath. I could tell Tabi who trained Tanya, but it's probably best to keep that under wraps as long as possible. Tabi smiled and simply put his arm around me. She's your friend, of course you're worried. But you're where she needs you the most. Putting in appearances like this will keep her identity secret and allow her to continue her political career. I was going to say something, but we were interrupted by Castle. I'd say you should get a room, but remember to stay in character. Right. We both said, separating a bit. I didn't want to screw up Tanya's reputation. The world of Harzwi was heavy. I wasn't exactly sure how high the gravity is compared to most planets, but it was enough that the people here tended to be stronger and shorter. Not by too much, but enough to deal with the extra relative weight. Castle and I had been trying to ignore it, but after a few days of wandering we noticed that we couldn't be out for as long as we would like. It was too exhausting for us to walk for more than 30 minutes before we needed to rest. Which was a shame, because as far as Mandalorian worlds went, this place was rather beautiful. For generations this planet had been producing fabrics and other fine materials for the Mandalorian sector. It was believed that the original population had been human and was one of the first human races to be incorporated into the Mandalorian way, which was why they had been able to maintain parts of their culture, specifically rug making. I've seen some high-quality rugs and some mighty fine clothing, and to frame those items for sale they built mighty fine-looking buildings. Unlike the slab style that had taken over most of the Mandalorian system, this particular planet had never lost the artistry of their structures. Not as blocky as some of the architecture coming out of the rest of the Mandalorian sector, but you could see elements of it there. The buildings often had pointed roof towers coming out of the top and seemed to be designed to cast as much shade as possible on the street, most likely because of the higher temperature. Most of the planet is a desert world, but the area we were in was more like a jungle climate and quite muggy. Looking around, I still had to shake my head and say, still can't believe the amount of clothing shops your people have. When the most effective crop around here is only useful for cloth production and when no one else is thinking about clothing as a style, it gives them a lot of options to sell to. Off-worlders have come here for boutique sessions, usually very rich and famous people from other sectors wanting to get a new style. A few Mandalorians have also requested our services over the centuries. Well, they tended to be more worried about their armor, less about their clothing. I chuckled at that since he wasn't wrong, but before I could make any other comments he continued, if it wasn't for the binder we'd probably still be living similar to Mandalore in the past. By the time we built the spaceport on this planet, we would probably have still been selling just regular linen clothing. But his wise efforts made sure that our planet has a growing economy even with most of the sector at war. There's a story about, 300 years ago, two clan chieftains, both bitter rivals, came to this planet to get a new style. What happened? I asked to add curiosity. Tabi shrugged. They went to the same shop a day apart, got the exact same style, and the next time they met they basically murdered each other and escalated their rivalry into a blood feud. I think it's still going on. Haha. I couldn't stifle the laughter coming out of me at the idea that there are two clans fighting each other mainly because of something so ridiculous as wearing the same clothes. It was so Mandalorian and yet so hilarious. Really, they should have known better. At the time they were doing its combat, skirts and kilts were all the rage. Well, they're still a bit fashionable now, even if not as much as they were then. I had to ask. Do you have a combat kilt? He smiled and leaned in, taking my chin with his hand. My dear, if it's all the rage, I have at least one, and it would not take much to get me into one or out of one, just a word. My cheeks turned a little bit red at that thought. Oh, for the love of Mandu, remember who you are right now. Tabi, keep that attitude in the bedroom. Castle whispered rather loudly, coming up close to us. I quickly stepped back and said, right, remember who I am, yes. Hey, maybe we should go to that shop over there, it looks cooler than out here. Tabi looked over at the little ice cream shop I had pointed to, and now I just had then looked past it and said, hey Tanya, how well do you know your measurements? Because it looks like there's a good place to get an upgrade on your clubbing gear. Might be a good way to pay her back for making you so worried. Looking to where Tabi was indicating, I quickly saw the sign for the shop, Combat Clubbing. Right underneath it was a sign saying 25% off combat skirts. Said skirt was in the window and on the shorter end of decent. I laughed as I realized the implication and said, I'm quite familiar with Tanya's measurements. Getting her something to wear that was out of her comfort zone and making her wear it the next time we went to a club would be the perfect revenge for making me worried about her. I was all too familiar with her measurements. I even knew how large of a heel she could handle, since she tended to wear shoes with a bit of heel in order to make our heights closer. Her being only 5'8" and me being 5'10", if people were paying attention they would quickly figure out that I was not Tanya. Unless you looked when she was wearing a bit of a heel on all her shoes, in which case she looked closer to 5'9". Taking my hand, Tabi said, then let me lead the way my dear. I smiled and laughed as we walked towards the shop and laughed even louder as I heard Castle comment behind us. I can't believe I volunteered for this Asuk. He muttered with discontent. Tabi opened the door and I was about to step in when I thought I heard a clicking noise. Confused, I looked around but saw nothing out of the ordinary, so I shrugged and walked into the shop. Gargan City, Central District. Njai's Ordo. Following behind Tanya whilst keeping a good eye on her, I watched the city go by. The architecture was somewhat impressive, if a bit dingy. The buildings had a lot of the Mandalorian block style which showed their settlers' roots. Those nearer to the center of the city, where we were now, had a lot of domed roofs to their buildings' designs, not too different from images I'd seen of Hutt territories. Considering there was a central palace in the middle of the city, now run by a cabal of gangsters as a casino, it was hard to forget that this planet had once been part of the Hutt Empire, though one of its more far-flung and eventually abandoned territories. Besides those thoughts, I noticed that there were quite a few non-Mandalorians on this planet. Sure, there were plenty of people in armor and a lot of them didn't have Mandalorian visors or were wearing markings that indicated they were from other parts of the galaxy. If anything, Gargan reminded me a bit of Coruscant with the amount of different people walking about and the neon lights. Quite a number of the buildings were more than 20 stories tall, which led to darkness on a lot of the streets. The alleyways were basically pitch black, so you had to rely on the neon lights to guide your path. Tanya seemed to know exactly where she was going, easily navigating the streets, leading the way towards the wealthier parts of the town. I wondered what was going through her mind. I always knew that she had a bit of a fighter in her, but I didn't know until recently she had attempted to bridge her combative instincts with the peaceful ways of her aunt. To have what she had created taken and perverted the way it had been, it is easy to imagine that she was furious and apoplectic about the whole thing. Of course, it's hard to say if that was really what was going through her head. Even when she wasn't wearing a helmet, she always seemed to have complete control of what she was revealing. All I knew for sure was she did not like whoever had taken her silver codex and was planning to take it back somehow. However, even if we could maintain her secret identity, if she murdered the false silver, as she called him, as far as I was aware there was a good chance her aunt would figure out who had done it. And if she did, well, considering how authoritarian she could get about her peaceful ways, I worried that Tanya might find herself in some trouble. I would approach the subject, but I was sure she was already well aware of those possibilities and was coming up with her own plans for them. If not, well, either way this false silver needed to be handled. Preventing a civil war was more important than her own political aspirations, and if she was willing to give those political aspirations up, it just showed how dedicated she was to the people of Mandalore and a real peace. It solidified my belief that she was someone special. The maverick Mandalore needed to set it all straight. Before I could get too deep into that thought though, Tanya stopped and held her hand up. Onyx, over there. Looking past Tanya, I saw two of the black-clad Mandalorian mercenaries walking down the street following what appeared to be a higher up in Mondal Hypernautics. He wasn't wearing any armor but had a blaster at his side as well as the company logo on his shoulder. I knew that Tanya was trying not to look at him, so I did the same, only using a corner of my visor to keep track of them. As we watched them, they entered what appeared to be some sort of club, though the guards seemed to be somewhat lacking as they waved people in and out without issue. Over the internal comm, I heard Tanya say, "Man looks like the type to have loose lips and be too far up for the company for his own good. I'd guess those two guards are there to keep an eye on him while drinking and not to protect him. That's what a good human resource officer would do in this situation if they couldn't fire the man directly." Speaking back over the internal comm, "What's the plan then?" "Oh, that's quite simple, we just sit in hearing range and see what we can get," she said, leading the way. I shrugged, as that made as much sense as anything, so I followed her in. Inside of the club was, well, a club. There were people talking, flashing lights, and loud music. Though it was not as loud near the back of the facility, I quickly noted as we moved our way in that direction. There were a handful of guards peppered around the place. Most of them were wearing Mandalorian armor of one form or another, but not the black-suited types that we've seen following the Hypernautics employee. Following the higher up would mean being a bit easier to spot, so Tanya took us on a circuitous route around the border of the room to a table just on the other side of the booth he took a seat in. His two guards remained standing at the edge of his table. Then we sat just out of the guards' sights and listened in. Oddly enough, the first thing we heard was not from the booth we were trying to eavesdrop on, but from the booth on the other side of us as a couple locals had a discussion. "Did you hear about Clan Morrison?" one of them said. "Yeah, that's a terrible thing, inviting a clan to negotiate and then locking their representatives up. They're not. They've been judged enemies of the state and he's executing them tomorrow in the old Hutt arena. Fucking psycho. Bossman really needs to deal with this guy. He's going too hard too fast. You don't execute an entire clan just because they didn't side with you when you gave them an offer. Chances are that's how you get other independent clans to unify against you. What do you expect? The man's from Mandalore, every single one of them is a psycho. They don't even consider the rest of us who live in the Mandalorian sector Mandalorians. We're all just armor thieves to them unless you were born and raised in Mandalore. Yeah, Scanna is probably going to have a lot of people watch the execution just to make a point of the whole deal and have the armor stripped from them to be given to his silver Mandalorian army. That was a little harsh. But then again, not exactly wrong. The traditionalist Mandalorians have always been a bit racist to anyone who had not really been born in Mandalore for a good 100 years. And my uncle, the Patriarch of Ordo, had told me several times that even though the traditionalists were out of power, their belief system hadn't exactly gone the way of the mythosaur. Though if the man harbored those beliefs, it was strange the way he was enlisting non-Mandalorians into his army. Trying to define who's Mandalorian and who's not for your benefit. Of course, Tanya muttered over the internal comm, her head shaking slightly. She continued by saying, I'm starting to think this would have been a self-solving problem if he wasn't using the Silver Codex the way he was. Even with him using it, this might still be a problem that would solve itself, but it would leave the Silver Codex too damaged to serve its original purpose. It might also take too long for us to let the situation be resolved on its own. And how exactly are we going to solve the problem, Steel? I asked. I mean, have you thought about what you are going to have to do if you have to kill him? Hopefully it won't come to that. What we need to do is humiliate him in such a way that no one will believe he's the White Silver. Past that, well, it depends on what he does. The way she said it was just so cold and impersonal, I got the feeling she was not even worried about the possibility of having to kill him, which was concerning to say the least. Before I could probe deeper, the conversation we had been waiting for started. A figure in red and blue Mandalorian armor sat down across from our target. Distinctly different from the black mercenaries guarding the hypernautic rep. With an odd accent she said, is the White Silver too busy to have these meetings, or does he forget we could cut support for his little uprising if we judge him to be too much of an issue? He knows who supports him and he sends his regards. He would be here himself, but matters of state required his attention. As for your support, he is very glad to have it and is willing to continue all deals as long as you still provide the required assets. Yes, the required assets, the battle legionnaires, will be here soon enough, but we were under the impression that White Silver was wise enough not to stir the pot on his own planet. The Council is worried that the rebellion may become a counter-rebellion and will end up arming our enemies. It won't happen. Once the nomad clans are brought under our control, this planet will be secure and we can get to work spreading the rebellion to other worlds, but we need droids to build our army. We do not have the manpower to waste. The droids will be here, but we may need to negotiate a more equitable price if they're going to be used as a law enforcement unit and not for the defense, we were told. That's fine, the boss is working with a crew to start tearing into a few more debris fields and we'll have more resources at our disposal to send your way. Not as good of a quality of metal in those fields, but there'll be more of them. I heard an audible sigh of contempt before she said, fine, I'll send a message and inform them of the negotiations proceeding well enough and the droids will be here within the week. However, can we meet somewhere more private? This place feels like it has ears in the walls. The figure started looking about the room and Tanya grabbed my wrist and indicated we needed to get out of here. Following her lead, we made our way out of the room in hopes of avoiding the gaze of the figure with a strange accent. We were able to get outside quickly and I was able to take a breath, but before I could get a word out, Tanya pulled me towards an alleyway and said over the intercoms. Push me against the wall, hand on my hip, helmet to helmet. Now. I was left stunned for a second and nearly got out a what? Before she said, do it now. And I did as she demanded. I pushed her against the wall, put my forehead to her forehead in a Keldabi kiss and put my hand on her hip. I had no idea why I was doing this, but an order is an order. Tanya quickly put her own arm around mine to hold the back of my helmet, forcing our bodies closer, the chest plates of our armor touching. I was left with many questions. One was, had Tanya always been that short? Cause I had to crane my neck a bit to look down at her so our foreheads met properly. 2. Why was my face so hot and was this some sort of dream? And 3. Why the hell was this happening? I got an answer to 3 as through the corner of my visor I saw the red and blue armored Mandalorian from before go across the mouth of the alleyway looking for something. They stopped and looked directly at us and shook their head and continued walking. After a few minutes Tanya finally broke the hold. That was a little too close for comfort. She said, looking down the alleyway towards the street. Sorry. I said, still fairly warm after that. No, not you. You were perfectly close. I meant getting nearly caught by that unknown supporter. She said while looking like we hadn't just helmet kissed. Have you ever heard of something called a battle legionnaire, Engis? I shook my head and said, no, that's obviously a droid of some kind, but I've never heard of it before. Well, whoever is producing them is obviously not a friend of Mandalore. We need to keep note of that when this operation is over. Let's get moving, Onyx. We've got plenty more places to check out, information to dig up, and plans to make. Yes, ma'am. I said, trying not to think about what she meant that I was perfectly close.